Chapter 9. The road is protected by a castle built on a rock, and there are some storehouses and magazines on the seaside. The coast is low, but little elevated above the level of the sea, but the town occupies an eminence, in the form of a sugar loaf, with a citadel on the summit. The bottom of the hill is surrounded with a wall 12 or 14 feet high, and 2 or 3 feet thick. There are no antiquities in Jaffa. The place would seem to be too old to have outlived all that once rendered it interesting. The inhabitants are estimated at between 4,000 and 5,000 souls, of whom the greater part are Turks and Arabs. The Christians are stated to be about 600, consisting of Roman Catholics, Greeks, Maronites, and Armenians. Modern Traveler, Palestine, pages 41, 42. Io replaced with to. Dorcas. This is the Greek translation of the Old Hebrew, Sebi, in the Aramaic dialect of that age, changed into Tabitha, in English, gazelle, a beautiful animal of the antelope kind. Often mentioned in descriptions of the deserts of southwestern Asia, in which it roams. And not unfrequently the subject of poetical allusion. The species to which it is commonly supposed to belong, is the Antilopa dorcas of Prof. Pallas, who named it on the supposition that it was identical with this animal, called by the Greeks, delta omicron rho kappa alpha, dorcas, from delta epsilon rho kappa omicron, durco, to look, from the peculiar brightness of its soft black eye. The call to the heathen. The apostles had now, with great zeal and efficiency, preached the gospel of Jesus Christ to the worshippers of the true God, beginning at Jerusalem, and spreading the triumphs of his name to the bounds of the land of Israel. But in all their devotion to their Master's work, they had never had a thought of breaking over the bounds of the faith of their fathers, or of making their doctrine anything else than a mere completion or accompaniment to the law of Moses. Nor did they imagine that they were ever to extend the blessings of the gospel to any who did not bow down to all the tedious rituals of the ancient covenant. The true power of their Lord's parting command, "Go and teach all nations," they had never felt. And even now, their great chief supposed that the change of heart and remission of sins, which he was commissioned to preach, were for none but the devout adherents of the Jewish faith. A new and signal call was needed, to bring the apostles to a full sense of their enlarged duties. And it is among the highest honors vouchsafed to Peter, that he was the person chosen to receive this new view of the boundless field now opened for the battles and triumphs of the cross. To him, as the head and representative of the whole band of the apostles, was now spread out, in all its moral vastness and its physical immensity, the coming dominion of that faith, whose little seed he was now cherishing, with but a humble hope. But whose stately trunk and giant branches were, from that small and low beginning, to stretch, in a mighty growth, over lands, and worlds, to him unknown. Thus far he had labored with a high and holy zeal, in a cause whose vastness he had never appreciated, every moment building up, unwittingly, a name for himself, which should outlast all the glories of the ancient covenant. And securing for his master a dominion which the religion of Moses could never have reached. He had never had an idea, that he with his companions was founding and spreading a new religion. To purify the religion of the law and the prophets, and to rescue it from the confusion and pollutions of warring sectaries, was all that they had thought of. Yet with this end in view, they had been securing the attainment of one so far above and beyond, that a full and sudden view of the consequences of their humble deeds, would have appalled them. But though the mighty plan had never been whispered nor dreamed of, on earth, though it was too immense for its simple agents to endure its full revelation at once, its certain accomplishment had been ordained in heaven. And its endless details were to be fully learned only in its triumphant progress through uncounted ages. But, limited as was the view which the apostles then had of the high destiny of the cause to which they had devoted themselves, it was yet greatly extended from the low-born notions with which they had first followed the steps of their Master. They now no longer entertained the vagary of a worldly triumph and a worldly reward. They had left that on the mount where their Lord parted from them, and they were now prayerfully laboring for the establishment of a pure spiritual kingdom in the hearts of the righteous. To give them a just idea of the exalted freedom to which the gospel brought its sons, and to open their hearts to a Christian fellowship, as wide as the whole human family. God now gave the apostolic leader an unquestionable call to tell to the world the glad tidings of salvation, for all men, through a new and living way, by change of heart and remission of sins. The incidents which led to this revelation are thus detailed. The peace and good order of Palestine were now secured by several legions, whose different divisions, larger or smaller according to circumstances, were quartered in all the strong or important places in the country, to repress disorders and enforce the authority of the civil power, when necessary. Besides this ordinary peace establishment of the province, there was a cohort which took its name from the circumstance that it had been levied in Italy, a distinction, now so rare. In consequence of the introduction of foreign mercenaries into the imperial hosts, as to become the occasion of an honorable eminence, which was signified by the title here given. Showing that this division of the Roman armies was made up of the sons of that soil which had so long sent forth the conquerors of the world. Of all the variety of service required of the different detachments of the army, in the province which it guarded, by far the most honorable was that of being stationed next the person of the governor of the province, to maintain the military dignity of his vice-imperial court, and defend his representative majesty. Caesarea, on the seashore, was now the seat of the Roman government of Palestine, and here, in attendance on the person of the governor, was this aforesaid Italian cohort, at the head of a company in which was a centurion named Cornelius. Though nothing is given respecting his birth and family but this single name, a very slight knowledge of Roman history and antiquities enables the historian to decide that he was descended from a noble race of patricians, which had produced several of the most illustrious families of the imperial city. Eminent by this high birth and military rank, he must have been favored with an education worthy of his family and station. It is therefore allowable to conclude, that he was an intelligent and well-informed gentleman, whom years of foreign service, in the armies of his country must have improved by the combined advantages of a traveler and a disciplined warrior. Of his moral and religious character such an account is given, as proves that his principles, probably implanted in early life, had been of such firmness as to withstand the numerous temptations of a soldier's life, and to secure him in a course of most uncommon rectitude in his duties towards God and towards man. In the merciful exercise of his power over the people whose safety and quiet he came to maintain, and, moreover, in the generous use of his pecuniary advantages, he passed his blameless life. And the high motive of this noble conduct is discovered in the steady, pure devotion, in which he employed many hours of daily retirement, and in which he caused his whole family publicly to join, on proper occasions. Thus is he briefly and strongly characterized by the sacred historian, devout, and fearing God with all his house, giving much alms, and praying to God always. Noble race of patricians. The gens Cornelia, or Cornelian race, was unequalled in Rome for the great number of noble families sprung from its stock. The Scipios, the Sullas, the Dolabellas, the Cinnas, the Lentuli, the Cephagi, the Cossi, and many other illustrious branches of this great race, are conspicuous in Roman history. And the Fasti consulars record more than 60 of the Cornelian race, who had borne the consular dignity previous to the apostolic era. This is always a family name, and Ainsworth very grossly errs in calling it the praenomen of several Romans. Every Roman name of the Middle and later ages of the Commonwealth had at least 3 parts, which were the praenomen, marking the individual, the nomen marking the gens, race, stock, and the cognomen, marking the family or division of that great stock. Thus in the name, Publius Cornelius Scipio, the last word shows that the person belonged to the Scipio family, which by the second word is seen to be of the great Cornelian stock, while the first shows that this member of the family was distinguished from his relations, by the name of Publius. See Adams's Roman Antiquities, on names. Wherever this name, Cornelius, occurs, if the whole appellation of the man is given, this comes in the middle, as the nomen, marking the race. As is the case with every one of those quoted by Ainsworth, in his blundering account of the word. See also Sallust, the Catilinarian Conspiracy, 47, 55, in defense of this peculiar limitation of the word to the gens. Not a single instance can be brought of its application to any person not of this noble patrician race, or of its use as a mere individual appellation. I am therefore authorized in concluding that this Cornelius mentioned in the Acts was related to this line of high nobility. It might, perhaps, be conjectured, that he had borrowed this name from that noble race, from having once been in the service of some one of its families, as was common in the case of freedmen, after they had received their liberty. But this supposition is not allowable, for he is expressly particularized as belonging to an Italian division of the army, which fact excludes the idea of that foreign origin which would belong to a slave. The Jews having but one name for each man, seldom gave all of a Roman's name, unless of a very eminent man, as Pontius Pilate, Sergius Paulus, and other official characters. But selecting any one of the three parts which might be most convenient, they made that the sole appellative, whether praenomen, nomen, or cognomen. As in Luke 2, Acts 23, 24, 25, 1, 27, 1, 28, 7, and Jerusalem. From the Latin convent. Luke 21, 24. The Italian cohort that the word sigma pi epsilon iota rho alpha, spira, I translate cohort, rather than legion, as the older commentators did. Jerome translates it cohortum, and he must have known the exact technical force of the Greek word, and to what Latin military term it corresponded, from his living in the time when these terms must have been in frequent use. Those who prefer to translate it legion are misled by the circumstance that Tacitus and other writers on Roman affairs mention a legion which had the distinctive appellation of the Italian legion. While it has been supposed that these ancient authors make no mention of an Italian cohort. But the deeply learned Wettstein, with his usual vast classical research, has shown several such passages, in Arrian and others, in which mention is made of an Italian cohort. And in Grutter's inscriptions, quoted by Quinault, there is an account of a volunteer cohort of Italian soldiers in Syria, and Palestine was at this time included with Syria, under the presidency of Petronius. This inscription, too, justifies my remark as to the high character of those who served in this corps. Coers militum Italicorum voluntaria seems to imply a body of soldiers of a higher character than the ordinary mercenary mass of the army, being probably made up of volunteers from respectable families of Italy, who chose to enlarge their knowledge of the world by foreign military service, in this very honorable station of lifeguard to the Roman governor, as Doddridge and others suppose this to have been. See Doddridge on this passage, also see G. Schwartz in Wolf, Kerr. Philology in Locke. It is considered also as fairly proved that the Italian legion was not formed till a much later period. So that it is rendered in the highest degree probable and unquestionable, that this was a cohort, and, as Schwartz and Doddridge prove, not a mere ordinary cohort, making the 10th part of a common legion of 4,200. But a distinct and independent corps, attached to no legion, and devoted to the exclusive honorable service above mentioned. See Bloomfield, Quinault, Rosenmuller, and Devout. That some have tried hard to make out that Cornelius was what they call a proselyte of the gate. That is, one who, though not circumcised, nor conforming to the rituals generally, yet was an observer of the moral law. But Lardner very fully shows that there were not two sorts of proselytes. All who bore that name fully conforming to the Jewish rituals, but still called strangers, and because, though admitted to all the religious privileges of the covenant, they were excluded from the civil and political privileges of Jews, and could not be freeholders. Cornelius must then have been a mere Gentile. See Lardner in his Life of Peter, also Quinault and Bloomfield. Caesarea. This is another of those cities enlarged or rebuilt by the princes of the Herodian line, and honored with the names of the imperial family. This city stood on the seashore, about 30 miles north of Joppa, and, modern traveler, 62 north-northwest from Jerusalem. 600 Stadia Josephus. It has been idly conjectured by the rabbinical writers, that this was the same with Ekron, of the Old Testament, Zephaniah 2. 4, while the Arabic version gives it as Hazer, Joshua 11. 1, both with about equal probability. The earliest name by which it can be certainly recognized, is Apollonia, which it bore when it passed from the Syro-Grecians to the Maccabean princes. Its common name, in the time of Herod the Great, was Piupsilon Rho Gamma Omicron Sigma Tau Rho Alpha Tau Omega Nu Omicron, Turi Stratones, Straton's castle, from the name of a Greek pirate who had built a strong hold here. Herod the Great made it the most splendid city in his dominions, and even in all the eastern part of the Roman Empire, and in honor of Augustus Caesar, called it Caesarea Augusta. It was sometimes called Caesarea Palestini, to distinguish it from Caesarea Philippi, for Palestine was then a name limited to the southern part of the coast of the Holy Land, and was bounded on the north by Phoenicia. This city was the capital of the whole Holy Land throughout the period of the later Herodian and Roman sway. To this man was sent the first heavenly call, which ended in bringing in the Gentiles to the knowledge of the truth revealed by Jesus. After having fasted all day, he was employed in his regular devotions, at the usual hour of prayer, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when his senses were overwhelmed by a vision, in which he had a distinct view of a messenger of God, in shining garments, coming to him, and heard him call him by his name, Cornelius. Looking at him as steadily as he was able in his great alarm, Cornelius asked, "What is it, Lord?" The heavenly visitant replied, in words of consolation and high praise, "Thy prayers and thy alms have come up in remembrance before God. And now send men to Joppa, and call for a man named Simon Peter, lodging with Simon, a tanner, whose house is by the seaside. He, when he comes, shall tell thee what it is right that thou shouldst do." When the surprising messenger had given this charge, he departed, and Cornelius, without delay, went to fulfill the minute directions he had received. He called 2 of his domestics, and a devout soldier of the detachment then on duty near him, and having related to them all that he had just seen and heard, he sent them to Joppa, to invite Peter according to the order. The distance between the 2 places is about 35 miles, and being too great to be easily traveled in one day, they journeyed thither during a part of 2 days, starting immediately when they received the command, though late in the afternoon. While they were continuing their journey, the next day, and were now near to the city of Joppa, Peter, without any idea of the important task to which he was soon to be summoned, went up, as usual, to the Elijah, or place of prayer, upon the housetop, at about 12 o'clock, midday. Having, according to the usual custom of the Jews, fasted for many hours, for the sake of keeping the mind clear from the effects of gross food on the body, and at length becoming sensible that he had pushed himself to the utmost limits of safe abstinence, he wished for food, and ordered his dinner. While the servants were preparing it, he continued above, in the place of prayer, where, enfeebled by fasting, and overwrought by mental effort, he fell into a state of spiritual excitement, in which the mind is most susceptible of strong impressions of things beyond the reach of sense. In this condition, there appeared to him a singular vision, which subsequent events soon enabled him fully to interpret. It seemed to him that a great sheet was let down from the sky, to which it was fastened by the 4 corners, containing on its vast surface all sorts of animals that were forbidden as food by the Mosaic law. While the apostle gazed upon this vast variety of animals, which education had taught him to consider unclean, there came a voice to him, calling him by name, and commanding him to arise, kill, and eat. All his prejudices and early religious impressions were roused by such a proposal. And, resisting the invisible speaker as the agent of temptation to him in his bodily exhaustion, he replied, in all the pride of a scrupulous and unpolluted Jew, "By no means, Lord, because I have never eaten anything improper or unclean." The mysterious voice again said, "What God hath cleansed, do not thou consider improper." This impressive scene having been twice repeated, the whole was withdrawn back into heaven. This remarkable vision immediately called out all the energies of Peter's mind, in its explanation. But before he had time to decide for himself what was meant by it, the messengers of Caesarea had inquired out the house of Simon, and, coming to the outside door, they called to learn whether Simon, who was surnamed Peter, lodged there. And while the mind of Peter was still intently occupied with the vision, he received an intimation from the unerring Spirit, that his presence was required elsewhere. "Behold, 3 men are seeking thee, but rise up and go with them, without hesitation, for I have sent them." Thus urged and encouraged, Peter went directly down to the men sent by Cornelius, and said, "Behold, I am he whom ye seek. What is your object in coming here?" They at once unfolded their errand. Cornelius, a centurion, a just man, fearing God, and of good repute among all the Jews, was instructed by a holy messenger, to send for thee to his house, that he may hear something from thee. Peter, already instructed as to the proper reception of the invitation, asked them in, and hospitably entertained them till the next day, improving the delay, no doubt, by learning as many of the circumstances of the case as they could give him. The news of this remarkable call was also made known to the brethren of the church in Joppa, some of whom were so highly interested in what they heard that evening, that they resolved to accompany Peter the next day, with the messengers, to see and hear for themselves the details of a business which promised to result so fairly in the glory of Christ's name, and the wide enlargement of his kingdom. On the next day, the whole party set out together, and reached Caesarea, the second day of their journey, and going straight to the house of Cornelius, they found quite a large company there, awaiting their arrival. For Cornelius, expecting them, had invited his relations and his intimate friends, to hear the extraordinary communications which had been promised him, from his visitor. The kindred here alluded to were, perhaps, those of his wife, whom, according to a very common usage, he may have married in the place where he was stationed. For it is hardly probable that a Roman captain from Italy could have had any of his own blood relations about him, unless, perhaps, some of them might have enlisted with him, and now been serving with him on this honorable post. His near friends, who completed the assembly, were probably such of his brother officers as he knew to possess kindred tastes with himself, and to take an interest in religious matters. Such was the meeting that Peter found sitting in expectation of his coming. And so high were the ideas which Cornelius had formed of the character of his visitor, that, as soon as he met him on his entrance into the house, he fell down at his feet, and paid him reverence as a superior being. An act of abasement towards the inhabitant of a conquered country, most rare and remarkable in a Roman officer, and one to which nothing but a notion of supernatural excellence could ever have brought him. Since this was a position assumed not even by those who approached the emperor himself. Peter, however, had no desire to be made the object of a reverence so nearly resembling idolatry. Raising up the prostrate Roman, he said, "Stand up, for I myself am also a man." Entering into familiar discourse with him, he now advanced into the house, and going with him to the great room, he there found a numerous company. He addressed them in these words: "You know how unlawful it is for a Jew to be familiar, or even to visit, with one of another nation, but God has taught me to call no man vulgar or unclean. Wherefore, I came at your summons, without hesitation. Now, then, I ask with what design have you sent for me?" And Cornelius said, "4 days ago, I was fasting till this hour, and at the 9th hour I was praying in my house." And so having gone on to narrate all the circumstances of his vision, as given above, concluded in these words: "For this reason I sent for thee, and thou hast done well in coming, for we are all here, before God, to hear what has been imparted to thee, from God." And Peter began solemnly to speak, and said, "Of a truth, I perceive that God is no respecter of persons, but that in every nation, he that fears him and does what is right, is approved by him." With this solemn profession of a new view of this important principle of universal religion, as a beginning, he went on to satisfy their high expectations, by setting forth to them the sum and substance of the gospel doctrine, of whose rise and progress they had already, by report, heard a vague and partial account. The great and solemn truth which the Spirit had summoned him to proclaim, was that Jesus Christ the crucified was ordained by God the judge of both living and dead, and that through him, as all the prophets testified, every one that believed should have remission of sins. Of his resurrection from the dead, Peter declared himself the witness, as well as of his labors of good will towards man, when, anointed with the Spirit of God, he went about doing good. Thus did Peter discourse, excited by the novel and divinely appointed occasion, till the same divine influence that moved his heart and tongue was poured out on his charmed hearers. And they forthwith manifested the signs of change of heart and devout faith in Christ, as the Son of God and the Judge of the world. and made known the delight of their new sensations, in words of miraculous power. At this display of the equal and impartial grace of God, the Jewish church members from Joppa, who had accompanied Peter to Caesarea, were greatly amazed. Having never before imagined it possible for the influences of the divine Spirit to be imparted to any who had not devoutly conformed to all the rituals of the holy law of old given by God to Moses, whose high authority was attested amid the smoke and flame and thunder of Sinai. And what change was this? In the face of this awful sanction, these believing followers of Moses and Christ saw the outward signs of the inward action of that Spirit which they had been accustomed to acknowledge as divine, now moving with the same holy energy the souls and voices of those born and bred among the heathen, without the consecrating aid of one of those forms of purification, by which Moses had ordained their preparation for the enjoyment of the blessings of God's holy covenant with his own peculiar people. Moved by that same mysterious and holy influence, the Gentile warriors of Rome now lifted up their voices in praise of the God of Israel and of Abraham, doubtless too, their God and Father, though Abraham were ignorant of them, and Israel acknowledged them not. Since through his Son Jesus a new covenant had been sealed in blood, opening and securing the blessings of that merciful and faithful promise to all nations. On Jehovah they now called as their Father and Redeemer, whose name was from everlasting known and worshipped long ere Abraham lived. Never before had the great partition wall between Jews and Gentiles been thus broken down, nor had the noble and equal freedom of the new covenant ever yet been so truly and fully made known. And who was he that had thus boldly trampled on the legal usages of the ancient Mosaic covenant, as consecrated by the reverence of ages, and had imparted the holy signs of the Christian faith to men shut out from the mysteries of the inner courts of the house of God? It was not a presumptuous or unauthorized man, nor one thoughtless of the vastly important consequences of the act. It was the constituted leader of the apostolic band, who now, in direct execution of his solemn commission received from his Master, and in the literal fulfillment of the prophetic charge given therewith at the base of distant Hermon, opened the gates of the kingdom of heaven to all nations. Bearing the keys of the kingdom of God on earth, he now, in the set time of divine appointment, at the call of his Master in heaven, so signally given to him both directly and indirectly, unlocked the long-closed door, and with a voice of heavenly charity, bade the waiting Gentiles enter. This was the mighty commission with which Jesus had so prophetically honored this chief disciple at Caesarea Philippi, and here, at Caesarea Augusta, was achieved the glorious fulfillment of this before mysterious announcement. Simon Peter now, in the accomplishment of that divinely appointed task, became the rock, on which the Church of Christ was, through the course of ages, reared, and in this act, the first stone of its broad Gentile foundation was laid. On duty about him. This phrase is the just translation of the technical term pi rho omicron sigma kappa alpha rho tau epsilon rho omicron upsilon nu tau omega nu, proskarterouten, according to Price, Quinault, Bloomfield, and K. Of all the honors with which his apostolic career was marked, there is none which equals this, the revolutionizing of the whole gospel plan as before understood and advanced by its devotees. The enlargement of its scope beyond the widest range of any merely Jewish charity and the disenthrallment of its subjects from the antique formality and cumbrous ritual of the Jewish worship. And of all the events which the apostolic history records, there is none which, in its far-reaching and long-lasting effects, can match the opening of Christ's kingdom to the Gentiles. What would have been the rate of its advancement under the management of those, who, like the apostles hitherto, looked on it as a mere improvement and spiritualization of the old Mosaic form, to which it was, in their view, only an appendage, and not a substitute? Think of what chances there were of its extension under such views to those far western lands where, ages ago, it reached with its benign influences the old Teutonic hordes from whom we draw our race. Or of what possibility there was of ever bringing under the intolerable yoke of Jewish forms, the hundreds of millions who now, out of so many lands and kindreds and tongues, bear the light yoke, and own the simpler faith of Jesus, confessing him Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Yet hitherto, so far from seeing these things in their true light, all the followers of Christ had, notwithstanding his broad and open commission to them, steadily persisted in the notion That the observance of the regulations laid down by Moses for proselytes to his faith, was equally essential for a full conversion to the faith of Christ. And now too, it required a new and distinctly repeated summons from above, to bring even the great chief of the apostles to the just sense of the freedom of the gospel, and to the practical belief that God was no respecter of persons. But the whole progress of the event, with all its miraculous attestations, left so little doubt of the nature of the change, that Peter, after the manifestation of a Holy Spirit in the hearts and voices of the Gentile converts, triumphantly appealed to the Jewish brethren who had accompanied him from Joppa, and asked them, "Can any one forbid the water for the baptizing of these, who have received the Holy Spirit as well as we?" Taking the unanimous suffrage of their silence to his challenge, as a full consent, he gave directions that the believing Romans should be baptized in the name of the Lord. As Jesus in his parting charge had constituted that ordinance for the seal of redemption to every creature, in all the nations to whom the gospel should be preached. Having thus formally enrolled the first Gentile converts, as the free and complete partakers of the blessings of the new covenant, he stayed among them several days, at their request, strengthening their faith, and enlarging their knowledge by his pastoral instruction, which he deemed a task of sufficient importance to detain him, for a while, from his circuit among the new converts, scattered about in other places throughout Palestine, and from any immediate return to his friends and converts at Joppa, where this call had found him. Meanwhile, this mighty innovation on the established order of sacred things could not be long unknown beyond the cities of Caesarea and Joppa, but was soon announced by the varied voice of rumor to the amazed apostles and brethren at Jerusalem. The impression made on them by this vague report of their great leader's proceedings, was most decidedly unfavorable. And there seem to have been not a few who regarded this unprecedented act of Peter as a downright abuse of the dignity and authority with which the special commission of his master had invested him. Doubtless, in that little religious community, as in every other association of men ever gathered, there were already many human jealousies springing up like roots of bitterness, which needed but such an occasion as this to manifest themselves in decided censure of the man, whose remarkable exaltation over them might seem like a stigma on the capacities or merits of those to whom he was preferred. Those in whose hearts such feelings had been rankling, now found a great occasion for the display of their religious zeal, in this bold movement of their constituted leader, who herein seemed to have presumed on his distinction and priority. To act in a matter of the very highest importance, without the slightest reference to the feelings and opinions of those, who had been with him chosen for the great work of spreading the gospel to all nations. And so much of free opinion and expression was there among them, that this act of the chief apostle called forth complaints both deep and loud, from his brethren, against this open and unexplained violation of the holy ordinances of that ancient law, which was still to them and him the seal and sign of salvation. Peter, at length, after completing his apostolic circuit among the churches, of which no farther account is given to us, returned to Jerusalem to meet these murmurs with the bold and clear declaration of the truth. As soon as he arrived, the grumblers burst out on him with open complaints of his offensive violations of the strict religious exclusiveness of demeanor, which became a son of Israel professing the pure Reformed faith of Jesus. The unhesitating boldness with which this charge of a breach of order was made against Peter by the sticklers for circumcision, is a valuable and interesting proof, that all his authority and dignity among them did not amount to anything like a supremacy, and that whatever he might bind or loose on earth for the high sanction of heaven, he could neither bind the tongues and opinions, nor loose the consciences of these sturdy and free-spoken brethren. Nor does Peter seem to have had the least idea of claiming any exemption from their critical review of his actions, but straightway addressed himself respectfully to them, in a faithful detail of his conduct, and the reasons of it. He distinctly recounted to them the clear and decided call which he considered himself to have received from heaven, by which he was summoned as the spiritual guide of the inquiring Gentiles. And after the honest recital of the whole series of incidents, and of the crowning act of the whole, the imparting to them the outward sign of inward washing from their sins, he boldly appealed to the judgments of his accusers, to say whether, in the face of such a sanction, they would have had him do otherwise. When the Holy Ghost fell on them, as on us at the beginning, then remembered I the word of the Lord, how that he said, when parting from us, on the top of Olivet, to rise to the bosom of his Father. Prophetically announcing a new and holy consecration and endowment for our work, John indeed baptized with water, but ye shall be baptized with the Holy Ghost. This peculiar gift thus solemnly announced, we had indeed received at the Pentecost, and its outward signs we had thereby learned infallibly by our own experience. And even so, at Caesarea, I recognized in those Gentiles the same tokens by which I knew the workings of divine grace in myself and you. Forasmuch, then, as God gave them the like gift as to us, who believed on the Lord Jesus Christ, what was I, that I should withstand God? This clear and unanswerable appeal silenced the clamors of the bold assertors of the inviolability of Mosaic forms. And when they heard these things, they held their peace, and, softened from their harsh spirit of rebuke, they, in a noble feeling of truly Christian triumph, forgot all their late exclusiveness. In a pure joy for the new and vast extension of the dominion of Christ, secured by this act, whose important consequences they were not slow in perceiving. They praised God for such a beginning of mighty results, and laying aside, in this moment of exultation, every feeling of narrow Jewish bigotry, they acknowledged that, to the Gentiles also, God had granted repentance unto life. Herod Agrippa. At this time, the monarch of the Roman world was Caius Caesar, commonly known by his surname, Caligula. Among the first acts of a reign, whose outset was deservedly popular for its numerous manifestations of prudence and benevolence, forming a strange contrast with subsequent tyranny and folly, was the advancement of a tried and faithful friend. To the regal honors and power which his birth entitled him to claim, and from which the neglectful indifference at first, and afterwards the revengeful spite of the preceding Caesar, Tiberius, had long excluded him. This was Herod Agrippa, grandson of that great Herod, who, by the force of his own exalted genius, and by the favor of the imperial Augustus, rose from the place of a friendless foreign adventurer, to the kingly sway of all Palestine. This extensive power he exercised in a manner which was, on the whole, ultimately advantageous to his subjects. But his whole reign, and the later years of it more particularly, were marked by cruelties the most infamous, to which he was led by almost insane fits of the most causeless jealousy. On none of the subjects of his power, did this tyrannical fury fall with such frequent and dreadful visitations, as on his own family, and it was there, that, in his alternate fits of fury and remorse, he was made the avenger of his own victims. Among these numerous domestic cruelties, one of the earliest, and the most distressing, was the murder of the amiable Mariam, the daughter of the last remnants of the Asmonean line. Herself the solitary scion left of a time-honored race, which Herod's remorseless policy had exterminated. Her he made his wife, and after a few years sacrificed her to some wild freak of jealousy, only to reap long years of agonizing remorse for the hasty act, when a cooler search had shown, too late, her stainless innocence. But a passionate despot never yet learned wisdom by being made to feel the recoil of his own folly. And in the course of later years this cruelty was equalled, and almost outdone, by a similar act, committed by him on those whom her memory should have saved, if anything could. The innocent and unfortunate Mariam left him 2 sons, then mere children, whom the miserable, repentant tyrant, cherished and reared with an affectionate care, which might almost have seemed a partial atonement for the injuries of their murdered mother. After some years passed in obtaining a foreign education at the imperial court of Rome, these 2 sons, Alexander and Aristobulus, returned at their father's summons, to his court, where their noble qualities, their eloquence and manly accomplishments, as well as the interest excited by their mother's fate, drew on them the favorable and admiring regard of the whole people. But all that made them admirable and amiable to others, was as powerless as the memory of their mother, to save them from the fury of the suspicious tyrant. Those whose interests could be benefited by such a course, soon found means to make them objects of jealousy and terror to him, and ere long involved them in a groundless accusation of conspiring against his dominion and life. The uneasiness excited in Herod by their great popularity and their commanding talents, led him to believe this charge. And the miserable old tyrant, driven from fear to jealousy, and from jealousy to fury, at last crowned his own wretchedness and their wrongs, by strangling them both. after an imprisonment of so great a length as to take away from his crime even the shadowy excuse of hastiness. This was one of the last acts of a bloody life. But ere he died, returning tenderness towards the unfortunate race of Miriam, led him to spare and cherish the infant children of Aristobulus, the younger of the two, who left 3 sons and 2 daughters to the tender mercies of his cruel father. One of these was the person who is concerned in the next event of Peter's life, and whose situation and conduct in reference to that affair, was such as to justify this prolonged episode. He received in infancy the name of Agrippa, out of compliment to Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, the favorite and minister of Augustus Caesar, and the steady friend of the great Herod. This name was exclusively borne by this son of Aristobulus in childhood, nor was it ever displaced by any other, except by some of the Jews, who, out of compliment to the restoration of the Herodian line of kings, in place of the Roman sub-governors, gave him the name of his royal grandfather, so that he is mentioned only by the name of Herod in the story of the Acts of the Apostles. But the Romans and Greeks seem to have known him only by his proper name of Agrippa. The tardy repentance of his grandfather did not extend to any important permanent provision for the children of Aristobulus. But on his death a few years after, they were left with the great majority of the numerous progeny of Herod, to the precarious fortunes of dependent princes. The young Agrippa having married his own cousin, Cypros, the daughter of Herod and Miriam, sailed to Rome, where he remained for several years, a sort of beggar about the court of Tiberius Caesar, through whose favor he hoped for an advancement to some one of the thrones in Palestine, which seemed to be prizes for any of Herod's numerous descendants who could best secure the imperial favor, and depress the possessors in the Caesar's opinion. Passing at Rome and elsewhere through a romantic variety of fortune, this adventurer was at last lucky in securing to himself the most friendly regard of Caius Caesar, then the expected successor of the reigning emperor. This afterwards proved the basis of his fortunes, which for a while, however, were darkened by the consequences of an imprudent remark made to Caius, expressive of a wish for the death of Tiberius, which was reported to the jealous tyrant by a listening slave, and finally caused the speaker's close imprisonment during the rest of the emperor's life. The death of Tiberius, followed by the accession of Caius Caesar to the throne, raised Agrippa from his chains to freedom, and to the most intimate favor of the new monarch. The tetrarchy of Ituraea and Trachonitis, then vacant by the death of Philip, was immediately conferred on him. And soon after, Herod Antipas having been exiled, his territories, Galilee and Perea, were added to the former dominions of Herod Agrippa, and with them was granted to him the title of king, which had never yet been given to any of the descendants of Herod the Great. In this state were the governments of these countries at the time of the events last narrated, but Herod Agrippa, often visiting Rome, left all Palestine in the hands of Publius Petronius, the just and benevolent Roman president of Syria. In this state, affairs remained during all the short reign of Caius Caligula Caesar, who, after 4 years mostly characterized by folly, vice and cruelty, ended his days by the daggers of assassins. But this great event proved no check to the flourishing fortunes of his favorite, King Herod Agrippa, who, in the course of the events which ended in placing Claudius on the throne, so distinguished himself in the preliminary negotiations between the new emperor and the Senate, sharing as he did the confidence and regard of both parties, that he was justly considered by all, as the most active means of effecting the comfortable settlement of their difficulties. And he was therefore deemed well deserving of the highest rewards. Accordingly, the first act of Claudius's government, like the first of Caligula's, was the presentation of a new kingdom to this favorite of fortune, Judea being now added to the other countries in his possession, and thus bringing all Palestine into one noble kingdom, beneath his extensive sway. With a dominion comprising all that the policy of his grandfather had been able to attain during a long and active life, he now found himself, at the age of 51. One of the most extraordinary instances of romantic fortune that had ever occurred. And anxious to enjoy something of the solid pleasure of visiting and governing his great and flourishing kingdom, he set sail from Rome, which had been so long to him the scene of such varied fortune, such calamitous poverty and tedious imprisonment, and now proceeded as the proud king of Palestine, going home in triumph to the throne of his ancestor, supported by the most boundless pledges of imperial favor. The Emperor Claudius, though regretting exceedingly the departure of the tried friend whom he had so much reason to love and cherish, yet would not detain him from a happiness so noble and desirable as that of arranging and ruling his consolidated dominion. Even his departure, however, was made the occasion of new marks of imperial favor, for Claudius gave him letters by which all Roman governors were bound to acknowledge and support him as the rightful sovereign of Palestine. He arrived in Palestine shortly after, and just before the Passover, made his appearance in Jerusalem, where he was received with joy and hope by the expecting people, who hailed with open hearts a king whose interests would be identified with theirs, and with the glory of the Jewish name. His high and royal race, his own personal misfortunes and the unhappy fate of his early murdered father, as well as his descent from the lamented Miriam, his well-known amiability of character, and his regard for the holy Jewish faith, which he had shown by exerting and even risking all his favor with Caligula to prevent, in cooperation with the amiable Petronius, the profanation of the temple as proposed by the erection of the emperor's statue within it. All served to throw a most attractive interest around him, and to excite brilliant hopes, which his first acts immediately more than justified. The temple, though now so resplendent with the highest achievements of art, and though so vast in its foundations and dimensions, was still considered as having some deficiencies, so great, that nothing but royal munificence could supply them. The Jews therefore seized the fortunate occasion of the accession of their new and amiable monarch to his throne, to obtain the perfection of a work on which the hearts of the people were so much set, and the completion of which would so highly advance the monarch in the popular favor. The king at once benignantly heard their request, and gladly availing himself of this opportunity to gratify his subjects, and secure a regard from them which might some day be an advantage to him, immediately ordered the great work to proceed at his expense. The satisfaction of the people and the Sanhedrim was now at the highest pitch. And, emboldened by these displays of royal favor, some of the sage plotters among them hoped to obtain from him a favorable hearing on a matter which they deemed of still deeper importance to their religion, and in which his support was equally indispensable. This matter brings back the forsaken narrative to consideration. Achievements replaced with achievements. Emboldened replaced with emboldened. Herod Agrippa. All the interesting details of this richly romantic life are given in a most delightful style by Josephus. Antiquities, 18. v. 3, 8. 9, and 19. I9. The same is more concisely given by the same author in another place. Jewish War, 2. 9, 5, 11. 6. The prominent events of Petronius's administration are also given in the former. The peaceful progress of the faith. The apostles, after the great events last narrated, gave themselves with new zeal to the work which was now so vastly extended by the opening of the wide field of the Gentiles. Others of the refugees from the popular rage, at the time of Stephen's murder, had gone even beyond the boundaries of Palestine, bringing into the sphere of apostolic operations a great number of interesting subjects, before unthought of. Some of the bold, free workers, who had heard of the late changes in the views of the apostles, respecting the characters of those for whom the gospel was designed, now no longer limited their efforts of love to the children of the stock of Abraham, but proclaimed the faith of Jesus to those who had before never heard his name. The gospel was thus carried into Syria and Cyprus, and thence rapidly spread into many other countries, where Macedonian conquest and Hellenic colonization had made the Greek the language of cities, courts, commerce, and, to a great extent, of literature. The great city of Antioch soon became a sort of metropolis of the numerous churches, which sprang up in that region, beyond the immediate reach of Jerusalem, now the common home of the apostles, and the center of the Christian, as of the Jewish faith. Grecians as well as Jews, in this new march of the gospel, were made sharers in its blessings, and the multiplication of converts among them was so rapid as to give a new importance, at once, to this sort of Christians. The communication of these events to the apostles at Jerusalem, called for some systematic action on their part, to confirm and complete the good work thus begun by the random and occasional efforts of mere wandering fugitives from persecution. They accordingly selected persons especially fitted for this field of labor, and dispatched them to Antioch, to fulfill the duties imposed on the apostles in reference to this new opening. The details of the operations of these new laborers will be given in their lives hereafter. Referus replaced with reference. In performing the various offices required in their domestic and foreign fields of labor, now daily multiplying, Peter and his associates had continued for several years steadily occupied, but achieving no particular action that has received notice in the history of their acts. So that the most of this part of their lives remains a blank to the modern investigator. All that is known is, that between the churches of Syria and Palestine there was established a frequent friendly intercourse, more particularly between the metropolitan churches of Jerusalem and Antioch. From the former went forth preachers to instruct and confirm the new and untaught converts of the latter, who had been so lately strangers to God's covenant of promise with his people. While from the thriving and benevolent disciples of Antioch were sent back, in grateful recompense, the free offerings of such aid as the prevalence of a general dearth made necessary for the support of their poor and friendless brethren in Jerusalem. And the very men who had been first sent to Antioch with the commission to build up and strengthen that infant church, now returned to the mother church at Jerusalem, with the generous relief which gratitude prompted these new sons to render to the authors of their faith. Roman tolerance. These events and the occasion of them occurred in the reign of Claudius Caesar, as Luke particularly records, thus marking the lapse of time during the unregistered period of the Apostolic Acts, which is also confirmed by the circumstances of Herod Agrippa's reign, mentioned immediately after, as occurring about that time, for, as has been specified above, Herod Agrippa did not rule Judea till the reign of Claudius. The crucifixion of Jesus occurred 3 years before the death of Tiberius. And as the whole 4 years of the reign of Caligula was passed over in this space, it could not have been less than 10 years after the crucifixion, when these events took place. This calculation allows time for such an advance of the apostolic enterprise, as would, under their devoted energy, make the sect most formidable to those who regarded its success as likely to shake the security of the established order of religious things, by impairing the popular reverence for the regularly constituted heads of Judaism. Such had been its progress, and such was the impression made by its advance. There could no longer be any doubt as to the prospect of its final ascendancy, if it was quietly left to prosper under the steady and devoted labors of its apostles. With all the advantages of the reaction which had taken place from the former cruel persecution which they had suffered. For several years the government of Palestine had been in such hands that the Sanhedrim had few advantages for securing the aid of the secular power, in consummating their exterminating plans against the growing heresy. Not long after the time of Pilate, the government of Judea had been committed by the emperor to Publius Petronius, the president of Syria, a man who, on the valuable testimony of Josephus, appears to have been of the most amiable and upright character, wholly devoted to the promotion of the real interests of the people whom he ruled. On several occasions, he distinguished himself by his tenderness towards the peculiarly delicate religious feelings of the Jews, and once even risked and incurred the wrath of the vindictive Caligula, by disobeying his commands to profane the temple at Jerusalem by the erection of that emperor's statue within its holy courts, a violation of the purity of the place which had been suggested to his tyrannical caprice by the spiteful hint of Appian of Alexandria. But though Petronius, in this matter, showed a disposition to incur every hazard to spare the national and devotional feelings of the Jews so awful an infliction, there is nothing in his conduct which would lead us to suppose that he would sacrifice justice to the gratification of the persecuting malice of the Jews, any more than to the imperious tyranny of Caligula. The fairest conclusion from the events of his administration, is, that he regulated his behavior uniformly by his own sense of justice, with hardly any reference to the wild impulses either of popular or imperial tyranny. A noble personification of independent and invincible justice, but one not beyond the range of the moral conceptions of a Roman, even under the corrupt and corrupting rule of the Caesars. For thus wrote the great moral poet of the Augustan age, though breathing the enervating air of a servile court, and living on the favor of a monarch who exacted from his courtiers a reverence truly idolatrous. Justum et tenacem propositi virum. Non civium ardor prava jubentium. Non voltus instantis tyranni. Ment quadet solida. The moral energy of the Roman character made the exemplifications of this fair ideal not uncommon, even in these latter days of Roman glory. There were some like Petronius, who gave life and reality to this poetical conception of Horace, a man just and resolute, unshaken from his firm purpose alike by the wild impulses of popular rage, and by the frown of an overbearing tyrant. And these were among the chief blessings of the Roman sway, to those lands in which it ruled, that the great interests of the country were not subjected to the blind movements of a perverse public opinion, changing with each year, and frustrating every good which required a steady policy for its accomplishment, that the majority of the people were not allowed to tyrannize over the minority, nor the minority over the majority. And that a mighty power amenable to neither, but whose interest and glory would always coincide with the good of the whole, held over all a dominion unchecked by the demands of popular caprice. But, alas! For the imperfections of all human systems. Among the curses of that Roman sway, must be numbered its liability to fall from the hands of the wise and amiable, into those of the stupid and brutal. Changes which but too often occurred overturning, by the mismanagement of a moment, the results of years of benevolent and prudent policy. And in this very case, all the benefits of Petronius's equitable and considerate rule, were utterly neutralized and annihilated by the foolishness or brutality of his successors. Till the provoked irritability of the nation at last broke out with a fierceness that for a time overcame the securities even of Roman dominion, and was finally quieted only in the utter ruin of the whole Jewish nation. But during the period of several years following the exit of Pilate, its beneficial energy was felt in the quiet tolerance of religious opinion, which he enforced on all, and which was most highly advantageous to the progress of the doctrine of Christ. To this circumstance may justly be referred that remarkable repose enjoyed by the apostles and their followers from all the interference with their labors by the Roman government. The death of Jesus Christ himself, indeed, was the only act in which the civil power had interfered at all. For the murder of Stephen was a mere freak of mob violence, a mere lynch law proceeding, which the Roman governor would not have sanctioned, if it had been brought under his cognizance, being done as it was. So directly in the face of those principles of religious tolerance which the policy of the empire enforced everywhere, except in cases in which sedition and rebellion against their dominion was combined with religious zealotism. Like the instances of the Gaulanidish Judas, Theudas, and others. Even Jesus himself, was thus accused by the Jews, and was condemned by Pilate for his alleged endeavors to excite a revolt against Caesar, and opposing the payment of the Roman taxes, as is shown by the statement of all the evangelists. And more particularly by Pilate's inscription on the cross. The persecution which followed the murder of Stephen was not carried on under the sanction of the Roman government, nor yet was it against their authority. For they permitted to the Sanhedrim the punishment of most minor offences, so long as they did not go beyond imprisonment, scourging, banishment, but the punishment of death was entirely reserved to the civil and military power. And if the Jewish magnates had ever formally transgressed this limitation, they would have been instantly punished for it, as a treasonable assumption of that supreme power which their conquerors were determined to guard with the most watchful jealousy. The Sanhedrim, being thus restricted in their means of vengeance, were driven to the low expedient of stirring up the lawless mob to the execution of these deeds of desperate violence, which their religious rulers could wink at, and yet were prepared to disown, when questioned by the Romans, as mere popular ferments, over which they had no control whatever. So they managed with Stephen, for his murder was no doubt preconcerted among the chief men, who caused the formal preamble of a trial, with the design of provoking the mob, in some way, to this act. In which scheme they were too much favored by the fiery spirit of the martyr himself, who had not patience enough with their bigotry, to conceal his abhorrence of it. Their subsequent systematic and avowed acts of violence, it should be observed, were all kept strictly within the well-defined limits of their penal jurisdiction. For there is no evidence whatever that any of the persecuted Hellenists ever suffered death by the condemnation of the Sanhedrim, or by the sentence of a Roman tribunal. The progress of these events, however, showed that this irritating and harassing system of whippings, imprisonments, and banishments, had a tendency rather to excite the energies of these devoted heretics than to check or crush their spirit of innovation and denunciation. Among the numerous instances of malignant assault on the personal rights of these sufferers, and the cruel violation of the delicacy due to the weaker sex, there must have been, also, many occasions in which the ever-varying feelings of the public would be moved to deep sympathy with sufferers who bore, so steadily and heroically, punishments manifestly disproportioned to the offense with which they were charged. A sympathy which might finally rise to a high and resistless indignation against their remorseless oppressors. It is probable, therefore, that this persecution was at last allayed by other causes than the mere defection of its most zealous agent. The conviction must have been forced on the minds of the persecutors, that this system, with all its paltry and vexatious details, must be given up, or exchanged for one whose operations should be so vast and sweeping in its desolating vengeance as to overawe and appall, rather than awaken zeal in the objects of the punishment, or sympathy in the beholders. The latter alternative, however, was too hopeless, under the steady, benignant sway of Petronius, to be calculated upon, until a change should take place which should give the country a ruler of less independent and scrupulous character, and more disposed to sacrifice his own moral sense to the attainment of favor with the most important subjects of his government. Until that desirable end should be attained, in the course of the frequent changes of the imperial succession, it seemed best to let matters take their own course. And they accordingly dropped all active proceedings, leaving the new sect to progress as it might, with the impulse gained from the reaction consequent on this late unfortunate excitement against it. But they still kept a watchful eye on their proceedings, though with hands for a while powerless, and treasured up accumulating vengeance through tedious years, for the day when the progress of political changes should bring the secular power beneath their influence, and make it subservient to their purpose of dreadful retribution. That day had now fully come. Peter's threatened martyrdom. The long-expected favorite and friend of the Jewish people, having been thus hailed sovereign by their grateful voices, and having strengthened his throne and influence by his opening acts of liberality and devotion to the national faith, now entered upon a reign which presented only the portents of a course most auspicious to his own fame and his people's good. Uniting in his person the claims of the Herodian and Asmonean lines with the blood of the heroic Maccabees in his veins, crowned by the imperial lord of the civilized world, whose boundless power was pledged in his support, by the obligations of an intimate personal friendship, and of a sincere gratitude for the attainment of the throne of the Caesars through his prompt and steady exertions, received with universal joy and hope by all the dwellers of the consolidated kingdoms of his dominion, which had been long thriving under the mild and equitable administration of a prudent governor. There seemed nothing wanting to complete the happy auspices of a glorious reign, under which the ancient honors of Israel should be more than retrieved from the decline of ages. Yet what avails the bright array of happily conspiring circumstances, to prince or people, against the awful majesty of divine truth, or the pure, simple energy of human devotion? Within the obscurer corners of his vast territories, creeping for room under the outermost colonnades of that mighty temple whose glories he had pledged himself to renew, wandering like outcasts from place to place, seeking supporters only among the unintellectual mass of the people, were a set of men of whom he probably had not heard until he entered his own dominions. They were now suggested to his notice for the first time, by the decided voice of censure from the devout and learned guardians of the purity of the law of God, who invoked the aid of his sovereign power, to check and utterly uproot this heresy, which the unseasonable tolerance of Roman government had too long shielded from the just visitations of judicial vengeance. Nor did the royal Agrippa hesitate to gratify, in this slight and reasonable matter, the express wishes of the reverend heads of the Jewish faith and law. Ah! How little did he think, that in that trifling movement was bound up the destiny of ages, and that its results would send his name, though then so loved and honored like Pharaoh's, down to all time, a theme of religious horror and holy hatred, to the unnumbered millions of 1,000 races, and lands then unknown. An awful doom, from which one act of benign protection, or of prudent kindness, to that feeble band of hated, outcast innovators, might have retrieved his fame, and canonized it in the faithful memory of the just, till the glory of the old patriarchs and prophets should grow dim. But, without one thought of consequences, a prophetic revelation of which would so have appalled him, he unhesitatingly stretched out his arm in vindictive cruelty over the Church of Christ. For the gratification of those whose praise was to him more than the favor of God. Singling out first the person whom momentary circumstances might render most prominent or obnoxious to censure, he at once doomed to a bloody death the elder son of Zebedee, the second of the great apostolic three. No sooner was this cruel sentence executed, than, with a most remarkable steadiness in the execution of his bloody plan, he followed up this action, so pleasing to the Jews, by another similar movement. Peter, the active leader of the heretical host, ever foremost in braving the authority of the constituted teachers of the law, and in exciting commotion and dissatisfaction among the commonalty, was now seized by a military force. Too strong to fear any resistance from popular movements, which had so much deterred the Sanhedrim. This occurred during the week of the Passover. And such was King Agrippa's profound regard for all things connected with his national religion, that he would not violate the sanctity of this holy festival by the execution of a criminal. However deserving of vengeance he might seem in that instance. The fate of Peter being thus delayed, he was therefore committed to prison, probably in Castle Antonia, and to prevent all possibility of his finding means to escape prepared ruin again, he was confined to the charge of 16 Roman soldiers. Divided into 4 sets, of 4 men each, who were to keep him under constant supervision day and night, by taking turns, each set in equal time. And according to the established principles of the Roman military discipline, with the perfect understanding that if, on the conclusion of the Passover, the prisoner was not forthcoming, the guards should answer the failure with their lives. These decided and careful arrangements being made, the king, with his gratified friends in the Sanhedrim and among the rabble, gave themselves up to the enjoyment of the great national festival, with a peculiar zest. Heightened by the near prospect of the utter overthrow of the advancing heresy, by the sweeping blow that robbed them of their 2 great leaders. And more especially of him who had been so active in mischievous attempts to perpetuate the memory of the original founder of the sect, and to frustrate the good effect of his bloody execution, by giving out that the crucified Jesus still lived, and would yet come in vengeance on his murderers. While such triumphant reflections swelled the festal enjoyments of the powerful foes of Christ, the unhappy company of his persecuted disciples passed through this anniversary week with the most mournful reminiscences and anticipations. 10 years before, in unutterable agony and despair, they had parted, as they then supposed forever, with their beloved Lord. And now, after years of devotion to the work for which he had commissioned them, they were called to renew the deep sorrows of that parting, in the removal of those who had been foremost among them in the great work. Cheering them and leading them on through toil and peril, with a spirit truly holy, and with a fearless energy, kindred with that of their divine Lord. Of these 2 divinely appointed chiefs, one had already poured out his blood beneath the executioner's sword, and the other, their great leader, the rock of the church, was now only waiting the speedy close of the festal week. To crown his glorious course, and his enemy's cruel policy, by the same bloody doom. Meanwhile held in the safe keeping of an ever-watchful Roman guard, forbidding even the wildest hope of escape. Yet why should they wholly despair? On that Passover, 10 years before, how far more gloomy and hopeless the glance they threw on the cross of their Lord. Yet from that doubly hopeless darkness, what glorious light sprang up to them. And was the hand that then broke through the bands of death and the gates of Hades, now so shortened that it could not sever the vile chains of paltry tyranny which confined this faithful apostle, nor open wide the guarded gates of his castle prison? Surely there was still hope for faith which had been taught such lessons of undoubting trust in God. Nor were they thoughtless of the firm support and high consolations which their experience afforded. In prayer intense and unceasing, they poured out their souls in sympathetic grief and supplication, for the relief of their great elder brother from his deadly peril. And in sorrowful entreaty the whole church continued day and night, for the safety of Peter. Castle Antonia. That for Josephus's account of the position and erection of this work, see my note on page, section 8. There has been much speculation about the place of the prison to which Peter was committed. The sacred text, Acts 12:10, makes it plain that it was without the city itself, since after leaving the prison it was still necessary to enter the city by the Iron Gate. Walsh, Quinault and Bloomfield adopt the view that it was in one of the towers or castles that fortified the walls. Wolfe and others object to the view that it was without the walls. Because, as Wolfe says, it was not customary to have public prisons outside of the cities, since the prisoners might in that case be sometimes rescued by a bold assault from some hardy band of comrades, and But this objection is worth nothing against Castle Antonia, which, though it stood entirely separated from the rest of the city, was vastly strong, and by its position as well as fortification, impregnable to any common force. A circumstance which would at once suggest and recommend it as a secure place for one who, like Peter, had escaped once from the common prison. There was always a Roman garrison in Antonia. Josephus, Jewish War, v. 8. In the steady contemplation of the nearness of his bloody doom, the great apostle remained throughout the Passover, shut off from all the consolations of fraternal sympathy, and awaiting the end of the few hours which were still allotted by the religious scruples of his mighty sovereign. In his high and towering prison in Castle Antonia, parted only by a deep, broad rift in the precipitous rocks, from the great terraces of the temple itself, from whose thronged courts now rung the thanksgiving songs of a rejoicing nation. He heard them, sending up in thousands of voices the praise of their fathers' God, who still remembered Israel in mercy, renewing their ancient glories under the bright and peaceful dominion of their new-crowned king. And with the anthems of praise to God which sounded along the courts and porches of the temple, were no doubt heard, too, the thanks of many a grateful Hebrew for the goodness of the generous king, who had pledged his royal word to complete the noble plan of that holy pile, as suited the splendid conceptions of the founder. And this was the king whose decree had doomed that lonely and desolate prisoner in the castle, to a bloody and shameful death as a crowning offering at the close of the great festival. And how few among that vast throng, before whose eyes he was to yield his life, would repine at the sentence that dealt exterminating vengeance on the obstinately heretical preacher of the crucified Nazarene's faith. Well might such dark visions of threatening ruin appall a heart whose enthusiasm had caught its flame from the unholy fires of worldly ambition, or devoted its energies to the low purpose of human ascendancy. And truly sad would have been the lonely thoughts of this very apostle, if this doom had found him in the spirit which first moved him to devote himself to the cause which now required the sacrifice of life. But higher hopes and feelings had inspired his devoted exertions for 10 years, and higher far, the consolations which now sustained him in his friendless desolation. This very fate, he had long been accustomed to regard as the earthly meed of his labors, and he had too often been threatened with it, to be overwhelmed by its near prospect. Vain, then, were all solemn details of that awful sentence, to strike terror into his fixed soul, vain the dark sureties of the high, steep rock, the massive, lofty walls, the iron gates, the ever-watchful Roman guards, the fetters and manacles. To control or check the eternal spirit of the chainless mind. Brightest in dungeons, liberty thou art. For there thy habitation is the heart. Thus sublimely calm, sat Peter in his prison, waiting for death. Day after day, all day long, the joyous feast went on beneath him, the offering, the prayer and the hymn varying the mighty course, from the earliest morning supplication to the great evening sacrifice. Up rolled the glorious symphony of the Levites' 1,000 horns, and the choral harmony of their chanting voices, up rolled the clouds of precious incense to the ski throne of Israel's God, and with this music and fragrance, up rolled the prayers of Israel's worshipping children. But though the glorious sound and odor fell delightfully on the senses of the lonely captive, as they passed upwards by his high prison tower, no voice of mercy came from below, to cheer him in his desolation. But from above, from the heaven to which all these prayer-bearing floods of incense and harmony ascended, came down divine consolation and miraculous delivery to this poor, despised prisoner. With a power and a witness that not all the solemn pomp of the Passover ceremony could summon in reply to its costly offerings. The feeble band of sorrowing Nazarenes, from their little chamber, were lifting unceasing voices of supplication for their brother, in his desperate prospects, which entered with his solitary prayer into the ears of the God of hosts. while the ostentatious worship of King Agrippa and his reverend supporters, only brought back shame and woeful ruin on their impious supplications for the divine sanction to their bloody plans of persecution. At last the solemn Passover rites of the last great day of the feast were ended. The sacrifice, the incense and the song, rose no more from the sanctuary, the fires on the altars went out, the hum and the roar of worshipping voices was hushed, and the departing throngs poured through the eternal and the beautiful gates. Till at last the courts and porches of the temple were empty through all their vast extent, and hushed in a silence, deep as the ruinous oblivion to which the voice of their God had doomed them shortly to pass. And all was still, save where the footfall of the passing priest echoed along the empty colonnades, as he hurried over the vast pavements into the dormitories of the inner temple. Or where the mighty gates thundered awfully as they swung heavily together under the strong hands of the weary Levites, and sent their long reverberations among the walls. Even these closing sounds soon ceased also. The Levite watchmen took their stand on the towers of the temple, and paced their nightly rounds along the flat roofs, guarding with careful eyes their holy shrine, lest the impious should, under cover of night, again profane it. As the Samaritans had secretly done a few years before. And on the neighboring castle of Antonia, the Roman garrison, too, had set their nightly watch, and the iron warriors slumbered, each in his turn, till the round of duty should summon him to relieve guard. Within the dungeon keep of the castle, was still safely held the weighty trust that was to be answered for, on peril of life, and all arrangements were made which so great a responsibility seemed to require. The prisoner, already somewhat notorious for making unaccountable escapes from guarded dungeons, was secured with a particularity, quite complementary to his dexterity as a jailbreaker. The quaternion on duty was divided into two portions. Each half being so disposed and posted as to effect the most complete supervision of which the place was capable, 2 men keeping watch outside of the well-bolted door of the cell, and 2 within, who, not limited to the charge of merely keeping their eyes on the prisoner, had him fastened to their bodies, by a chain on each side. In this neighborly proximity to his rough companions, Peter was in the habit of passing the night, but in the daytime was freed from one of these chains, remaining attached to only one soldier. This arrangement was in accordance with the standard mode of guarding important state prisoners among the Romans. Matters being thus accommodated, and the watch being set for the next 3 hours, Peter's 2 fast companions, finding him but in different company, no doubt, notwithstanding his sociable position, soon grew quite dull in the very tame employment of seeing that he did not run away with them. For as to getting away from them, the idea could have no place at all in the supposition. These sturdy old veterans had probably, though Gentiles, conformed so far to Judaical rituals as to share in the comfortable festivities of this great religious occasion, and could not have suffered any heathenish prejudices to prevent them from a hearty participation in the joyous draughts of the wine, which as usual did its part to enliven the hearts and countenances of all those who passed the feast day in Jerusalem. The Passover coming so many months after the vintage too, the fermentation of a long season must have considerably energized the pure juice of the grape, so that its exhilarant and narcotic powers could have been by no means feeble. And if the change thus wrought by time and its own inherent powers, at all corresponds to that which takes place in cider in this country under the same circumstances, the latter power must have so far predominated as to leave them rather below than above the ordinary standard of vivacity, and induce that sort of apathetic indifference to consequences, which is far from appropriate in a soldier on duty over an important trust. Be that as it may, Peter's 2 roommates soon gave themselves quietly up to slumber. If any scruple arose in their heavy heads as to the risk they ran in case of his escape, that was soon soothed by the consideration of the vast number of impassable securities upon the prisoner. They might well reason with themselves, if this sharp Galilean can manage to break his chains without waking us, and burst open this stout door in spite of bars, without rousing the sentinels who are posted against it on the outside, and make his way unseen and unchecked through all the gates and guards of Castle Antonia, why, let him. But there's no use in our losing a night's rest by any uneasiness about such a chance. So stretching themselves out, they soon fell into a sound sleep, none the less pleasant for their lying in such close quarters. For it is natural to imagine, that in a chilly March night in Jerusalem, stowing 3 in a bed was no uncomfortable arrangement. Circumstanced as he was, Peter had nothing to do but conform to their example, for the nature of his attachment to them was such, that he had no room for the indulgence of his own fancies about his position, and he also lay down to repose. He slept. The sickening and feverish confinement of his close dungeon had not yet so broken his firm and vigorous frame, nor so drained its energies, as to hinder the placid enjoyment of repose. Nor did the certainty of a cruel and shameful death, to which he was within a few hours to be dragged, before the eyes of a scoffing rabble, move his high spirit from its self-possession. And still he slumbered. While in decree, his hours were numbered. He slept. And from that dark prison bed what visions could beguile his slumbering thoughts? Did fancy bear them back against the tide of time, to the humble, peaceful home of his early days, to the varied scenes of the lake whereon he loved to dwell? And along whose changeful waters he had learned so many lessons of immortal faith and untrembling hope in his Lord. Amid the stormy roar of its dark waters, the voice of that Lord once called him to tempt the raging deep with his steady foot, and when his feeble faith, before untried, failed him in the terrors of the effort, his supporting hand recalled him to strength and safety. And had that lesson of faith and hope been so poorly learned, that in this dark hour he could draw no consolation from such remembrances? No. He could even now find that consolation, and he did. In the midst of this sea of troubles, he felt the same mighty arm now upholding him, that bore him above the waters, when the blue wave rolled nightly on deep Galilee. Again he had stood by those waters, swelling brightly in the fresh morning breeze, with his risen Lord beside him, and received the solemn commission, oft renewed, to feed the flock that was so soon to lose the earthly presence of its great shepherd. In the steady and dauntless execution of that parting commission, he had in the course of long years gone on in the face of death, feeding the lambs of Christ's gathering, and calling vast numbers to the fold. And for the faithful adherence to that command, he now sat waiting the fulfillment of the doom that was to cut him down in the midst of life and in the fullness of his vigor. Yet the nearness of this sad reward of his labors, seemingly offering so dreadful an interpretation of the mystical prophecy that accompanied that charge, moved him to no desperation or distress, and still he calmly slept. With as little agitation and dread as at the transfiguration, and at the agony of the crucifixion eve. Nor did that compunction for heedless inattention, that then hung upon his slumbering senses, now disturb him in the least. It is really worth noticing, in justice to Peter, that his sleepiness, of which so many curious instances are presented in the sacred narrative, was not of the criminally selfish kind that might be supposed on a partial view. If he slept during his Master's prayers on Mount Hermon, and in Gethsemane, he slept too in his own condemned cell. And if in his bodily infirmity he had forgotten to watch and pray when death threatened his Lord, he was now equally indifferent to his own impending destruction. He was, evidently, a man of independent and regular habits. Brought up a hard-working man, he had all his life been accustomed to repose whenever he was at leisure, if he needed it. And now too, though the heathen might rage, and the people imagine a vain thing, though the kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers took counsel together, against him, and doomed him to a cruel death, in spite of all these, Peter would sleep when he was sleepy. Not the royal Agrippa could sleep sounder on his pavilion couch of purple. In the calm confidence of one steadily fixed in a high course, and perfectly prepared for every and any result, the chained apostle gave himself coolly to his natural rest, without borrowing any trouble from the thought that in the morning the bloody sword was to lay him in the sleep that knows no earthly waking. So slept the Athenian sage, on the eve of his martyrdom to the cause of clearly and boldly spoken truth, a sleep that so moved the wonder of his agonizing disciples. At the power of a good conscience and a practical philosophy to sustain the soul against the horrors of such distress. But a sleep not sounder nor sweeter than that of the poor Galilean outcast, who, though not knowing even the name of philosophy, had a consolation far higher, in the faith that his martyred Lord had taught him in so many experimental instructions. That faith, learned by the painful conviction of his own weakness, and implanted in him by many a fall when overconfident in his own strength, was now his stay and comfort, so that he might say to his soul, Hope thou in God. For I shall yet praise him, who is the help of my countenance and my God. Nor did that hope prove groundless. From him in whom he trusted, came a messenger of deliverance. And from the depths of a danger the most appalling and threatening, he was soon brought, to serve that helping God through many faithful years, feeding the flock till, in his old age, another should gird him, and carry him whither he would not. He who had prayed for him in the revelation of his peculiar glories on Mount Hermon, and had so highly consecrated him to the great cause, had yet greater things for him to do. And to new works of love and glory he now called him, from the castle prison of his royal persecutor. 10 years that this piece of chronology is thus settled. Jesus Christ, according to all common calculation, was crucified as early as the 20th year of the reign of Tiberius. Irenaeus maintains that it was in the 15th of that reign. Eusebius and Epiphanius fix it in the 18th, or, according to Petavius's explanation of their meaning, in the 17th of his actual reign. Tertullian, Julius Africanus, Jerome, and Augustine, put it in the 16th. Roger Bacon, Paulus Bergensis, and Tostatus, also support this date, on the ground of an astronomical calculation of the course of the moon, fixing the time when the Passover must have occurred. So as to accord with the requirement of the Mosaic law, that it should be celebrated on a new moon. But Kepler has abundantly shown the fallacy of this calculation. Antony Pagus, also, though rejecting this astronomical basis, adheres to the opinion of Tertullian, Jerome, and Baronius fixes it in the 19th of Tiberius. Pearson, L. Capel, Spanheim, and Witsius, with the majority of the moderns, in the 20th of Tiberius. So that the unanimous result of all these great authorities, places it as early as this last mentioned year. A full and highly satisfactory view of all these chronological points and opinions, is given by the deeply learned Antony Pagus, in his great, critical historico-chronological review of Baroniae. Sequel. I. N. Per Gr. Rom 5525. Paragraph 313. Now, from Josephus it is perfectly evident that Agrippa did not leave Rome until some time after the beginning of the reign of Claudius, and it is probable not before the close of the first year. Counting backwards through the 4 years of Caligula, this makes 5 years after the death of Tiberius, and 8 on the latest calculation from the death of Christ. While according to the higher and earlier authority, it amounts to 9, 10, 11, or to 12 years from the crucifixion to Agrippa's arrival in Judea. And moreover, it is not probable that the persecution referred to occurred immediately on his arrival. Indeed, from the close way in which Luke connects Agrippa's death with the preceding events, it would seem as if he would fix his going down from Jerusalem to Caesarea, and his death at the latter place, very soon after the escape of Peter. This of course being in the end of Claudius's 3rd year, brings the events above, down to the 11th or 12th from the crucifixion, even according to the latest conjecture as to the date of that event. Probably, however, the connection of the two events was not as close as a common reading of the Acts would lead one to suppose. So also Lardner, in his Life of Peter, says, the death of Herod Agrippa happened before the end of that year, in which he escaped. Lardner's Works 4-2. Volume 3. Page 402, bottom. Natalie's Alexander fixes Peter's escape in the 2nd year of Claudius, and the 44th from Christ's birth, which is, according to his computation, the 10th from his death. Church History, Seek. I. Cap 6. A chain on each side. That this was a common mode of fastening such prisoners among the Romans, appears from the authorities referred to by Wolf, Kerr. Philology in Acts 12. 6. Quinault and Rosenmuller, quoting from Walsh, and Bloomfield, all in Locke. Quaternion. That is, a band of 4. See Bloomfield in defense of my mode of disposing them about the prison, also Rosenmuller, and Wolf quotes appositely from Polybius, but Quinault is richest of all in quotations and illustrations. Acts 12. 4, 5. The Deliverance. Peter was now quietly sleeping between his two guards, when his rest was suddenly broken by a smart blow on the side, too energetically given to be mistaken for an accidental knock from the elbow of one of his heavy bedfellows. Rousing his senses, and opening his eyes, he was startled by a most remarkable light shining throughout his dungeon, which his last waking glance had left in utter darkness. In this unaccountable illumination, he saw standing before him and bending over him, a form in which he could recognize only the divine messenger of deliverance. The shock of such a surprise must have been overwhelming. To be waked from a sound sleep by an appearance so utterly unearthly, might have struck horror into the stoutest heart, but Peter seems to have suffered no such emotion to hinder his attendance to the heavenly call. The apparition, before he could exercise thought enough to sit up of himself, had raised him up from his bed, and that without the slightest alarm to his still slumbering keepers, for immediately the chains fell from his hands. A motion which by the rattling of the falling irons should have aroused the sleepers if any sound could have impressed their senses. The impulse of the now unmanacled captive might have been to spring forth his dungeon without the slightest delay, but his deliverer's next command forbade any such unnecessary haste. His first words were, "Gird thyself, and tie on thy sandals." Before laying himself down, he had, as usual, thrown off his outer garments and loosened his girdle, so that his underdress need not so much confine him in sleep as to prevent that perfect relaxation which is necessary for comfortable repose. Just as nowadays, a man in taking up such a lodging as often falls to a traveler's lot, will seldom do more than pull off his coat and boots, as Peter did, and perhaps unbutton his waistband and suspenders. So that on a sudden alarm from his rest, the first direction would very properly be, to gird himself, button his trousers, and tie on his sandals, put on his shoes or boots. The next direction given to Peter, also, cast thy garment about thee, put on thy coat, would be equally appropriate. The meaning of all this particularity in deliberation was, no doubt, that there was no need whatever of hurry or slyness about the escape. It was not to be considered a mere smart trick of jailbreaking, by which Peter was to crawl out of his dungeon in such a hurry as to leave his coat and shoes behind him. But a truly miraculous providence ensuring his deliverance with a completeness and certainty that allowed him to take everything that belonged to him. Having now perfectly accoutred himself in his ordinary style, Peter immediately obeyed the next order of his deliverer, "Follow me." Leaving his two bedfellows and roommates sleeping hard, without the slightest idea of the evacuation of the premises which was so deliberately going on, to their great detriment, Peter now passed out through the open door. Following the divine messenger in a state of mind altogether indescribable, but still with just sense enough to obey the directions which thus led him on to blissful freedom. The whole scene bore so perfectly the character of one of those enchanting dreams of liberty with which painful hope often cheats the willing senses of the poor captive in slumber, that he might well and wisely doubt the reality of an appearance so tempting, and which his wishes would so readily suggest to his forgetful spirit. But passing on with his conductor, he moved between the sentinels posted at the doors, who were also equally unaware of the movement going on so boldly under their noses, or rather over them, for they, too, were faster bound in slumber than their prisoner had been in his chains. And he now stepped over their outstretched bodies as they lay before the entrances. These soldiers, too, evidently looked upon their duty as a sort of sinecure, rationally concluding that their two stout comrades on the inside were rather more than a match for the fettered and manacled captive. And that if he should be at all obstreperous, or even uneasy, the noise would soon enough awake them from their nap. And thus excessive precaution is very apt to overshoot itself, each part of the arrangement relying too much on the security of all the rest. The two passengers soon reached the great iron gate of the castle, through which they must pass in order to enter the city. But all the seeming difficulties of this passage vanished as soon as they approached it. The gate swung its enormous mass of metal self-moving through the air, and the half-entranced Peter went on beneath the vacant portal, and now stood without the castle, once more a free man in the fresh, pure air. The difficulties and dangers were not all over yet, however. During all the great feast days, when large assemblies of people were gathered at Jerusalem from various quarters, to guard against the danger of riots and insurrection in these motley throngs, the armed Roman force on duty, as Josephus relates, was doubled and tripled, occupying several new posts around the temple, and, as the same historian particularly mentions, on the approaches of Castle Antonia, where its foundations descended towards the terraces of the temple, and gave access to the colonnades of the temple. On all these places the guard must have been under arms during this Passover, and even at night the sentries would be stationed at all the important posts, as a reasonable security against the numerous strangers of a dubious character, who now thronged the city throughout. Yet all these peculiar precautions, which, at this time, presented so many additional difficulties to the escaping apostle, hindered him not in the least. Entering the city, he followed the footsteps of his blessed guide, unchecked, till they had passed on through the first street, when all at once, without sign or word of farewell, the mysterious deliverer vanished, leaving Peter alone in the silent city, but free and safe. Then flashed upon his mind the conviction of the true character of the apparition. The departure of his guide leaving him to seek his own way, his senses were, by the necessity of this self-direction, recalled from the state of stupefaction, in which he had mechanically followed on from the prison. With the first burst of reflection, he broke out in the exclamation, "Now I know of a truth, that the Lord has sent forth his messenger, and has rescued me out of the hand of Herod, in spite of all the expectation of the Jewish people." Refreshed and encouraged by this impression, he now used his thoroughly awakened senses to find his exact situation, and after looking about him, he made his way through the dark streets to a place where he knew he should find those whose despairing hearts would be inexpressibly rejoiced by the news of his deliverance. This was the house of Mary, the mother of John Mark, where the disciples were accustomed to assemble. Going up to the gateway, he rapped on the door, and at once aroused those within. For in their sleepless distress for the imprisoned apostle, several of the brethren had given up all thoughts of sleep, and, as Peter had suspected, were now watching in prayer within this house. The noise of a visitant at this unseasonable hour of the night, immediately brought to the door a lively damsel, named Rhoda, who, according to the Jewish custom of employing females in this capacity, acted as portress of the mansion of Mary. Prudently requiring some account of the person who made this late call, before she opened the door of the persecuted Christians to an unknown and perhaps an ill-disposed character, she was struck with almost frantic joy at hearing the well-known voice of the much-mourned Peter, craving admittance. In the height of her thoughtless gladness, she ran off at once to make known the delightful fact to the disciples in the house, without even seeming to think of the desirableness of admitting the apostle. Perhaps because she very naturally wanted to tell such pleasant news first herself. Bursting into the room where the disciples were at prayer for their lamented leader, whom they supposed to be then fast bound for death in the dungeon of Antonia, she communicated the joyful fact, that Peter was before the gate. A declaration so extravagantly improbable, at once suggested the idea of her having lost her wits through her affectionate sorrow for the sufferings and anticipated death of the great apostle, and they therefore replied, "Thou art crazy." Rhoda, somewhat excited by such a provoking expression of incredulity, loudly repeated her slighted piece of good news, and so gravely maintained the truth of it, that some of the more superstitious at last began to think there must be something in it, and seriously suggested, that it must be a supernatural messenger come to give them notice of his certain doom. It is his guardian angel. Peter, however, was all this while standing outside during this grave debate about his real entity, and shivering with the cold of a chilly March night, grew quite impatient at the girl's inconsiderate folly, and knocked away with might and main, making a noise of most unspiritual character, till at last the disciples determined to cut short the debate by an actual observation. So opening the door to the shivering apostle, the light brought his material existence to a certainty beyond all doubt. Their amazement and joy was bursting forth with a vivacity which quite made up for their previous incredulity. When the apostle, making a hushing sign with his hand and with a reasonable fear, too, no doubt, that their obstreperous congratulations might be heard in other houses around, so as to alarm the neighbors and bring out some spiteful Jews, who would procure his detection and recapture, having obtained silence, went on to give them a full account of his being brought out of prison by the Lord, and after finishing his wonderful story, said to them, "Tell these things to James and the brethren." From this it would seem that the apostles were all somewhere else, probably having found that a temporary concealment was expedient for their safety, but were still not far from the city. His own personal danger was of so imminent a character, however, that Jerusalem could not be a safe place for him during the search that would be immediately instituted after him by his disappointed and enraged persecutors. It was quite worthwhile, therefore, for him to use the remaining darkness of the night to complete his escape. And without staying to enjoy their outflowing sympathies, he bade them a hasty farewell, and, as the historian briefly says, went to another place. Where this other place was, he does not pretend to tell or know, and the only certain inference to be drawn from the circumstance is, that it was beyond the reach or knowledge of the mighty and far-ruling king, who had taken such particular pains to secure Peter's death. The probabilities as to the real place of his retirement will, however, be given, as soon as the sequel of events in Jerusalem has been narrated, as far as concerns the discovery of his escape. Bright light. Some commentators have attempted to make out an explanation of this phenomenon, by referring the whole affair to the effects of a sudden flash and stroke of lightning, falling on the castle, and striking all the keepers senseless, melting Peter's chains, and illuminating the place, so that Peter, unhurt amid the general crash, saw this opportunity for escaping, and stepping over their prostrate bodies, made his way out of the prison, and was out of sight before they came to. The most important objection to this ingenious speculation is, that it directly contradicts every verse in Luke's account of the escape, as well as the general spirit of the narrative. Another weighty reason is, that the whole series of natural causes and effects, proposed as a substitute for the simple meaning, is brought together in such forced and uncommon coincidences, as to require a much greater effort of faith and credulity for its belief, than the miraculous view, which it quite transcends in incredibility. The introduction of explanations of miracles by natural phenomena, is justifiable only so far as these may illustrate the accompaniments of the event, by showing the mode in which those things which are actually mentioned as physical results, operated in producing the impressions described. Thus, when thunder and lightning are mentioned in connection with miraculous events, they are to be considered as real electrical discharges, made to accompany and manifest the presence of God. And where lambent flames are described as appearing in a storm, they, like the Corpus Santos, are plainly also results of electrical discharges. So too, when mighty winds are mentioned, they are most honestly taken to be real winds, and not deceptive sounds or impressions. And when a cloud is mentioned, it is but fair to consider it a real cloud, made up, like all other clouds, of vapor, and not a mere nonentity, or a delusion existing only in the minds of those who are mentioned as beholding it. But where nothing of this kind is spoken of, and where a distinct personal presence is plainly declared, the attempt to substitute a physical accident for such an apparition, is a direct attack on the honesty of the statement. Such attempts, too, are devoid of the benefits of such illustrations as I have alluded to as desirable. They bring in a new set of difficulties with them, without removing any of those previously obstructing the interpretation of the facts. In this case, the only circumstance which could be reasonably made to agree with the idea of lightning, is the mention of the bright light. While throughout the whole account, the presence of a supernaturally mysterious person, acting and speaking, is perfectly unquestionable. The violation of all probability, shown in this forced explanation, will serve as a fair instance of the mode in which many modern German critics are in the habit of distorting the simple, manifest sense of the sacred writers, for the sake of dispensing with all supernatural occurrences. See Quinault for an enlarged view and discussion of this opinion. Other views of the nature of the phenomenon are also given by him, and by Rosenmuller, on Acts 12. 7. Morning dawned at last upon the towers and temple columns of the holy city. On the gold-sheeted roofs and snowy pillared colonnades of the house of God, the sunlight poured with a splendor hardly more glorious than the insupportable brilliancy that was sent back from their dazzling surfaces, streaming like a new morning upon the objects around, whose nearer sides would otherwise have been left in shade by the eastern rays. Castle Antonia shared in this general illumination, and at the first blaze of sunrise, the order of Roman service announced the moment for relieving guard. The bustle of the movement of the new sentries towards their stands, must at last have reached the ears of Peter's forsaken companions. Their first waking thoughts would of course be on their responsible charge, and they now became for the first time aware of the important deficiency. In vain did their heavy eyes, at first winking with sleepiness, but now wide open with amazement, search the dim vacancy for their eloped bedfellow. The most inquisitive glance fell only on the blank space between them, scarcely blanker than the forlorn visages of the poor keepers, who saw in this disappearance the seal of their certain death, for having let the prisoner escape. But they had not much time to consider their misfortune, or condole upon it, for the change of sentries now brought to the door the quaternion whose turn on duty came next. With a miserable grace did the unhappy occupants of the cell show themselves at the open door, with the empty chains and fetters dangling at their sides, from which their late companion had so curiously slipped. Most uncomfortable must have been the aspect of things to the two sentinels who had been keeping their steady watch outside of the door, and who shared equally with the inside keepers, in the undesirable responsibilities of this accident. There stood their comrades with the useless chains displayed in their original attachments, but, amazing! What in the world had they done with the prisoner? The ludicrous distress and commotion resulting from this unpleasant revelation, was evidently well appreciated even by the sacred historian, whose brief but pithy expression is not without a latent comic force. There was no small stir among the soldiers to know what was become of Peter. A general search into all the holes and corners of the dungeon, of course, ensued. And the castle was no doubt ransacked from top to bottom for the runaway, whose escape from its massive gates seemed still impossible. But not even his cloak and sandals, which he had laid beside him at the last change of guards, not a shred, not a thread had been left to hint at the mode of his abstraction. Yet this was so bad a story for the ears of the royal Agrippa, that it would not do to give up the search while any chance whatever remained. But all rummaging was perfectly fruitless. And with sorrowful hearts, they now went with their report to the vindictive king, to acknowledge that most unpardonable crime in Roman soldiers to have slept on their posts, so that a prisoner of state had escaped on the eve of execution. Baronius, Church Annuals, 44, Section 8, speaking of Peter's escape from his chains, favors us with a solemn statement of the important and interesting circumstance, deriving the proofs from Metaphrastes, that prince of papistical liars, and grand source of Romish apostolical fables, that these very chains of Peter are still preserved at Rome, among other venerable relics of equal authenticity. Having been faithfully preserved, and at last found after the lapse of 400 years. The veritable history of this miraculous preservation, as given by the inventive Metaphrastes, is, that the said chains happened to fall into the hands of one of Agrippa's servants who was a believer in Christ. And so were handed down for 4 centuries, and at last brought to light. It is lamentable that the list of the various persons through whose hands they passed, is not given, though second in importance only to the authentic record of the papal succession. This impudent and paltry falsehood will serve as a fair specimen of a vast quantity of such stuff, which litters up the pages of even the sober ecclesiastical histories of many papistical writers. The only wonderful thing to me about this story is, that Cave has not given it a place in his Lives of the Apostles, which are made up with so great a portion of similar trash. Baronius, in connection with this passage, suggests the castle of Antonia as the most probable place of Peter's confinement. Juxta templum fortas in ea munitissima turi quae dispater Antonia. Baronius, Church Annuals, c. 44, Section 5. A conjecture which certainly adds some weight to my own supposition to that effect. Although I did not discover the coincidence in time to mention it in my note on page. Meanwhile, with the early day, up rose the royal Agrippa from his purple couch. To seize the first moment after the close of the Passover for the consummation of the doom of the wretched Galilean, who, by the royal decree, must now yield the life already too many days spared. Out of delicate scruple about the inviolate purity of that holy week. Up rose also the saintly princes of the Judaic law, coming forth in their solemn trains and broad phylacteries, to grace this most religious occasion with their reverent presence. Out of respectful gratitude to their great sovereign for his considerate disposition to accord the sanction of his absolute secular power to their religious sentence. Expectation stood on tiptoe for the comfortable spectacle of the streaming life-blood of this stubborn leader of the Nazarene heresy, and nothing was wanting to the completion of the ceremony, but the criminal himself. That desideratum, so much to be desired, was, however, not so easily supplied, for the entrance of the delinquent sentinels now presented the non est inventus return to the solemn summons for the body of their prisoner. Confusion thrice confounded now fell on the faces that were just shining with anticipated triumph over their hated foe, while secret, scornful joy illuminated the countenances of the oppressed friends of Jesus. But on the devoted minions of the baffled king, did his disappointed vengeance fall most cruelly, in his paroxysm of vexation, and for an event wholly beyond their control they now suffered an undeserved death. Making so tragical a catastrophe to a story otherwise decidedly comical, that the reader can only comfort himself with the belief that they were a set of insolent reprobates who had insulted the distresses of their frequent victims, and would have rejoiced in the bloody execution of the apostle. King Herod Agrippa, after this miserable failure in his attempt to please the Jews, does not seem to have made a very long stay in Jerusalem. Before his departure, however, to secure his own solid glory in his kingdom's safety, as well as the favor of his subjects, he not only continued the repairs of the temple, but instituted such improvements in the fortifications of the city, as, if ever completed, would have made it utterly impregnable even to a Roman force. So that the emperor's jealousy soon compelled him to abandon this work. And soon after he left Jerusalem, and went down to Caesarea Augusta, on the sea coast, long the seat of government of Palestine, and a more agreeable place for the operations of a Gentile court and administration. For such Agrippa's must have been from his Roman residence, than the punctilious religious capital of Judea. But he was not allowed to remain much longer on the earth, to hinder the progress of the truth, by acts of tyranny in subservience to the base purposes of winning the favor of his more powerful subjects. The hand of God was laid destroyingly on him, in the midst of what seemed the full fruition of that popular adulation for which he had lived, in which he now died. Arrayed in a splendid and massy robe of polished silver, he seated himself on the throne erected by his grandfather Herod, in the great Herodian theatre at Caesarea. Early in the morning of the day which was appointed for the celebration of the great festal games, in honor of his royal patron, Claudius Caesar. On this occasion, to crown his kingly triumph, the ambassadors of the great commercial Phoenician cities, Tyre and Sidon, appeared before him to receive his condescending answer to their submissive requests for the re-establishment of a friendly intercourse between his dominions and theirs. The agricultural products of the former being quite essential to the thriving trade of the latter. Agrippa's reply was now publicly given to them, in which he graciously granted all their requests, in such a tone of eloquent benignity, that the admiring assembly expressed their approbation in shouts of praise. And at last some bold adulators, catching the idea from the rays of dazzling light which flashed from the polished surfaces of his metallic robe, and threw a sort of glory over and around him, cried out, in impious exclamation, "It is the voice of a god, and not of a man." So little taste had the foolish king, that he did not check this pitiful outbreak of silly blasphemy, but sat swallowing it all, in the most unmoved self-satisfaction. But in the midst of this profane glory, he was called to an account for which it ill prepared him. In the expressive though figurative language of Luke, immediately the messenger of the Lord struck him, because he gave not the glory to God. The Jewish historian, too, in a similar manner assigns the reason. The king did not rebuke the flatterers, nor refuse their impious adulation. Shortly after he was seized with a pain in the belly, dreadfully violent from the beginning. Turning to his friends he said, "Behold, I, your God, am now appointed to end my life, the decree of fate having at once falsified the voices that but just now were uttering lies about me. And I, who have been called immortal by you, am now carried off dying." While he uttered these words he was tortured by the increasing violence of his pain, and was accordingly carried back to his palace. After 5 days of intense anguish, he died, in the 54th year of his age, and in the 7th of his reign, having reigned 4 years under Caius Caesar, and 3 under Claudius. Thus ended the days of the conscience-stricken tyrant, while the glorious gospel cause which he had so vainly thought to check and overthrow, now, in the words of Luke, grew and was multiplied. The spiteful Jews having lost the right arm of their persecuting authority, in the death of their king, and all Palestine now passing again under the direct Roman rule, whose tolerant principles became once more the great protection of the followers of Jesus. Agrippa's death. That my combination of the two different accounts given by Luke and Josephus of this event, I believe accords with the best authorities. Nor am I disposed, as Michaelis is, to reject Josephus's statement as irreconcilable with that in the Acts, though deficient in some particulars, which are given in the latter. And though not rightly apprehending fully the motives and immediate occasions of many things which he mentions. In the same way, too, several minor circumstances are omitted in Luke, which can be brought in from Josephus so as to give a much more vivid idea of the whole event, than can be learned from the Acts alone. See Michaelis's Introduction to the New Testament on Luke. Also Wolff and Quinault. Peter's place of refuge. Luke, in mentioning the departure of Peter from Jerusalem after his escape from prison by night, merely says, "And going out, he went to another place." The vague, uncertain manner in which this circumstance is mentioned, seems to imply that the writer really knew nothing about this other place. It was not a point essential to the integrity of the narrative, though interesting to all the readers of the history, since the most trifling particulars about the chief apostle might well be supposed desirable to be known. But though if it had been known, it would have been well worth recording, it was too trifling a matter to deserve any investigation, if it had not been mentioned to Luke by those from whom he received the accounts which he gives of Peter. And since he is uniformly particular in mentioning even these smaller details, when they fall in the way of his narrative, it is but fair to conclude that in this instance he would have satisfied the natural and reasonable curiosity of his readers, if he had had the means of doing so. There could have been no motive when he wrote, for concealing the fact, and he could have expressed the whole truth in as few words as he has given to show his own ignorance of the point. From the nature of the apostle's motives in departing from Jerusalem, it must have been at that time desirable to have his place of refuge known to as few as possible. And the fact, at that time unknown, would, after the motive for concealment had disappeared, be of too little interest to be very carefully inquired after by those to whom it was not obvious. In this way it happened, that this circumstance was never revealed to Luke, who not being among the disciples at Jerusalem, would not be in the way of readily hearing of it, and in writing the story would not think it worth inquiring for. But one thing seems morally certain, if Peter had taken refuge in any important place or well-known city, it must have been far more likely to have been afterwards a fact sufficiently notorious to have come within the knowledge of his historian. But as the most likely place for a secret retirement would have been some obscure region, this would increase the chances of its remaining subsequently unknown. This consideration is of some importance in settling a few negative facts in relation to various conjectures which have at different times been offered on the place of Peter's refuge. Among these, the most idle and unfounded is, that on leaving Jerusalem he went to Caesarea. What could have suggested this queer fancy to its author, it is hard to say. But it certainly implies the most senseless folly in Peter, when seeking a hiding place from the persecution of King Herod Agrippa, to go directly to the capital of his dominions, where he might be expected to reside for the greater part of the time, and whither he actually did go, immediately after his disappointment about this very apostle. It was jumping out of the frying pan into the fire, to go thus away from among numerous friends who might have found a barely possible safety for him in Jerusalem, and to seek a refuge in Caesarea where there were but very few friends of the apostles, and where he would be in constant danger of discovery from the numerous minions of the king, who thronged all parts of that royal city, and from the great number of Greeks, Romans and Syrians, making up the majority of the population, who hated the very sight of a Jew, and would have taken vast pleasure in gratifying their spite, and at the same time gaining high favor with the king by hunting out and giving up to wrath an obscure heretic of that hated race. It would not have been at all accordant with the serpent wisdom enjoined on the apostle, to have run his head thus into the lion's mouth, by seeking a quiet and safe dwelling place beneath the very nose of his powerful persecutor. Another conjecture vastly less absurd, but still not highly probable, is, that Antioch was the other place to which Peter went from Jerusalem. But an objection of great force against this, is that already alluded to above, in reference to the ineligibility of a great city as a place of concealment. And in this instance is superadded the difficulty of his immediately making this long journey over the whole extent of Agrippa's dominions, northward, at such a time, when the king's officers would be everywhere put on the alert for him. More particularly in the direction of his old home in Galilee, which would be in the nearest way to Antioch. His most politic movement, therefore, would be to take some shorter course out of Palestine. Moreover, in this case, there is a particular reason why Luke would have mentioned the name of Antioch if that had been the place. What the proof of this reason is, can be best shown in his life. But the bare statement of the fact may be sufficient for the present, that he was himself a citizen of that place, and could not have been ignorant or negligent of the circumstance of this visit, if it had occurred. It has been suggested by others that the expression, to another place, does not imply a departure from Jerusalem, but is perfectly reconcilable with the supposition that Peter remained concealed in some safe and unknown part of the city. This view would very unobjectionably accord with the vagueness of the passage, since if merely another part of Jerusalem was meant, no name could be expected to describe it. But it would certainly seem like a presumptuous rashness in Peter, to risk in so idle a manner the freedom which he owed to a miraculous interposition. For the circumstance of such an interposition could not be intended to justify him in dispensing with a single precaution which would be proper and necessary after an escape in any other mode. Such is not the course of divine dealings, whether miraculous or ordinary, and in a religious as well as an economical view, the force and truth of poor Richard's saying is undoubted: God helps them who help themselves. Nor is his helping them any reason why they should cease to help themselves. Peter's natural impulse, as well as a considerate prudence, then, would lead him to immediate exertions to keep the freedom so wonderfully obtained. And such an impulse and such a consideration would at once teach him that the city was no place for him, at a time when the most desperately diligent search might be expected. For as soon as his escape was discovered, Luke says, that the king sought most earnestly for him, and in a search thus characterized, inspired too by the most furious rage at the disappointment. Hardly a hole or corner of Jerusalem could have been left unransacked. So that this preservation of the apostle from pursuers so determined, would have required a continual series of miracles, fully as wonderful as that which effected his deliverance from Castle Antonia. His most proper and reasonable course would then have been directly eastward from Jerusalem, a route which would give him the shortest exit from the territories of Herod Agrippa, leading him directly into Arabia, a region that was, in another great instance hereafter mentioned, a place of comfortable and undisturbed refuge for a person similarly circumstanced. A journey of 50 or 60 miles through an unfrequented and lonely country, would put him entirely beyond pursuit. And the character of the route would make it exceedingly difficult to trace his flight, as the nature of the country would facilitate his concealment. While its proximity to Jerusalem would make his return after the removal of the danger by the death of Agrippa, as easy as his flight thither in the first place. At Jerusalem. This notion I find nowhere but in Lardner, who approves it, quoting L'Enfant. Lardner, History of the Apostles and Evangelists, Life of Peter. Another series of papistical fables carries him on his supposed tour on the coast, beyond Caesarea, and, uniting two theories, makes him visit Antioch also, and finally extends his pilgrimage into the central and northern parts of Asia Minor. This fabulous legend, though different in its character from the preceding accounts, because it impudently attempts to pass off a bald invention as an authentic history, while those are only offered honestly as probable conjectures, yet may be worthy of a place here, because it is necessary in giving a complete view of all the stories which have been received, to present dishonest inventions as well as justifiable speculations. The clearest fabulous account given of his journey thither, is, that parting from Jerusalem as above mentioned, he directed his way westwards toward the sea coast of Palestine, first to Caesarea Stratonis, or Augusta, where he constituted one of the presbyters who attended him from Jerusalem, bishop of the church founded there by him on his visit. That leaving Caesarea he went northwards along the coast into Phoenicia, arriving at the city of Sidon, that there he performed many cures and also appointed a bishop, next to Berytus, now Beirut, in Syria, and there also appointed a bishop. Going on through Syria, along the coast of the Mediterranean, they bring him next, in his curiously detailed track, to Byblis, then to the Phoenician Tripoli, to Orthosia, to Antandros, to the island of Aradus, near the coast, to Balinas, to Panta, to Laodicea, and at last to Antioch, planting churches in all these hard-named towns on the way, and sowing bishops, as before, by handfuls, as well as performing vast quantities of miracles. The story of Peter's journey goes on to say, that after leaving Antioch he went into Cappadocia, and stayed some time in Tyana, a city of that province. Proceeding westward thence, he came to Ancyra, in Galatia, where he raised a dead person, baptized believers, and instituted a church, over which he ordained a bishop. Thence northward, into Pontus, where he visited the cities of Sinope and Amasie, on the coast of the Euxine Sea. Then turning eastward into Paphlagonia, stopped at Gangra and Claudiopolis, next into Bithynia, to the cities of Nicomedia and Nicaea. And thence returned directly to Antioch, whence he shortly afterwards went to Jerusalem. This ingenious piece of apostolic romance is due to the same veracious Metaphrasts, above quoted. I have derived it from him through Caesar Baronius, who gives it in his Annals Ecclesiastici. 44, section 10, 11. The great annalist approves and adopts it, however, only as far as it describes the journey of Peter to Antioch. And there he leaves the narrative of Metaphrasts, and instead of taking Peter on his long tour through Asia Minor and back to Jerusalem, as just described, carries him off upon a far different route, achieving the great journey westward. Which accords with the view taken by the vast majority of the old ecclesiastical writers, and which is next given here. Metaphrasts also maintains this view, indeed, but supposes and invents all the events just narrated, as intermediate occurrences, between Peter's escape and his great journey, and begins the account of this latter after his return from his Asian circuit. To connect all this long pilgrimage with the story given in the sacred record, the sage Baronius makes the ingenious suggestion, that this was the occult reason why Agrippa was wroth with those of Tyre and Sidon. Namely, that Peter had gone through their country when a fugitive from the royal vengeance, and had been favorably received by the Tyrians and Sidonians, who should have seized him as a runaway from justice, and sent him back to Agrippa. This acute guess, he thinks, will show a reason also for the otherwise unaccountable fact, that Luke should mention this quarrel between Agrippa and those cities, in connection with the events of Peter's escape and Agrippa's death. For the great cardinal does not seem to appreciate the circumstance of its close relation to the latter event, in presenting the occasion of the reconciliation between the king and the offending cities. On which the king made his speech to the people, and received the impious tribute of praise, which was followed by his death. The whole constituting a relation sufficiently close between the two events, to justify the connection in Luke. The first visit to Rome. But the view of this passage in Peter's history, which was long adopted universally by those who took the pains to ask about this other place, mentioned by Luke. And the view which involves the most important relations to other far greater questions, is, that Rome was the chief apostle's refuge from the Agrippine persecution. And that in the imperial city he now laid the deep foundations of the Church Universal. On this point some of the greatest champions of papistry have expended vast labor, to establish a circumstance so convenient for the support of the dogma of the divinely appointed supremacy of the Romish Church. Since the belief of this early visit of Peter would afford a very convenient basis for the very early apostolical foundation of the Roman See. But though this notion of his refuge has received the support of a vast number of great names from the very early periods of Christian literature, and though for a long period this view was considered indubitable from the sanction of ancient authorities, there is not one of the various conjectures offered which is so easily overthrown on examination, from the manner in which it is connected with other notions most palpably false and baseless. The old papistical notion was, that Peter at this time visited Rome, founded the church there, and presided over it, as bishop, 25 years, but occasionally visiting the East. As respects the minute details of this journey to Rome, the papist historians are by no means agreed, few of them having put any value upon the particulars of such an itinerary. Until those periods when such fables were sought after by common readers with more avidity. But there is at least one hard-conscienced narrator, who undertakes to go over all the steps of the apostle on the road to the eternal city, and from his narrative are brought these circumstances. The companions assigned him by this romance, on his journey, were the evangelist Mark, Apollinaris, afterwards, as the story goes, appointed by him Bishop of Ravenna, in Italy. Martial, afterwards a missionary in Gaul, and Rufus, Bishop of Capua, in Italy. Pancratius, of Tauromenius, and Marcian, of Syracuse, in Sicily, had been sent on by Peter to that island, while he was yet staying at Antioch, but on his voyage he landed there and made them his companions also. His great route is said to have led him to Troy, on the northern part of the Asian coast of the Aegean Sea, whence they seem to have made him cross to the eastern port of Corinth. At this great city of Greece, they bring him into the company of Paul and Silas, who were sent thither, to be sure, on a mission, but evidently at a different time, a circumstance which, among many others, helps to show the bungling manner in which the story is made up. From Corinth they carry him next to Syracuse, as just mentioned. Thence to Neapolis, Naples, in Campania, where, as the monkish legend says, this chief of the apostles celebrated with his companions a mass, for the safe progress of his voyage to Italy. Having now reached Italy, he is made the subject of a new fable for the benefit of every city along the coast, and is accordingly said to have touched at Laburnum, Livorno, Leghorn, being driven thither by stress of weather, and thence to Pisa. Nearby, where he offered up another mass for his preservation, as is still maintained in local fables. But the general Romish legend does not so favor these places, but brings the apostle, without any more marine delay or difficulty, directly overland from Naples to Rome. And on this route again, one life suggesting another, a local superstition commemorates the veritable circumstances, that he made this land journey from Naples to Rome, on foot. And on the way stopped at the house of a Galilean countryman of his own, named Mark, in a town called Atina, of which the said Mark was afterwards made bishop. Respecting these minute accounts of Peter's stopping places on this apocryphal journey, Baronius says, Nobilia in iis remanserunt antiquitatis vestigia, sed traditions podius quam scriptura firmata. There are in those places some noble remains of this ancient history, but rather traditions than well-assured written accounts. The part of the route from Antioch to Sicily he takes on the authority of the imaginative metaphrasts. But the rest is made up from different local superstitions of a very modern date, not one of which can be traced farther back than the time when every fable of this sort had a high pecuniary value to the inventors. In bringing crowds of money-giving pilgrims to the spot which had been hallowed by the footsteps of the chief apostle. Even the devout Baronius, however, is obliged to confess at the end of this story, sed de rebus tam antiquis et incertus, quid petissimum affirmar debimus, non satis constat. But as to matters so ancient and uncertain, it is not sufficiently well established what opinion we may most safely pronounce. As to the early part of the route, speaking of the account given by Metaphrasts of Peter's having on his way through Troy ordained Cornelius, the centurion, bishop of that place, Baronius objects to the truth of this statement. The assertion that Cornelius had been previously ordained bishop of Caesarea, where he was converted. A very valuable refutation of one fable by another as utterly unfounded. Respecting the causes of this great journey of the apostle to the capital of the world, the opinions even of papist writers are as various as they are about the route honored by his passage. Some suppose his motive to have been merely a desire for a refuge from the persecution of Agrippa. A most unlikely resort, however, for nothing could be more easy than his detection in passing over such a route, especially by sea, where every vessel could be so easily searched at the command of Agrippa, whose influence extended far beyond his own territory, supported as he was, by the unbounded possession of the imperial Caesar's favor, which would also make the seizure of the fugitive within the great city itself, a very easy thing. Others, however, do not consider this journey as connected in any way with his flight from Agrippa, for many suppose it to have been made after the death of that king. And find the motive for such an effort in the vast importance of the field opened for his labors in the great capital of the world, where were so many strongholds of error to be assaulted, and from which an influence so wide and effectual might be exerted through numerous channels of communication to all parts of the world. Others have sought a reason of more definite and limited character, and with vast pains have invented and compiled a fable of most absurdly amusing character, to make an object for Peter's labors in the distant capital. The story which has the greatest number of supporters, is one connected with Simon Magus, mentioned in the sacred record, in the account of the labors of Philip in Samaria, and the visit of Peter and John to that place. The fable begins with the assertion that this magician had returned to his former tricks after his insincere conformity to the Christian faith, and had devoted himself with new energy to the easy work of popular deception, adding to his former evil motives, that of deadly spite against the faith to which he appeared so friendly, at the time when the sacred narrative speaks of him last. In order to find a field sufficiently ample for his enlarged plans, he went to Rome, and there, in the reign of Claudius Caesar, attained a vast renown by his magical tricks, so that he was even esteemed a god, and was even so pronounced by a solemn decree of the Roman Senate, confirmed by Claudius himself, who was perfectly carried away with the delusion, which seems thus to have involved the highest and the lowest alike. The fable proceeds to introduce Peter on the scene, by the circumstance of his being called by a divine vision to go to Rome and war against this great impostor, thus advancing in his impious supremacy, who had already in Samaria been made to acknowledge the miraculous efficacy of the apostolic word. Peter, thus brought to Rome by the hand of God, publicly preached abroad the doctrine of salvation, and meeting the archmagician himself, with the same divine weapons whose efficacy he had before experienced, overcame him utterly, and drove him in confusion and disgrace from the city. Nor were the blessings that resulted to Rome from this visit of Peter, of a merely spiritual kind. So specially favored with the divine presence and blessing were all places where this great apostle happened to be, that even their temporal interests shared in the advantages of the divine influence that everywhere followed him. To this cause, therefore, are gravely referred by papistical commentators, the remarkable success which, according to heathen historians, attended the Roman arms in different parts of the world during the second year of Claudius. To which date this fabulous visit is unanimously referred by all who pretend to believe in its occurrence. Importance of the field of labor. This is the view taken by Leo, in Sermon 1, in Nat. A Post. Quoted by Baronius, Annals 44, section 26. When the 12 apostles, after receiving from the Holy Spirit the power of speaking all languages, an assertion, by the way, nowhere found in the sacred record, had undertaken the labor of imbuing the world with the gospel, dividing its several portions among themselves, the most blessed Peter, the chief of the apostolic order, was appointed to the capital of the Roman Empire, so that the light of truth which was revealed for the salvation of all nations, might from the very head diffuse itself with the more power through the whole body of the world. For, what country had not some citizens in this city? Or what nation anywhere, could be ignorant of anything which Rome had been taught? Here were philosophical dogmas to be put down, vanities of worldly wisdom to be weakened, idol worship to be overthrown, and to this city therefore, thou, most blessed Apostle Peter, didst not fear to come, and, sharing thy glory with the Apostle Paul, there occupied with the arrangement of other churches, didst enter that forest of raging beasts, and didst pass upon that ocean of boisterous depths, with more firmness than when thou walkedst on the sea. Nor didst thou fear Rome, the mistress of the world, though thou didst once, in the house of Caiaphas, dread the servant maid of the priest. Not because the power of Claudius, or the cruelty of Nero, were less dreadful than the judgment of Pilate, or the rage of the Jews, but because the power of love now overcame the occasion of fear, since thy regard for the salvation of souls would not suffer thee to yield to terror. The miraculous signs, gifts of grace, and trials of virtue, which had already been so multiplied to thee, now increased thy boldness. Already hadst thou taught those nations of the circumcision who believed. Already hadst thou filled Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia and Bithynia with the gospel. And now, without a doubt of the advance of the work, or of the certainty of thy own fate, thou didst plant the trophy of the cross of Christ upon the towers of Rome. Arnobius is also quoted by Baronius to similar effect. Simon Magus. This fable has received a wonderfully wide circulation, and long maintained a place among the credible accounts of early Christian history, probably from the circumstance of its taking its origin from so early a source. Justin Martyr, who flourished from the year 140 and afterwards, in his Apology for the Christian Religion, addressed to the Emperor Antoninus Pius, says, Simon, a Samaritan, born in a village named Gittin, in the time of Claudius Caesar, was received as a god in your imperial city of Rome, and honored with a statue, like other gods, on account of his magical powers there exhibited by the aid of demons. And this statue was set up in the river Tiber, between two bridges, and had this Latin inscription, Simoni Deo Sancto. Him too, all the Samaritans worship, and a few of other nations, acknowledging him as the highest god, Pyro Omega Tau Omicron Nu Theta Epsilon Omicron Nu. They also worship a certain Helena, who at that time followed him about, and with more dirty trash besides, than I can find room for. And in another passage of the same work, he alludes to the same circumstances. In your city, the mistress of the world, in the time of Claudius Caesar, Simon Magus struck the Roman Senate and people with such admiration of himself, that he was ranked among the gods, and was honored with a statue. Irenaeus, who flourished about the year 180, also gives this story with hardly any variation from Justin. Tertullian, about A.D. 200, repeats the same, with the addition of the circumstance, that not satisfied with the honors paid to himself, he caused the people to debase themselves still further, by paying divine honors to a woman called, by Tertullian, Larentina, who was exalted by them to a rank with the goddesses of the ancient mythology, though the good Father gives her but a bad name. Eusebius, also, about A.D. 320, refers to the testimonies of Justin and Irenaeus, and adds some strange particulars about a sect, existing in his time, the members of which were said to acknowledge this Simon as the author of their faith, whom they worshipped along with this woman Helena, falling prostrate before the pictures of both of them, with incense and sacrifices and libations to them, with other rites, unutterably and unwritably bad. See Eusebius, Church History, 2. 13. In the three former writers, Justin, Irenaeus and Tertullian, this absurd story stands by itself, and has no connection with the life of Peter. But Eusebius goes on to commemorate the circumstance, previously unrecorded, that Peter went to Rome for the express purpose of putting down this blasphemous wretch, as specified above, in the text of my narrative, from this author. Eusebius, Church History, 2. 14. Now all this fine series of accounts, though seeming to bear such an overwhelming weight of testimony in favor of the truth and reality of Simon Magus's visit to Rome, is proved to be originally based on an absolute falsehood. And the nature of this falsehood is thus exposed. In the year 1574, during the pontificate of Pope Gregory XIII, there was an excavation made for some indifferent purpose in Rome, on the very island in the Tiber, so particularly described by Justin, as lying in the center of the river between two bridges, each of which rested an abutment on it, and ran from it to the opposite shores. In the progress of this excavation, the workmen, as is very common in that vast city of buried ruins, turned up, among other remains of antiquity, the remnant of a statue with its pedestal, which had evidently once stood erect upon the spot. Upon the pedestal was an inscription most distinctly legible, in these words, Simoni Sango Deo Fideo Sacrum Sex Pompeius S. P. F. Colonel Mucianus Quinquenales Decur. Bidentalis Donum Dedit. This was in 4 lines, each line ending where the blank spaces are marked in the copy. In order to understand this sentence, it must be known, that the Romans, among the innumerable objects of worship in their complicated religion, had a peculiar set of deities which they called Semons. A Semo was a kind of inferior god, of an earthly character and office, so low as to unfit him for a place among the great gods of heaven, Jupiter, Juno, Apollo, and was accordingly confined in his residence entirely to the earth. where the Semons received high honors and devout worship, and were commemorated in many places, both in city and country, by statues, before which the passer might pay his worship, if devoutly disposed. These statues were often of a votive character, erected by wealthy or distinguished persons for fancied aid, received from some one of these Semons, in some particular season of distress, or for general prosperity. This was evidently the object of the statue in question. Priapus, Hyperia, Vertumnus, and such minor gods were included under the general title of Semons. And among them was also ranked a Sabine divinity, named Sangus or Sancus, who is, by some writers, considered as corresponding in character to the Hercules of the Greeks. Sangus or Sancus is often alluded to in the Roman classics. Propertius, Book 4, has a verse referring to him as a Sabine deity. Sic sancum tatii compaguer cures. Ovid also, querbam nonas sanco fideo eni referrem. As to this providentially recovered remnant of antiquity, therefore, there can be no doubt that it was a votive monument, erected by Sextus Pompey to Sangus the Semo, for some reason not very clearly expressed. Baronius tells also that he had seen a stone similarly inscribed. Sango sancto semen dat Deo fideo sacrum de curio sacerdotum bidentalium reciperatus vectigalibus. That is, sacred to Sangus, the holy Semo, the god Phidias a decuri, company of 10, of the priests of the bidental sacrifices have raised this in gratitude for their recovered incomes. Dionysius Halicarnassus is also quoted by Baronius as referring to the worship of the Semo, Sangus. And from him and various other ancient writers, it appears that vows and sacrifices were offered to this Sangus, for a safe journey and happy return from a distance. From a consideration of all the circumstances of this remarkable discovery, and from the palpable evidence afforded by the inherent absurdity of the story told by Justin Martyr and his copyists, the conclusion is justifiable and irresistible. That Justin himself, being a native of Syria, and having read the story of Simon Magus in the Acts, where it is recorded that he was profoundly reverenced by the Samaritans, and was silenced and rebuked by Peter when he visited that place. With all this story fresh in his mind, for he was but a new convert to Christianity, came to Rome, and going through that city, an ignorant foreigner, without any knowledge of the religion, or superstitions, or deities. And with but an indifferent acquaintance with their language, came along this bridge over the Tiber to the island, where had been erected this votive statue to Semo Sangus. And looking at the inscription in the way that might be expected of one to whom the language and religion were strange, he was struck at once with the name Seaman, as so much resembling the well-known Eastern name Simon. And began speculating at once, about what person of that name could ever have come from the East to Rome, and there received the honors of a god. Justin's want of familiarity with the language of the Romans, would prevent his obtaining any satisfactory information on the subject from the passers-by. And if he attempted to question them about it, he would be very apt to interpret their imperfect communications in such a way as suited the notion he had taken up. If he asked his Christian brethren about the matter, their very low character for general intelligence, the circumstance that those with whom he was most familiar, must have been of Eastern origin. And as ignorant as he of the minute peculiarities of the Roman religion, and their common disposition to wilfully pervert the truth, and invent fables for the sake of a good story connected with their own faith. Of which we have evidences vastly numerous, and sadly powerful in the multitude of such legends that have come down from the Christians of those times, would all conspire to help the invention and completion of the foolish and unfounded notion. That this statue here erected Simoni Sanco Deo, was the same as Simoni Deo Sancto, that is, to the holy god Simon. And as it was always necessary to the introduction of a new god among those at Rome, that the Senate should pass a solemn act and decree to that effect, which should be confirmed by the approbation of the emperor. It would at once occur to his own imaginative mind, or to the inventions of his fabricating informers, that Simon must of course have received such a decree from the Senate and Caesar. This necessarily also implied vast renown, and extensive favor with all the Romans, which he must have acquired, to be sure, by his magical tricks, aided by the demoniac powers. And so all the foolish particulars of the story would be made out as fast as wanted. The paltry fable also appended to this by all the fathers who give the former story, to the effect, that some woman closely connected with him, was worshipped along with him, variously named Helena, Selina and Larentina, has no doubt a similarly baseless origin, but is harder to trace to its beginnings, because it was not connected with an assertion, capable of direct ocular, as well as historical, refutation, as that about Simon's statue most fortunately was. The second name, Selina, given by Irenaeus, is exactly the Greek word for the moon, which was often worshipped under its appropriate name. And this tale may have been caught up from some connection between such a ceremony and the worship of some of the Semons, all the elegant details of her life and character being invented to suit the fancies of the Reverend Fathers. The story, that she had followed Simon to Rome from the Phoenician cities, Tyre and Sidon, suggests to my mind at this moment that there may have been a connection between this and some old story of the importation of a piece of idolatry from that region, so famed for the worship of the mooned Ashtaroth, heaven's queen and mother both. But this trash is not worth the time and paper I am spending upon it, since the main part of the story, concerning Simon Magus as having ever been seen or heard of in Rome, by senate, prince or people, in the days of Claudius, is shown, beyond all reasonable question, to be utterly false, and based on a stupid blunder of Justin Martyr, who did not know Latin enough to tell the difference between Sanco and Sancto, nor between Simone and Simone. And after all, this is but a fair specimen of Justin Martyr's usual blundering way, of which his few pages present other instances for the inquiring reader to stumble over and bewilder himself upon. Take, for example, the gross confusion of names and dates which he makes in a passage which accidentally meets my eye, on a page near that from which the above extract is taken. In attempting to give an account of the way in which the Hebrew Bible was first translated into Greek, he says that Ptolemy, king of Egypt, sent to Herod, king of the Jews, for a copy of the Bible. But when or where does any history, sacred or profane, give any account whatever of any Ptolemy, king of Egypt, who was contemporary with either of the Herods? The last of the Ptolemies was killed, while a boy, in the Egyptian war with Julius Caesar, before Herod had himself attained to manhood, or had the most distant thought of the throne of Palestine. The Ptolemy who is said to have procured the Greek translation of the Bible, however, lived about 300 years before the first Herod. It is lamentable to think that such is the character of the earliest Christian father who has left works of any magnitude. Who can wonder that apologies for the Christian religion, full of such gross blunders, should have failed to secure the belief, or move the attention of either of the Antonines, to whom they were addressed, the philosophic, or the pious? And by a writer who pretended to tell the wisest of the Caesars, that in his imperial city, had been worshipped, from the days of Claudius, a miserable Samaritan impostor, who, an outcast from his own outcast land, had in Rome, by a solemn senatorial and imperial decree, been exalted to the highest godship, and that the evidence of this fact was found in a statue which that emperor well knew to be dedicated to the most ancient deities of Etruscan origin, worshipped there ever since the days of Numa Pompilius, but which this Syrian Christian had blunderingly supposed to commemorate a man who had never been heard of out of Samaria, except among Christians. And as for such martyrs, if there is any truth whatever in the story that his foolish head was cut off by the second Antonine, the only pity is, it was not done a little sooner, so as to have kept the Christian world from the long belief of all this folly about an invention so idle, and saved me the trouble of exposing it. The fullest account ever given of this fable and all its progress, is found in the Annals Ecclesiastici of Caesar Baronius, c. 44, section 51-59. Who, after furnishing the most ample references to sacred and profane authorities, which palpably demonstrate the falsity of the story, returns with all the solemn bigotry of a papist to the solemn conviction that the fathers and the saints who tell the story, must have had some very good reason for believing it. The other copyists of Justin hardly deserve any notice. But it is interesting and instructive to observe how, in the progress of fabulous invention, one lie is pinned on to the tale of another, to form a glorious chain of historical sequences, for some distant ecclesiastical analyst to hang his servile faith upon. Eusebius, for instance, enlarges the stories of Justin and Irenaeus, by an addition of his own that in his day there existed a sect which acknowledged this same Simon as God, and worshipped him and Helena or Selina, with some mysteriously wicked rites. Now all that his story amounts to, is, that in his time there was a sect called by a name resembling that of Simon, how nearly like it, no one knows. But that by his own account their worship was of a secret character, so that he could, of course, know nothing certainly. But this is enough for him to add, as a solemn confirmation of a story now known to have been founded in falsehood. From this beginning, Eusebius goes on to say that Peter went to Rome in the 2nd year of Claudius, to war against this Simon Magus, who never went there. So that we know how much this whole tale is worth by looking into the circumstance which constitutes its essential foundation. The idea of Peter's visit to Rome at that time, is nowhere given before Eusebius, except in some part of the Clementina, a long series of most unmitigated falsehoods, forged in the name of Clemens Romanus, without any certain date, but commonly supposed to have been made up of the continued contributions of several impudent liars, during different portions of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th centuries. Kreutzer also, in his deep and extensive researches into the religions of antiquity, in giving a view of some of the older Italian nations, speaks of Sancus Semo. He quotes Augustine, De Civitate Dei. 18:19, as authority for the opinion that he was an ancient king, deified. He also alludes to the passage in Ovid, quoted above by Baronius, where he is connected with Hercules, and alluded to under 3 titles, as Semo, Sancus and Phidias. Ovid, Fasti, 6. 213, ed. Seek. But the learned Kreutzer does not seem to have any correct notion of the character of the Semons, as a distinct order of inferior deities. A fact perfectly certain as given above, for which abundant authority is found in Varro, de Mystag, as quoted by Fulgentius and Baronius. From Kreutzer I also notice, in an accidental immediate connection with Semo Sancus, the fact that the worship of the moon, Luna, was also of Sabine origin. And being introduced along with that of Sancus, by Numa, may have had some relation to that Semo, and may have concurred in originating the notion of the fathers about the woman Selina or Helena, as worshipped along with Simon. He also just barely alludes to the fact that Justin and Irenaeus have confounded this Semo Sancus with Simon Magus. See Kreutzer's Symbolic und Mythologie der Alter Volker, 2. Thiel. Pages 964–965. The next conclusion authorized by those who support this fable is, that Peter, after achieving this great work of vanquishing the impostor Simon, proceeded to preach the gospel generally. Yet not at first to the hereditary citizens of imperial Rome, nor to any of the Gentiles, but to his own countrymen the Jews, great numbers of whom then made their permanent abode in the great city. These foreigners, at that time, were limited in Rome to a peculiar section of the suburbs, and hardly dwelt within the walls of the city itself. An allotment corresponding with similar limitations existing in some of the modern cities of Europe, Asia, and Northern Africa, and even in London, though there, only in accordance with long usage, and with actual convenience. But not with any existing law. The quarter of Rome in which the Jews dwelt in the days of Claudius, was west of the central section of the city, beyond the Tiber, and to this suburban portion, the story supposes the residence and labors of Peter to have been at first confined. But after a time, the fame of this mighty preacher of a new faith spread beyond, from this despised foreign portion of the environs, across the Tiber, over the 7 hills themselves, and even into the halls of the patrician lords of Rome. Such an extension of fame, indeed, seems quite necessary to make these 2 parts of this likely story hang together at all. For it is hard to see how a stranger, from a distant eastern land, could thus appear suddenly among them, and overturn, with a defeat so total and signal, the pretensions of one who had lately been exalted by the opinions of an adoring people to the character of a god, and had even received the solemn national sanction of this exaltation by a formal decree of the Senate of Rome, confirmed by the absolute voice of the Caesar himself. And after such a victory, over such a person, be left long unnoticed in an obscure suburb. In accordance, therefore, with this reasonable notion, it is recorded in the continuation of the story, that when Peter, preaching at Rome, grew famous among the Gentiles, he was no longer allowed to occupy himself wholly among the Jews, but was thereafter taken by Pudens, a senator who believed in Christ, into his own house, on the Viminal Mount, one of the 7 hills, but near the Jewish suburb. In the neighborhood of this house, as the legend relates, was afterwards erected a monument, called the Shepherds, a name which serves to identify this important locality to the modern Romans to this day. Being thus established in these lordly patrician quarters, the poor Galilean fisherman might well have thought himself blessed, in such a pleasant change from the uncomfortable lodgings with which the royal Agrippa had lately accommodated him, and from which he had made so willing an exit. But the legend does the faithful and devoted apostle the justice, to represent him as by no means moved by these luxurious circumstances, to the least forgetfulness of the high commission which was to be followed through all sorts of self-denial. No less that which drew him from the soft and soul-relaxing enjoyments of a patrician palace, than that which led him to renounce the simple, hard-earned profits of a fisherman, on the changeful sea of Gennesaret, or to calmly meet the threats, the stripes, the chains, and the condemned cell, with which the enmity of the Jewish magistrates had steadily striven to quench his fiery and energetic spirit. He is described as steadily laboring in the cause of the gospel among the Gentiles as well as the Jews, and with such success during the whole of the first year of his stay, that in the beginning of the following year he is said by papist writers to have solemnly and formally founded the Church of Rome. This important fictitious event is dated with the most exact particularity, on the 15th of February, in the 43rd year of Christ, and the 3rd year of the reign of the Emperor Claudius. The empty, unmeaning pomposity of this announcement is a sufficient evidence of its fictitious character. According to the story itself, here Peter had been preaching nearly a whole year at Rome. And if preaching, having a regular congregation, of course, and performing the usual accompaniments of preaching, as baptism, and now there is not in the whole apostolic history the least account, nor the shadow of a hint, of any such ceremony as the founding of a church, distinct from the mere gathering of an assembly of believing listeners, who acknowledged their faith in Jesus by profession and by the sacraments. The organization of this religious assembly might indeed be made more perfect at one time than at another. As for instance, a new church, which during an apostle's stay with it and preaching to it, had been abundantly well governed by the simple guidance of his wise, fatherly care, would, on his departure, need some more regular, permanent provision for its government, lest among those who were all religious co-equals, there should arise disputes which would require a regularly constituted authority to allay them. The apostle might, therefore, in such advanced requirements of the church, ordain elders, and so on. But such an appendix could not, with the slightest regard to common sense or the rules of honest interpretation of language, be said to constitute the founding of a church. The very phrase of ordaining elders in a church, palpably implies and requires the previous distinct, complete existence of the church. In fact, the entity of a church implies nothing more than a regular assembly of believers, with an authorized ministry. And if Peter had been preaching several months to the Jews of the Trans-Tiberine suburb, or to the Romans of the Viminal Mount, there must have been in one or both of those places, a church, to all intents, purposes. Definitions and etymologies of a church. So that for him, almost a year after, to proceed to found a church in Rome, was the most idle work of supererogation in the world. And all the pompous statements of papist writers about any such formality, and all the quotations that might be brought out of the Fathers in its support, from Clement downwards, could not relieve the assertion of one particle of its palpable, self-evident absurdity. But the fable proceeds in the account of this important movement, dating the apostolic reign of Peter from this very occasion, as above fixed, and running over various imaginary acts of his. During the tedious 7 years for which the story ties him down to this one spot. Among many other unfounded matters, is specified the assertion, that from this city during the first year of his episcopate, he wrote his first epistle, which he addressed to the believers in Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia and Bithynia. The countries which are enumerated as visited by him in his fictitious tour. This opinion is grounded on the circumstance of its being dated from Babylon, which several later fathers understood as a term spiritually applied to Rome. But in the proper place this notion will be fully discussed, and the true origin of the epistle more satisfactorily given. Another important event in the history of the Scriptures, the writing of the Gospel of Mark, is also commonly connected with this part of Peter's life, by the papist historians. But this event, with an account of the nature of this supposed connection, and the discussion of all points in this subject, can be better shown in the life of that evangelist, and to that it is therefore deferred. These matters and several others as little in place, seem to be introduced into this part of Peter's life, mainly for the sake of giving him something particular to do, during his somewhat tedious stay in Rome, where they make him remain 7 years after his first journey thither, and give him here the character, office and title of bishop, a piece of nomenclature perfectly unscriptural and absurd, because no apostle, in the New Testament, is ever called a bishop. But on the contrary, the office was evidently created to provide a substitute for an apostle, a person who might perform the pastoral duties to the church, in the absence of its apostolic founder, overseeing and managing all its affairs in his stead, to report to him at his visitations, or in reply to his epistolary charges. To call an apostle a bishop, therefore, implies the absurdity of calling a superior officer by the title of his inferior, as to call a captain, lieutenant, or a general-in-chief, colonel, or even as to call a bishop, deacon. During the lifetime of the apostles, bishop was only a secondary title, and it was not till the death of all those commissioned by Christ, that this became the supreme officer in all churches. But the papists, not appreciating any difficulty of this kind, go on crowning one absurdity with another, which claims, however, the additional merit of being amusing in its folly. This is the minute particularization of the shape, stuff, accoutrements, and so on, of the chair in which Bishop Peter sat at Rome in his episcopal character. This identical wooden chair in which his apostolical body was seated when he was exerting the functions of his bishopric, is still, according to the same high papal authorities which maintain the fact of his ever having been bishop, preserved in the Basilica of the Vatican, at Rome, and is even now, on certain high occasions, brought out from its holy storehouse to bless with its presence the eyes of the adoring people. This chair is kept covered with a linen veil, among the various similar treasures of the Vatican, and has been eminent for the vast numbers of great miracles wrought by its presence. As a preliminary step, however, to a real faith in the efficacy of this old piece of furniture, it is necessary that those who hear the stories should believe that Peter was ever at Rome, to sit in this or any other chair there. It is observed, however, in connection with this lumbering article, in the papist histories, that on taking possession of this chair, as Bishop of Rome, Peter resigned the bishopric of Antioch, committing that see to the charge of Euodius. It having been the original diocese of this chief apostle, a story about as true, as that any apostle was ever bishop anywhere. The apostles were missionaries, for the most part, preaching the word of God from place to place, appointing bishops to govern and manage the churches in their absence, and after their final departure, as their successors and substitutes. But no apostle is, on any occasion whatever, called a bishop in any part of the New Testament, or by any early writer. The most important objection, however, to all this absurd account of Peter, as Bishop of Rome, is the fact uniformly attested by those early fathers, who allude to his having ever visited that city, that having founded the church there, he appointed Linus the first bishop, a statement in exact accordance with the view here given of the office of a bishop, and of the mode in which the apostles constituted that office in the churches founded and visited by them. The date of the foundation. All this is announced with the most elaborate solemnity, in all the older papist writers, because on this point of the foundation of the Roman Church by Peter, they were long in the habit of basing the whole right and title of the Bishop of Rome, as Peter's successor, to the supremacy of the Church Universal. The great authorities, quoted by them in support of this exact account of the whole affair, with all its dates, even to the month and day, are the bulls of some of the popes, enforcing the celebration of that day throughout all the churches under the Romish See, and the forms of prayer in which this occasion is commemorated even to this day. Moreover, a particular form is quoted from some of the old rituals of the Church, not now in use, in which the ancient mode of celebrating this event, in prayer and thanksgiving, is verbally given. Omnipotens sempitern Deus, ca ineffabili sacramento, apostolo tua Petro principitum Romi urbis tribuisti, unde esse evangelica veritas per tota mundi regna defunderit, presta qui sumus, ut quat in orbem terram aegis predication manavit. Universitas Christiana devotion sequator. Almighty, eternal God, who by an ineffable consecration, didst give to thy apostle Peter the dominion of the city of Rome, that thence the gospel truth might diffuse itself throughout all the kingdoms of the world, grant, we pray, that what has flowed into the whole circuit of the earth by his preaching, all Christendom may devoutly follow. A prayer so melodiously expressed, and in such beautiful Latin, that it is a great pity it should have been a mere trick, to spread and perpetuate a downright, baseless lie, which had no other object than the extension of the gloomy, soul-darkening tyranny of the papal sway. Other forms of prayer, for private occasions, are also mentioned by Baronius, as commemorating the foundation of the Church of Rome by Peter, and all these, as well as the former, being fixed for the 15th of February, as above quoted. Those records of fables, also, the old Roman martyrologies, are cited for evidence. The later Latin fathers add their testimony, and even the devout Augustine, Sermons 15, 16, De Sanct, and is quoted in support of it. Baronius gives all these evidences, Annals, 45, section 1, and goes on to earn the cardinal's hat, which finally rewarded his zealous efforts, by maintaining the unity and universality of this apostolic foundation, and the absolute supremacy consequently appertaining to the succession of Peter in the Roman See. Peter's chair. This fable, page 225, is from Baronius, who wrote about 1580, but alas! Modern accidental discoveries make dreadful havoc with papistical antiquities, and have done as much to correct the mistake in this matter, as in Justin's blunder about Simon Magus. I had transcribed Baronius's story into the text as above without knowing of the fact, till a glance at the investigations of the sagacious Bauer gave me the information which I here extract from him. They had, as they thought, till the year 1662, a pregnant proof, not only of St. Peter's erecting their chair, but of his sitting in it himself. For till that year, the very chair, on which they believed, or would make others believe, he had sat, was shown and exposed to public adoration on the 18th of January, the festival of the said chair. But while it was cleaning, in order to be set up in some conspicuous place of the Vatican, the 12 labors of Hercules unluckily appeared engraved on it. Our worship, however, says Giacomo Bartolini, who was present at this discovery, and relates it, was not misplaced, since it was not to the wood we paid it, but to the Prince of the Apostles, St. Peter. An author of no mean character, unwilling to give up the holy chair, even after this discovery, as having a place and a peculiar solemnity among the other saints, has attempted to explain the labors of Hercules in a mystical sense, as emblems representing the future exploits of the popes. Lucicini Cathedra Restituita a.s. Pietro. But the ridiculous and distorted conceits of that writer are not worthy our notice, though by Clement X, they were judged not unworthy of a reward. Bauer's Lives of the Popes, Volume 1, page 7, 4-2. Ed. 1749. The next noticeable thing that Peter is made to do at Rome, is the sending out of his disciples from Rome to act as missionaries and bishops in the various wide divisions of the Roman Empire, westward from the capital, which were yet wholly unoccupied by the preachers of the gospel of Jesus Christ. In his supposed character of keeper of the great flock of Christ, having now fully established the Roman See, he turned his eyes to those distant regions, and considering their religious wants and utter spiritual destitution, sent into them several disciples whom he is supposed to have qualified for such labors by his own minute personal instructions. Thus, as rays from the sun, and as streams from the fountain, did the Christian faith go forth through these from the See of Peter, and spread far and wide throughout the world. So say the imaginative papist historians, whose fancy not resting satisfied with merely naming the regions to which these new missionaries were now sent, goes on with a catalogue of the persons, and of the places where they became finally established in their bishoprics. But it would be honoring such fables too much, to record the long string of names which are in the papist annals, given to designate the missionaries thus sent out, and the particular places to which they were sent. It is enough to notice that the sum of the whole story is, that preachers of the gospel were thus sent not only into the western regions alluded to, but into many cities of Italy and Sicily. In Gaul, Spain and Germany, many are said to have been certainly established, and to extend the fable as far as possible, it is even hinted that Britain received the gospel through the preaching of some of these missionaries of Peter. But this distant circumstance is stated rather as a conjecture, while the rest are minutely and seriously given, in all the grave details of persons and places. In various works of this character, Peter is said by the propagators of this fable to have passed 7 years at Rome, during all which time he is not supposed to have gone beyond the bounds of the city. The occasion of his departure at the end of this long period, as stated by the fabulous records from which the whole story is drawn, was the great edict of Claudius Caesar, banishing all Jews from Rome, among whom Peter must of course have been included. This imperial sentence of general banishment is not only alluded to in the Acts of the Apostles, but is particularly specified in the Roman and Jewish historians of those times, from which its exact date is ascertained to have been the 9th year of the reign of Claudius, from which, as Peter is supposed to have gone to Rome in the 2nd year of that reign, the intervening time must have been, as above stated, 7 years. The particulars of this general banishment, its motives and results, will be better given in that part of this work where important points in authentic true history are connected with the event. Under these circumstances, however, the great first bishop of Rome is supposed to have left this now consecrated capital of Christendom, and travelled off eastward, along with the general throng of Jewish fugitives. Some of the papist commentators on this story are nevertheless so much scandalized at the thought of Peter's running away in this seemingly undignified manner. Though this is in fact the part of the story which is most consistent with the real truth, since no apostle was ever taught to consider it beneath his dignity to get out of danger. That they therefore strive to make it appear that he still stayed in Rome, in spite of the imperial edict, and boldly preached the gospel, without reference to danger, until, soon after, it became necessary for him to go to the east on important business. The majority, however, are agreed that he did remove from Rome along with the rest of the Jews, though while he remained there, he is supposed to have kept up the apostolic dignity by preaching at all risks. His journey eastward is made out in rather a circuitous manner, probably for no better reason than to make their stories as long as possible. And therefore it is enough to say, that he is carried by the continuation of the fable, from Rome first into Africa, where he erected a church at Carthage, over which he ordained Crescens, one of his Roman disciples, as bishop. Proceeding next along the northern coast of the continent, he is brought to Alexandria, where, of course, he founds a church, leaving the evangelist Mark in it, as bishop. And passing up the Nile to Thebes, constitutes Rufus there, in the same capacity. Thence the fabulous chroniclers carry him at once to Jerusalem. And here ends this tedious string of details, the story being now resumed from the clear and honest record of the sacred historian, to the great refreshment of the writer as well as the reader. After dealing so long in what is utterly unalloyed falsehood, Peter, Bishop of Rome, thought the great question of his having ever visited this city, has two separate and distinct parts, resting on totally different grounds, since they refer to two widely distant periods of time. But that part which refers to his early visit, being connected with this portion of the history, I proceed in this place to the full examination of all the evidences which have ever been brought in support of both divisions of this great subject in papal dogmatic history, from the supposed records of this event in the writings of the early Christian fathers. On this head, instead of myself entering into a course of investigations among these writers, which my very slight acquaintance with their works would make exceedingly laborious to me, and probably very incomplete after all, I here avail myself of the learned and industrious research of my friend, the Rev. Dr. Murdoch, widely and honorably known as the translator and annotator of Mosheim's ecclesiastical history. Through his kindness, I am allowed the free use of a long series of instructive lectures, formerly delivered by him as a professor of ecclesiastical history, which having been subsequently modified to suit a popular audience, will bring the whole of this learned matter, with the fullest details of the argument, in a form perfectly intelligible and acceptable to my readers. The testimony of the early fathers. In the latter part of the 1st century, Clement, Bishop of Rome, Epistle I, to Corinth, section 5, speaks of Paul and Peter as persecuted, and dying as martyrs. But he does not say when, or where. In the middle of the 2nd century, Justin Martyr speaks of Simon Magus, his magic and his deification, at Rome, but makes no mention of Peter's going to Rome, to combat him. Nor does any other father, so far as I know, till after A.D. 300. About 20 years after Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, Bishop of Lyons, wrote his 5 books against the heretics, in which he confutes them, by the testimony of those churches which were said to have been founded immediately by the apostles. The following extract from him will fully illustrate that mode of reasoning, and also show us what Irenaeus knew of Peter's being at Rome. He says, "The doctrine preached to all the world by the apostles, is now found in the church. As all may see if they are willing to learn, and we are able to name the persons whom the apostles constituted the bishops of the churches, and their successors down to our times, who have never taught or known any such doctrine as the heretics advance. Now if the apostles had been acquainted with certain recondite mysteries, which they taught privately, and only to such as were the most perfect, they would certainly have taught them to those men to whom they committed the care of the churches. For they required them to be very perfect and blameless in all things, whom they made their successors and substitutes in office, because, if they conducted aright, great advantage would result. But if they should go wrong, immense evils would ensue. But, as it would be tedious, in the present work, to enumerate the successions in all the churches, I will mention but one, viz. the greatest, most ancient, and well known by all, the church founded and established at Rome, by the 2 most glorious apostles, Peter and Paul. The faith of this church was the result of apostolic teaching, and the same as was everywhere preached, and it has come down to us through a succession of bishops. And by this example we confound all those who, in any manner, either from selfish views and vain glory, or from blindness to truth and erroneous belief, hold forth false doctrine. For with this church, on account of its superior preeminence, every other church, that is, the true believers everywhere, must agree. Because, in it has ever been preserved the doctrine derived immediately from the apostles, and which was everywhere propagated. The blessed apostles having founded and instructed this church, committed the episcopacy of it to Linus, who is mentioned by Paul in his epistle to Timothy. Anacletus succeeded Linus. And after him, the 3rd bishop from the apostles, was Clement, who saw the apostles themselves, and conferred with them, while their preaching and instruction was still sounding in his ears. Irenaeus then enumerates the succeeding bishops, down to Eleutherius, who, he says, is now the 12th bishop from the apostles. In the preceding section, Irenaeus tells us that Matthew wrote his gospel, while Peter and Paul were preaching, and founding the church at Rome. Here is full and explicit testimony, that Paul and Peter, unitedly, preached and founded the church at Rome, and that they constituted Linus the 1st bishop there. The language excludes both Peter and Paul and excludes both equally, from the episcopal chair at Rome. They committed the episcopacy to Linus, who was the 1st bishop, as Clement was the 3rd, and Eleutherius the 12th. Contemporary with Irenaeus was Dionysius, bishop of Corinth. In reply to a monitory letter from the Romish Church, of which Eusebius, Church History, 2:25, has preserved an extract, Dionysius says, "By this your excellent admonition, you have united in one the planting, by Peter and Paul, of the Romans and Corinthians. For both of them coming to our Corinth, planted and instructed us. And in like manner, going to Italy together, after teaching there, they suffered martyrdom at the same time." From this testimony we may learn how and when Peter went to Rome, as well as what relation he sustained to the church there. He and Paul came to Corinth together, and when they had regulated and instructed that church, they went on together to Italy, and did the same things at Rome as before at Corinth. Now this, if true, must have been after the captivity of Paul at Rome, mentioned in the book of Acts. For Paul never went directly from Corinth to Rome before that captivity, since he never was at Rome before he was carried there a prisoner, in the year D. 62. But, if released in the year 64, he might have visited Corinth afterwards, with Peter, and then have traveled with him to Rome. To the Church of Rome, Peter and Paul sustained the same relation. And that was the same as they had sustained to the Church of Corinth, viz. that of apostolic teachers and founders, not that of ordinary bishops. That is, Peter was no more the bishop of Rome than Paul was. And neither of them any more the bishop of Rome than both were bishops of Corinth. Dionysius likewise, here affirms, that Peter and Paul suffered martyrdom at the same time, and probably at Rome, where they last taught. That Rome was the place is proved by Caius, a Romish ecclesiastic, about D. 200, as quoted by Eusebius, Church History, 2. 25, I am able, says he, to show the trophies, the sepulchres, of the apostles. For if you will go to the Vatican, or along the Via Ostia, you will find the trophies of those who established this church. The next father, Clement of Alexandria, about D. 200, reports it as tradition, that Mark wrote his gospel at Rome, while Peter was preaching there. Eusebius, Church History, 6. 14, in the forepart of the 3rd century, lived Tertullian, a fervid and learned writer. He assailed the heretics with the same argument as Irenaeus did. Run over, says he, the apostolic churches, in which the chairs of apostles still preside in their places, and in which the autographs of their epistles are still read. If you are near to Italy, you have Rome, a witness for us, and how blessed a church is that on which apostles poured out their whole doctrine, together with their blood. Where Peter equalled our Lord in his mode of suffering. And where Paul was crowned, with the exit of John the Baptist. De Praescription Hereticarum c. 36. In another work he says, let us see what the Romans hold forth, to whom Peter and Paul imparted the gospel sealed with their own blood. Adversus Marcion, 4. c. 5. Again he says, neither is there a disparity between those whom John baptized in the Jordan, and Peter in the Tiber. De Baptismo. He moreover testifies that Peter suffered in the reign of Nero, Scorpiac. c. 15, and that this apostle ordained Clement bishop of Rome. Praescription c. 32. In the middle of the 3rd century, Cyprian of Carthage, writing to the bishop of Rome, Epistle 55, to Cornelius, calls the Church of Rome the principal church. And that where Peter's chair was, and whose faith was derived from apostolic preaching. In the end of the 3rd century or the beginning of the 4th, Lactantius, Divine Institutes, 4. c. 21, speaks of Peter and Paul as having wrought miracles, and uttered predictions at Rome, and describes their prediction of the destruction of Jerusalem. And in his work on the deaths of persecutors, chapter 2, he says, during the reign of Nero, Peter came to Rome. And having wrought several miracles by the power of God, which rested on him, he converted many to righteousness, and erected a faithful and abiding temple for God. This became known to Nero, who, learning that multitudes, not only at Rome but in all other places, were abandoning idolatry and embracing the new religion, and being hurried on to all sorts of cruelty by his brutal tyranny, set himself, the first of all, to destroy this religion, and to persecute the servants of God. So he ordered Peter to be crucified and Paul to be beheaded. I have now detailed every important testimony which I could find in the genuine works of the Fathers, in the 3 first centuries. The witnesses agree very well. And they relate nothing but what may be true. They make Peter and Paul to go from Corinth to Rome, in company, during the reign of Nero. And after preaching and strengthening the church at Rome, and ordaining Linus to be its first bishop, both suffering martyrdom at Rome on the same day, Peter being crucified and Paul decapitated. There is no representation of Peter's being any more bishop of Rome than Paul was, and Irenaeus in particular, expressly makes Linus the first bishop, and to be ordained by the 2 apostles. We now come to Eusebius, who wrote about it, d. 325. He quotes most of the fathers above cited, but departs widely from them, in regard to the time, and the occasion, of Peter's going to Rome. He says it was in the reign of Claudius. And for the purpose of opposing Simon Magus, as the Clementine novels represented the matter. Yet he does not make Peter to be bishop of Rome. The subsequent writers of the 4th and following centuries, agree with Eusebius as to the time and the occasion of Peter's going to Rome, and most of them make Peter to be the first bishop of Rome. According to them, Peter remained in Judea only about 4 years after the ascension, then he was bishop of Antioch 7 years, and in the 2nd year of Claudius, d. 43, removed his chair to Rome, where he was bishop for 25 years, or until his death, d. 68. And this is the account generally given by the papists, quite down to the present times. Objections to the traditionary history of Peter. 1. So far as the later fathers contradict those of the 3 first centuries, they ought to be rejected, because they could not have so good means of information. Oral tradition must, in 3 centuries, have become worthless, compared with what it was in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, and written testimony, which could be relied on, they had none, except that of the early fathers. Besides, we have seen how these later fathers were led astray. They believed the fable of Simon Magus's legerdemain at Rome, and his deification there. They read the Clementine fictions, and supposed them to be novels founded on facts. In their eulogies of Peter, they were fond of relating marvelous and affecting stories about him, and therefore too readily admitted fabulous traditions. And lastly, the bishops of Rome and their numerous adherents had a direct and an immense interest depending on this traditional history. For by it alone, they made out their succession to the chair of Peter, and the legitimacy of their ghostly power. 2. The later fathers invalidate their own testimony, by stating what is incredible, and what neither they nor their modern adherents can satisfactorily explain. They state that Linus succeeded Peter, for about 12 years. Then followed Cletus or Anacletus, for about 12 years more, and then succeeded Clement. And yet they tell us, all the 3 were ordained by the hands of Peter. How could this be? Did Peter ordain 3 successive bishops, after he was dead? Or did he resign his office to these bishops, and retire to a private station, more than 25 years before his crucifixion? No, says Epiphanius, against heresies, 27, and after him most of the modern papists, Nat Alex. H. E. Sekel. I. Dis. 13, Burius, and, but Peter being often absent from Rome, and having a vast weight of cares, had assistant bishops, and Linus and Cletus were not the successors but the assistants of Peter. But Irenaeus, Eusebius, Jerome, and all the authorized catalogues of popes, explicitly make Linus and Cletus to be successors to Peter. Besides, why did Peter need an assistant any more than the succeeding pontiffs? And what age since has ever witnessed an assistant pope at Rome? A more plausible solution, but which the papists cannot admit, is given by Rufinus. Preface to Clementine Recognitions, as I understand it, says he, Linus and Cletus were the bishops of Rome in Peter's lifetime, so that they performed the episcopal functions, and he, those of an apostle. And, in this way the whole may be true, says Rufinus. Granted, if this were the only objection, and if it could be made out that Peter went to Rome full 24 years before his martyrdom. But supposing it true, how can the successors of Linus and Cletus, the bishops, be successors of Peter, the apostle? 3. Peter removed his chair to Rome, say the later fathers and most of the Catholics, in the 2nd year of Claudius, that is, A.D. 43, and he resided there 24 years, or till his death. But we have the best proof, that of Holy Writ, that Peter was resident at Jerusalem, as late as the year D. 44. When King Agrippa seized him there, and imprisoned him, with intent to kill him. Acts 12. 3:19. And we have similar proof that he was still there in the year 51. When he deliberated and acted with the other apostles and brethren of Jerusalem, on the question of obliging Gentiles to observe the law of Moses. Acts 15:7, and Galatians 2:1-9. And, moreover, some time after this, as Paul tells us, Galatians 2:11-14, he came to Antioch, in Syria, and there dissembled about eating with the Gentiles. The common reply of the Catholics is, that Peter often made long journeys. And he might happen to be at Jerusalem, and at Antioch, at these times. But this solution is rejected by the more candid Romanists themselves, who agree with the early fathers, asserting that Peter first went to Rome in the reign of Nero. See page I Critique of Baronius's Annales, 43. 4. Paul wrote his epistle to the Romans in the year 59, as is supposed. And from this epistle it is almost certain, Peter was not then at Rome, and highly probable he had never been there. Throughout the epistle, Peter's name is not even mentioned, nor is that of Linus or Cletus, his supposed assistants, who always, it is said, supplied his place when he was absent. Indeed, so far as can be gathered from Paul's epistle, the Romish Christians appear not to have had, at that time nor previously, any bishop or any ecclesiastical head. The epistle is addressed to all that be in Rome, beloved of God, called to be saints. Romans I:7. It exhorts them to obey magistrates, but not to reverence and obey their spiritual rulers. Romans 13:1, and it inculcates on them all, the duty of living in harmony, of being modest and humble, of using their different gifts for the common good, Romans 12:3, and winky face but gives no intimation that they were amenable to any ecclesiastical authorities. It gives them rules for conducting their disciplinary acts, as a popular body, Romans 14:1, and, but does not refer to any regulations given them by St. Peter and his assistants. It contains salutations to near 30 persons, male and female, whom Paul knew personally, or by hearsay, chapter 16, but neither Peter, nor Linus, nor Cletus is of the number. Nor is any one spoken of as bishop, or elder, or pastor, or as clothed with any ecclesiastical authority. Priscilla and Aquila, and several others whom he had known in Greece or Asia, are named, and seem to be the leading persons in the church. Indeed, it would seem that no apostle had, as yet, ever been at Rome. Paul says he had a great desire, for many years, to visit them, and he intended to do so as soon as possible. Romans 15:23. And he tells them why he longed to see them, that he might impart to them some spiritual gifts, that is, some of those miraculous gifts which none but apostles could confer. Romans I:11. I may add, that Paul gives them a whole system of divinity in this epistle, and crowds more theology into it, than into any other he ever wrote, as if he considered this church as needing fundamental instruction in the gospel, more than any other. Now, how could all this be, if Peter had been there 15 years, with an assistant bishop to aid him, and had completely organized, and regulated, and instructed this central church of all Christendom? What Catholic bishop, at the present day, would dare to address the Church of Rome without once naming his liege lord, the Pope? And would give them a whole system of theology, and numerous rules and regulations for their private conduct and for their public discipline, without even an intimation that they had any spiritual guides and rulers, to whom they were accountable? 5. 3 years after this epistle was written, that is, d. 62, Paul arrived at Rome, and was there detained a prisoner for 2 years, or until a.d. 64. Now let us see if we can find Peter there, at or during this period. When it was known at Rome that Paul was approaching the city, the Christians there went 20 miles to meet him, and escort him, so eager were they to see an apostle of Jesus Christ. 3 days after his arrival, Paul called the chief of the Jews together, to have conversation with them. They had heard nothing against him, and they were glad to see him, for they wished to hear more about the Christian sect. For, said they, as concerning this sect, we know that it is everywhere spoken against, and we desire to hear of thee what thou thinkest. Acts 28:22. They appointed him a day, when they all assembled for the purpose, and he addressed them, from morning till evening. Now could Peter, the apostle of the circumcision, have been near 20 years bishop of Rome, and so full of business as to employ an assistant bishop, and yet the Jews there be so ignorant of Christianity, and so glad to meet with one who could satisfy their curiosity to learn something about it. Moreover, Paul now continued to preach the gospel in his own hired house, at Rome, for 2 years, Acts 28. 30, 31, winky face, and it would seem, was very successful. During this time he wrote his epistles to the Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians, Philemon, and perhaps, that to the Hebrews. In these epistles he often speaks of his success in making converts, and of the brethren who labored with him. But he does not once even name Peter, or Linus, or Cletus or Intimate, at all, that there was a cathedral church at Rome, with an apostle or any bishop at its head. He sends numerous salutations from individuals whom he names, and from little companies of Christians in their houses, but no salutations from Peter, or from any bishop or other officer of the church there. The Catholics tell us, Peter might happen to be absent during this period. What? Absent 2 whole years. And his assistant bishop also. Very negligent shepherds. But where was the church all this time, the enlightened Christian community, and the elders and deacons, who governed and instructed it, from Sabbath to Sabbath? Were all these, too, gone a journey? No, it is manifest Paul was now the only regular preacher of the gospel at Rome, and he was breaking up fallow ground, that had never before been cultivated, and sown, and made to bear fruit. This closes the learned argument on the testimonies of the Fathers, extracted from Dr. Murdoch's manuscripts. Lardner also gives a sort of abstract of the passages in the Fathers, which refer to this subject, but not near so full, nor so just to the original passages, as that of Dr. Murdoch, although he refers to a few authors not alluded to here, whose testimony, however, amounts to little or nothing. Lardner's disposition to believe all these long-established Roman fables seems very great, and, on these points, his critical accuracy appears to fail in maintaining its general character. However, in the simple passage from Clemens Romanus, referred to above, he is very full, not only translating the whole passage relating to Peter and Paul, but entering into a very elaborate discussion of the views taken of it. But after all he fails so utterly in rearing an historical argument on this slender basis, that I cannot feel called on to do anything more than barely refer the critical reader to the passage in his Life of Peter, 7. Bauer has given numerous quotations, too, from these sources, but nothing not contained in the abstract above, of which a great merit is, that it gives all the passages in full, in a faithful and highly expressive translation. See Bauer's Lives of the Popes. Peter. The Council of the Apostles at Jerusalem. The last circumstance of Peter's life and actions, recorded in the Acts of the Apostles, is one so deeply involved also in the conduct of others of the Holy Band, that the history of the whole affair can be best given in connection with their lives. More especially as the immediate occasion of it arose under the labors of these other persons. All the statement which is here necessary to introduce the part which Peter took in the sayings and doings on this occasion, is simply as follows. Paul and Barnabas, having returned to Antioch from their first great mission from that city, throughout almost the whole circuit of Asia Minor, were, soon after their arrival in that city, involved in a vexatious dispute with a set of persons, who, having come down from Jerusalem, had undertaken to give the Syrian Christians more careful instructions in the minutiae of religious duty, than they had received from those who had originally effected their conversion. These new teachers being directly from that holy city, which, having been the great scene of the instructions and sufferings of Jesus Christ, and still being the seat of the Apostolic College, was regarded by all as the true source of religious light, to Christians as well as Jews, throughout the world, therefore made no small commotion in the Church of Antioch, when they began to inculcate, as essential to salvation, a full conformity to all the minute ritual observances of the Mosaic Law. The Church of Antioch, having been planted and taught by men of a more Catholic spirit, had gathered within itself a large number of heathen from that Gentile city, who, led by their convictions of the truth and spirituality of the Christian faith, had renounced entirely all the idolatries in which they had been brought up, giving themselves, as it would seem, with honest resolution, to a life of such moral purity, as they considered alone essential to the maintenance of their new religious character. Still, they had never supposed, that in renouncing their idolatrous superstitions, they had bound themselves to throw off also those customs of their country, which could have no connection with moral purity of conduct, and had therefore still remained in national peculiarities, Gentiles, though in creed and religious practice, Christians. In this course they had been encouraged by the liberal and enlarged views of their religious instructors, who had never once hinted at the necessity of imposing upon Gentile Christians the burden of the Jewish law, which all the impressions of education and previous habits of life would have made quite intolerable. The wisdom of this enlightened spirit was seen in the great accessions of Gentiles, who, being convinced of the necessity of a moral change, were not met by any ceremonial impediments to the full adoption of a pure religion. Paul and Barnabas were, therefore, not a little troubled with this new difficulty, brought in by these Jewish teachers, who, being fresh from the fountain of religious knowledge, claimed great authority in reference to all delicate points of this nature. At last, after long and violent disputes between these old school and new school theologians, it was resolved to refer the whole matter to the 12 apostles themselves, at Jerusalem, who might well be supposed qualified to say what they considered to be the essential doctrines and observances of Christianity. Paul and Barnabas, therefore, with some of the rest engaged in the discussion, went up to Jerusalem as a delegation, for this purpose, and presented the whole difficulty to the consideration of the apostles. So little settled, after all, were the views and feelings of these first preachers of Christianity about the degree of freedom to be enjoyed by the numerous Gentile converts, that all the Jewish prejudices of many of them burst out at once, and high ground was taken against any dispensation in favor of Gentile prejudices. After a long discussion, in full assembly of both apostles and church officers, Peter arose in the midst of the debate, taking the superiority to which his peculiar commission and his long precedence among them entitled him, and in a tone of dignified decision addressed them. He reminded them, in the first place, of that unquestionable call by which God had chosen him from among all the apostles, to proclaim to the heathen the word of the gospel, and of that solemn sign by which God had attested the completeness of their conversion, knowing, as he did, the hearts of all his creatures. The signs of the Holy Spirit having been imparted to the heathen converts with the same perfection of regenerating influence that had been manifested in those of the Jewish faith who had believed. It was manifestly challenging the testimony of God himself, to try to put on them the irksome yoke of the tedious Mosaic ritual, a yoke which not even the Jewish disciples, nor their fathers before them, had been able to bear in all the appointed strictness of its observances. And much less, then, could they expect a burden so intolerable, to be supported by those to whom it had none of the sanctions of national and educational prejudice, which so much assisted its dominion over the feelings of the Jews. And all the disciples, even those of Jewish race, must be perfectly satisfied that their whole reliance for salvation should be, not on any legal conformity, but on that common favor of their Lord, Jesus Christ, in which the Gentile converts also trusted. Challenged the testimony of God. This is the substance of Quinault's ideas of the force of this passage, Acts 15. 10. Pi epsilon iotero alpha zeta epsilon tau omicron nu theta epsilon omicron nu, pyrazete ton theon. His words are, tentar deum dicunter, ca veritatem, omnipotentium, omniscient I am, etc. De indubium vocare, vel nova divini potentii ac voluntatis documenta desiderant, adiac Deo omnitunter. Those are said to tempt God who call in question God's truth, omnipotence, omniscience, and or demand new evidences of the divine power or will, and thus strive against God. He quotes Pott and Schleusner in support of this view of the passage. Rosenmuller and Bloomfield take the same view, as well as many others quoted by the latter and by Poole. Bloomfield is very full on the whole of Peter's speech, and on all the discussion, with the occasions of it. Chose me. This passage has been the subject of much discussion, but I have given a free translation which disagrees with no one of the views of its literal force. The fairest opinion of the matter is, that the expression epsilon xi epsilon lambda epsilon xi alpha tau omicron epsilon nu eta mu iota nu is a Hebraism. See Vorstius and others quoted by Bloomfield. This logically clear statement of whole difficulty, supported by the decisive authority of the chief of the apostles, most effectually hushed all discussion at once. And the whole assembly kept silence, while Paul and Barnabas recounted the extent and success of their labors. After they had finished, James, as the leader of the Mosaic faction, arose and expressed his own perfect acquiescence in the decision of Simon Peter, and proposed an arrangement for a dispensation in favor of the Gentile converts. Perfectly satisfactory to all. This conclusion, establishing the correctness of the tolerant and accommodating views of the chief apostle, ended the business in a prudent manner, the details of which will be given in the lives of those more immediately concerned in the results. And though so abrupt a conclusion may be undesirable here, it will be only robbing Peter to pay Paul. Antioch, in Syria. Acts 11:26. Peter's visit to Antioch. The historian of the Acts of the Apostles, after the narration of the preceding occurrence, makes no farther allusion to Peter. Devoting himself wholly to the account of the far more extensive labors of Paul and his companions, so that for the remaining records of Peter's life, reference must be had to other sources. These sources, however, are but few, and the results of investigations into them must be very brief. From some passages in the first part of Paul's epistle to the Galatians, in which he gives an account of his previous intercourse with the 12 apostles, having mentioned his own visit to Jerusalem and its results, as just described above. He speaks of Peter as coming down to Antioch, soon after, where his conduct, in some particulars, was such as to meet the very decided reprehension of Paul. On his first arrival in that Gentile city, Peter, in accordance with the liberal views taught him by the revelation at Joppa and Caesarea, mingled, without scruple, among all classes of believers in Christ. Claiming their hospitalities and all the pleasures of social intercourse, making no distinction between those of Jewish and of heathen origin. But in a short time, a company of persons came down from Jerusalem, sent particularly by James, no doubt with a reference to some especial observations on the behavior of the chief apostle. To see how it accorded with the Jerusalem standard of demeanor towards those, whom, by the Mosaic law, he must consider improper persons for the familiar intercourse of a Jew. Peter, probably knowing that they were disposed to notice his conduct critically on these matters of ceremonial punctilio, prudently determined to quiet these censors by avoiding all occasion for any collision with their prejudices. Before their arrival, he had mingled freely with the Grecian and Syrian members of the Christian community, eating with them, and conforming to their customs as far as was convenient for unrestrained social intercourse. But he now withdrew himself from their society, and kept himself much more retired than when free from critical observation. The sharp-eyed Paul, on noticing this sudden change in Peter's habits, immediately attacked him with his characteristic boldness, charging him with unworthy dissimulation. In thus accommodating his behavior to the whims of these sticklers for Judaical strictness of manners. The common supposition has been, that Peter was here wholly in the wrong, and Paul wholly in the right, a conclusion by no means justified by what is known of the facts, and of the characters of the persons concerned. Peter was a much older man than Paul, and much more disposed by his cooler blood, to prudent and careful measures. His long personal intercourse with Jesus himself, also gave him a great advantage over Paul, in judging of what would be the conduct in such a case most conformable to the spirit of his divine master. Nor was his behavior marked by anything discordant with real honesty. The precept of Christ was, "Be wise as serpents." And a mere desire to avoid offending an overscrupulous brother in a trifling matter, implied no more wariness than that divine maxim inculcated, and was, moreover, in the spirit of what Paul himself enjoined in very similar cases. In advising to avoid offending a brother by eating meat which had been offered in sacrifice to idols. There is no scriptural authority to favor the opinion that Peter ever acknowledged he was wrong. For all that Paul says is, "I rebuked him," but he does not say what effect it had on one who was an older and wiser man than his reprover, and quite as likely to be guided by the spirit of truth. It is probable, however, that Peter had something to say for himself. Since it is quite discordant with all common ideas, to suppose that a great apostle would, in the face of those who looked up to him as a source of eternal truth, act a part which implied an unjustifiable practical falsehood. After all, the difference seems to have been on a point of very trifling importance, connected merely with the ceremonials of familiar intercourse, between individuals of nations widely different in manners, habits, prejudices, and the whole tenor of their feelings, as far as country, language and education, would affect them. And a fair consideration of the whole difficulty, by modern ethical standards, will do much to justify Peter in a course designed to avoid unnecessary occasions of quarrel. Until the slow operations of time should have worn away all these national prejudices, the rigid sticklers quietly accommodating themselves to the neglect of ceremonies, which experience would prove perfectly impracticable among those professing the free faith of Christ. His residence in Babylon. The first epistle of Peter contains at the close a general salutation from the church in Babylon, to the Christians of Asia Minor, to whom it was addressed. From this, the unquestioned inference is, that Peter was in that city when he wrote. The only point mooted is, whether the place meant by this name was Babylon on the Euphrates, or some other city commonly designated by that name. The most irrational conjecture on the subject, and yet the one which has found most supporters, is, that this name is there used in a spiritual or metaphorical sense for Rome, whose conquests, wide dominion, idolatries, and tyranny over the worshippers of the true God, were considered as assimilating it to the ancient capital of the Eastern world. But, in reference to such an unparalleled instance of useless allegory, in a sober message from one church to a number of others, serving as a convenient date for a letter, it should be remembered that at that time there were at least two distinct, important places, bearing the name of Babylon so well known throughout the East, that the simple mention of the name would at once suggest to a common reader, one of these as the place seriously meant. One of these was that which stood on the site of the ancient Chaldean Babylon, a place of great resort to the Jews, finally becoming to them, after the destruction of Jerusalem, a great city of refuge, and one of the two great capitals of the Hebrew faith, sharing only with Tiberias the honors of its literary and religious preeminence. Even before that, however, as early as the time of Peter, it was a city of great importance and interest in a religious point of view, offering a most ample and desirable field for the labors of the chief apostle, now advancing in years, and whose whole genius, feelings, religious education and national peculiarities, qualified him as eminently for this oriental scene of labor, as those of Paul fitted him for the triumphant advancement of the Christian faith among the polished and energetic races of the mighty West. Here, then, it seems reasonable and pleasant to imagine, that in this glorious clime of the East, away from the bloody strife between tyranny and faction, that distracted and desolated the once blessed land of Israel's heritage, during the brief delay of its awful doom among the scenes of that ancient captivity, in which the morning sons of Zion had drawn high consolation and lasting support from the same word of prophecy, which the march of time in its solemn fulfillments had since made the faithful history of God's believing people, here the chief apostle calmly passed the slow decline of his lengthened years. High associations of historical and religious interest gave all around him a holy character. He sat amid the ruins of empires, the scattered wrecks of ages still in their dreary desolation attesting the surety of the word of God. From the lonely waste, mounded with the dust of 23 centuries, came the solemn witness of the truth of the Hebrew seers, who sung, over the highest glories of that plain in its brightest days, the long-foredoomed ruin that at last overswept it with such blighting desolation. Here, mighty visions of the destiny of worlds, the rise and fall of empire, rose on the view of Daniel and Ezekiel, whose prophetic scope, on this vast stage of dominion, expanded far beyond the narrow limits that bounded all the future in the eyes of the sublimest of those prophets, whose whole ideas of what was great were taken from the little world of Palestine. Like them, too, the apostolic chief lifted his aged eyes above the paltry commotions and troubles of his own land and times, and glanced far over all, to the scenes of distant ages, to the broad view of the spiritual consummation of events, to the final triumphs of a true and pure faith, to the achievement of the world's destiny. Babylon. That the great Sir John David Michaelis enters with the most satisfactory fullness into the discussion of this locality, with more fullness, indeed, than my crowded limits will allow me to do justice to. So that I must refer my reader to his Introduction to the New Testament, chapter 27. Section 4, 5, where ample statements may be found by those who wish to satisfy themselves of the justice of my conclusion about the place from which this epistle was written. He very ably exposes the extraordinary absurdity of the opinion that this date was given in a mystical sense, at a time when the ancient Babylon, on the Euphrates, was still in existence, as well as a city on the Tigris, Seleucia, to which the name of modern Babylon was given. And he might have added, that there was still another of this name in Egypt, not far from the great Memphis, which has, by Pearson and others, been earnestly defended as the Babylon from which Peter wrote. Michaelis observes, that through some mistake it has been supposed, that the ancient Babylon, in the time of Peter, was no longer in being. And it is true that in comparison with its original splendor, it might be called, even in the 1st century, a desolated city, yet it was not wholly a heap of ruins, nor destitute of inhabitants. This appears from the account which Strabo, who lived in the time of Tiberius, has given of it. This great geographer compares Babylon to Seleucia, saying, "At present Babylon is not so great as Seleucia, which was then the capital of the Parthian Empire, and, according to Pliny, contained 600,000 inhabitants." The acute Michaelis humorously remarks, that, to conclude that Babylon, whence Peter dates his epistle, could not have been the ancient Babylon, because this city was in a state of decay, and thence to argue that Peter used the word mystically to denote Rome, is about the same as if, on the receipt of a letter dated from Ghent or Antwerp, in which mention was made of a Christian community there, I concluded that because these cities are no longer what they were in the 16th century, the writer of the epistle meant a spiritual Ghent or Antwerp, and that the epistle was really written from Amsterdam. And in the next section he gives a similar illustration of this amusing absurdity, equally apt and happy, drawn in the same manner from modern places about him, for Göttingen was the residence of the immortal professor. The plain language of epistolary writing does not admit of figures of poetry. And though it would be very allowable in a poem, written in honor of Göttingen, to style it another Athens, yet if a professor of this university should, in a letter written from Göttingen, dated Athens, it would be a greater piece of pedantry than any learned man was ever yet guilty of. In like manner, though a figurative use of the word Babylon is not unsuitable to the animated and poetical language of the Apocalypse, yet in a plain and unadorned epistle, Peter would hardly have called the place whence he wrote by any other appellation than that which literally and properly belonged to it. Michaelis, Introduction to the New Testament, Marsh's translation, chapter 27. Section 4, 5. The most zealous defender of this mere popish notion of a mystical Babylon, is, alas, a Protestant. The best argument ever made out in its defense, is that by Lardner, who in his account of Peter's epistles, History of the Apostles and Evangelists, chapter 19. Section 3, does his utmost to maintain the mystical sense, and may be well referred to as giving the best possible defense of this view. But the course of Lardner's great work having led him, on all occasions, to make the most of the testimonies of the Fathers, in connection with the establishment of the credibility of the Gospel history, he seems to have been unable to shake off this reverence of everything which came on authority as old as Augustine. And his critical judgment on the traditionary history of Christianity is therefore worth very little. Anyone who wishes to see all his truly elaborate and learned arguments fairly met, may find this done by a mind of far greater originality, critical acuteness and biblical knowledge, if not equal in acquaintance with the Fathers. And by a far sounder judgment, in Michaelis, as above quoted, who has put an end to all dispute on these points, by his presentation of the truth. So well settled is this ground now, that we find in the theology of Romish writers most satisfactory refutations of an error, so convenient for the support of Romish supremacy. The learned Hug, pronounced very nearly like hook. U sounded as in bull, and G strongly aspirated, may here be referred to for the latest defense of the common sense view. Introduction Volume 2. Section 165. In answer to the notion of an Egyptian Babylon, he gives us help not to be found in Michaelis, who makes no mention of this view. Lardner also quotes from Strabo what sufficiently shows that this Babylon was no town of importance, but a mere military station for one of the 3 Roman legions which guarded Egypt. The only other place that could in any way be proposed as the Babylon of Peter is Seleucia on the Tigris. But Michaelis has abundantly shown that though in poetical usage in that age, and in common usage afterwards, this city was called Babylon, yet in Peter's time, grave prose statements would imply the ancient city and not this. He also quotes a highly illustrative passage from Josephus, in defense of his views. And which is of so much the more importance because Josephus was a historian who lived in the same age with Peter, and the passage itself relates to an event which took place 36 years before the Christian era. Namely, the delivery of Hyrcanus, the Jewish high priest, from imprisonment, with permission to reside in Babylon, where there was a considerable number of Jews. Josephus, Antiquities, 15. 2. Josephus adds, that both the Jews in Babylon and all who dwelt in that country, respected Hyrcanus as high priest and king. That this was the ancient Babylon and not Seleucia, appears from the fact, that wherever else he mentions the latter city, he calls it Seleucia. Wettstein's supposition that Peter meant the province of Babylon, being suggested only by the belief that the ancient Babylon did not then exist, is, of course, rendered entirely unnecessary by the proof of its existence. Besides the great names mentioned above, as authorities for the view which I have taken, I may refer also to Beza, Lightfoot, Basnage, Bozover, and even Cave, in spite of his love of Romish fables. To give a complete account of all the views of the passage referring to Babylon, 1 Peter v. 13, I should also mention that of Pot, on the calf. Epist, mentioned by Hug. This is that by the phrase in the Greek, epsilon nu beta alpha beta upsilon lambda omega nu iota sigma upsilon nu epsilon kappa lambda epsilon kappa tau eta, is meant, the woman chosen with him in Babylon, that is, Peter's wife, as if he wished to say, my wife, who is in Babylon, salutes you. And Pot concludes that the apostle himself was somewhere else at the time. For the answer to this notion, I refer the critical to Hug. This same notion had been before advanced by Mill, Wall, and Human, and refuted by Lardner. Sup. 19. 5. His first epistle. Inspired by such associations and remembrances, and by the spirit of simple truth and sincerity, Peter wrote his first epistle, which he directed to his Jewish brethren in several sections of Asia Minor, who had probably been brought under his ministry only in Jerusalem, on their visits there in attendance on the great annual feasts, which in all years, as in that of the Pentecost on which the Spirit was outpoured, came up to the holy city to worship. For there is no proof whatever, that Peter ever visited those countries to which he sent this letter. The character of the evidence offered, has been already mentioned. These believers in Christ had, during their annual visits to Jerusalem for many years, been in the habit of seeing there this venerable apostolic chief, and of hearing from his lips the gospel truth. But the changes of events having made it necessary for him to depart from Jerusalem to the peaceful lands of the east, the annual visitors of the holy city from the west, no longer enjoyed the presence and the spoken words of this greatest teacher. To console them for this loss, and to supply that spiritual instruction which seemed most needful to them in their immediate circumstances, he now wrote to them this epistle. The main purport of which seems to be, to inspire them with courage and consolation, under some weight of general suffering, then endured by them or impending over them. Indeed, the whole scope of the epistle bears most manifestly on this one particular point, the preparation of its readers, the Christian communities of Asia Minor, for heavy sufferings. It is not, to be sure, without many moral instructions, valuable in a mere general bearing, but all therein given have a peculiar force in reference to the solemn preparation for the endurance of calamities, soon to fall on them. The earnest exhortations which it contains, urging them to maintain a pure conscience, to refute the calumnies of time by innocence, to show respect for the magistracy, to unite in so much the greater love and fidelity with many others. are all evidently intended to provide them with the virtues which would sustain them under the fearful doom then threatening them. In the pursuance of the same great design, the Apostle calls their attention with peculiar earnestness to the bright example of Jesus Christ, whose behavior in suffering was now held up to them as a model and guide in their afflictions. With this noble pattern in view, the Apostle calls on them to go on in their blameless way, in spite of all that affliction might throw in the path of duty. No proof that he ever visited them. The learned Hug, truly Catholic, but not papistical, in his views of these points, though connected with the Roman Church, has honestly taken his stand against the foolish inventions on which so much time has been spent above. He says, Peter had not seen the Asiatic provinces, they were situated in the circuit of Paul's department, who had traveled through them, instructed them, and even at a distance, and in prison, did not lose sight of them. As witness his epistles to the Galatians, Ephesians, and Colossians, all which are comprehended within the circle to which Peter wrote. He was acquainted with their mode of life, foibles, virtues and imperfections. Their whole condition, and the manner in which they ought to be treated. The learned writer, however, does not seem to have fully appreciated Peter's numerous and continual opportunities for personal communications with these converts at Jerusalem. In the brief allusion made in Acts 2:9-10 to the foreign Jews visiting Jerusalem at the Pentecost, 3 of the very countries to which Peter writes, Cappadocia, Pontus and Asia, are commemorated with other neighboring regions, Phrygia and Pamphylia. Hug goes on, however, to trace several striking and interesting coincidences between this epistle and those of Paul to the Ephesians, to the Colossians and to Timothy, all which were directed to this region. Hug's Introduction to New Testament, Volume 2. Section 160. He observes that Peter is so far from denying his acquaintance with the epistles of Paul, that he even in express terms refers his readers to these compositions of his beloved brother, 2 Peter 3:15, and recommends them to them. Hug, also, in the succeeding section, section 161, points out some still more remarkable coincidences between this and the Epistle of James, which, in several passages, are exactly uniform. As 1 Peter I:6-7, and James I:2, 1 Peter I:24, and James I:10, 1 Peter v:5-6, and James 4:6-10. It must be understood that there are 3 totally distinct applications of this name, and without a remembrance of the fact, the whole subject will be in an inextricable confusion. In modern geography, as is well known, it is applied to all that part of the eastern continent which is bounded west by Europe and Africa, and south by the Indian Ocean. It is also applied sometimes under the limitation of minor, or lesser, to that part of Great Asia, which lies between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. But in this passage it is not used in either of these extended senses. It is confined to that very narrow section of the eastern coast of the Aegean Sea, which stretches from the Caicus to the Meander, including but a few miles of territory inland, in which were the 7 cities to which John wrote in the Apocalypse. The same tract also bore the name of Meonia. Asia Minor, in the modern sense of the term, is also frequently alluded to in Acts, but nowhere else in the New Testament unless we adopt Griesbach's reading of Romans 16:5, Asia instead of Achaia. In the outset of his address, he greets them as strangers, in all the various lands throughout which they were scattered, bearing everywhere the stamp of a peculiar people, foreign in manners, principles and in conduct. To the indigenous races of the regions in which they had made their home, yet sharing, at the same time, the sorrows and the glories of the doomed nation from which they drew their origin, a chosen, an elect, order of people. Prepared in the counsels of God for a high and holy destiny, by the consecrating influence of a spirit of truth. Pointing them to that hope of an unchanging, undefiled, unfading heritage in the heavens, above the temporary sorrows of the earth, he teaches them to find in that, the consolation needful in their various trials. These trials, in various parts of his work, he speaks of as inevitable and dreadful, yet appointed by the decrees of God himself as a fiery test, beginning its judgments, indeed, in his own household. but ending in a vastly more awful doom on those who had not the support and safety of obedience to his warning word of truth. All these things are said by way of premonition, to put them on their guard against the onset of approaching evil, lest they should think it strange that a dispensation so cruel should visit them. When, in reality, it was an occasion for joy, that they should thus be made, in suffering, partakers of the glory of Christ, one in like manner. He moreover warns them to keep a constant watch over their conduct, to be prudent and careful, because the accusing prosecutor was constantly prowling around them, seeking to attack some one of them with his devouring accusations. Him they were to meet, with a solid adherence to the faith, knowing as they did, that the responsibilities of their religious profession were not confined within the narrow circle of their own sectional limits, but were shared with their brethren in the faith throughout almost the whole world. From all these particulars the conclusion is inevitable, that there was in the condition of the Christians to whom he wrote, a most remarkable crisis just occurring, one too of no limited or local character. And that throughout Asia Minor and the whole empire, a trying time of universal trouble was immediately beginning with all who owned the faith of Jesus. The widely extended character of the evil, necessarily implies its emanation from the supreme power of the empire, which, bounded by no provincial limits, would sweep through the world in desolating fury on the righteous sufferers. Nor is there any event recorded in the history of those ages, which could thus have affected the Christian communities, except the first Christian persecution, in which Nero, with wanton malice, set the example of cruel, unfounded accusation. That soon spread throughout his whole empire, bringing suffering and death to thousands of faithful believers. Accusing prosecutor that the view which Hug takes of the scope of the epistle, throws new light on the true meaning of this passage, and abundantly justifies this new translation, though none of the great New Testament lexicographers support it. The primary, simple senses of the words also, help to justify the usage, as well as their similar force in other passages. A reference to any lexicon will show that elsewhere, these words bear a meaning accordant with this version. The first noun never occurs in the New Testament except in a legal sense. The Greek is alpha nu tau iota delta iota kappa omicron mu omega nu delta iota alpha beta omicron lambda omicron, 1 Peter v. 8, in which the last word, diabolos, need not be construed as a substantive expression, but may be made an adjective, belonging to the second word, antidikos. The last word, under these circumstances, need not necessarily mean, the devil, in any sense. But referring directly to the simple sense of its primitive, must be made to mean, calumniating, slanderous, accusing, and in connection with the technical, legal term, alpha nu tau iota delta iota kappa omicron, whose primary, etymological sense is uniformly a legal one. The plaintiff or prosecutor in a suit at law, can mean only the calumniating, or accusing, prosecutor. The common writers on the epistle, being utterly ignorant of its general scope, have failed to apprehend the true force of this expression. But the clear, critical judgment of Rosenmuller, though he also was without the advantage of a knowledge of its history, led him at once to see the greater justice of the view here given. And he accordingly adopts it, yet not with the definite, technical application of terms justly belonging to the passage. He refers vaguely to others who have taken this view, but does not give names. The time when this epistle was written is very variously fixed by the different writers to whom I have above referred. Lardner, dating it at Rome, concludes that the time was between AD 63 and 65, because he thinks that Peter could not have arrived at Rome earlier. This inference depends entirely on what he does not prove, the assertion that by Babylon, in the date, is meant Rome. The proofs of its being another place, which I have given above, will therefore require that it should have been written before that time, if Peter did then go to Rome. And Michaelis seems to ground upon this notion his belief, that it was written either not long before, or not long after, the year 60. But the nobly impartial Hug comes to our aid again, with the sentence, which, though bearing against a fiction most desirable for his church, he unhesitatingly passes on its date. From his admirable detail of the contents and design of the epistle, he makes it evident that it was written, from Babylon, some years after the time when Peter is commonly said to have gone to Rome, never to return. This is the opinion which I have necessarily adopted, after taking his view of the design of the epistle. Another series of passages in this epistle refers to the remarkable fact that the Christians were at that time suffering under an accusation that they were evildoers, malefactors, criminals liable to the vengeance of the law. And that this accusation was so general, that the name, Christian, was already a term denoting a criminal directly liable to this legal vengeance. This certainly was a state of things hitherto totally unparalleled in the history of the followers of Christ. In all the accounts previously given of the nature of the attacks made on them by their enemies, it is made to appear that no accusation whatever was sustained or even brought against them, in reference to moral or legal offenses. But they were always presented in the light of mere religious dissenters and sectaries. At Corinth, the independent and equitable Gallio dismissed them from the judgment seat, with the upright decision that they were chargeable with no crime whatever. Felix and Festus, with King Agrippa too, also, alike esteemed the whole procedure against Paul as a mere theological or religious affair, relating to doctrines and not to moral actions. At Ephesus, even one of the high officers of the city did not hesitate to declare, in the face of a mob raging against Paul and his companions, that they were innocent of all crime. And even as late as the 7th year of Nero, the name of Christian had so little of an odious or criminal character, that Agrippa too did not disdain to declare himself almost persuaded to assume the name and character. And the whole course of their history abundantly shows, that so far from the idea of attacking the Christian brotherhood in a mass, as guilty of legal offenses, and making their very name nearly synonymous with criminal, no trace whatever of such an attack appears, until 3 years after the last mentioned date, when Nero charged the Christians, as a sect, with his own atrocious crime, the dreadful devastation by fire of his own capital. And on this ground, everywhere instituted a cruel persecution against them. In connection with this procedure, the Christians are first mentioned in Roman history, as a new and peculiar class of people, called Christiani, from their founder, Christus. And in reference to this matter, abusive charges are brought against them. Evildoers. These passages are in 2. 12, 3. 16, 4. 15, where the word in Greek is kappa alpha kappa omicron pi omicron iota, kakapoioi, which means a malefactor, as is shown in John 18. 30, where the whole point of the remark consists in the fact, that the person spoken of was considered an actual violator of known law, so that the word is evidently limited throughout, to those who were criminals in the eye of the law. The name Christian denoting a criminal. This is manifest from 4. 16, where they are exhorted to suffer for this alone, and to give no occasion whatever for any other criminal accusation. Bethlehem, at night. A third characteristic of the circumstances of those to whom this epistle is addressed, is, that they were obliged to be constantly on their guard against accusations, which would expose them to capital punishment. They were objects of scorn and obloquy, and were to expect to be dragged to trial as thieves, murderers, and as wretches conspiring secretly against the public peace and safety, and to all this they were liable in their character as Christians. The apostle, therefore, in deep solicitude for the dreadful condition and liabilities of his friends, warns those who, in spite of innocence, are thus made to suffer, to consider all their afflictions as in accordance with the wise will of God, and, in an upright course of conduct, to commit the keeping of their souls to him, as a faithful guardian, who would not allow the permanent injury of the souls which he had created. Now, not even a conjecture can be made, much less, any historical proof be brought, that beyond Palestine any person had ever yet been made to suffer death on the score of religion, or of any stigma attaching to that sect, before the time when Nero involved them in the cruel charge just mentioned. The date of the first instances of such persecutions was the 11th year of the reign of Nero, under the consulships of Caius Licinius Bassus, and Marcus Licinius Crassus, according to the Roman annals. The commencement of the burning of Rome, which was the occasion of this first attack on the Christians, was in the last part of the month of July, but the persecution did not begin immediately. After various contrivances to avert the indignation of the people from their imperial destroyer, the Christians were seized as a proper expiatory sacrifice, the choice being favored by the general dislike with which they were regarded. This attack being deferred for some time after the burning, could not have occurred till late in that year. The epistle cannot have been written before its occurrence, nor indeed until some time afterwards. Because a few months must be allowed for the account of it to spread to the provinces of Asia, and it must have been still later when the news of the difficulty could reach the apostle, so as to enable him to appreciate the danger of those Christians who were under the dominion of the Romans. It is evident, then, that the epistle was not written in the same year in which the burning occurred, but in the subsequent one, the 12th of Nero's reign, and the 65th of the Christian era. By that time the condition and prospects of the Christians throughout the empire were such as to excite the deepest solicitude in the great apostle, who, though himself residing in the great Parthian Empire, removed from all danger of injury from the Roman emperor, was by no means disposed to forget the high claims the sufferers had on him for counsel and consolation. This dreadful event was the most important which had ever yet befallen the Christians, and there would certainly be just occasion for surprise, if it had called forth no consolatory testimony from the founders of the faith, and if no trace of it could be found in the apostolic records. Committing the keeping of their souls to God, this view of the design of the epistle gives new force to this passage, for 19. First mentioned in Roman history. This is by Tacitus, Annals 15. 44, who thus speaks of them: Nero condendi urbis novi eti conimento sua appellandi gloriam quirera, et sic jussum incendium credebater. Ergo abolendo rumori subdidit rios, e quisitissimus poenis afficit, quos per flagitia invisos, vulgus Christianos appellabat, and it was believed that Nero, desirous of building the city anew, and of calling it by his surname, had thus caused its burning. To get rid of this general impression, therefore, he brought under this accusation, and visited with the most exquisite punishments, a set of persons, hateful for their crimes, commonly called Christians. The name was derived from Christus, who, in the reign of Tiberius, was seized and punished by Pontius Pilate, the procurator. The ruinous superstition, though checked for a while, broke out again, not only in Judea, the source of the evil, but also in the city, Rome. Therefore those who professed it were first seized, and then, on their confession, a great number of others were convicted, not so much on the charge of the arson, as on account of the universal hatred which existed against them. And their deaths were made amusing exhibitions, as, being covered with the skins of wild beasts, they were torn to pieces by dogs, or were nailed to crosses, or, being daubed with combustible stuff, were burned by way of light, in the darkness. After the close of day, Nero opened his own gardens for the show, and mingled with the lowest part of the throng, on the occasion. The description of the cruel manner in which they were burned, may serve as a forcible illustration of the meaning of the fiery trial, to which Peter alludes, for 12, by Suetonius. Also, they are briefly mentioned. Nero, chapter 15. Afflicti supplicius Christiani, genus hominum superstitionis novi et malefici. The Christians, a sort of men of a new and pernicious, evil-doing, superstition, were visited with punishments. That this Neronian persecution was as extensive as is here made to appear, is proved by Lardner and Hug. The former in particular, gives several very interesting evidences, in his Heathen Testimonies, especially the remarkable inscription referring to this persecution, found in Portugal. Collection of Ancient Jewish and Heathen Testimonies, Chapter 3. From the uniform tone in which the apostle alludes to the danger as threatening only his readers, without the slightest allusion to the circumstance of his being involved in the difficulty, is drawn another important confirmation of the locality of the epistle. He uniformly uses the second person when referring to trials, but if he himself had then been so situated as to share in the calamity for which he strove to prepare them, he would have been very apt to have expressed his own feelings in view of the common evil. Paul, in those epistles which were written under circumstances of personal distress, is very full of warm expressions of the state of mind in which he met his trials. Nor was there in Peter any lack of the fervid energy that would burst forth in similarly eloquent sympathy, on the like occasions. But from Babylon, beyond the bounds of Roman sway, He looked on their sufferings only with that pure sympathy which his regard for his brethren would excite. And it is not to be wondered, then, that he uses the second person merely, in speaking of their distresses. The bearer of this epistle to the distressed Christians of Asia Minor, is named Silvanus, generally supposed to be the same with Silvanus or Silas, mentioned in Paul's epistles, and in the Acts. As the companion of Paul in his journeys through some of those provinces to which Peter now wrote. There is great probability in this conjecture, nor is there anything that contradicts it in the slightest degree, and it may therefore be considered as true. Some other great object may at this time have required his presence among them, or he may have been then passing on his journey to rejoin Paul, thus executing this commission incidentally. This view of the scope and contents of this epistle is taken from Hugg, who seems to have originated it. At least I can find nothing of it in any other author whom I have consulted. Michaelis, for instance, though evidently apprehending the general tendency of the epistle, and its design to prepare its readers for the coming of some dreadful calamity, was not led thereby to the just apprehension of the historical circumstances therewith connected. Hugg, 2. Sections 162-165. Michaelis Volume 4. Chapter 27. Sections 1-7. The Second Epistle. After writing the former epistle to the Christians of Asia Minor, Peter probably continued to reside in Babylon, since no occurrence is mentioned which could draw him away, in his old age, from the retired but important field of labor to which he had previously confined himself. Still exercising a paternal watchfulness, however, over his distant disciples, his solicitude before long again excited him to address them in reference to their spiritual difficulties and necessities. The apprehensions expressed in the former epistle, respecting their maintenance of a pure faith in their complicated trials, had in the meantime proved well grounded. During the distracting calamities of Nero's persecution, false teachers had arisen, who had, by degrees, brought in pernicious heresies among them, affecting the very foundations of the faith, and ending in the most ruinous consequences to the belief and practice of some. This second epistle he wrote, therefore, to stir up those who were still pure in heart, to the remembrance of the true doctrines of Christianity, as taught by the apostles, and to warn them against the heretical notions that had so fatally spread among them. Of the errors complained of, the most important seems to have been the denial of the judgment, which had been prophesied so long. Solemnly reassuring them of the certainty of that awful series of events, he exhorted them to the steady maintenance of such a holy conduct and godly life, as would fit them to meet the great change which he so sublimely pictured, whenever and however it should occur. And closed with a most solemn charge to beware lest they also should be led away by the error of the wicked, so as to fall from their former steadfast adherence to the truth. In the former part of the epistle he alluded affectingly to the nearness of his own end, as an especial reason for his urgency with those from whom he was so soon to be parted. I think it meet as long as I am in this tabernacle, to stir you up to the remembrance of these things, knowing as I do that the putting off of my tabernacle is very near, according to what our Lord Jesus Christ made known to me. This is an allusion to the prophecy of his Master at the meeting on the lake, after the resurrection, described in the last chapter of John's Gospel. Therefore, writes the aged apostle, I will be urgent that you, after my departure, may always hold these things in your memory. All which seems to imply an anticipated death, of which he was reminded by the course of natural decay, and by the remembrance of the parting prophecy of his Master, and not by anything very imminently dangerous or threatening in his external circumstances, at the time of writing. This was the last important work of his adventurous and devoted life, and his allusions to the solemn scenes of future judgment were therefore most solemnly appropriate. Those to whom he wrote could expect to see his face no more, and his whole epistle is in a strain accordant with these circumstances, dwelling particularly on the awful realities of a coming day of doom. The first epistle of Peter has always been received as authentic, ever since the apostolic writings were first collected, nor has there ever been a single doubt expressed by any theologian, that it was what it pretended to be. But in regard to the epistle just mentioned as his second, and now commonly so received, there has been as much earnest discussion as concerning any other book in the sacred canon, excepting, perhaps, The Epistle to the Hebrews and John's Revelation. The weight of historical testimony is certainly rather against its authenticity, since all the early fathers who explicitly mention it, speak of it as a work of very doubtful character. In the first list of the sacred writings that is recorded, this is not put among those generally acknowledged as of divine authority, but among those whose truth was disputed. Still, quotations from it are found in the writings of the fathers, in the 1st, 2nd and 3rd centuries, by whom it is mentioned approvingly, although not specified as inspired or of divine authority. But even as late as the end of the 4th century there were still many who denied it to be Peter's, on account of supposed differences of style observable between this and the former epistle, which was acknowledged to be his. The Syrian Christians continued to reject it from their canon for some time after, for in the Old Syriac version, executed before A.D. 100, this alone, of all books supposed to have been written before that translation that are now considered a part of the New Testament, is not contained, though it was regarded by many among them as a good book. And is quoted in the writings of one of the Syrian fathers, with respect. After this period, however, these objections were soon forgotten, and from the 5th century downwards, it has been universally adopted into the authentic canon, and regarded with that reverence which its internal evidences of truth and genuineness so amply justify. Indeed, it is on its internal evidence, almost entirely, that its great defense must be founded, since the historical testimonies, by common confession of theologians, will not afford that satisfaction to the investigator, which is desirable on subjects of this nature. And though ancient usage and its long-established possession of a place in the inspired code may be called up in its support, still there will be occasion for the aid of internal reasons, to maintain a positive decision as to its authenticity. And this sort of evidence, an examination by the rigid standards of modern critical theology, proves abundantly sufficient for the effort to which it is summoned. For though it has been said, that since the ancients themselves were in doubt, the moderns cannot expect to arrive at certainty, because it is impossible to get more historical information on the subject, in the 19th century, than ecclesiastical writers had within reach in the 3rd and 4th centuries. Still, when the question of the authenticity of the work is to be decided by an examination of its contents, the means of ascertaining the truth are by no means proportioned to the antiquity of the criticism. In the early ages of Christianity, the science of faithfully investigating truth hardly had an existence. And such has been the progress of improvement in this department of knowledge, under the labors of modern theologians, that the writers of the 19th century may justly be considered as possessed of far more extensive and certain means of settling the character of this epistle by internal evidence, than were within the knowledge of those Christian fathers who lived 1400 years ago. The great objection against the epistle in the 4th century, was an alleged dissimilarity of style between this and the former epistle. Now, there can be no doubt whatever that modern biblical scholars have vastly greater means for judging of a rhetorical question of this kind, than the Christian fathers of the 4th century, of whom those who were Grecians were really less scientifically acquainted with their own language, and no more qualified for a comparison of this kind, than those who live in an age when the principles of criticism are so much better understood. With all these superior lights, the results of the most accurate modern investigations have been decidedly favorable to the authenticity of the second epistle ascribed to Peter, and the most rigid comparisons of its style with that of the former have brought out proofs triumphantly satisfactory of its identity of origin with that, proofs so much the more unquestionable, as they are borrowed from coincidences which must have been entirely natural and incidental, and not the result of any deliberate collusion. This account of the second epistle is also taken from Hugg and Michaelis, to whom, with Lardner, reference may be made for the details of all the arguments for and against its authenticity. As to the place and time of writing this epistle, it seems quite probable that it was written where the former one was, since there is no account or hint whatever of any change in Peter's external circumstances. And that it was written some months after it, is unquestionable, since its whole tenor requires such a period to have intervened, as would allow the first to reach them and be read by them. And also for the apostle to learn in the course of time the effects ultimately produced by it, and to hear of the rise of new difficulties, requiring new apostolical interference and counsel. The first seems to have been directed mainly to those who were complete Jews, by birth or by proselytism, as appears from the terms in which he repeatedly addresses them in it. But the sort of errors complained of in this epistle seem to have been so exclusively characteristic of Gentile converts, that it must have been written more particularly with reference to difficulties in that part of the religious communities of those regions. He condemns and refutes certain heretics who rejected some of the fundamental truths of the Mosaic law, errors which no well-trained Jew could ever be supposed to make, but which in motley assemblages of different races, like the Christian churches, might naturally enough arise among those Gentiles, who felt impatient at the inferiority in which they seemed implicated by their ignorance of the doctrines of the Jewish theology, in which their circumcised brethren were so fully versed. It seems to have been more especially aimed at the rising sect of the Gnostics, who are known to have been heretical on some of the very points here alluded to. Its great similarity, in some passages, to the Epistle of Jude, will make it the subject of allusion again in the life of that apostle. His death. Henceforth the writings of the New Testament are entirely silent as to the chief apostle. Not a hint is given of the few remaining actions of his life, nor of the mode, place, or time of his death, and all these concluding points have been left to be settled by conjecture, or by tradition as baseless. The only passage which has been supposed to give any hint of the manner of his death, is that in the last chapter of John's Gospel. Jesus says to him, I most solemnly tell thee, when thou wast young, thou didst gird thyself and walk whither thou wouldst, but when thou shalt be old, another shall gird thee, and carry thee whither thou wouldst not. This he said, to make known by what sort of death he should glorify God. It has been commonly said that this is a distinct and unquestionable prophecy that he should in his old age be crucified, the expression, another shall gird thee and carry thee whither thou wouldst not, referring to his being bound to the cross and borne away to execution, since this was the only sort of death by which an apostle could be said, with much propriety or force, to glorify God. And the long-established authority of tradition coinciding with this view, or rather, suggesting it, no very minute examination into the sense of the passage has ever been made. But the words themselves are by no means decisive. Take a common reader, who has never heard that Peter was crucified, and it would be hard for him to make out such a circumstance from the bare prophecy as given by John. Indeed, such unbiased impressions of the sense of the passage will go far to justify the conclusion that the words imply nothing but that Peter was destined to pass a long life in the service of his Master. That he should, after having worn out his bodily and mental energies in his devoted exertions, attain such an extreme decrepit old age as to lose the power of voluntary motion, and die thus. At least without necessarily implying any bloody martyrdom. Will it be said that by such a quiet death he could not be considered as glorifying God? The objection surely is founded in a misapprehension of the nature of those demonstrations of devotion, by which the glory of God is most effectually secured. There are other modes of martyrdom than the dungeon, the sword, the axe, the flame, and the stone. And in all ages since Peter, there have been thousands of martyrs who have, by lives steadily and quietly devoted to the cause of truth, no less glorified God, than those who were rapt to heaven in flame, in blood, and in tortures inflicted by a malignant persecution. Was not God truly glorified in the deaths of the aged Xavier, and Eliot, and Swartz, or the bright, early exits of Brainerd, Mills, Martin, Parsons, Fisk, and hundreds whom the apostolic spirit of modern missions has sent forth to labors as devoted, and to deaths as glorious to God, as those of any who swell the deified lists of the ancient martyrologies? The whole notion of a bloody martyrdom as an essential termination to the life of a saint, grew out of a papistical superstition. Nor need the enlightened minds of those who can better appreciate the manner in which God's highest glory is secured by the lives and deaths of his servants, seek any such superfluous aids to crown the mighty course of the great apostolic chief, whose solid claims to the name and honors of martyr rest on higher grounds than so insignificant an accident as the manner of his death. All those writers who pretend to particularize the mode of his departure, connect it also with the utterly impossible fiction of his residence at Rome, on which enough has been already said. Who will undertake to say, out of such a mass of matters, what is truth and what is falsehood? And if the views above given, on the high authority of the latest writers of even the Romish Church, are of any value for any purpose whatever, they are perfectly decisive against the notion of Peter's martyrdom at Rome. In the persecution under Nero, since Peter was then in Babylon, far beyond the vengeance of the Caesar. Nor was he so foolish as ever after to have trusted himself in the reach of a perfectly unnecessary danger. The command of Christ was, when you are persecuted in one city, flee into another, the necessary and unquestionable inference from which, was, that when out of the reach of persecution they should not wilfully go into it. This is a simple principle of Christian action, with which papist fablemongers were totally unacquainted, and they thereby afford the most satisfactory proof of the utter falsity of the actions and motives which they ascribe to the apostles. One of these stories thus disproved is connected with another adventure with that useful character, Simon Magus, who, as the tale runs, after being first vanquished so thoroughly by Peter in the reign of Claudius, returned to Rome. In the reign of Nero, and made such progress again in his magical tricks, as to rise into the highest favor with this emperor, as he had with the former. This of course required a new effort from Peter, which ended in the disgrace and death of the magician, who, attempting to fly through the air in the presence of the emperor and people in the theater, was by the prayer of Peter caused to fall from his aspiring course, to the ground, by which he was so much injured as to die soon after. The emperor being provoked at the loss of his favorite, turned all his wrath against the apostle who had been directly instrumental in his ruin, and imprisoned him with the design of executing him as soon as might be convenient. While in these circumstances, or as others say, before he was imprisoned, he was earnestly exhorted by the disciples in Rome, to make his escape. He accordingly, though very desirous of being killed, a most abominably irreligious wish, by the way, began to move off, one dark night. But had hardly got beyond the walls of the city, indeed he was just passing out of the gateway, when, whom should he meet but Jesus Christ himself, coming towards Rome. Peter asked, with some reasonable surprise, Lord, where are you going? Christ answered, I am coming to Rome, to be crucified again. Peter at once took this as a hint that he ought to have stayed, and that Christ meant to be crucified again in the crucifixion of his apostle. He accordingly turned right about, and went back into the city, where, having given to the wondering brethren an account of the reasons of his return, he was immediately seized, and was crucified, to the glory of God. Now it is a sufficient answer to this or any similar fable, to judge the blasphemous inventor out of his own mouth, and out of the instructions given by Christ himself to his servants, for their conduct. In all cases where they were threatened with persecution, as above quoted. Referring to his being bound to the cross, Tertullian seems to have first suggested this rather whimsical interpretation: Tunc Petrus ab altero cingitur, quum cruci et stringitur. Tertullian, Scorpies, 15. There seems to be more rhyme than reason in the sentence, however. The rejection of this forced interpretation is by no means a new notion. The critical Tremellius long ago maintained that the verse had no reference whatever to a prophecy of Peter's crucifixion, though he probably had no idea of denying that Peter did actually die by crucifixion. Among more modern commentators too, the prince of critics, Quinault, with whom are quoted Semler, Gurlitt and Schott, utterly deny that a fair construction of the original will allow any prophetical idea to be based on it. The critical testimony of these great commentators on the true and just force of the words, is of the very highest value. Because all received the tale of Peter's crucifixion as true, having never examined the authority of the tradition, and not one of them pretended to deny that he really was crucified. But in spite of this preconceived erroneous historical notion, their nice sense of what was grammatically and critically just, would not allow them to pervert the passage to the support of this long-established view. And they therefore pronounce it as merely expressive of the helplessness and imbecility of extreme old age, with which they make every word coincide. But Bloomfield, entirely carried away with the tide of antique authorities, is surprised that so many recent commentators should deny that crucifixion is here alluded to, though they acknowledge that Peter suffered crucifixion. Now this last circumstance might well occasion surprise, as it certainly did in me, when I found what mighty names had so disinterestedly supported the interpretation which I had with fear and trembling adopted. in obedience to my own long-established, unaided convictions. But my surprise was of a decidedly agreeable sort. The inventors of fables go on to give us the minute particulars of Peter's death, and especially note the circumstance that he was crucified with his head downwards and his feet uppermost. He himself having desired that it might be done in that manner, because he thought himself unworthy to be crucified as his master was. This was a mode sometimes adopted by the Romans, as an additional pain and ignominy. But Peter must have been singularly accommodating to his persecutors, to have suggested this improvement upon his tortures to his malignant murderers. And must have manifested a spirit more accordant with that of a savage defying his enemies to increase his agonies, than with that of the mild, submissive Jesus. And such has been the evident absurdity of the story, that many of the most ardent receivers of fables have rejected this circumstance as improbable, more especially as it is not found among the earliest stories of his crucifixion. But evidently seems to have been appended among later improvements. Peter's martyrdom. The only authority which can be esteemed worthy of consideration on this point, is that of Clemens Romanus, who, in the latter part of the 1st century, about the year 70, or as others say, 96, in his epistle to the Corinthians, uses these words respecting Peter: Peter, on account of unrighteous hatred, underwent not 1, or 2, but many labors, and having thus borne his testimony, departed to the place of glory, which was his due. Upsilon tau omega mu alpha rho tau upsilon rho eta sigma alpha epsilon pi omicron rho epsilon upsilon theta eta epsilon iota tau omicron nu omicron phi epsilon iota lambda omicron mu epsilon nu omicron nu tau omicron pi omicron nu delta omicron xi eta. Now it is by no means certain that the prominent word, martyresis, necessarily means, bearing testimony by death, or martyrdom in the modern sense. The primary sense of this verb is merely, to witness, in which simple meaning alone, it is used in the New Testament, nor can any passage in the sacred writings be shown, in which this verb means, to bear witness to any cause, by death. This was a technical sense, if I may so name it, which the word at last acquired among the fathers, when they were speaking of those who bore witness to the truth of the gospel of Christ by their blood. And it was a meaning which at last nearly excluded all the true original senses of the verb, limiting it mainly to the notion of a death by persecution for the sake of Christ. Thence our English words, martyr and martyrdom. But that Clement by this use of the word, in this connection, meant to convey the idea of Peter's having been killed for the sake of Christ, is an opinion utterly incapable of proof. And moreover rendered improbable by the words joined to it in the passage. The sentence is, Peter underwent many labors, and having thus borne witness to the gospel truth, went to the place of glory which he deserved. Now the adverb, thus, upsilon tau omega, seems to me most distinctly to show what was the nature of this testimony, and the manner also in which he bore it. It points out more plainly than any other words could, the fact that his testimony to the truth of the gospel was borne in the zealous labors of a devoted life, and not by the agonies of a bloody death. There is not in the whole context, nor in all the writings of Clement, any hint whatever that Peter was killed for the sake of the gospel. And we are therefore required by every sound rule of interpretation, to stick to the primary sense of the verb, in this passage. Lardner most decidedly mistranslates it in the text of his work, so that any common reader would be grossly deceived as to the expression in the original of Clement: Peter underwent many labors, till at last being martyred, he went, and the Greek word, upsilon tau omega, hudos, means always, in this manner, thus, so, and is not a mere expletive, like the English phrase, and so, which is a mere form of transition from one part of the narrative to the other. In the similar passage of Clemens which refers to Paul, there is something in the connection which may seem to favor the conclusion that he understood Paul to have been put to death by the Roman officers. His words are, and after having borne his testimony before governors, he was thus sent out of the world, and here the word thus, coming after the participle, may perhaps be considered, in view also of its other connections, as implying his removal from the world by a violent death, in consequence of the testimony borne by him before the governors. This however, will bear some dispute, and will have a fuller discussion elsewhere. But in respect to the passage which refers to Peter, the burden of proof may fairly be said to lie on those who maintain the old opinion. Here the word is shown to have, in the New Testament, no such application to death as it has since acquired. And the question is whether Clemens Romanus, a man himself of the apostolic age, who lived and perhaps wrote, before the canon was completed, had already learned to give a new meaning to a verb, before so simple and unlimited in its applications. No person can pretend to trace this meaning to within a century of the Clementine age, nor does Susser refer to anyone who knew of such use before Clement of Alexandria, see his Thesaurus, mu alpha rho tau upsilon rho. Clement himself uses it in the same epistle, section 17, in its unquestionable primary sense, speaking of Abraham as having received an honorable testimony, epsilon mu alpha rho tau upsilon rho eta winky face, for who will say that Abraham was martyred, in the modern sense. The fact too that Clement nowhere else gives the least glimmer of a hint that Peter died anywhere but in his bed, fixes the position here taken, beyond all possibility of attack, except by its being shown that he uses this verb somewhere else, with the sense of death unquestionably attached to it. There is no other early writer who can be said to speak of the manner of Peter's death, before Dionysius of Corinth, who says that Peter and Paul, having taught in Italy together, bore their testimony, by death, if you please, about the same time. An argument might here also be sustained on the word epsilon mu alpha rho tau upsilon rho eta sigma alpha nu, M. Arthurson, but the evidence of Dionysius, mixed as it is with a demonstrated fable, is not worth a verbal criticism. The same may be said of Tertullian and the rest of the later fathers, as given in the note on pages 228-233. An examination of the word mu alpha rho tau upsilon rho, in Susser's Thesaurus Ecclesiasticus, will show the critical, that even in later times, this word did not necessarily imply one who bore his testimony to the truth at the sacrifice of life. Even Chrysostom, in whose time the peculiar limitation of the term might be supposed to be very well established, uses the word in such applications as to show that its original force was not wholly lost. By Athanasius too, Shadrach, Meshach and Abednego are styled martyrs. Gregory Nazianzen also speaks of living martyrs. Zeta omega nu tau epsilon mu alpha rho tau upsilon rho epsilon. Theophylact calls the Apostle John a martyr, though he declares him to have passed through the hands of his persecutors unhurt, and to have died by the course of nature. Clemens Alexandrinus has similar uses of the term. And the apostolical constitutions, of doubtful date, but much later than the 1st century, also give it in such applications. Susser distinctly specifies several classes of persons, not martyrs in the modern sense, to whom the Greek word is nevertheless applied in the writings of even the later fathers. As those who testified the truth of the gospel of Christ, at the peril of life merely, without the loss of it, those who obeyed the requirements of the gospel, by restraining passion, and in some of these instances, however, it is palpable that the application of the word to such persons is secondary, and made in rather a poetical way, with a reference to the more common meaning of loss of life for the sake of Christ. Since there is always implied a testimony at the risk or loss of something. Still the power of these instances to render doubtful the meaning of the term, is unquestionable. See Susser's Thesaurus Ecclesiasticus, mu alpha rho tau upsilon rho, 3. 2, 5, 6. Perhaps it is hardly worth while to dismiss these fables altogether, without first alluding to the rather ancient one, first given by Clemens Alexandrinus. Stramata, 7, page 736, and copied verbatim by Eusebius, Church History, 3. 30. Both the Reverend Fathers, however, introduced the story as a tradition, a mere on dit, prefacing it with the expressive phrase, they say, and Phi alpha sigma iota. The blessed Peter, seeing his wife led to death, was pleased with the honor of her being thus called by God to return home, and thus addressed her in words of exhortation and consolation, calling her by name, O woman, remember the Lord. The story comes up from the hands of tradition rather too late, however, to be entitled to any credit whatever, being recorded by Clemens Alexandrinus, full 200 years after Christ. It was probably invented in the times when it was thought worth while to cherish the spirit of voluntary martyrdom, among even the female sex, for which purpose instances were sought out or invented respecting those of the apostolic days. That Peter had a wife is perfectly true, and it is also probable that she accompanied him about on his travels, as would appear from a passage in Paul's writings, 1 Corinthians 9. 5. Winky face, but beyond this, nothing is known of her life or death. Similar fables might be endlessly multiplied from papistical sources, more especially from the Clementine novels, and the apostolical romances of Abdias Babylonius. But the object of the present work is true history, and it would require a whole volume like this to give all the details of Christian mythology. In justification of the certainty with which sentence is pronounced against the whole story of Peter's ever having gone to Rome, it is only necessary to refer to the decisive argument on pages 228-233. In which the whole array of ancient evidence on the point, is given by Dr. Murdoch. If the support of great names is needed, those of Scaliger, Salmasius, Spanheim, and Bauer, all mighty minds in criticism, are enough to justify the boldness of the opinion, that Peter never went west of the Hellespont. And probably never embarked on the Mediterranean. In conclusion of the whole refutation of this long-established error, the matter cannot be more fairly presented, than in the words with which the critical and learned Bauer opens his Lives of the Popes. To avoid being imposed upon. We ought to treat tradition as we do a notorious and known liar, to whom we give no credit unless what he says is confirmed to us by some person of undoubted veracity. If it is affirmed by him alone, we can at most but suspend our belief, not rejecting it as false, because a liar may sometimes speak truth, but we cannot, upon his bare authority, admit it as true. Now that St. Peter was at Rome, that he was Bishop of Rome, we are told by tradition alone, which, at the same time tells us of so many strange circumstances attending his coming to that metropolis, his staying in it, his withdrawing from it, and that in the opinion of every unprejudiced man, the whole must savour strongly of romance. Thus we are told that St. Peter went to Rome chiefly to oppose Simon, the celebrated magician. That at their first interview, at which Nero himself was present, he flew up into the air, in the sight of the emperor and the whole city. But that the devil, who had thus raised him, struck with dread and terror at the name of Jesus, whom the apostle invoked, let him fall to the ground, by which fall he broke his legs. Should you question the truth of this tradition at Rome, they would show you the prints of St. Peter's knees in the stone, on which he kneeled on this occasion, and another stone still dyed with the blood of the magician. This account seems to have been borrowed from Suetonius, who speaks of a person that, in the public sports, undertook to fly, in the presence of the Emperor Nero, but on his first attempt, fell to the ground. By which fall his blood sprung out with such violence that it reached the emperor's canopy. The Romans, as we are told, highly incensed against him for thus maiming and bringing to disgrace one to whom they paid divine honors, vowed his destruction. Whereupon the apostle thought it advisable to retire for a while from the city, and had already reached the gate, when to his great surprise, he met our Saviour coming in, as he went out, who, upon St. Peter's asking him where he was going, returned this answer, I am going to Rome, to be crucified anew, which, as St. Peter understood it, was upbraiding him with his flight. Whereupon he turned back, and was soon after seized by the provoked Romans, and, by an order from the emperor, crucified. Nor do the fables about Peter, by the inveterate papists, cease with his death. In regard to the place of his tomb, a new story was needed, and it is accordingly given with the usual particularity. It is said that he was buried at Rome in the Vatican Plain, in the district beyond the Tiber, in which he was said to have first preached among the Jews, and where stood the great circus of Nero, in which the apostle is said to have been crucified. Over this bloody spot, a church was afterwards raised, by Constantine the Great, who chose for its site part of the ground that had been occupied by the circus, and the spaces where the temples of Mars and Apollo had stood. The church, though of no great architectural beauty, was a building of great magnitude, being 300 feet long, and more than 150 feet wide. This building stood nearly 1200 years, when becoming ruinous in spite of all repairs, it was removed to give place to the present cathedral church of St. Peter, now the most immense and magnificent building in the world, not too much praised in the graphic verse in which the Pilgrim poet sets it beyond all comparison with the greatest piles of ancient or modern art. But lo! The dome. The vast and wondrous dome. To which Diana's marvel was a cell. Christ's mighty shrine above his martyr's tomb. I have beheld the Ephesians' miracle. Its columns strew the wilderness, and dwell the hyena and the jackal in their shade. I have beheld Sophia's bright roofs swell their glittering mass in the sun, and have surveyed its sanctuary, while the usurping Moslem prayed. But thou, of temples old, or altars new, standest alone, with nothing like to thee. Worthiest of God, the holy and the true. Since Zion's desolation, when that he forsook his former city, what could be of earthly structures in his honor piled, of a sublimer aspect? Within the most holy place of this vast sanctuary, beneath the very center of that wonderful dome, which rises in such unequaled vastness above it, redounding far more to the glory of the man who reared it than of the God whose altar it covers, in the vaulted crypt which lies below the pavement, is a shrine, before which 100 lamps are constantly burning, and over which the prayers of thousands are daily rising. This is called the tomb of the saint to whom the whole pile is dedicated, and from whom the great high priest of that temple draws his claim to the keys of the kingdom of heaven, with the power to bind and loose, and the assurance of heaven's sanction on his decrees. But what a contrast is all this, pride, pomp and circumstance, to the bare purity of the faith and character of the simple man whose life and conduct are recorded on these pages. If anything whatever may be drawn as a well-authorized conclusion from the details that have been given of his actions and motives, it is that Simon Peter was a plain, blunt man, laboring devotedly for the object to which he had been called by Jesus, and with no other view whatever than the advancement of the kingdom of his Master, the inculcation of a pure spiritual faith, which should seek no support, nor the slightest aid, from the circumstances which charm the eye and ear, and win the soul through the mere delight impressed upon the senses, as the idolatrous priests who now claim his name and ashes maintain their dominion in the hearts of millions of worse than pagan worshippers. His whole life and labors were pointed at the very extirpation of forms and ceremonies, the erection of a pure, rational, spiritual dominion in the hearts of mankind, so that the blessings of a glorious faith, which for 2,000 years before had been confined to the limits of a ceremonial system, might now, disenthralled from all the bonds of sense, and exalted above the details of tedious forms, of natural distinctions, and of antique rituals, spread over a field as wide as humanity. For this he lived and toiled, and in the clear hope of a triumphant fulfillment of that plan, he died. And if, from his forgotten, unknown grave, among the ashes of the Chaldean Babylon, and from the holy rest which is for the blessed, the now glorified apostle could be called to the renewal of breathing, earthly life, and see the results of his energetic, simple-minded devotion, what wonder, what joy, what grief, what glory, what shame, would not the revelation of these mighty changes move within him? The simple, pure gospel which he had preached in humble, faithful obedience to the divine command, without a thought of glory or reward, now exalted in the idolatrous reverence of hundreds of millions, but were appreciated in its simplicity and truth. The cross on which his Master was doomed to ignominy, now exalted as the sign of salvation, and the seal of God's love to the world. A spectacle as strange to a Roman or Jewish eye, as to a modern would be the gallows, similarly consecrated, but who burning with that devotion which led him of old to bear that shameful burden. His own humble name raised to a place above the brightest of Roman, of Grecian, of Hebrew, or Chaldean story. But made, alas, the supporter of a tyranny over souls, far more grinding and remorseless than any which he labored to overthrow. The fabled spot of his grave, housed in a temple to which the noblest shrine of ancient heathenism was but a cell, but in which are celebrated, under the sanction of his sainted name, the rites of an idolatry, than which that of Rome, or Greece, or Egypt would seem more spiritual and of tedious, unmeaning ceremonies. compared with which the whole formalities of the Levitical ritual might be pronounced simple and practical. These would be the first sights that would meet the eye of the disentombed apostle, if he should rise over the spot which claims the honors of his martyrdom, and the consecration of his commission. How mournfully would he turn from all the mighty honors of that idolatrous worship, from the deified glories of that sublimest of shrines that ever rose over the earth. How earnestly would he long for the high temple of one humble, pure heart, that knew and felt the simplicity of the truth as it was in Jesus. How joyfully would he hail the manifestations of that active evangelizing spirit that consecrated and fitted him for his great missionary enterprise. His amazed and grieved soul would doubtless here and there feel its new view rewarded, in the sight of much that was accordant with the holy feeling that inspired the apostolic band. All over Christendom, might he find scattered the occasional lights of a purer devotion, and on many lands he would see the truth pouring, in something of the clear splendor for which he hoped and labored. But of the countless souls that own Jesus as Lord and Savior, millions on millions, and vast numbers too, even in the lands of a reformed faith would be found still clinging to the vain support of forms, and names, and observances. And but a few, a precious few, who had learned what that means, I will have mercy and not sacrifice, works and not words, deeds and not creeds, high, simple, active, energetic, enterprising devotion, and not cloistered reverence. Chancelled worship or soul-wearying rituals. Would not the apostle, sickened with the revelations of such a resurrection, and more appalled than delighted, call on the power that brought him up from the peaceful rest of the blessed, to give him again the calm repose of those who die in the Lord, rather than the idolatrous honors of such an apotheosis, or the strange sight of the results of such an evangelization? Let me enter again the gates of Hades, but not the portals of these temples of superstition. Let me lie down with the souls of the humble, but not in the shrine of this heathenish pile. Leave me once more to rest from my labors, with my work still following, and call me not from this repose till the labors I left on earth unachieved, have been better done. We did not follow these cunningly devised fables, when we made known to men the power and coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, but the simple eyewitness story of his majesty. We had a surer word of prophecy. And well would it have been, if these had turned their wandering eyes to it, as to a light shining in a dark place, and kept that steady beacon in view, through the stormy gloom of ages, until the day dawn and the day star arise in their hearts. These are not the new heavens and the new earth, wherein dwelleth righteousness, for which we looked, according to God's promise. Those must the faithful still look for, believing that Jehovah, with whom 1,000 years are as one day, is not slack concerning his promise, but desires all to come to repentance, and will come himself at last in the achievement of our labors. Then call me. What a life was this! Its early recorded events found him a poor fisherman, in a rude, despised province, toiling day by day in a low, laborious business, living with hardly a hope above the beasts that perish. By the side of that lake, one morning, walked a stranger, who, with mild words but wondrous deeds, called the poor fisherman to leave all, and follow him. Won by the commanding promise of the call, he obeyed, and followed that new master, with high hopes of earthly glory for a while, which at last were darkened and crushed in the gradual developments of a far deeper plan than his rude mind could at first have appreciated. But still he followed him, through toils and sorrows, through revelations and trials, at last to the sight of his bloody cross, and followed him, still unchanged in heart, basely and almost hopelessly wicked. The fairest trial of his virtue proved him after all, lazy, bloody-minded, but cowardly, lying, and utterly faithless in the promise of new life from the grave. But a change came over him. He, so lately a cowardly dishonor of his master's name, now, with a courageous martyr spirit dared the wrath of the awful magnates of his nation, in attesting his faith in Christ. Once a fierce, brawling, ear-cutting Galilean, henceforth he lived an unresisting subject of abuse, stripes, bonds, imprisonment and threatened death. When was there ever such a triumph of grace in the heart of man? The conversion of Paul himself could not be compared with it, as a moral miracle. The apostle of Tarsus was a refined, well-educated man, brought up in the great college of the Jewish law, theology and literature, and not wholly unacquainted with the Grecian writers. The power of a high spiritual faith over such a mind, however steeled by prejudice, was not so wonderful as its renovating, refining and elevating influence on the rude fishermen of Bethsaida. Paul was a man of considerable natural genius, and he shows it on every page of his writings. But in Peter there are seen few evidences of a mind naturally exalted, and the whole tenor of his words and actions seems to imply a character of sound common sense, and great energy, but of perceptions and powers of expression, great. Not so much by inborn genius, as by the impulse of a higher spirit within him, gradually bringing him to the possession of new faculties intellectual as well as moral. This was the spirit which raised him from the humble task of a fisherman, to that of drawing men and nations within the compass of the gospel, and to a glory which not all the gods of ancient superstition ever attained. Most empty honors. Whew down the marble mountains, and rear them into walls as massive and as lasting. Why raise the solemn arches and the lofty towers to overtop the everlasting hills with their heavenward heads? Or lift the ski dome into the middle heaven, almost outswelling the blue vault itself? Why task the soul of art for new creations to line the long-drawn aisles, and gem the fretted roof? There is a glory that shall outlast all. The cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces. The solemn temples, the great globe itself. Yet all which it inherit. A glory far beyond the brightest things of earth in its brightest day. For, they that be wise shall shine as the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars, for ever and ever. Yet in this the apostle rejoices not. Not that adoring millions lift his name in prayers, and thanksgivings, and songs, and incense, from the noblest piles of man's creation, to the glory of a God not even that over all the earth, in all ages. Till the perpetual hills shall bow with time, till eternity grows grey, the pure in heart will yield him the highest human honors of the faith, on which nations, continents and worlds hang their hopes of salvation. He rejoices not that the spirits of angels or men are subject to him, but that his name is written in heaven. Andrew. His authentic history. The name of this apostle is here brought in directly after his eminent brother, in accordance with the lists of the apostles given by Matthew and Luke, in their Gospels, where they seem to dispose them all in pairs. And very naturally, in this case, prefer family affinity as a principle of arrangement, putting together in this and the following instances, those who were sons of the same father. The most eminent son of Jonah, deservedly taking the highest place on all the lists, his brother might very properly so far share in the honors of this distinction, as to be mentioned along with him. Without any necessary implication of the possession of any of that moral and intellectual superiority, on which Peter's claim to the first place was grounded. These seem, at least, to have been sufficient reasons for Matthew, in arranging the apostles, and for Luke in his Gospel. While in his history of the Acts of the Apostles he followed a different plan, putting Andrew forth on the list, and giving the sons of Zebedee a place before him, as Mark did also. The uniform manner in which James and John are mentioned along with Peter on great occasions, to the total neglect of Andrew, seems to imply that this apostle was quite behind his brother in those excellences which fitted him for the leading place in the great Christian enterprise. Since it is most reasonable to believe that, if he had possessed faculties of such a high order, he would have been readily selected to enjoy with him the peculiar privileges of a most intimate personal intercourse with Jesus, and to share the high honors of his peculiar revelations of glory and power. The question of the relative age of the two sons of Jonah has been already settled in the beginning of the life of Peter. And in the same part of the work have also been given all the particulars about their family, rank, residence, and occupation, which are desirable for the illustration of the lives and characters of both. So too, throughout the whole of the sacred narrative, everything that could concern Andrew has been abundantly expressed and commented on, in the life of Peter. The occasions on which the name of this apostle is mentioned in the New Testament, indeed, except in the bare enumeration of the 12, are only 3: his first introduction to Jesus, his actual call, and the circumstance of his being present with his brother and the sons of Zebedee, at the scene on the Mount of Olives, when Christ foretold the utter ruin of the temple. Of these three scenes, in the first only did he perform such a part, as to receive any other than a bare mention in the gospel history. Nor even in that solitary circumstance does his conduct seem to have been of much importance, except as leading his brother to the knowledge of Jesus. From this circumstance, however, of his being specified as the first of all the 12 who had a personal acquaintance with Jesus, he has been honored by many writers with the distinguishing title of the first called. Although others have claimed the dignity of this appellation for another apostle, in whose life the particular reasons for such a claim will be mentioned. The first called in Greek Pyro Omega Tau Omicron Kappa Lambda Eta Tau Omicron, Protokletos, by which name he is called by Nicephorus Callistus, Church History, 2:39, and by several of the Greek fathers, as quoted by Cangius, Gloss. In Voc. Susser, however, makes no reference whatever to this term. From the minute narrative of the circumstances of the call, given by John in the first chapter of his Gospel, it appears, that Andrew, excited by the fame of the great baptizer, had left his home at Bethsaida, and gone to Bethabara. On the same side of the Jordan, but farther south, where the solemn and ardent appeals of the bold herald of inspiration so far equaled the expectation awakened by rumor, that, along with vast multitudes who seem to have made but an indifferent progress in religious knowledge, though brought to the repentance and confession of their sins, he was baptized in the Jordan. And was also attached to the person of the great preacher in a peculiar manner, as it would seem, aiming at a still more advanced state of indoctrination, than ordinary converts could be expected to attain. While in this diligent personal attendance on his new master, he was one day standing with him upon the banks of the Jordan, the great scene of the mystic sacrament, listening to the incidental instructions which fell from the lips of the holy man. In company with another disciple, his countryman and friend. In the midst of the conversation, perhaps, while discoursing upon the deep question then in agitation, about the advent of the Messiah, suddenly the great preacher exclaimed, "Behold the Lamb of God." The two disciples at once turned their eyes towards the person thus solemnly designated as the Messiah, and saw walking by them, a stranger, whose demeanor was such as to mark him for the object of the baptizer's apostrophe. With one accord, the two hearers at once left the teacher, who had now referred them to a higher source of truth and purity, and both followed together the footsteps of the wonderful stranger, of whose real character they knew nothing. Though their curiosity must have been most highly excited, by the solemn mystery of the words in which his greatness was announced. As they hurried after him, the sound of their hasty feet fell on the ear of the retiring stranger, who, turning towards his inquiring pursuers, mildly met their curious glances with the question, "Whom seek ye?" Thus giving them an opportunity to state their wishes for his acquaintance. They eagerly answered by the question, implying their desire for a permanent knowledge of him, "Rabbi, Master, where dwellest thou?" He kindly answered them with a polite invitation to accompany him to his lodgings, for there is no reason to believe that they went with him to his permanent home in Capernaum or Nazareth, since Jesus was probably then staying at some place near the scene of the baptism. Being hospitably and familiarly entertained by Jesus, as his intimate friends, it being then 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they remained with him till the next day, enjoying a direct personal intercourse, which gave them the best opportunities for learning his character and his power to impart to them the high instructions which they were prepared to expect, by the solemn annunciation of the great baptizer. And at the same time it shows their own earnestness and zeal for acquiring a knowledge of the Messiah, as well as his benignant familiarity in thus receiving them immediately into such a domestication with him. After this protracted interview with Jesus, Andrew seems to have attained the most perfect conviction that his newly adopted teacher was all that he had been declared to be. And in the eagerness of a warm fraternal affection, he immediately sought his dear brother Simon, and exultingly announced to him the great results of his yesterday's introduction to the wonderful man, "We have found the Messiah." Such a declaration, made with the confidence of one who knew by personal experience, at once secured the attention of the no less ardent Simon, and he accordingly gave himself up to the guidance of the confident Andrew, who led him directly to Jesus, anxious that his beloved brother should also share in the high favor of the Messiah's friendship and instruction. This is the most remarkable recorded circumstance of Andrew's life. And on his ready adherence to Jesus, and the circumstance that he, first of all the disciples, declared him to be the Messiah, may be founded a just claim for a most honorable distinction of Andrew. Bethabara. Some of the later critics seem disposed to reject this now common reading, and to adopt in its place that of Bethany, which is supported by such a number of old manuscripts and versions, as to offer a strong defense against the word at present established. Both the Syriac versions, the Arabic, Ethiopic, the Vulgate, and the Saxon, give Bethany. And Origen, from whom the other reading seems to have arisen, confesses that the previously established word was Bethany, which he, with about as much sense of justice and propriety as could be expected from even the most judicious of the fathers, rejected for the unauthorized Bethabara, on the simple ground that there is such a place on the Jordan, mentioned in Judges 7:24, while Bethany is elsewhere in the Gospels described as close to Jerusalem, on the Mount of Olives. The Venerable Father never apprehending the probability of two different places bearing the same name, nor referring to the etymology of Bethany, which is, Bethenia, the house, or place, of a boat, equivalent to a ferry. Origen on John, quoted by Wolff. Chrysostom and Epiphanius are also quoted by Lampe, as defending this perversion on similar grounds. Heracleon, Nonus and Beza are referred to in defense of Bethany. And among moderns, Mill, Simon and others, are quoted by Wolff on the same side. Campbell and Bloomfield also defend this view. Scultetus, Grotius and Casaubon argue in favor of Bethabara. Lightfoot makes a long argument to prove that Bethany, the true reading, means not any village or particular spot of that name, but the province or tract, called Batanea, lying beyond the Jordan, in the northern part of its course. A conjecture hardly supported by the structure of the word, nor by the opinion of any other writer. This Bethany beyond the Jordan, seems to have been thus particularized as to position, in order to distinguish it from the place of the same name near Jerusalem. Its exact situation cannot now be ascertained. But it was commonly placed about 15 or 20 miles south of Lake Gennesaret. Batanea replaced with Batania. Lamb of God. This expression has been the subject of much discussion, and has been amply illustrated by the labors of learned commentators. Whether John the Baptizer expected Jesus to atone for the sins of the world by death, has been a question ably argued by Quinault and Gabler against, and by Lampe, Wolff, and Bloomfield, for the idea of an implied sacrifice and expiation. The latter writer in particular, is very full and candid. Wolff also gives a great number of references, and to these authors the critical must resort for the minutiae of a discussion, too heavy and protracted for this work. See the above authors on John I, 29. After narrating the particulars of his call, in which he was merely a companion of his brother, and after specifying the circumstance of his being present at the prophecy of the temple's destruction, the New Testament history takes not the slightest notice of any action of Andrew's life. Nor is he even mentioned in the Acts of the Apostles, except in the mere list of their names in the first chapter. For anything further, reference must be made to that most dubious of historical materials, the tradition of the Fathers. And the most reasonable opinion that can be pronounced upon all the rest of Andrew's life is, that nothing whatever is known about it. He probably remained all his life in Palestine, quietly and humbly devoting himself to the trials and labors of the apostolic life, without reference to the production of any great admiration of his actions, or to the perpetuation of his fame. Being older than Peter, he probably died before him, and perhaps before the last great war of the Jews with the Romans, ending in the destruction of Jerusalem, which compelled the Christians to leave the city. He may, however, have gone eastward with his brother, and passed the last years of his life in Babylon. His fabulous history. But such a simple conclusion to this apostle's life would by no means answer the purposes of the ancient writers on these matters. And accordingly the inquirer into apostolic history is presented with a long talk of Andrew's journey into Europe, through Greece and Thrace, where he is said to have founded many churches, undergone many labors, and performed many miracles, and at last to have been crucified in a city of Greece. The brief, but decided condemnation of all this imposition, however, is found in its absolute destitution of proof, or of truly ancient authority. Not the most antique particular of this tedious falsehood can be traced back to a date within 200 years of the time of the pretended journey. And the whole story from beginning to end, was undoubtedly made up to answer the demands of a credulous age, when, after the triumphant diffusion of Christianity throughout the Roman Empire, curiosity began to be greatly awakened about the founders of the faith, a curiosity too great to be satisfied with the meager statements of the records of truth. Moreover, every province of Christendom, following the example of the metropolis, soon began to claim some one of the apostolic band, as having first preached the gospel in its territories. And to substantiate these claims, it was necessary to produce a record corresponding to the legend which at first floated about only in the mouths of the inventors and propagators. Accordingly, apocryphal gospels and histories were manufactured in vast numbers, to meet this new demand, detailing long series of apostolic labors and journeys, and commemorating martyrdoms in every civilized country under heaven, from Britain to India. Among these, the Grecian provinces must needs come in for their share of apostolic honor, and Andrew was therefore given up to them, as a founder and martyr. The numerous particulars of fictitious miracles and persecutions might be amusing, but cannot deserve a place in this work, to the exclusion of serious matters of fact. A cursory view of the fables, however, may be allowed, even by these contracted limits. The earliest story about Andrew is, that he was sent to Scythia first, when the apostles divided the world into provinces of duty. His route is said to have been through Greece, Epirus, and then directly northward into Scythia. Another later writer, however, makes a different track for him, leading from Palestine into Asia Minor, through Cappadocia, Galatia and Bithynia. Thence north through the country of the cannibals and to the wild wastes of Scythia. Thence south along the northern, western and southern shores of the Black Sea, to Byzantium, now Constantinople, and after some time, through Thrace, southwestwards into Macedonia, Thessaly, and Achaia, in which last his life and labors are said to have ended. By the same author, he is also in another passage said to have been driven from Byzantium by threats of the persecution, and therefore to have crossed over the Black Sea to city of Argyropolis, on its southern coast, where he preached 2 years. And constituted Stachys bishop of a church which he there founded. And thence to Sinope in Paphlagonia. It is said by others that, on his great northern journey, he went not only into Scythia but into Sogdiana, now Tartary, and even to the Sakai, near the borders of Thibet, and to India. The earliest mention made of the Apostle Andrew, by any writer whatever, after the evangelists, is by Origen, about d. 230 or 240, who speaks of him as having been sent to the Scythians. Commentary on Genesis, 1. 3. The passage is preserved only in the Latin translation of his writings, the original Greek of that part having been lost. The date of the original, however, is too late to deserve any credit. A story making its first appearance nearly 2 centuries after the occurrence which it commemorates, with no reference to authorities, is but poor evidence. Eusebius, Church History, 3. 1. Mentions barely the same circumstance as Origen, d. 315, Gregory Nazianzen, Orat. In Ar, is the first who says that Andrew went to Greece. A.D. 370. Chrysostom also, Homily on 12 Apostles, mentions this. A.D. 398. Jerome, Script. ECC. Quotes Sophronius, as saying that Andrew went also to the Sogdians and Sacans. A.D. 397. Augustine, The Faith Against Manichaeanism, is the first who brings in very much from tradition, respecting Andrew. And his stories are so numerous and entertaining in their particulars, as to show that before his time, fiction had been most busily at work with the apostles, but the details are all of such a character as not to deserve the slightest credit. The era of his writings, moreover, is so late, d. 395, that he along with his contemporaries, Jerome and Chrysostom, may be condemned as receivers of late traditions, and corrupters of the purity of historical as well as sacred truth. But the later writers go beyond these unsatisfactory generalities, and enter into the most entertaining particulars, making out very interesting and romantic stories. The monkish apostolical novelists, of the 5th century and later, have given a great number of stories about Andrew, inconsistent with the earlier accounts, with each other, and with common sense. Indeed, there is no great reason to think that they were meant to be believed, but written very honestly as fictitious compositions, to gratify the taste of the antique novel readers. There is therefore, really, no more obligation resting on the biographer of the apostles to copy these fables, than on the historian of Scotland to transcribe the details of the romances of Scott, Porter and others. Though a mere allusion to them might occasionally be proper. The most serious and the least absurd of these fictions, is one which narrates that, after having received the grace of the Holy Spirit by the gift of fiery tongues, he was sent to the Gentiles with an allotted field of duty. This was to go through Asia Minor, more especially the northern parts, Cappadocia, Galatia and Bithynia. Having traversed these and other countries as above stated, he settled in Achaia. Where, as in the other provinces, during a stay of many years, he preached divine discourses, and glorified the name of Christ by wonderful signs and prodigies. At length he was seized by Aegeas, the Roman proconsul of that province, and by him crucified, on the charge of having converted to Christianity, Maximilla, the wife, and Stratocles, the brother of the proconsul. So that they had learned to abhor that ruler's wickedness. This story is from Nicephorus Callistus, a monk of the early part of the 14th century. See Lardner, Credibility of Gospel History chapter 165. He wrote an ecclesiastical history of the period from the birth of Christ to the year 610, in which he has given a vast number of utterly fabulous stories, adopting all the fictions of earlier historians, and adding, as it would seem, some new ones. His ignorance and folly are so great, however, that he is not considered as any authority, even by the papist writers. For on this very story of Andrew, even the credulous Baronius says, sed fide natant haec, obi apertum mendacium de Zizippo tyranno, and these things are unworthy of credit, on account of the manifest lie about King Zizippus, because there was no king in Thrace at that time, the province being quietly ruled by a Roman president. Baronius, Annals, 44. Section 31. The story itself is in Nicephorus, Church History, 2. 39. One of the longest of these novels contains a series of incidents, really drawn out with considerable interest, narrating mainly his supposed adventures in Achaia, without many of the particulars of his journey thither. It begins with simply announcing that, at the time of the general dispersion of the apostles on their missionary tours, Andrew began to preach in Achaia. But was soon after interrupted for a time by an angelic call, to go a great distance, to a city called Myrmidon, to help the apostle Matthew out of a scrape, that he had fallen into of himself, but could not get out of without help. Where in the world this place was, nobody can tell, for there is a great clashing among the saintly authorities, whether it was in Scythia or Ethiopia. And as the place is never mentioned by anybody else, they have the dispute all in their own hands. But since the story says he went all the way by ship, from Achaia to the city, it would seem most likely to have been in that part of Scythia which touched the northeastern border of the Black Sea. Having finished this business, as will be elsewhere told, he went back towards Achaia, and resumed the good works, but just begun, soon gathering around him a throng of disciples. Walking out with them one day, he met a blind man, who made the singular request that the apostle would not restore him to sight, though confessedly able, but simply give him some money, victuals and clothes. The acute Andrew straightway smelt a devil, and a mighty silly one too, in this queer speech, and declaring that these were not the words of the blind man himself, but of a devil who had possessed him, ordered the foolish demon to come out. And restored the man to sight, supplying him also with clothes from the backs of his disciples. The fame of this and other miracles spread far and fast, and the consequence was that the apostle had as many calls as a rising quack doctor. Everybody that was in any sort of trouble or difficulty, came to him as a thing of course, to get a miracle done to suit the case exactly. A rich man who had lost a favorite slave, by death, had him raised to life by Andrew. A young lad whose mother had wrongfully accused him, before the proconsul, also called for help or advice. Andrew went into court and raised a terrible earthquake, with thunder and lightning, whereby all present were knocked down to the ground, and the wicked woman killed. The proconsul, as soon as he could get up, became converted, with all who had shared in the tumble. The apostle, still increasing in business, soon had a call to Sinope, to see a whole family who were in a very bad way, the old gentleman, Cratinus by name, being quite sick with a fever, his wife afflicted with a dreadful dropsy, and his son possessed with a devil. These were all healed, with sundry charges about their secret sins, and some particulars as to the mode of cure, not worth translating, since it reads better in Latin than in English. He then went on through Asia to the city of Nicaea, in Bithynia, where his arrival was hailed with a universal shout of joy from the whole community, who were terribly pestered with 7 naughty devils that had taken up their quarters among the tombs close to the highway, where they sat with a large supply of gravestones constantly on hand, for no earthly purpose but to pelt decent people as they went by. And doing it with such a vengeance that they had killed several outright, besides broken bones not counted. Andrew, after exacting from the inhabitants a promise to become Christians if he cleared out this nuisance, brought out the 7 devils, in spite of themselves, in the shape of dogs, before all the city. And after he had made them a speech, given in very bad Latin, in the story, as it stands, the whole 7 gave a general yelp and ran off in the wilderness according to Andrew's direction. The inhabitants, of course, were all baptized. And Callistus was left bishop over them. Going on from Nicaea, Andrew came next to Nicomedia, the capital, where he met a funeral procession coming out of the city. Andrew immediately raised the dead person, the scene being evidently copied from that of the widow's son raised at Nain, considerably enlarged with new particulars. Going out from Nicomedia, the apostle embarked on the Black Sea, sailing to Byzantium. On the passage there was occasion for a new miracle, a great storm arising, which was immediately stilled by the apostle. Going on from Byzantium through Thrace, he came among a horde of savages, who made a rush at him, with drawn swords. But Andrew making the sign of the cross at them, they all dropped their swords and fell flat. He then passed over them, and went on through Thrace into Macedonia. This story is literally translated from one of the apostolical stories of a monk of the Middle Ages, who passed them off as true histories, written by Abdias, said to have been one of the 70 disciples sent out by Jesus, Luke X. 1, and to have been afterwards ordained bishop of Babylon, by Simon Zelotes and Jude. It is an imposition so palpable, however, in its absurdities, that it has always been condemned by the best authorities, both Protestant and Papist, as Melanchthon, Bellarmine, Scultetus, Rivetus, the Magdeburg Centuriators, Baronius, Camnicius, Tillemont, Vossius, and Bell, whose opinions and censures are most of them fully given in the preface to the work itself, by Johann Albert Fabricius, Codex Apocrypha of the New Testament, Part 2. Magdeburg replaced with Magdeburg. Besides all these series of fictions on Andrew's life, there are others, quoted as having been written in the same department. The Passion of St. Andrew, a quite late apocryphal story, professing to have been written by the elders and deacons of the churches of Achaia, was long extensively received by the Papists as an authentic and valuable book, and is quoted by the eloquent and venerable Bernardus, with the most profound respect. It abounds in long, tedious speeches, as well as painfully absurd incidents. The Maniae, or Greek calendar of the saints, is also copious on this apostle, but is too modern to deserve any credit whatever. All the ancient fables and traditions were at last collected into a huge volume, by a Frenchman named Andrew de Saussay, who, in 1656, published at Paris, in Latin, a book, entitled Andrew, brother of Simon Peter, or 12 Books on the Glory of Saint Andrew, the Apostle. This book was afterwards abridged, or largely borrowed from, by John Florian Hammerschmidt, in a treatise, in Latin, published at Prague, in 1699, entitled The Apostolic Crossbearer, or St. Andrew, the Apostle, described and set forth, in his life, death, martyrdom, miracles and discourses. Baylet's Lives of the Saints, in French, also contains a full account of the most remarkable details of these fables. Baylet, Vies des Saints, Volume 1. February 9. By following these droll stories through all their details, the life of Andrew might easily be made longer than that of Peter. But the character of this work would be much degraded from its true historical dignity by such contents. The monkish novels and romances would undoubtedly make a very amusing, and in some senses, an instructive book. And a volume as large as this might be easily filled with these tales. But this extract will serve very well as a specimen of their general character. A single passage farther, may however be presented, giving a somewhat interesting fictitious account of his crucifixion. After innumerable works of wonder, Andrew had come at last to Patras, a city in the northwestern part of Achaia, still known by that name, standing on the Gulf of Lepanto. Famous in modern Greek history as the scene of a desperate struggle with the Turks, during a long siege, in the War of Grecian Independence. In this city, as the fable states, then resided the Roman proconsul of the province, whose name is variously given by different storytellers, by some, Aegeas, by others, Aegiates and Aegiatus, and by others, Aegetes. The apostle was soon called on to visit his family, by a female servant, who had been converted by the preaching of one of Andrew's disciples. She, coming to Andrew, fell at his feet, clasping them, and besought him in the name of the proconsul's wife, Maximilla, her mistress, then very sick with a fever, to come to her house, that she might hear from him the gospel. The apostle went, therefore, and on entering the room found the proconsul in such an agony of despair about the sickness of his beloved wife, that he had at that moment drawn his sword to kill himself. Andrew immediately cried out, "Proconsul! Do thyself no harm, but put up thy sword into its place, for the present. There will be a time for you to exercise it upon us, soon." The ruler, without perceiving the point of the remark, gave way, in obedience to the word of the apostle. He then, drawing nigh the bed of the invalid, after some discourse, took hold of her hand, when she was immediately covered with a profuse sweat, the symptoms being all relieved and the fever broken up. As soon as the proconsul saw the wonderful change, he, in a spirit of liberal remuneration, which deserves the gratitude of the whole medical profession, ordered to be paid to the holy man the liberal fee of 100 pieces of silver. But not appreciating this liberality, Andrew decidedly refused to receive any pay at all, not choosing to render such medical services with the view of any compensation, and would not so much as look at it. Exciting no small astonishment in the proconsul by such extraordinary disinterestedness. The apostle then leaving the palace, went on through the city, relieving the most miserable beggars lying in the dirt, with the same good will which he had shown in the family of the ruler. Passing on, he came to the water side, and there finding a poor, wretched, dirty sailor, lying on the ground, covered with sores and vermin, cured him directly, lifted him up, and taking him into the water, close by, gave him a good washing. Which at the same time served for both body and soul, for the apostle at once making it answer for a baptism, pronounced him pure in the name of the Trinity. Soon after this occurrence, which gained him great fame, he was called to relieve a boy belonging to Stratocles, the brother of the proconsul, the apostle having been recommended to him as a curer of diseases, by Maximilla and her maid. The devil having been, of course, cast out of the boy, Stratocles believed, as did his brother's wife, who was so desirous of hearing the apostle preach, that at last she took advantage of her husband's absence in Macedonia, and had regular religious meetings in her husband's great hall of state, where he held his courts, quite an extraordinary liberty for any man's wife to take with his affairs, behind his back. It happened at last, that the unsuspecting gentleman suddenly returned, when his wife had not expected him, and would have immediately burst into the room, then thronged with a great number of all sorts of people. But Andrew, foreseeing what was about to happen, managed, by a queer kind of miracle, to make it convenient for him to go somewhere else for a while, until every one of the audience having been made invisible with the sign of the cross, by Andrew, sneaked off unseen. So that the deceived proconsul, when he came in, never suspected what tricks had been played on him. Maximilla, being now prevented by her husband's return from having any more meetings in his house, afterwards resorted to the apostles' lodgings, where the Christians constantly met to hear him. And became at last so assiduous in her attendance by day and by night, that her husband began to grow uneasy about her unseasonable absences, because he had no sort of pleasure with her since she had been so given up to her mysterious occupations. Away from him almost constantly. He accordingly began to investigate the difficulty, and finding that it was the work of Andrew, who had been teaching the lady a new religion, which wholly absorbed her in devotion, to the exclusion of all enjoyment with her family, sent for him. And commanded him to take his choice between renouncing his troublesome faith, and crucifixion. But the apostle indignantly and intrepidly declared his readiness to maintain the doctrine of Jesus Christ, through all peril, and even to death, and then went on to give the sum and substance of his creed. The unyielding proconsul however, put him in prison immediately, where Andrew occupied himself all night in exhorting his disciples to stand fast in the faith. Being brought the next day before the proconsul's tribunal, he renewed his refusal to sacrifice to idols, and was therefore dragged away to the cross, after receiving 21 lashes. The proconsul, enraged at his pertinacity, ordered him to be bound to the cross, instead of being nailed in the usual way. A very agreeable exchange, it would seem, for any one would rather have his hands and feet tied with a cord to a cross, than be nailed to it. And it is hard to see how this could operate to increase his torture, otherwise than by keeping him there till he starved to death. On coming in sight of the cross, he burst out into an eloquent strain of joy and exultation, while yet at some distance, exclaiming as they bore him along, "Hail, O cross! Consecrated by the body of Christ, and adorned with the pearls of his precious limbs. I come to thee confident and rejoicing, and do thou receive, with exultation, the disciple of him who once hung on thee, since I have long been thy lover and have longed to embrace thee. Hail, O cross! That now art satisfied, though long wearied with waiting for me. O good cross! That hast acquired grace and beauty from the limbs of the Lord. Long desired and dearly loved. Sought without ceasing, and long foreseen with wishful mind. Take me from men and give me back to my Master, that by thee he may receive me, who by thee has redeemed me." After this personifying address to the inanimate wood, he gave himself up to the executioners, who stripped him, and bound his hands and feet as had been directed, thus suspending him on the cross. Around the place of execution stood a vast throng of sympathizing beholders, numbering not less than 20,000 persons, to whom the apostle, unmoved by the horrors which so distressed them, now coolly addressed them in the words of life. Though himself on the verge of death. For 2 days and nights, in this situation, in fasting and agony, he yet continued without a moment's cessation to exhort the multitude who were constantly thronging to the strange sight. Till at last, on the 3rd day, the whole city, moved beyond all control, by the miracle of energy and endurance, rushed in one mass to the proconsul, and demanded the liberation of the God-sustained apostle. The ferocious tyrant, overawed by the solemn power of the demand, coming from such an excited multitude, at last yielded. And to the great joy of the people, went out to the cross to release the holy sufferer, at the sight of whose enraptured triumph over pain and terror, the hard-hearted tyrant himself melted. And in sorrow and penitence he drew near the cross to exercise his newborn mercy. But Andrew, already on the eve of a martyr's triumph, would not bear to be snatched back from such glories so nearly attained, and in earnest remonstrance cried out, praying, "O Lord Jesus Christ! Do not suffer thy servant, who for thy name's sake hangs on the cross, to be thus freed, nor let me, O merciful God, when now clinging to thy mysteries, be given up again to human conversations. But take thou me, my Master, whom I have loved, whom I have known, whom I hold, whom I long to see, in whom I am what I am. Let me die then, O Jesus, good and merciful." And having said these things for so long a time, praising God and rejoicing, he breathed out his soul, amid the tears and groans of all the beholders. Here ends the tale of the fictitious Abdias Babylonius, of which this concluding abstract is another literal specimen, presenting its most effective part in the pathetic line, as the former does of its ludicrous portions. The story of Andrew is altogether the longest and best constructed, as well as the most interesting in the character of its incidents, of all contained in the book of the Pseudo-Abdias. And I have therefore been more liberal in extracts from this, because it would leave little occasion for any similar specimens under the lives of the rest of the apostles. All this long story may, very possibly, have grown up from a beginning which was true. That is, there may have been another Andrew, who, in a later age of the early times of Christianity, may have gone over those regions as a missionary, and met with somewhat similar adventures. And who was afterwards confounded with the Apostle Andrew. The Scotch, for some reason or other, formerly adopted Andrew as their national saint, and represent him on a cross of a peculiar shape, resembling the letter X, known in heraldry by the name of a Psalter. And borne on the badges of the Knights of the Scottish Order of the Thistle, to this day. This idea of his cross, however, has originated since the beginning of the 12th century, as I shall show by a passage from Bernardus. The truly holy Bernard, abbot of Clairvaux, in France, A.D. 1112, better worthy of the title of saint than 99/100ths of all the canonized who lived before him, even from apostolic days, has, among his splendid sermons, 3 most eloquent discourses, preached in his abbey church, Honesty. Andrew's Day, in which he alludes to the actions of this apostle, as recorded in the Passion of Saint Andrew, a book which he seems to quote as worthy of credit. In Latin of Ciceronian purity, he has given some noble specimens of a pulpit eloquence, rarely equalled in any modern language, and such as never blesses the ears of the hearers of these days. He begins his first discourse on this subject with saying, that in celebrating the glorious triumphs of the blessed Andrew, they had that day been delighted with the words of grace, that proceeded out of his mouth. Doubtless in hearing the story of the crucifixion read from the fictitious book of the Passion of Saint Andrew, which all suppose to be authentic. For there was no room for sorrow, where he himself was so intensely rejoiced. No one of us mourned for him in his sufferings, for no one dared to weep over him, while he was thus exulting. So that he might most appropriately say to us, what the cross-bearing Redeemer said to those who followed him with mourning, weep not for me, but weep for yourselves. And when the blessed Andrew himself was led to the cross, and the people, grieving for the unjust condemnation of the holy and just man, would have prevented his execution, he, with the most urgent prayer, forbade them from depriving him of his crown of suffering. For, he desired indeed to be released and to be with Christ, but on the cross, he desired to enter the kingdom but by the door. Even as he said to that loved form, that by thee, he may receive me, who by thee has redeemed me. Therefore if we love him, we shall rejoice with him, not only because he was crowned, but because he was crucified. A bad, and unscriptural doctrine. For no apostle ever taught, or was taught, that it was worth while for any man to be crucified, when he could well help it. In his second sermon on the same subject, the animated Bernard remarks furthermore, in comment on the behavior of Andrew, when coming in sight of his cross you have certainly heard how the blessed Andrew was stayed on the Lord. When he came to the place where the cross was made ready for him, and how, by the Spirit which he had received along with the other apostles, in the fiery tongues, he spoke truly fiery words. And so, seeing from afar the cross prepared, he did not turn pale, though mortal weakness might seem to demand it. His blood did not freeze, his hair did not rise, his voice did not cleave to his throat, non stedere comi, aut vox faucibus haesit. Out of the abundance of his heart, his mouth did speak. And the deep love which glowed in his heart, sent forth the words like burning sparks. He then quotes the speech of Andrew to the cross, as above given, and proceeds, I beseech you, brethren, say, is this a man who speaks thus? Is it not an angel, or some new creature? No, it is merely a man of like passions with ourselves. For the very agony itself, in whose approach he thus rejoiced, proves him to have been a man of passion. Whence, then, in man, this new exultation, and joy before unheard of? Whence, in man, a mind so spiritual, a love so fervent, a courage so strong? Far would it be from the apostle himself, to wish, that we should give the glory of such grace to him. It is the perfect gift, coming down from the Father of lights, from him, who alone does wondrous things. It was, dearly beloved, plainly, the Spirit which helpeth our infirmities, by which was shed abroad in his heart, a love, strong as death, yea, and stronger than death. Of which, O may we too be found partakers. The preacher then goes on with the practical application of the view of these sufferings, and the spirit that sustained them, to the circumstances of his hearers. After some discourse to this effect, he exhorts them to seek this spirit. Seek it then, dearest. Seek it without ceasing, seek it without doubting, in all your works invoke the aid of this spirit. For we also, my brethren, with the blessed Andrew, must needs take up our cross, yea, with that Saviour Lord whom he followed. For, in this he rejoiced, in this he exulted. Because not only for him, but with him, he would seem to die, and be planted, so, that suffering with him, he might also reign with him. With whom, that we may also be crucified, let us hear more attentively with the ears of our hearts, the voice of him who says, He who will come after me, let him deny himself, and take up his cross, and follow me. As if he said, Let him who desires me, despise himself, let him who would do my will, learn to break his own. Bernard then draws a minute parallel, more curious than admirable, between the cross and the trials of life, likening the 4 difficulties in the way of holiness, to the 4 ends of the cross, bodily fear being the footpiece. Open assaults and temptations, the right arm piece, secret sins and trials, the left hand piece, and spiritual pride, the head piece. Or, as he briefly recapitulates, the 4 virtues attached to the 4 horns of the cross, are these, continence, patience, prudence, and humility. A truly forcible figure, and one not without its effect, doubtless, on the hearers. This arrangement of the cross, moreover, seems to prove, that in the time of Bernard, the idle story about Andrew's cross being shaped like the letter X, was entirely unknown. For it is evident that the whole point of the allusion here consists in the hearers supposing that Andrew was crucified on a cross of the common shape, upright, with a transverse bar and headpiece. In conclusion of all this fabulous detail, may be appropriately quoted the closing passage of the second discourse of Bernard, the spirit of which, though coming from a papist, is not discordant with the noblest essential principles of truly Catholic Christianity, seldom indeed, found so pure in the Romish Church, as in this last of the Fathers, as he has been justly styled. This, with all the passages above quoted, may be found by those who can enjoy the original, in his works. Divi Bernardi Opera Omnia Jo. Picard. Antwerp, 1609, folio, columns 322-333. So accordant are these words with the spirit which it becomes this work to inculcate, that I may well adopt them into the text, glad to hang a moral to the end of so much falsehood, though drawn from such a theme. That it seems like gathering grapes of thorns, or figs of thistles. Bernard has in this part of his discourse been completing all the details of his parallel between the cross and the Christian's life, and in this conclusion, thus crowns the simile, by exhorting his saintly hearers to cling, each to his own cross, in spite of all temptation to renounce it. That is, to persevere in daily crucifying their sins, by a pure deportment through life. Happy the soul that glories and triumphs on this cross, if it only persevere, and do not let itself be cast down in its trials. Let every one then, who is on this cross, like the blessed Andrew, pray his Lord and Master, not to let him be taken down from it. For what is there which the malign adversary will not dare? What will he not impiously presume to try? For what he thought to do to the disciple by the hands of Aegeas, the same he once thought to do to the Master by the scornful tongues of the Jews. In each instance alike, however, driven by too late experience of his folly, he departed, vanquished and confounded. Oh, may he in like manner depart from us, conquered by him who triumphed over him by himself, and by his disciple. May he cause, that we also may attain the same happy end, on the crosses which we have borne, each one in his own peculiar trials, for the glory of his name, who is God over all, blessed forever. James Boanerges, the son of Zebedee. His rank and character. Whatever may have been the peculiar excellences of this apostle's character, as recognized by the searching eye of him who knew the hearts of all men, the early close of his high career has prevented the full development of energies, that might, in the course of a longer life, have been made as fruitful in works of wonder and praise, as those of the other members of the elect Trio, his friend and his younger brother. And his later years, thus prolonged, might have left similar recorded testimonies of his apostolic zeal. Much too, that truly concerns his brief life, is swallowed up in the long narrative of the eminent chief of the 12, whose superiority was on all occasions so distinctly marked by Jesus. That he never imparted to this apostle any exalted favor in which Peter did not also share, and in the record of which his name is not mentioned first. In the first call, in the raising of the daughter of Jairus to life at the Transfiguration and on the apostolic roll, James is uniformly placed after Peter. And such too, was the superior activity and talkative disposition of Peter, that whenever and wherever there was anything to be said, he was always the first to say it, cutting off the sons of Zebedee from the opportunity, if they had the disposition, to make themselves more prominent. Yet the sons of Zebedee are not entirely unnoticed in the apostolic history, and even the early martyr James may be said to have a character quite decidedly marked, in those few passages in the sacred record, where facts concerning him are commemorated. In the apostolic list given by Mark, it is moreover mentioned, that he with his brother had received a name from Jesus Christ, which being given to them by him, doubtless with a decided reference to their characters, serves as a valuable means of ascertaining their leading traits. The name of Boanerges, sons of thunder, seems to imply a degree of decided boldness, and a fiery energy, not exactly accordant with the usual opinions of the characters of the sons of Zebedee. But it is an expression in the most perfect harmony with the few details of the conduct of both, which are given in the New Testament. Boanerges. This word is one, whose composition and derivation, as is the case with many other New Testament proper names, have caused great discussion and difference of opinion among the learned. It occurs only in Mark 3:17, where it is incidentally mentioned in the list of the apostles, as a new name given to the sons of Zebedee by Jesus. Those who are curious, can find all the discussion in any critical commentator on the passage. Poole's synopsis, in one heavy folio column and half of another, gives a complete view of all the facts and speculations concerning this matter, up to his time. The amount of all which, seems to be, that, as the word now stands, it very nearly sets all etymologies at defiance, whether Hebrew, Syriac, Chaldee, or Arabic, since it is impossible to say how the word should be resolved into two parts, one of which should mean sons, and the other thunder. So that it is well for us we have Mark's explanation of the name, since without it, the critics would probably have never found either son or thunder in the word. As to the reason of the names being appropriated to James and John, conjectures equally numerous and various may be found in the same learned work, but all equally unsatisfactory. Lampe also is very full on this point. Prolegomena to a Johannine Theology Cap. I. Lib 2, sections 9-15. His family and call. Of the first introduction of this apostle to Jesus, it may be reasonably conjectured, that he formed an acquaintance with him at the same time with his brother John and the sons of Jonah, as already commemorated in the former lives. From the brief record in the first chapter of John's Gospel. After this, he and his brother, as well as Peter and Andrew, returned quietly to their honest business of fishing on the lake of Gennesaret, on whose shore, no doubt, was their home, perhaps too, in Bethsaida or Capernaum. As their intimacy and fellowship with the sons of Jonah would seem to imply a vicinity of residence. Though their common occupation might bring them frequently together in circumstances where friendly assistance was mutually needed. And the idea of their residence in some other of the numerous villages along the northern end of the lake, on either side, is not inconsistent with any circumstance specified in their history. In their occupation of fishing, they were accompanied by their father Zebedee, who it seems, was not so far advanced in years as to be unable to aid his sons in this very laborious and dangerous business. Which makes it quite apparent that James and John, being the sons of so active a man, must themselves have but just attained manhood, at the time when they are first mentioned. Respecting the character of this brisk old gentleman, unfortunately very few data indeed are preserved. And the vagueness of the impression made by his name, though so often repeated in connection with his sons, may be best conceived by reference to that deeply enigmatical question, with which grave persons of mature age are sometimes wont to puzzle the inquisitive minds of young aspirants after biblical knowledge: who was the father of Zebedee's children? A query which certainly implies a great deficiency of important facts, on which the curious learner could found a definite idea of this somewhat distinguished character. Indeed, the mother of Zebedee's children seems to possess in the minds of most readers of the Gospels a much more prominent place than the father of them. For the simple occasion on which she presents herself to notice, is of such a nature as to show that she was the parent from whom the sons inherited at least one prominent trait, that of high, aspiring ambition, with which, in them as well as in her, was joined a most decidedly comfortable degree of self-esteem, that would not allow them to suspect that other people could be at all behind them in appreciating those talents, which in their own opinion, and their fond mothers, showed that they were born to command. Indeed, it appears manifest, that there was much more thunder in her composition than in her husband's, and it is but fair to suppose, from the decided way in which she put herself forward in the family affairs, on at least one important occasion, without any pretension whatever on his part, to any right of interference or decision, that she must have been in the habit of having her own way in most matters. A peculiar prominence in the domestic administration, very naturally resulting from the circumstance, that her husband's frequent long absences from home must have left the responsibilities of the family often upon her alone, and he, like a prudent man, on his return, may have valued domestic quiet above the maintenance of any very decided supremacy. If the supposition may be adopted, however, that Zebedee died soon after the call of his sons, the silence of the sacred record respecting him is easily accounted for, and the above conclusion as to his domestic management may be considered unnecessarily derogatory to his dignity of character. Substance replaced with circumstance. Sprung from such parents, and brought up by them on the shores and waters of Gennesaret, James had learned the humble business of his father, and was quietly devoting himself to the labors of a fisherman, probably never dreaming of an occasion that should ever call forth his slumbering energies in thunder, or hold up before his awakened ambition the honors of a name that should outlast the wreck of kingdoms, and of the brightest glories of that age. But on the morning, when the sons of Jonah received the high call and commission to become fishers of men, James and his brother too, at the solemn command, "Follow me," laid down their nets, and left the low labors and amusements of the fishing, to their father, who toiled on with his servants, while his sons went forth through Galilee, following him who had called them to a far higher vocation. No acts whatever are commemorated, as performed by them in this first pilgrimage. And it was not until after their return from the north of Galilee, and the beginning of their journey to Jerusalem, that the occasion arose, when their striking family trait of ambition was most remarkably brought out. His ambitious claims. Their intellectual and moral qualities being of a comparatively high order, had already attracted the very favorable attention of Jesus, during the first journey through Galilee. And they had already, on at least 2 occasions, received most distinguishing marks of his regard, they alone of all the 12, sharing in the honor of being present with Peter at the raising of the daughter of Jairus, and being still more highly favored by the view of the solemn events of the night of the Transfiguration, amid the thunders of Hermon. On that occasion, the terrors of the scene overcame even their aspiring souls. And when the cloud burst over them, they both sunk to the earth, in speechless dread, along with Peter, too, who had previously manifested so much greater self-command than they, in daring to address in complaisant words the awful forms before them, while they remained silent with terror at a phenomenon for which their views of their master's character had but poorly prepared them. From all these prostrating terrors they had since, however, fully recovered, and were now completely restored to their former confidence in themselves, and were still rooted in their old views of the Messiah's earthly glories in this particular, however, only sharing the common error of the whole 12. In this state of mind, looking upon Jesus Christ only as an ambitious man, of powerful mind, vast knowledge, divine consecration, and miraculous gifts, which fitted him for the subversion of the Roman dominion. And the erection of a kingdom of his own. Their thoughts were all the while running on the division of the spoils and honors, which would be the reward of the chief followers of the conqueror. And in this state of mind, they were prepared to pervert all the declarations of Jesus, so as to make them harmonize with their own hopes and notions. While on this journey southward, to Jerusalem, after they had passed into the eastern sections of Judea, beyond the Jordan, Jesus was one day, in answer to an inquiry from Peter, promising his disciples a high reward for the sacrifices they had made in his service, and assuring them, that in return for houses or lands or relatives or friends, left for his name's sake, they should all receive a return, 100-fold greater than the loss. Especially were their fancies struck by a vivid picture, which he presented to their minds, of the high rewards accruing to all the 12, declaring that after the completion of the change which he was working, and when he had taken his own imperial throne, they should sit around him on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. Here was a prospect, enough to satisfy the most aspiring ambition, but along with the hopes now awakened, arose also some queries about the preference of places in this throne triumph, which were not easily settled so as to satisfy all at once. In the proposed arrangement, it was perfectly evident, that of the whole circle of thrones, by far the most honorable locations would be those immediately on the right and left of the Messiah King. And their low ambition set them at once contriving how to get these preeminent places for themselves. Of all the apostolic band, none could so fairly claim the right-hand throne as Peter. Already pronounced the rock on which the church should be founded, and commissioned as the keeper of the keys of the kingdom. But Peter's devotion to his master seems to have been of too pure a character, to let him give any thought to the mere rewards of the victory, so long as he could feel sure of the full return of that burning affection to his Lord, with which his own ardent soul glowed. And he left it to others to settle points of precedency and the division of rewards. On no occasion throughout his whole life, is there recorded any evidence of the slightest disposition to claim the mere honors of a preeminence, though his superior force of character made the whole band instinctively look to him for guidance on all times of trouble and danger, after the ascension. His modest, confiding, disinterested affection for his master, indeed, was the main ground of all the high distinctions conferred on him so unsparingly by Jesus, who would have been very slow to honor thus one who was disposed to grow proud or overbearing under the possession of these favors. But this very character of modesty and uncalculating affection, gave occasion also to the other disciples, to push themselves forward for a claim to those peculiar exaltations, which his indifference to personal advancement seemed to leave unoccupied, for the more ambitious to assume. In this instance, particularly, James and John were so far moved with the desire of the enviable distinction of this primacy, that they made it a matter of family consultation, and accordingly brought the case before their fondly ambitious mother, who instantly determined that the great object should be achieved before any one else could secure the chance for the place, and resolved to use her influence in favor of her darling sons. On the first favorable opportunity she therefore went with them to Jesus. And, as it would appear by the combination of the accounts of Matthew and Mark, both she and they presented the request at once and together. James and John, however, prefacing the declaration of their exact purpose by a general petition for unlimited favor. Master, we would that thou shouldst do for us whatever we desire. To this modest petition, Jesus replied by asking, What would ye that I should grant? They, with their mother, falling down at his feet in fawning, selfish worship, then urged their grand request. Grant, said the ambitious Salome, that these my 2 sons may sit, the one on thy right hand, and the other on thy left, when thou reignest in thy glory. Jesus, fully appreciating the miserable state of selfish ignorance which inspired the hope and the question, in order to show them their ignorance, and to make them express their minds more fully, assured them that they knew not the meaning of their own request, and asked them whether they were able to drink of the cup that he should drink of, and be baptized with the baptism that he should be baptized with. With unhesitating self-conceit, they answered, We are able. But Jesus replied in such a tone as to check all further solicitation of this kind from them, or from any other of his hearers. Ye shall drink indeed of my cup, and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with, but to sit on my right hand and on my left, is not mine to give, but it shall be given to them for whom it is prepared by my Father. The cup of sorrow, and suffering, and agony, the baptism of spirit, fire, and blood, of these you shall all drink in a solemn and mournful reality, which you are now far from conceiving. But the high places of the kingdom which I come to found, are not to be disposed of to those who think to forestall my personal favor. They are for the blessed of my Father, who, in the time appointed in his own good pleasure, will give it to them, in the end of days. The disappointed family of Zebedee retired, quite confounded with the rejection of their petition, and with the darkly told prophecy that accompanied it, dooming them to some mysterious fate of which they could form no idea whatever. The rest of the 12, hearing of the ambitious attempt of the sons of Zebedee to secure the supremacy, by a secret movement, and by family influence, were moved with great indignation against the intriguing aspirants, and expressed their displeasure so decidedly, that Jesus called them around him, to improve this manifestation of folly and passion, to their advantage. And said, You know that the nations are governed by princes and lords, and that none exercise authority over them but the great ones of the land. Now it shall not be so among you, but he who will be great among you, must be your servant. And he who shall be your chief, shall be the slave of all the rest. For even the Son of Man himself came not to make others his slaves, but to be himself a slave to many, and even to sacrifice his life in their service. Salome. The reason for the supposition that this was really the name of the mother of James, consists in the comparison of two corresponding passages of Matthew and Mark. In Matthew 27:56, it is said that among the women present at the crucifixion, were Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of Joses, and the mother of Zebedee's children. In the parallel passage, Mark 15:40, they are mentioned as Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James and Joses, and Salome. In Mark 16:1, Salome is also mentioned among those who went to the sepulchre. This is not proof positive, but it is reasonable ground for the supposition, more especially as Matthew never mentions Salome by name, but repeatedly speaks of the mother of Zebedee's children. If, as is probable then, Salome and the mother of Zebedee's children were identical, it is also reasonable to suppose, as Lampy does, that Zebedee himself may have died soon after the time when the call of his sons took place. For Salome could hardly have left her husband and family, to go, as she did, with Jesus on his journeys, ministering to his necessities, but if her husband was really dead, she would have but few ties to confine her at home, and would therefore very naturally be led, by her maternal affection, and anxiety for her sons, to accompany them in their wandering life. The supposition of Zebedee's death is also justified by the circumstance, that John is spoken of in his own Gospel, John 19:27, as possessing a house of his own, which seems to imply the death of his father. Since so young a man would hardly have acquired property, except by inheritance. Thus he laid out before them all the indispensable qualities of the man who aspired to the dangerous, painful and unenviable primacy, among them humility, meekness and laborious industry. But vain were all the earnest teachings of his divine spirit. Schemes and hopes of worldly eminence and imperial dominion, were too deeply rooted in their hearts, to be displaced by this oft-repeated view of the labors and trials of his service. Already, on a former occasion too, had he tried to impress them with the true spirit of the apostleship. When on the way to Capernaum, at the close of this journey through Galilee, they had disputed among themselves on the question, which of them should be the prime minister of their Messiah King, when he had established his heavenly reign in all the dominions of his father David. On their meeting with him in the house at Capernaum, he brought up this point of difference. Setting a little child before them, probably one of Peter's children, as it was in his house, and taking the little innocent into his arms, he assured them that unless they should become utterly changed in disposition and in hope, and become like that little child in simplicity of character, they should have no share whatever, in the glories of that kingdom, which was to them an object of so many ambitious aspirations. But neither this charge nor the repetition of it, could yet avail to work that necessary change in their feelings. Still they all lived on in vain and selfish hope, scheming for personal aggrandizement, till the progress of events bringing calamity and trial upon them, had purified their hearts, and fully fitted them for the duties of the great office to which they had so unthinkingly devoted themselves. Then indeed, did the aspiring James receive, in a deeper sense than he had ever dreamed of, the reward for which he now longed and begged. Drinking first of the cup of agony, and baptized first in blood, he ascended first to the place on the right hand of the Messiah in his eternal kingdom. But years of toil and sorrow, seen and felt, were his preparation for this glorious crown. James has also been made the subject of a long series of fables, though the early termination of his apostolic career would seem to leave no room whatever for the insertion of any very great journeys and labors upon the authentic history. But the Spaniards, in the general rage for claiming some apostle as a national patron saint, long ago got up the most absurd fiction, that James, the son of Zebedee, during the period intervening between Christ's ascension and his own execution at Jerusalem, actually performed a voyage over the whole length of the Mediterranean, into Spain, where he remained several years, preaching, founding churches, and performing miracles, and returned to Jerusalem in time for the occurrence of the concluding event, as recorded in the 12th chapter of Acts. This story probably originated in the same manner as that suggested to account for the fables about Andrew. That is, that some preacher of Christianity, of this name, in a later age, actually did travel into Spain, there preaching the gospel, and founding churches. And that his name being deservedly remembered, was, in the progress of the corruptions of the truth, confounded with that of the apostle James, son of Zebedee, this James being selected rather than the son of Alphaeus, because the latter had already been established by tradition, as the hero of a story quite inconsistent with any Spanish journey, and being also less dignified by the Saviour's notice. Be that as it may, Saint James, Santo Iago, is to this day esteemed the patron saint of Spain, and his tomb is shown in Compostela, in that kingdom. For they will have it, that, after his decapitation by Herod Agrippa, his body was brought all the way over the sea, to Spain, and there buried in the scene of his toils and miracles. A Spanish order of knighthood, that of St. Iago de Compostela, takes its name from this notion. The old romancer, Abdias Babylonius, who is so rich in stories about Andrew, has much to tell about James, and enters at great length into the details of his crucifixion, crowning the whole with the idle story, that when he was led to death, his accuser, Josiah, a Pharisee, suddenly repenting, begged his forgiveness and professed his faith in Christ, for which he also was beheaded along with him, after being baptized by James in some water that was handed to him by the executioner, in a calabash. Abdias Babylonius, History of the Apostolical Contest, 4. Section 9. From the time of this event, there occurs no mention whatever of any act of James, until the commemoration of the occasion of his exit. And even this tragic circumstance is mentioned so briefly, that nothing can be learned but the mere fact and manner of his death. On the occasion fully described above, in the life of Peter, Herod Agrippa I seized this apostle, and at once put him to death by the executioner's sword. The particular grounds, on which this act of bloody cruelty was justified by the tyrant and his friends, are wholly unknown. Probably there was a pretense at a set accusation of some crime, which would make the act appear less atrocious at the time, than appears from Luke's silence as to the grounds of the proceeding. The remarkable prominence of James, however, was enough to offer a motive to the popularity-seeking Agrippa, whose main object, being to please the Jews, led him to seize those who had most displeased them, by laboring for the advancement of the Nazarene heresy. And that this actually was his governing principle in selecting his victims, is made further apparent by the circumstance that Peter, the great chief of the band, was next marked for destruction. Though no particular acts of James are recorded as having made him prominently obnoxious to the Jews, yet there is every reason to believe, that the exalted ardor and now chastened ambition of this son of thunder had made him often the bold assaulter of sophistry and hypocrisy, a heroism which at once sealed his doom, and crowned him with the glory of the apostolic protomartyr. John, the son of Zebedee. His character. This other son of Zebedee and of thunder, whenever any description of the apostles has been given, has been by most religious writers generally characterized as a mild, amiable person, and is thus figured in strong contrast with the bold and often bitter spirit of Peter. The circumstance that he is described as the disciple whom Jesus loved, has doubtless done much to cause the almost universal impression which has prevailed, as to the meekness of his disposition. But this is certainly without just reason. For there is no ground for supposing that any peculiar softness was essential to the formation of the character for which the Redeemer could feel a strong affection. On the contrary, the almost universal behavior of the apostolic band, seems to show that the natural characteristics which he marked as betraying in them the deeper qualities that would best fit them for his service, and qualify them as the sharers of his intimate instruction and affection, were more decidedly of the stern and fiery order, than of the meek and gentle. Nor is there any circumstance recorded of John, whether authentic or fabulous, that can justify the supposition that he was an exception to these general, natural characteristics of the apostles. But instances sufficiently numerous are given in the Gospels, to make it clear, that he was not altogether the soft and gentle creature, that has been commonly presented as his true image. It has been commonly supposed that he was the youngest of all the apostles. Nor is there any reason to disbelieve an opinion harmonizing, as this does, with all that is recorded of him in the New Testament, as well as with the undivided voices of all tradition. That he was younger than James, may be reasonably concluded from the circumstance that he is always mentioned after him, though his importance in the history of the foundation of the Christian faith might seem to justify an inversion of this order. And in the life of James, it has already been represented as probable, that he too must have been quite young, being the son of a father who was still so much in the freshness of his vigor, as to endure the toils of a peculiarly laborious and dangerous business. On this point, also, the opinion even of tradition is entitled to some respect, on the ground taken by an author quoted in the Life of Peter, that though we consider tradition as a notorious liar, yet we may give some attention to its reports. Because even a liar may sometimes speak the truth, where he has no object in deceiving us. The youngest of the disciples. All that can be said on this opinion is, that it is possible, and if the testimony of the fathers were worth the slightest consideration on any historical question concerning the apostles, it might be called even probable. But no early writer alludes to his age at all, till Jerome, who very decidedly calls John, the youngest of all the apostles. Several later fathers make the same assertion, but the voice of antiquity has already been shown to be worth very little, when it is not heard within 3 centuries of the events on which it offers its testimony. But at any rate the assertion of John's juniority is not improbable. A great deal of violent discussion has been lavished on the almost equally important question, whether John was ever married. The earliest established testimony on this point is that of Tertullian, who numbers John among those who had restrained themselves from matrimony for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. Testimony as late as the 3rd century, however, on an opinion which favored monastic views, is worth nothing. But on the strength of this, many fathers have made great use of John, as an instance of celibacy, accordant with monastic principles. Epiphanius, Jerome and Augustine allude frequently to the circumstance, the latter father in particular insisting that John was engaged to be married when he was called, but gave up the lady, to follow Jesus. Some ingenious modern theologians have even improved upon this so far as to maintain that the marriage of Cana in Galilee was that of John, but that he immediately left his wife after the miracle. See Lampe, Prolegomena, I. 13, notes. His family and business. The authentic history of the life of this apostle must also necessarily be very brief, most of the prominent incidents which concern him, having already been abundantly described in the preceding lives. But there are particulars which have not been so fully entered into, some of which concern this apostle exclusively, while in others he is mentioned only in conjunction with his brother and friends. And these may all, with great propriety, be more fully given in this life, since his eminence, his writings, and long protracted labors, make him a proper subject for a minute disquisition. Being the son of Zebedee and Salome, as has already been mentioned in the life of his brother, he shared in the low fortunes and laborious life of a fisherman, on the lake of Gennesaret. This occupation indeed, did not necessarily imply the very lowest rank in society, as is evident from the fact that the Jews held no useful occupation to be beneath the dignity of a respectable person, or even a learned man. Still the nature of their business was such, as to render it improbable that they had adopted it with any other view than that of maintaining themselves by it, or of enlarging their property. Though perhaps not of earning a support which they had no other means whatever of procuring. It has been said, that doubtless, there were many other inhabitants of the shores of the lake, who occasionally occupied themselves in fishing, and yet were by no means obliged to employ themselves constantly in that avocation. But the brief statement of circumstances in the Gospels is enough to show that such an equipage of boats and nets, and such steady employment all night, were not indicative of anything else than a regular devotion of time to it. In the way of business. Yet that Zebedee was not a man in very low circumstances, as to property, is quite manifest from Mark's statement, that when they were called, they left their father in the vessel, along with the servants or workmen. Which implies that they carried on their fishing operations, on so extended a scale, as to have a number of men in their service, and probably had a vessel of considerable size, since it needed such a plurality of hands to manage it. And use the apparatus of the business to advantage. A circumstance in which their condition seems to have been somewhat superior to that of Peter and Andrew, of whom no such particulars are specified, all accounts representing them as alone, in a small vessel, which they were able to manage of themselves. The possession of some family estate is also implied, in numerous incidental allusions in the Gospels, as in the fact that their mother Salome was one of those women who followed Jesus and ministered to him of their substance or possessions. She is also specified among those women who brought precious spices for embalming the body of Jesus. John is also mentioned in his own Gospel, as having a house of his own, in which he generously supported the mother of Jesus, as if he himself had been her son, throughout the remainder of her life. An act of friendly and pious kindness to which he would not have been competent, without the possession of some property in addition to the house. His education. There is reason to suppose, that in accordance with the established principles of parental duty among the Jews, he had learned the rudiments of the knowledge of the Mosaic law. For a proverbial sentence of the religious teachers of the nation, ranked among the vilest of mankind, that Jew, who suffered a son to grow up without being educated in the first principles, at least, of his national religion. But that his knowledge, at the time when he first became a disciple of Jesus, extended beyond a barely respectable degree of information on religious matters, there is no ground for believing. And though there is nothing which directly contradicts the idea that he may have known the alphabet, or have made some trifling advances in literary knowledge, yet the manner in which he, together with Peter, was spoken of by the proud members of the Sanhedrin, seems to imply that they did not pretend to any knowledge whatever of literature. And the terms in which both Jesus and his disciples are constantly alluded to by the learned scribes and Pharisees, seem to show that they were all considered as utterly destitute of literary education, though, by reason of that very ignorance, they were objects of the greatest wonder to all who saw their striking displays of a religious knowledge, utterly unaccountable by a reference to anything that was known of their means of arriving at such intellectual eminence. Indeed, there seems to have been a distinct design on the part of Christ, to select for his great purpose, men whose minds were wholly free from that pride of opinion and learned arrogance, almost inseparable from the constitutions of those who had been regularly trained in the subtleties of a slavish system of theology and law. He did not seek among the trained and drilled scholars of the formal routine of Jewish dogmatism, for the instruments of regenerating a people and a world, but among the bold, active, and intelligent, yet uneducated Galileans, whose provincial peculiarities and rudeness, moreover, in a high degree incapacitated them from taking rank among the polished scholars of the Jewish capital. Thus was it, that on the followers of Christ, could never he put the stigma of mere theological disputants. And all the gifts of knowledge, and the graces of mental power, which they displayed under his divine teachings, were totally free from the slightest suspicion of any other than a miraculous origin. Some have, indeed, attempted to conjecture, from the alleged elegance of John's style in his Gospel and epistles, that he had early received a finished education, in some one of the provincial Jewish colleges. And have even gone so far as to suggest, that probably Jairus, the ruler of the synagogue in Capernaum, or more properly, the head of the school of the law, had been his instructor, a guess of most remarkable profundity, but one that, besides lacking all sort of evidence or probability, is furthermore made totally unnecessary, by the indubitable fact, that no signs of any such perfection of style are noticeable in any of the writings of John, so as to require any elaborate hypothesis of this kind to explain them. The greatest probability is, that all his knowledge, both of Hebrew literature and the Greek language, was acquired after the beginning of his apostolic course. His name. The Jews were accustomed, like most of the ancient nations of the East, to confer upon their children significant names, which were made to refer to some circumstance connected with the person's prospects, or the hopes of his parents respecting him. In their son's name, probably Zebedee and Salome designed to express some idea auspicious of his progress and character in after life. The name John is not only common in the New Testament, but also occurs in the Hebrew Scriptures in the original form Johanan, which bears the happy signification of the favor of Jehovah, or favored by Jehovah. They probably had this meaning in mind when they gave the name to him, and on that account preferred it to one of less hopeful religious character. But to suppose, as some commentators have, that in conferring it, they were endued with a prophetic spirit, which for the moment directed them to the choice of an appellation expressive of the high destiny of a chosen, favored herald of the grace of God, to Israel and to the Gentiles, is a conjecture too absurdly wild to be entertained by a sober and discreet critic for a moment. Yet there are some, who, in the rage for finding a deep meaning in the simplest matters, interpret this simple, common name, as prophetically expressive of the beginning of the reign of grace, and of the abrogation of the formal law of Moses, first announced by John the Baptist, whose testimony was first fully recorded in the Gospel of John the Apostle. Such idle speculations, however, serve no useful purpose, and only bring suspicion upon more rational investigations in the same department. His call and discipleship. The first introduction of John to Jesus appears to be distinctly, though modestly, described by himself, in the first chapter of his Gospel, where he has evidently designated himself in the third person as the other disciple of John the Baptist, who accompanied Andrew on his first visit to Jesus. After this introduction above narrated, he seems to have remained near the newly found Messiah for some days, being of course, included among those disciples who were present at the marriage in Cana. He appears to have returned, soon after, to his avocation on the lake, where he, for some time, appears to have followed the business in which he had been brought up, till the word of his already adopted master came to summon him to the actual duties of the discipleship. On the journeys that followed this call, he was engaged in no act of importance, in which he was not also associated with those disciples, in whose lives these incidents have been already fully described. On one occasion, however, a solitary instance is recorded by Luke, of a remark made by John, during a conversation which took place in Capernaum, after the return from the mission through Galilee, and not long before the great journey to Jerusalem. It seems to have been at the time when Jesus was inculcating a childlike simplicity, as an essential characteristic of his followers. And the remark of John is, both by Mark and Luke, prefaced with the words, "And John answered and said," though no very clear connection can be traced between what he said and the preceding words of Jesus. The passage, however, is interesting, as showing that John was not always most discreet in his regard for the peculiar honors of his master, and in the case which he refers to, had in his restrictive zeal, quite gone beyond the rules of action, by which Jesus expected him to be guided. The remark of John on this occasion was, "Master, we saw one casting out devils in thy name, and we forbade him, because he followeth not with us." This confession betrays a spirit still strongly under the influence of worldly feelings, manifesting a perfectly natural emotion of jealousy, at the thought of any intrusion upon what he deemed the peculiar and exclusive privilege of himself and his 11 associates in the fellowship of Christ. The high commission of subduing the malign agencies of the demoniac powers, had been specially conferred on the elect 12, when they first went forth on the apostolic errand. This divine power, John had supposed utterly above the reach of common men, and it was therefore with no small surprise, and moreover with some indignant jealousy, that he saw a nameless person, not enrolled in the sacred band, nor even pretending to follow in any part of their train, boldly and successfully using the name of Jesus Christ, as a charm to silence the powers of darkness, and to free the victims of their evil influences. This sort of feeling was not peculiar to John, but occurs wherever there arises a similar occasion to suggest it. It has been rife among the religious, as well as the worldly, in all ages. And not a month now passes when it is not openly manifested, marring by its low influences, the noblest schemes of Christian benevolence, as well as checking the advances of human ambition. So many there are who, though imbued in some degree with the high spirit of apostolic devotion, yet, when they have marked some great field of benevolence for their efforts, are apt to regard it as their own peculiar province, and are disposed to view any action in that department of exertion as an intrusion and an encroachment on their natural rights. This feeling is the worst characteristic of ultrasectarianism, a spirit which would compass sea and land, not merely to gain one proselyte, but also to hinder a religious rival from the attainment of a similar purpose. A spirit which in its modes of manifestation, and in its results, is nearer to that of the demon it aspires to expel, than to that of him in whose name it professes to work. But that such was not the spirit of him who went about doing good, is seen in the mild, yet earnest reply with which he met the manifestation of this haughty and jealous exclusiveness in his beloved disciple. Forbid him not. For there is no man who can do a miracle in my name, who will lightly speak evil of me. For he who is not against us is on our part. And then referring to the previous train of his discourse, he went on to say, for he who shall give you a cup of water in my name, because you belong to Christ, I tell you, indeed, he shall not lose his reward. So simple were the means of manifesting a true regard for Christ, and so moderate were the services which would constitute a claim to his remembrance, and to a participation in the rights of his ministry. If the act of kindness or of apostolic ministration had been done in his name, and had answered its good purpose, this was enough to show that he who performed it was such a friend as, so far from speaking evil of Jesus, would ensure the best glory of his name, though he had not attached himself in manner and form to the train of regular disciples. Jesus Christ did not require a formal profession of regular discipleship, as essential to the right of doing good in his name, or to the surety of a high and pure reward. How many are there among his professed followers in these times, who are able to receive this saying? There are few indeed, who, hearing it on any authority but his, would not feel disposed to reject it, at once, as a grievous heresy. Yet such was, unquestionably, the spirit, the word, and the practice of Jesus. It was enough for him to know that the weight of human woe, which called him forth on his errand of mercy, was lightened. And that the spirit before darkened and bound down by the powers of evil, was now brought out into glorious light and freedom. Most earnestly did he declare this solemn principle of Catholic communion. And most distinctly did he reiterate it in a varied form. The simplest act of kindness done to the commissioned of Christ, would, of itself, constitute a certain claim to his divine favor. But, on the other hand, the least willful injury of one sent forth from him, would at once ensure the ruin of the perpetrator. Soon after this solemn inculcation of universal charity, Jesus began to prepare his disciples for their great journey to Jerusalem. And at last, having completed his preliminary arrangements, he went on his way, sending forward messengers, James and John, as it would seem, to secure a comfortable stopping place, at a Samaritan village which lay on his road. These select emissaries accordingly proceeded in the execution of their honorable commission, and entering the village, announced to the inhabitants the approach of the far-famed Galilean prophet, Jesus of Nazareth, who, being then on his way to attend the great annual feast in Jerusalem, would that night deign to honor their village with his divine presence. All which appears to have been communicated by the two messengers, with a full sense of the importance of their commission, as well as of the dignity of him whose approach they announced. But the sturdy Samaritans had not yet forgotten the rigid principles of mutual exclusiveness, which had so long been maintained between them and the Jews, with all the combined bitterness of a national and a religious quarrel. And so they doggedly refused to open their doors in hospitality to one whose face was as though he would go to Jerusalem. At this manifestation of sectarian and sectional bitterness, the wrath of the messengers knew no bounds, and reporting their inhospitable and scornful rejection to Jesus, the two Boanerges, with a spirit quite literally accordant with their surname, inquired, Lord, wilt thou that we command fire to come down from heaven, and consume them as Elijah did? The stern prophet of the days of Ahaziah had called down fire from heaven to the destruction of two successive bands of the insolent myrmidons of the Samaritan king. And might not the wonder-doing Son of Man, with equal vindictiveness, commission his faithful followers to invoke the thunder on the inhospitable sectaries of the modern Samaritan race? But however this sort of summary justice might suit the wrathful piety of James and his amiably gentle brother, it was by Jesus deemed the offspring of a spirit too far from the forgiving benevolence of his gospel, to be passed by, unrebuked. He therefore turned reprovingly to these fierce sons of thunder, with the reply, Ye know not what manner of spirit ye are of. For the Son of Man is not come to destroy men's lives, but to save them. And thus silencing their forward, destructive zeal, he quietly turned aside from the inhospitable sectarians who had refused him admission, and found entertainment in another village, where the inhabitants were free from such notions of religious exclusiveness. So idolatrous was the reference with which many of the fathers and ancient theologians were accustomed to regard the apostles, that they would not allow that these chosen ones of Christ ever committed any sin whatever. At least, none after their calling to be disciples. Accordingly, the most ridiculous attempts have been made to justify or excuse the faults and errors of those apostles, who are mentioned in the New Testament as having committed any act contrary to the received standards of right. Among other circumstances, even Peter's perjured denial of his Lord, has found stubborn defenders and apologists. And among the saintly commentators of both Papist and Protestant faiths, have been found some to stand up for the immaculate soundness of James and John, in this act of wicked and foolish zeal. Ambrose of Milan, in commenting on this passage, must needs maintain that their ferocity was in accordance with approved instances of a similar character in the Old Testament. Nec discipuli peccant, says he, collegium sequuntur. And he then refers to the instance of extemporaneous vindictive justice in Phinehas, as well as to that of Elijah, which was quoted by the sons of Zebedee themselves. He argues, that, since the apostles were endued with the same high privileges as the prophets, they were in this instance abundantly justified in appealing to such authority for similar acts of vengeance. He observes, moreover, that this presumption was still farther justified in them, by the name which they had received from Jesus, being sons of thunder, they might fairly suppose that fire would come down from heaven at their word. But Lampe very properly remarks, that the prophets were clearly moved to these acts of wrathful justice, by the Holy Spirit, and thereby also, were justified in a vindictiveness, which might otherwise be pronounced cruel and bloody. The evidence of this spirit guidance, those old prophets had, in the instantaneous fiery answer from heaven, to their denunciatory prayer. But on the other hand, in this case, the words of Jesus in reply to the sons of thunder, show that they were not actuated by a Holy Spirit, nor by the Holy Spirit, for he says to them, Ye know not what manner of spirit ye are of. Which certainly implies that they were altogether mistaken in supposing that the spirit and power of Elijah rested on them, to authorize such wide-wasting and indiscriminate ruin of innocent and guilty women and children, as well as men, inhabiting the village. And he rebukes and condemns their conduct for the very reason that it was the result of an unholy and sinful spirit. Yet, not only the Romish Ambrose, but also the Protestant Calvin, has, in his idolatrous reverence for the infallibility of the apostles, an idolatry hardly less unchristian than the saint worship against which he strove, thought it necessary to condemn and rebuke Maldonado, as guilty of a detestable presumption, in declaring the sons of Zebedee to have been lifted up with a foolish arrogance. On the arguments by which Calvin justifies James and John, Lampe well remarks, that the great reformer uses a truly Jesuitical weapon, propria veneta cadet loyalita, when he says that, they desired vengeance not for themselves, but for Christ. and were not led into error by any fault, but merely by ignorance of the spirit of the gospel and of Christ. But was not this ignorance itself a sin, showing itself thus in the very face of all the oft-repeated admonitions of Jesus against this bloody spirit, even in his or any cause? And of all his inculcations of a universal rule of forbearance and forgiveness? John is not mentioned again in the gospel history, until near the close of the Saviour's labors, when he was about to prepare his 12 chosen ones, for the great change which awaited their condition, by long and earnest instruction. And by prayer. In making the preliminary arrangements for this final meeting, John was sent along with Peter, to see that a place was provided for the entertainment. After this commission had been satisfactorily executed, they joined with Jesus and the rest of the 12 disciples in the Paschal feast, each taking a high place at the board, and John in particular reclining next to Jesus. As a testimony of the intimate affection between them, it is recorded by this apostle himself in his gospel, that during the feast he lay on Jesus's breast, a position which, though very awkward, and even impossible, in the modern style of conducting feasts in the sitting posture, was yet rendered both easy and natural, in the ancient mode, both Oriental and Roman, of reclining on couches around the table. Under these circumstances, those sharing the same part of the couch, whose feelings of affection led them most readily together, such a position as that described by John, would occur very naturally and gracefully. It here, in connection with John's own artless, but expressive sentence, mentioning himself as the disciple whom Jesus loved, presents to the least imaginative mind a most beautifully striking picture of the state of feeling between the young disciple and his Lord, showing how closely their spirits were drawn together, in an affection of the most sacred and interesting character, far surpassing the paternal and filial relation in the high and pure nature of the feeling, because wholly removed from the mere animalities and instincts that form and modify so much of all natural love. The regard between these two beings was by no means essentially dependent on any striking similarity of mind or feeling. John had very little of that mild and gentle temperament which so decidedly characterized the Redeemer. He had none of that spirit of meekness and forgiveness which Jesus so often and earnestly inculcated, but a fierce, fiery, thundering zeal, arising from a temperament, ardent alike in anger and in love. Nor was such a character at all discordant with the generality of those for whom Jesus seemed to feel a decided preference. There is no one among the apostolic band, whether Galilean or Hellenistic, of whose characters any definite idea is given, that does not seem to be marked most decidedly by the fiercer and harsher traits. Yet like those of all children of nature, the same hearts seem to glow, upon occasion, as readily with affectionate as with wrathful feeling, both, in many instances, combining in their affection for Jesus. The whole gospel record, as far as the 12 disciples are concerned, is a most satisfactory comment on the characteristics ascribed by Josephus to the whole Galilean race, ardent and fierce. And this was the very temperament which recommended them before all men in the world, for the great work of laying the deep foundations of the Christian faith, amid opposition, hatred, confusion, and blood. And among these wild, but ardent dispositions, did even the mild spirit of the Redeemer find much that was congenial to its frame, as well as its purposes. For in them, his searching eye recognized faculties which, turned from the base ends of worldly strife and low, brawling contest, might be exalted, by a mere modification, and not eradication, to the great works of divine benevolence. The same temperament that once led the ardent Galileans into selfish quarrels, under the regenerating influences of a Holy Spirit, might be trained to a high devoted self-sacrifice for the good of others. And the valor which once led them to disregard danger and death in spiteful enmity, could, after an assimilation to the Spirit of Jesus, be made equally energetic in the dangerous labors of the cause of universal love. Such is most clearly the spirit of the Galilean disciples, as far as any character can be recognized in the brief, artless sketches, incidentally given of them in the New Testament history. Nor is there any good reason to mark John as an exception to these harsher attributes. The idea, now so very common, of his softness and amiability, seems to have grown almost entirely out of the circumstance, that he was the disciple whom Jesus loved. As if the high spirit of the Redeemer could feel no sympathy with such traits as bravery, fierce energy, or even aspiring ambition. Tempted originally by the great source of evil, yet without sin, he himself knew by what spiritual revolutions the impulses which once led only to evil, could be made the guides to truth and love, and could see, even in the worst manifestations of that fiery ardor, the disguised germ of a holy zeal, which, under his long, anxious, prayerful care and cultivation, would become a tree of life, bringing forth fruits of good for nations. Even in these low, depraved mortals, therefore, he could find much to love, nor is the circumstance of his affectionate regard, in itself, any proof that John was deficient in the most striking characteristics of his countrymen. And that he was not so, there is proof positive and unquestionable in those details of his own and his brother's conduct, already given. At this Paschal feast, lying, as described, on the bosom of Jesus, he passed the parting hours in most intimate communion with his already doomed Lord. And so close was their proximity, and so peculiarly favored was he, by the confidential conversation of Jesus, that when all the disciples were moved with painful doubt and surprise at the mysterious annunciation that there was a traitor among them, Peter himself, trusting more to the opportunities of John than to his own, made a sign to him to put to his master a question, to which he would be more likely to receive an answer than anybody else. The beloved disciple, therefore, looking up from the bosom of Jesus, into his face, with the confidence of familiar affection, asked him, "Who is it, Lord?" And to his eager inquiry, was vouchsafed at once a most unhesitating and satisfactory reply, marking out, in the most definite manner, the person intended by his former dark allusion. After the scenes of Gethsemane, when the alarmed disciples fled from their captured master, to avoid the same fate, John also shared in the race. But on becoming assured that no pursuit of the secondary members of the party was intended, he quietly walked back after the armed train, keeping, moreover, close to them, as appears by his arriving at the palace gate along with them, and entering with the rest. On his way, in the darkness, he fell in with his friend Peter, also anxiously following the train, to learn the fate of his master. John now proved of great advantage to Peter. For, having some acquaintance with the high priest's family, he might expect admission to the hall without difficulty. This incident is recorded only by John himself, in his Gospel, where, in relating it, he refers to himself in the third person, as another disciple, according to his usual modest circumlocution. John, somehow or other, was well and favorably known to the high priest himself, for a very mysterious reason. But certainly the most unaccountable point in Bible history is this: how could a faithful follower of the persecuted and hated Jesus, be thus familiar and friendly in the family of the most powerful and vindictive of the Jewish magnates? Nor can the difficulty be any way relieved, by supposing the expression, another disciple, to refer to a person different from John, for all the disciples of Jesus would be equally unlikely persons for the intimacy of the Jewish high priest. Whatever might be the reason of this acquaintance, John was well known throughout the family of the high priest, as a person high in favor and familiarity with that great dignitary. So that a single word from him to the portress, was sufficient to procure the admission of Peter also, who had stood without, not daring to enter as his brother apostle did, not having any warrant to do so on the ground of familiarity. Of the conduct of John during the trial of Jesus, or after it, no account whatever is given, nor is he noticed in either of the Gospels except his own, as present during any of these sad events. But by his story it appears, that, in the hour of darkness and horror, he stood by the cross of his beloved Lord, with those women who had been the constant servants of Jesus during life, and were now faithful, even through his death. Among these women was the mother of the Redeemer, who now stood in the most desolate agony, by the cross of her murdered son, without a home left in the world, or a person to whom she had a natural right to look for support. Just before the last agony, Jesus turned to the mournful group, and seeing his mother near the disciple whom he loved, he said, "Woman, behold thy son." And then to John, "Behold thy mother." The simple words were sufficient, without a gesture. For the nailed and motionless hands of Jesus could not point out to each, the person intended as the object of parental or filial regard. Nor was this commission, thus solemnly and affectingly given, neglected. For, as the same disciple himself assures us, from that hour, he took her to his own house. The highest token of affection and confidence that the Redeemer could confer, was this, marking, as it did, a most preeminent regard, by committing to his charge a trust that might with so much propriety have been committed to others of the 12 who were very nearly related to the mother of Jesus, being her own nephews, the sons of her sister. But so high was the confidence of Jesus in the sincerity of John's affection, that he unhesitatingly committed to him this dearest earthly charge, trusting to his love for its keeping, rather than to the considerations of family and of near relationship. In the scenes of the resurrection, John is distinguished by the circumstance of his hurrying first, along with Peter, to the sepulchre, on hearing from the women the strange story of what had happened. And both hastening in the most intense anxiety to learn the nature of the occurrences which had so alarmed the women, the nimbleness of the youthful John soon carried him beyond Peter, and outstripping him in the anxious race. He came down to the sepulchre before him, and there stood, breathless, looking down into the place of the dead, in vain, for any trace of its late precious deposit. While he was thus glancing into the place, Peter came up, and with a much more considerate zeal, determined on a satisfactory search, and accordingly went down into the tomb himself, and narrowly searched all parts. And John, after his report, also then descended to assure himself that Peter had not been deceived by a too superficial examination of the inside. But having gone down into the tomb, and seen for himself the grave clothes lying carefully rolled up, but no signs whatever of the body that had once occupied them, he also believed the report of the women, that the remains of Jesus had been stolen away in the night, probably by some ill-disposed persons, for an evil purpose, and perhaps to complete the bloody triumph of the Jews, by denying the body so honorable an interment as the wealthy Joseph had charitably given it. In distress and sorrowful doubt, therefore, he returned with Peter to his own house, without the slightest idea of the nature of the abstraction. The next account of John is in that interesting scene, described in the last chapter of his own Gospel, on the Lake of Galilee, where Jesus met the 7 disciples who went on the fishing excursion by night. As already detailed in the life of Simon Peter, who was the first to propose the thing, and who, in the scenes of the morning, acted the most conspicuous part. The only passage which immediately concerns John, is the concluding one, where the prophecy of Jesus is recorded respecting the future destiny of this beloved disciple. Peter, having heard his master's prophecy of the mode in which he should conclude his life, hoping to pry still farther into futurity, asked what would be the fate of John also. "Lord, what shall this man do?" Which Jesus replied, "If I will that he tarry till I come, what is that to thee?" An answer evidently meant to check his curiosity, without gratifying it in the least. As John himself, remarking on the fact, that this saying originated an unfounded story, that Jesus had promised him that he should never die, says that Jesus never specified any such thing, but merely said those few unsatisfactory words in reply to Peter. The words, "till I come," referred simply to the time when Christ should come in judgment on Jerusalem, for that unquestionably was the coming, of which he had so often warned them, as an event for which they must be prepared. And it was partly from a misinterpretation of these words, by applying them to the final judgment, that the idle notion of John's immortality arose. John probably surviving the other apostles many years, and living to a very great age, the second generation of Christians conceived the idea of interpreting this remark of Jesus as a prophecy that his beloved disciple should never die. And John, in his Gospel, knowing that this erroneous opinion was prevalent, took pains to specify the exact words of Jesus, showing that they implied no direct prophecy whatever, nor in any way alluded to the possibility of his immortality. After the ascension, John is mentioned along with the rest who were in the upper room, and is otherwise particularized on several occasions, in the Acts of the Apostles. He was the companion of Peter in the temple, at the healing of the lame man, and was evidently considered by the chief apostle, a sharer in the honors of the miracle. Nor were the Sanhedrin disposed to deem him otherwise than criminally responsible for the act, but doomed him, along with Peter, to the dungeon. He is also honorably distinguished by being deputed with Peter to visit the new church in Samaria, where he united with him in imparting the confirming seal of the Spirit to the new converts and on the journey back to Jerusalem. preached the gospel in many villages of the Samaritans. From this time no mention whatever is made of John in the Acts of the Apostles, and the few remaining facts concerning him, which can be derived from the New Testament, are such only as occur incidentally in the epistolary writings of the Apostles. Paul makes a single allusion to him, in his epistle to the Galatians, where, speaking of his reception by the Apostles on his second visit to Jerusalem, he mentions James, Cephas and John, as pillars, in the church. And says that they all gave him the right hand of fellowship. This little incidental allusion, though so brief, is worth recording, since it shows that John still resided in Jerusalem, and there still maintained his eminence and his usefulness, standing like a pillar, with Cephas and James. Rising high above the many, and upholding the bright fabric of a pure faith. This is the only mention ever made of him in the epistles of Paul, nor do any of the remaining writings of the New Testament contain any notice whatever of John, except those which bear his own name. But as these must all be referred to a later period, they may be left unnoticed until some account has been given of the intervening portions of his long life. Here then the course of investigation must leave the sure path of Scripture testimony, and lead on through the mazy windings of traditionary history, among the baseless records of the Fathers. Pillars. This was an expressive figurative appellation, taken no doubt, with direct allusion to the noble white columns of the porches of the temple, subserving in so high a degree the purposes both of use and ornament. The term implies with great force, an exalted excellence in these three main supporters of the first Christian church. And besides expressing the idea of those eminent virtues which belong to them in common with other distinguished teachers of religion, it is thought by Lampe, that there is implied in this connection something peculiarly appropriate to these apostles. Among the uses to which columns were applied by Egyptians, Jews, Greeks and Romans, was that of bearing inscriptions connected with public ordinances of state or religion, and of commemorating facts in science for the knowledge of other generations. To this use, allusion seems to be made in Proverbs 9:1, Wisdom has built her house, she has engraved her 7 pillars. And in Revelation 3:12, a still more unquestionable reference is made to the same circumstance. Him that overcomes, will I make a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go no more out. And I will write upon him the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which comes down out of heaven from God, and my own new name. A passage which Grotius illustrates by a reference to this very use of pillars for inscriptions. It is in connection with this idea, that Lampe considers the term as peculiarly expressive in its application to James, Cephas and John, since from them, in common with all the apostles, proceeded the oracles of Christian truth. And those principles of doctrine and practice, which were acknowledged as the rule of faith, by the churches of the New Covenant. To these three, moreover, belonged some peculiar attributes of this character, since they distinguished themselves above the most of the 12, by their written epistolary charges, as well as by the general preeminence accorded to them by common consent, leaving to them the utterance of those apostolic opinions, which went forth from Jerusalem as law for the Christian churches. Lampe quotes on this point Vitringa, Sacred Observations, I. 3. 7, Susser, Church Thesaurus Voc. Sigma Tau Upsilon Lambda Omicron, and Getaker, Sinus, 2. 20, he refers also to Jerome, commenting on Galatians 2. 9. Who there alludes to the fact that John, one of the pillars, in his revelation, introduces the Savior speaking as above quoted. Revelation 3. 12. The results of tradition. Probably there are few results of historical investigation, that will make a more decided impression of disappointment on the mind of a common reader, than the sentence, which a rigid examination compels the writer to pass. With almost uniform condemnatory severity, on all apostolic stories which are not sanctioned by the word of inspiration. There is a universal curiosity, natural, and not uncommendable, felt by all the believers and hearers of the faith which the apostles preached, to know something more about these noble first witnesses of the truth than the bare broken and unconnected details which the gospel, and the apostolic acts can furnish. At this day, the most trifling circumstances connected with them, their actions, their dwelling places, their lives, or their deaths, have a value vastly above what could ever have been appreciated by those of their own time, who acted, dwelt, lived, and died with them, a value increasing through the course of ages, in a regular progression, rising as it removes from the objects to which it refers. But the very course of this progression implies a diminution of the means of obtaining the desired information, proportioned to the increase of the demand for it. And along with this condition of things, the all-pervading and ever-active spirit of invention comes in, to quench, with deep draughts of delightful falsehood, the honest thirst for literal truth. The misfortune of this constitution of circumstances, being that the want is not felt till the means of supplying it are irrecoverably gone, puts the investigation of the minutiae of all antiquity, sacred or profane, upon a very uncertain ground, and requires the most critical test for every assertion, offered to satisfy a curiosity which, for the sake of the pleasure thus derived, feels interested in deceiving itself. 4. Doubtless the pleasure is as great of being cheated as to cheat. Even the spirit of deep curiosity which beguiles the historical inquirer into a love of the fabulous and unfounded tales of tradition, though specifically more elevated by its intellectual character, is yet generically the same with the spirit of superstitious credulity, that leads the miserable papist to bow down with idolatrous worship before the ridiculous trash, called relics, which are presented to him by the consecrated impostors who minister to him in holy things. And the feeling of indignant horror with which he repulses the Protestant zeal, that would rob his spirit of the comfortable support afforded by the possession of an apostolical toenail, a lock of a saint's hair, or by the sight of the Saviour's handkerchief, or of a drop of his blood, is all perfectly kindred to that indignant regret with which even a reformed reader regards all these critical assaults upon agreeable historical delusions, and to that stubborn attachment with which he often clings to antique falsehood. Yet the pure consolations of the truth, known by research and judgment, are so far above these baser enjoyments, that the exchange of fiction, for historical knowledge, though merely of a negative kind, becomes most desirable even to an uncritical mind. The sweeping sentence of condemnation against all traditionary stories, may, however, be subjected to some decided exceptions in the case of John, who, living much longer than any other of the apostles, would thus be much more widely and lastingly known than they, to the Christians of the first and second generations after the immediate contemporaries of the 12. On this account the stories about John come with much higher traditionary authority, than those which pretend to give accounts of any other apostle, and this view is still further confirmed by the character of most of the stories themselves, which are certainly much less absurd and vastly more probable in their appearance, than the great mass of apostolic traditions. Indeed, in respect to this apostle, may be said, what cannot be said of any other, that some tolerably well authorized, and a very few decidedly authentic, statements of his later life may be derived from passages in the genuine writings of the early fathers. His Judaical observances. The first point in John's history, on which the authentic testimony of the fathers is offered to illustrate his life, after the Acts of the Apostles cease to mention him, is, that during the difficulties between the weak-minded Judaizing Christians, and those of a freer spirit who advocated an open communion with those Gentile brethren that did not conform to the Mosaic ritual, he, with Peter, and more particularly with James, joined in recommending a compromise with the inveterate prejudices of the Jewish believers. And to the end of his life, though constantly brought in contact with Gentiles, he himself still continued, in all legal and ritual observances, a Jew. A striking and probable instance of this adherence to Judaism is given in the circumstance, that he always kept the 14th day of March as holy time, in conformity with one of the most common of the religious usages in which he had been brought up. And the respect with which he regarded this observance is strongly expressed in the fact that he countenanced and encouraged it, also, in his disciples, some of whom preserving it throughout life as he did, brought down the notice of the occurrence to those days when the extinction of almost all the Judaical part of primitive Christianity made such a peculiarity very remarkable. This, though a small, is a highly valuable incident in the history of John, containing a proof of the strong affection which he always retained for the religion of his fathers, a feeling which deserves the highest commendation. Accompanied as it was, by a most Catholic spirit towards those Gentile Christians who could not bear a yoke, which education and long habit alone made more tolerable to him. With Peter and James the authority for this is Irenaeus, d. 150-170, who says, "Those apostles who were with James, permitted the Gentiles indeed to act freely, leaving us to the Spirit of God. They themselves, too, knowing the same God, persevered in their ancient observances." Thus the apostles whom the Lord made witnesses of his whole conduct and his whole teaching, for everywhere are found standing together with him, Peter, James and John, religiously devoted themselves to the observance of the law, which is by Moses, thus acknowledging both, the law and the Spirit, to be from one and the same God. Irenaeus, against heresies. 14th day of March. This refers to the practice of observing the feast of the resurrection of Christ, on the 14th day of March, corresponding with the Passover of the Jews, a custom long kept up in the Eastern churches, instead of always keeping it on Sunday. The authority for the statement is found in two ancient writers, both of whom are quoted by Eusebius. Church History, v. 24. He first quotes Polycrates, towards the end of the 2nd century, as writing to Victor, Bishop of Rome, in defense of the adherence of the Eastern churches to the practice of their fathers, in keeping the Passover, or Easter, on the 14th day of the month, without regard to the day of the week on which it occurred, though the great majority of the Christian churches throughout the world, by common consent, always celebrated this resurrection feast on the Lord's Day, or Sunday. Polycrates, in defense of the Oriental practice of his flock and friends, so accordant with early Jewish prejudices, quotes the example of the Apostle John, who, he says, died at Ephesus, where he, Polycrates, was bishop. He says, that John, as well as his brother apostle, Philip, and Polycarp his disciple, all observed Easter on the 14th day of the month, never varying from that day, at all. Eusebius, Ibid. Quotes also Irenaeus, writing to the same Bishop Victor, against his attempt to force the Eastern churches into the adoption of the practice of the Roman Church, in celebrating Easter always on a Sunday, instead of uniformly on the 14th day of the month, so as to correspond with the Jewish Passover. Irenaeus, in defense of the old Eastern custom, tells of the practice of Polycarp, Bishop of Smyrna, a disciple of John. Polycarp, coming to Rome in the days of Bishop Anicetus, d. 151-160, though earnestly exhorted by that bishop to renounce the Eastern mode of celebrating Easter always on the 14th, like the Jewish Passover, steadily refused to change, giving as a reason, the fact that John, the disciple of Jesus, and others of the apostles, whom he had intimately known, had always followed the Eastern mode. This latter authority, fairly derived from a person who had been the intimate friend of John himself, may be pronounced entitled to the highest respect, and quite clearly establishes this little circumstance, which is valuable only as showing John's pertinacious adherence to Jewish forms, to the end of his life. Socrates, an ecclesiastical historian, d. 439, alludes to the circumstance, that those who observed Easter on the 14th, referred to the authority of the Apostle John, as received by tradition. The departure from Jerusalem. Some vain attempts have been made to ascertain the time at which the Apostle John left Jerusalem. But it becomes an honest investigator to confess, here, the absolute want of all testimony, and the total absence of such evidence as can afford reasonable ground even for conjecture. All that can be said, is, that there is no account of his having left the city before the Jewish war. And there is some reason, therefore, to suppose that he remained there till driven thence by the first great alarm occasioned by the unsuccessful attack from Cestius Gallus. This Roman general, in the beginning of the Jewish war, d. 66, advanced to Jerusalem, and began a siege, which, however, he soon raised, without any good reason. And suffering a fine opportunity of ending the war at once, thus to pass by, unimproved, he marched off, though in reality the inhabitants were then but poorly provided with means to resist him. His retreat, however, gave them a chance to prepare themselves very completely for the desperate struggle which, as they could see, was completely begun, and from which there could now be no retraction. This interval of repose, after such a terrible premonition, also gave opportunity to the Christians to withdraw from the city, on which, as they most plainly saw, the awful ruin foretold by their Lord, was now about to fall. Cestius Gallus, taking his stand on the hills around the city, had planted the Roman eagle standards on the heights of Zophim, on the north, where he fortified his camp, and thence pushed the assault against Bezetha, or the upper part of the city. These were signs which the apostles of Jesus, who had heard his prophecy of the city's ruin, could not misunderstand. Here was now the abomination of desolation, standing in the holy place where it ought not. And as Matthew records the words of Jesus, this was one great sign of coming ruin. When they should see Jerusalem encompassed with armies, they were to know that the desolation thereof was nigh, for so Luke records the warning. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let them who are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in other countries enter into it. For these are the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. The apostles, therefore, reading in all these signs the literal fulfillment of the prophetic warning of their Lord, gathered around them the flock of the faithful. And turning their faces to the mountains of the northwest, to seek refuge beyond the Jordan. Their backs they turned. On those proud towers, to swift destruction doomed. Nor were they alone. For as the Jewish historian, who was an eyewitness of the sad events of those times, records, many of the respectable persons among the Jews, after the alarming attack of Cestius, left the city, like passengers from a sinking ship. And this fruitless attack of the Romans, he considers to have been so arranged by a divine decree, to make the final ruin fall with the more certainty on the truly guilty. Gallus replaced with Gallus for consistency. The refuge in Pella. A tradition, entitled to more than usual respect, from its serious and reasonable air, commemorates the circumstance that the Christians, on leaving Jerusalem, took refuge in the city of Pella, which stood on a small western branch of the Jordan. About 60 miles northwest from Jerusalem, among the mountains of Gilead. The locality on some accounts is a probable one, for it is distant from Jerusalem and beyond Judea, as the Savior directed them to flee, and being also on the mountains, answers very well to the other particulars of his warning. But there are some reasons which would make it an undesirable place of refuge, for a very long time, to those who fled from scenes of war and commotion, for the sake of enjoying peace and safety. That part of Galilee which formed the adjacent territory on the north of Pella, a few months after, became the scene of a devastating war. The city of Gamala, not above 20 miles off, was besieged by Vespasian, the general of the Roman invading army, afterwards emperor, and was taken after a most obstinate and bloody contest. The effect of which must have been felt throughout the country around, making it anything but a comfortable place of refuge, to those who sought peace. The presence of hostile armies in the region near, must have been a source of great trouble and distress to the inhabitants of Pella, so that those who fled from Jerusalem to that place, would, in less than a year, find that they had made no very agreeable exchange. These bloody commotions, however, did not begin immediately, and it was not till nearly 1 year after the flight of the Christians from Jerusalem, that the war was brought into the neighborhood of Pella. For Josephus fixes the retreat of Cestius Gallus on the 12th of November, in the 12th year of Nero's reign, d. 66, and the taking of Gamala, on the 23rd of October, in the following year, after 1 month's siege. There was then a period of several months, during which this region was quiet, and would therefore afford a temporary refuge to the fugitives from Jerusalem. But for a permanent home they would feel obliged to look not merely beyond Judea, but out of Palestine. Being in Pella, so near the borders of Arabia, which often afforded a refuge to the oppressed in its desert-girdled homes, the greater portion would naturally move off in that direction, and many too, probably extend their journey eastward into Mesopotamia, settling at last in Babylon, already becoming a new dwelling place for both Jews and Christians, among whom, as has been recorded in a former part of this work, the Apostle Peter had made his home, where he probably remained for the rest of his life, and also died there. Respecting the movements of the Apostle John in this general flight, nothing certain can be affirmed. But all probability would, without any other evidence, suggest that he followed the course of the majority of those who were under his pastoral charge, and as their way led eastward, he would be disposed to take that route also. And here the floating fragments of ancient tradition may be cited, for what they are worth, in defense of a view which is also justified by natural probabilities. The journey eastward. The earliest testimony on this point does not appear, however, until near the close of the 4th century. When it arises in the form of a vague notion, that John had once preached to the Parthians, and that his first epistle was particularly addressed to them. From a few such remnants of history as this, it has been considered extremely probable, by some, that John passed many years, or even a great part of his life, in the regions east of the Euphrates, within the bounds of the great Parthian Empire, where a vast number of his refugee countrymen had settled after the destruction of Jerusalem, enjoying peace and prosperity, partly forgetting their national calamities, in building themselves up almost into a new people, beyond the bounds of the Roman Empire. These would afford to him an extensive and congenial field of labor. They were his countrymen, speaking his own language, and to them he was allied by the sympathies of a common misfortune and a common refuge. Abundant proof has already been offered, to show that in this region was the home of Peter, during the same period. And probabilities are strongly in favor of the supposition, that the other apostles followed him thither, making Babylon the new apostolic capital of the Eastern churches, as Jerusalem had been the old one. From that city, as a center, the apostles would naturally extend their occasional labors into the countries eastward, as far as their Jewish brethren had spread their refugee settlements. For beyond the Roman limits, Christianity seems to have made no progress whatever among the Gentiles, in the time of the apostles. And if there had been no other difficulties, the great difference of language and manners, and the savage condition of most of the races around them, would have led them to confine their labors wholly to those of their own nation, who inhabited the country watered by the Euphrates and its branches. Or still farther east, to lands where the Jews seem to have spread themselves to the banks of the Indus, and perhaps within the modern boundaries of India. Some wild traditionary accounts, of no great authority, even offer reports, that the Apostle John preached in India. And some of the Jesuit missionaries have supposed that they had detected such traditions among the tribes of that region, among whom they labored. All that can be said of these accounts is, that they accord with a reasonable supposition, which is made probable by other circumstances, but traditions of such a standing cannot be said to prove anything. Parthia. The earliest trace of this story is in the writings of Augustine, d. 398, who quotes the first epistle of John as the Epistle to the Parthians, from which it appears that this was a common name for that epistle, in the times of Augustine. Athanasius is also quoted by Bede, as calling it by the same name. If he wrote to the Parthians in that familiar way, it would seem probable that he had been among them, and many writers have therefore adopted this view. Among these, the learned Mill, Prolegomena in New Testament section 150, expresses his opinion very fully, that John passed the greater part of his life among the Parthians, and the believers near them. Lampe, Prolegomena to a Johannine Theology, lib I. Cap. 3, section 12, note, allows the probability of such a visit, but strives to fix its date long before the destruction of Jerusalem, yet offers no good reason for such a notion. India. The story of the Jesuit missionaries is given by Baronius, Annals 44. Section 30. The story is, that letters from some of these missionaries, in 1555, give an account of their finding such a tradition, among an East Indian nation, called the Bassaras, who told them that the Apostle John once preached the gospel in that region. No further particulars are given, but this is enough to enable us to judge of the value of a story, dating 15 centuries from the event which it commemorates. His residence in Asia. The great mass of ancient stories about this apostle, take no notice at all of his residence in the far eastern regions, on and beyond the Euphrates, but make mention of the countries inhabited by Greeks and Romans, as the scenes of the greater part of his long life, after the destruction of Jerusalem. The palpable reason of the character of these traditions, no doubt, is, that they all come from the very regions which they commemorate as the home of John. And the authors of the stories, being interested only to secure for their own region the honor of an apostolic visit, cared nothing about the similar glory of countries far eastward, with which they had no connection whatever, and of which they knew nothing. That region which is most particularly pointed out as the great scene of John's life and labors, is Asia, in the original, limited sense of the term, which includes only a small portion of the eastern border of the Aegean Sea, as already described in the life of Peter. The most important place in this little Asia was Ephesus. And in this famous city the Apostle John is said to have spent the latter part of his life, after the great dispersion from Palestine. The motives of John's visit to Ephesus are variously given by different writers, both ancient and modern. All refer the primary impulse to the Holy Spirit, which was the constant and unerring guide of all the apostles in their movements abroad on the great mission of their Master. The divine presence of their Lord himself, too, was ever with them to support and encourage, in their most distant wanderings, even as he promised at parting, "Lo, I am with you always, even to the end of the world." But historical investigation may very properly proceed with the inquiry into the real occasion which led him, under that divine guidance, to this distant city, among a people who were mostly foreign to him in language, habits, and feelings. Even though many of them owned the faith of Christ, and reverenced the apostle of his word. It is said, but not proved, that a division of the great fields of labor was made by the apostles among themselves, about the time of the destruction of Jerusalem. And that, when Andrew took Scythia, and others their sections of duty, Asia was assigned to John, who passed the rest of his life there accordingly. This field had already, indeed, been gone over by Paul and his companions, and already at Ephesus itself had a church been gathered, which was now flourishing under the pastoral care of Timothy, who had been instructed and commissioned for this very field, by Paul himself. But these circumstances, so far from deterring the Apostle John from presenting himself on a field of labor already so nobly entered, are supposed rather to have operated as incitements to draw him into a place where so solid a foundation had been laid for a complete fabric. As a center of missionary action, indeed, Ephesus certainly did possess many local advantages of a high order. The metropolis of all Asia Minor, a noble emporium for the productions of that great section of the eastern continent, on whose farthest western shore it stood, and a grand center for the traffic of the great Mediterranean Sea, whose waters rolled from that haven over the mighty shores of 3 continents, bearing, wherever they flowed, the ships of Ephesus. This port offered the most ready and desirable means of intercourse with all the commercial cities of the world. From Tyre, or Alexandria, or Sinope, to the Pillars of Hercules, and gave the quickest and surest access to the gates of Rome itself. Its widely extended commerce, of course, drew around its gates a constant throng of people from many distant parts of the world, a few of whom, if imbued with the gospel, would thus become the missionaries of the word of truth to millions, where the name of Jesus was before unknown. And since, after the death of all the other apostles, John survived alone, so long, it was desirable for all the Christian churches in the world, that the only living minister of the word who had been instructed from the lips of Jesus himself, should reside in some such place, where he might so easily be visited by all, and whence his instructions might quickly go forth to all. His inspired counsels, and his wonder-working prayers, might be sought for all who needed them, and his apostolic ordinances might be heard and obeyed, almost at once, by the most distant churches. But the circumstance, which more especially might lead the wanderer from the ruined city and homes of his fathers, to Ephesus, was the great gathering of Jews at this spot, who of course thus presented to the Jewish apostle an ample field for exertions, for which his natural and acquired endowments best fitted him. In the account given in the Acts of the Apostles of Paul's visit to Ephesus, particular mention is made of a synagogue there, in which he preached and disputed daily, for a long period, with great effect. Yet Paul's labors had by no means attained such complete success among the Jews there, as to make it unnecessary for another apostle to labor in the ministry of the circumcision, in that same place. For it is especially mentioned that Paul, after 3 months' active exertion in setting forth the truth in the synagogues, was induced by the consideration of the peculiar difficulties which beset him. Among these proud and stubborn adherents of the old Mosaic system, to withdraw himself from among them. And during the remainder of his 2 years' stay, he devoted himself, for the most part, to the instruction of the willing Greeks, who opened the schools of philosophy for his teachings. With far more willingness than the Jews did their house of religious assembly. And it appears that the greater part of his converts were rather among the Greeks than the Jews. For in the great commotions that followed, the attack upon the preachers of Christianity was made entirely by a heathen mob, in which no Israelite seems to have had any hand whatever. So that Paul had evidently made but little impression, comparatively, on the latter class. Among the Jews then, there was still a wide field open for the labors of one, consecrated, more especially, for the ministry of the circumcision. The circumstances of the times, also, presented many advantages for a successful assault upon the religious prejudices of his countrymen. The great center of unity for the race of Israel throughout the world, had now fallen into an irretrievable oblivion, under the fire and sword of the invader. The glories of the ancient covenant seemed to have passed away forever. And in the high devotion of the Jew, a blank was now left, by the destruction of the only temple of his ancient faith, which nothing else on earth could fill. Henceforth he might be trained to look for a spiritual temple, a city eternal in the heavens, whose lasting foundations were laid by no mortal hand, for the heathen to sweep away in unholy triumph, but whose builder and maker was God. Thus prepared, by the mournful consummation of their country's utter ruin, for the reception of a pure faith, the condition of the disconsolate Jews must have appeared in the highest degree interesting to the solitary surviving apostle of Jesus. And he would naturally devote the remnant of his days to that portion of the world where he might make the deepest impression on them, and where his influence might spread widest to the scattered members of a people, then as now, eminently commercial. Under these peculiarly interesting circumstances, the Apostle John is supposed to have arrived at Ephesus, where Timothy, still holding the episcopal chair in which he had been placed by the Apostle Paul, must have hailed with great delight the arrival of the venerable John, from whose instructions and counsels, he might hope to derive advantages so much the more welcome. Since the sword of the heathen persecution had removed his original apostolic teacher from the world. John must have been, at the time of his journey to Ephesus, considerably advanced in life. His precise age, and the date of his arrival, are altogether unknown, nor are there any fixed points on which the most critical and ingenious historical investigation can base any certain conclusion whatever, as to these interesting matters. Various and widely different have been the conclusions on these points, some fixing his journey to Ephesus in the reign of Claudius, long before the destruction of Jerusalem, and even before the council on the question of the circumcision. The true character of this tale can be best appreciated by a reference to another circumstance, which is gravely appended to it by its narrators. Which is, that he was accompanied on this tour by the Virgin Mary, and that she lived there with him for a long time. This journey too, is thus made to precede the journey of Paul to Ephesus, by many years, and yet no account whatever is given of the reasons of the profound silence observed in the Acts of the Apostles. On an event so important to the history of the propagation of the gospel, nor why John could have lived so long at Ephesus, and yet have effected so little, that when Paul came to the same place, the very name of Christ was new there. But such stories are not worth refuting, standing as they do, self-convicted falsehoods. Others however, are more reasonable, and date this journey in the year of the destruction of Jerusalem, supposing that Ephesus was the first place of refuge to which the apostle went. But this conjecture is totally destitute of all ancient authority, and is inconsistent with the very reasonable supposition adopted above that he, in the flight from Jerusalem, first journeyed eastward, following the general current of the fugitives, towards the Euphrates. Where there is such a total want of all data, any fixed decision is out of the question, but it is very reasonable to suppose that John's final departure from the east did not take place till some years after this date. Probably not until the reign of Domitian. A.D. 81 or 82. He had lived in Babylon therefore, till he had seen most of his brethren and friends pass away from his eyes. The venerable Peter had sunk into the grave, and had been followed by the rest of the apostolic band, until the youngest apostle, now grown old, found himself standing alone in the midst of a new generation. Like one of the solitary columns of desolate Babylon, among the low dwelling places of its refugee inhabitants. But among the hourly crumbling heaps of that ruined city, and the fast darkening regions of that half-savage dominion, there was each year less and less around him, on which his precious labor could be advantageously expended. Christianity never seizes readily on the energies of a broken or degenerating people, nor does it flourish where the influences of civilization are losing their hold. Its exalted and exalting genius rather takes the spirits that are already on the wing for an upward course, and rises with them, giving new energy to the ascending movement. It may exert its elevating influence too, on the yet wild spirit of the uncivilized, and give, in the new conceptions of a pure faith and a high destiny, the first impulse to the advance of man towards refinement, in knowledge, and art, and freedom. But its very existence among them is dependent on this forward and upward movement, and the beginning of its mortal decay dates from the cessation of the developments of the intellectual and physical resources of the race on which it operates. Among the subjects of the Parthian Empire, this downward movement was already fully decided, and they were fast losing those refinements of feeling and thought on which the new faith could best fasten its spiritual and inspiring influences. They therefore soon became but hopeless objects of missionary exertion, when compared with the active and enterprising inhabitants of the still improving regions of the West. Westward, then, the star of Christianity as of empire took its way. And the last of the apostles was but following, not leading, the march of his Lord's advancing dominion, when he shook off the dust of the darkening eastern lands from his feet, forever. Turning his aged face towards the setting sun, to find in his latter days, a new home and a foreign grave among the children of his brethren. And to rejoice his old eyes with the glorious sight of what God had done for the churches, among the flourishing cities of the West, that were still advancing under Grecian art and Roman sway. Ephesus. On the importance of this place, as an apostolic station, the Magdeburg centuriators are eloquent. And such is the classic elegance of the Latin in which these moderns have expressed themselves, that the passage is worth giving entire, for the sake of those who can enjoy the beauty of the original. Considera mirabile de concilium. Jonas in Ephesum ad litis meris egii collocatus est, ut ind, quasi e specula, retro suam Asiam viderit, suac fragrantia repleret, antiese vero Grecium, totamque Europam haberet. Ut ind, tanquam tuba domini sonora, idiom ultramarinos populos sui concionibus ac scriptus inclamerat et inviterit ad Christum, precertum, cum ibi furit ad modum commodus portus, plurimique mercators ac homines peregrini ea loca adierent. The beauty of such a sentence is altogether beyond the force of English, and the elegant paronomasia which repeatedly occurs in it, increasing the power of the original expression to charm the ear and mind, is totally lost in a translation. But the meanings of the sentences may be given for the benefit of those readers to whom the Latin is not familiar. Regard the wonderful providence of God. John was stationed at Ephesus, on the shore of the Aegean Sea. So that there, as in a mirror, he might behold his peculiar province, Asia, behind him, and might fill it with the incense of his prayers. Before him too, he had Greece and all Europe. So that there, as with the far-sounding trumpet of the Lord, he might summon and invite to Christ, by his sermons and writings, even the nations beyond the sea, by the circumstance that there was a most spacious haven. And that vast numbers of traders and travelers thronged to the place. Chrysostom speaks also of the importance of Ephesus as an apostolic station, alluding to it as a stronghold of heathen philosophy. But there is no reason to think that John ever distinguished himself by any assaults upon systems with which he was not, and could never have been sufficiently acquainted to enable him to attack them. For in order to meet an evil, it is necessary to understand it thoroughly. There is no hint of an acquaintance with philosophy in any part of his writings, nor does any historian speak of his making converts among them. Chrysostom's words are, he fixed himself also in Asia, where anciently all the sects of Grecian philosophy cultivated their sciences. There he flashed out in the midst of the foe, clearing away their darkness, and storming the very citadel of demons. And with this design he went to this place, so well suited to one who would work such wonders. Homily 1, on John. The idea of John's visit to Ephesus, where Timothy was already settled over the church as bishop, has made a great deal of trouble to those who stupidly confound the office of an apostle with that of a bishop, and are always degrading an apostle into a mere church officer. Such blunderers, of course, are put to a vast deal of pains to make out how Timothy could manage to keep possession of his bishopric, with the apostle John in the same town with him. For they seem to think that a bishop, like the flag officer on a naval station, can hold the command of the post not a moment after a senior officer appears in sight. But that then down comes the broad blue pennon to be sure, and never is hoisted again till the greater officer is off beyond the horizon. But no such idle arrangements of mere etiquette were ever suffered to mar the noble and useful simplicity of the primitive church government, in the least. The presence of an apostle in the same town with a bishop, could no more interfere with the regular function of the latter, than the presence of a diocesan bishop in any city of his diocese, excludes the rector of the church there from his pastoral charge. The sacred duties of Timothy were those of the pastoral care of a single church, a sort of charge that no apostle ever assumed out of Jerusalem, but John's apostolic duties led him to exercise a general supervision over a great number of churches. All those in Little Asia would claim his care alike, and the most distant would look to him for counsel. While that in Ephesus, having been so well established by Paul, and being blessed by the pastoral care of Timothy, who had been instructed and commissioned for that very place and duty, by him, would really stand in very little need of any direct attention from John. Yet among his Jewish brethren he would still find much occasion for his missionary labor, even in that city, and this was the sort of duty which was most appropriate to his apostolic character, for the apostles were missionaries and not bishops. Others pretend to say, however, that Timothy was dead when John arrived, and that John succeeded him in the bishopric, a mere invention to get rid of the difficulty, and proved to be such by the assertion that the apostle was a bishop, and rendered suspicious also by the circumstance of Timothy being so young a man. The fable of the Virgin Mary's journey, in company with John, to Ephesus, has been very gravely supported by Baronius, Annals, 44, section 29, who makes it happen in the 2nd year of the reign of Claudius, and quotes as his authority a groundless statement, drawn from a mistranslation of a synodical epistle from the Council of Ephesus to the clergy at Constantinople, containing a spurious passage which alludes to this story, condemning the Nestorians as heretics, for rejecting the tale. There are, and have long been, however, a vast number of truly discreet and learned Romanists, who have scorned to receive such contemptible and useless inventions. Among these, the learned Antony Pagus, in his historico-chronological review of Baronius, has utterly refuted the whole story, showing the spurious character of the passage quoted in its support. Pagus, Critica Baronius Annals, 42. Section 3. Lampe quotes moreover, the abbot Factitius, the Travoltian collectors and Combeficius, as also refuting the fable. Among the Protestant critics, Rivetus and Basnage have discussed the same point. Of the incidents of John's life at Ephesus, no well-authorized account whatever can be given. Yet on this part of apostolic history the Fathers are uncommonly rich in details, which are interesting, and some of which present no improbability on examination. But their worst character is, that they do not make their appearance until above 100 years after the date of the incidents which they commemorate, and refer to no authority but loose and floating tradition. In respect to these, too, occurs exactly the same difficulty which has already been specified in connection with the traditionary history of Peter, that the same early writers, who record as true these stories which are so probable and reasonable in their character, also present in the same grave manner other stories, which do bear, with them, on their very faces, the evidence of their utter falsehood, in their palpable and monstrous absurdity. Among the possible and probable incidents of John's life, narrated by the Fathers, are a journey to Jerusalem, and one also to Rome, but of these there is no certainty, nor any acceptable evidence. These long journeys, too, are wholly without any sufficient assigned object, which would induce so old a man to leave his quiet and useful residence at Ephesus, to travel hundreds and thousands of miles. The churches of both Rome and Jerusalem were under well-organized governments, which were perfectly competent to the administration of their own affairs, without the presence of an apostle. Or, if they needed his counsel in an emergency, he could communicate his opinions to them with great certainty, by message, and with far more quickness and ease, than by a journey to them. Such an occasion for a direct call on him, however, could but very rarely occur, nor would so unimportant an event as the death of one bishop and the installation of another ever induce him to take a journey to sanction a mere formality by his presence. His help certainly was not needed by any church out of his own little Asian circle, in the selection of proper persons to fill vacant offices of government or instruction. They knew best their own wants, and the abilities of their own members to exercise any official duty to which they might be called. While John, a perfect stranger to most of them, would feel neither disposed nor qualified for meddling with any part of the internal policy of other churches. But the principal condemnation of the statement of his journey to Rome is contained in the foolish story connected with it, by its earliest narrator, that on his arrival there, he was, by order of the Emperor Domitian, thrown into a vessel full of hot oil. But, so far from receiving the slightest injury from such a frying, he came out of this greasy place of torture, quite improved in every respect by the immersion. And, as the story goes, arose from it perfumed like an athleta anointed for the combat. There are very great variations, however, in the different narrations of this affair. Some representing the event as having occurred in Ephesus, under the orders of the proconsul of Asia, and not in Rome, under the emperor, as the earlier form of the fable states. Among the statements which fix the scene of this miracle in Rome, too, there is a very important chronological difference, some dating it under the Emperor Nero, which would carry it back as early as the time of Peter's fabled martyrdom, and implies a total contradiction of all established opinions on his prolonged residence in the East. In short, the whole story is so completely covered over with gross blunders and contradictions about times and places, that it cannot receive any place among the details of serious and well-authorized history. Thrown into a vessel of oil. This greasy story has a tolerably respectable antiquity, going farther back with its authorities than any other fable in the Christian mythology, except Justin Martyr's story about Simon Magus. The earliest authority for this is Tertullian, d. 200, who says that, at Rome, the Apostle John, having been immersed in hot oil, suffered no harm at all from it. De Praescriptionibus adversus hereticos, c. 36. In oleum ignium immersus nihil passus est. But for nearly 200 years after, no one of the fathers refers to this fable. Jerome, d. 397, is the next of any certain date, and speaks of it in two passages. In the first, against Jovinianus I. 14, he quotes Tertullian as authority, but bunglingly says, that he was thrown into the kettle by order of Nero, a most palpable error, not sanctioned by Tertullian. In the second passage, commentary on Matthew XX. 23, he furthermore refers in general terms to ecclesiastical histories, in which it was said that John, on account of his testimony concerning Christ, was thrown into a kettle of boiling oil, and came out thence like an athleta, to win the crown of Christ. From these two sources, the other narrators of the story have drawn it. Of the modern critics and historians, besides the great herd of papists, several Protestants are quoted by Lampe, as strenuously defending it. And several of the greatest, who do not absolutely receive it as true, yet do not presume to decide against it, as the Magdeburg Centuriators, Century 1, Lib 2, c. 10, who however declare it very doubtful indeed, rem incertissimum. Ittig, Leclerc and Mosheim taking the same ground. But Meisner, Cellarius, Dodwell, Spanheim, Human and others, overthrow it utterly, as a baseless fable. They argue against it first, from the bad character of its only ancient witness. Tertullian is well known as most miserably credulous, and fond of catching up these idle tales, and even the devoutly credulous Baronius condemns him in the most unmeasured terms for his greedy and undiscriminating love of falsehood. Secondly, They object the profound silence of all the fathers of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th centuries, excepting him and Jerome. Whereas, if such a remarkable incident were of any authority whatever, those numerous occasions on which they refer to the banishment of John to Patmos, which Tertullian connects so closely with this story, would suggest and require a notice of the causes and attendant circumstances of that banishment, as stated by him. How could those eloquent writers, who seem to dwell with so much delight on the noble trials and triumphs of the apostles, pass over this wonderful peril and miraculous deliverance? Why did Irenaeus, so studious in extolling the glory of John, forget to specify an incident implying at once such a courageous spirit of martyrdom in this apostle, and such a peculiar favor of God, in thus wonderfully preserving him? Hippolytus and Sulpicius Severus too, are silent. And more than all, Eusebius, so diligent in scraping together all that can heap up the martyr glories of the apostles, and more particularly of John himself, is here utterly without a word on this interesting event. Origen, too, dwelling on the modes in which the 2 sons of Zebedee drank the cup of Jesus, as he prophesied, makes no use of this valuable illustration. On the origin of this fable, Lampe mentions a very ingenious conjecture, that some such act of cruelty may have been meditated or threatened, but afterwards given up. And that thence the story became accidentally so perverted as to make what was merely designed, appear to have been partly put in execution. In this decided condemnation of the venerable Tertullian, I am justified by the example of Lampe, whose reverence for the authority of the Fathers is much greater than that of most theologians of later days. He refers to him in these terms: Tertullianus, cujus credulitas, in arapiendis futilibus narratiunculus alias non ignota est. Whose credulity in catching up idle tales is well known in other instances. Heinlein also calls him der Leichtgläubige Tertullian, the credulous Tertullian. Heinlein's Einleitung in Neuen Testaments Volume 3. Page 166. This miraculous event procured the highly favored John, by this extreme unction, all the advantages with none of the disadvantages of martyrdom, for in consequence of this peril he has received among the fathers the name of a living martyr. Zeta Omicron Omega Nu Mu Alpha Rho Tau Upsilon Rho, Gregory of Nazianzus, Chrysostom, Athanasius, Theophylact and others, quoted by Susser, sub voc. Mu Alpha Rho Tau Upsilon Rho, apply this term to him. He had the mind though not the fate of a martyr. Non defut animus martyrio, Enc. Jerome and Cyprian. Through ignorance of the meaning of the word mu alpha rho tau upsilon rho, in this peculiar application to John, the learned Heinlein seems to me to have fallen into an error on the opinion of these fathers about his mode of death. In speaking of the general testimony as to the quiet death of this apostle, Heinlein says, but Chrysostom, only in one ambiguous passage, homily 63 in Matthew, and his follower Theophylact, number the apostle John among the martyrs. Heinlein's Einleitung in Neuen Testaments Volume 3. Chapter 6, Section 1, page 168. The fact is, that not only these two, but several other fathers, use the term in application to John, and they all do it without any implication of an actual, fatal martyrdom, as may be seen by a reference to Susser, sub voc. So little reverence have the critical, even among the Romanists, for any of these old stories about John's adventures, that the sagacious Abbot Factitius, quoted by Lampe, quite turns these matters into a jest. Coupling this story with the one about John's chaste celibacy, as supported by the monarchists, he says, in reference to the latter, that if John made out to preserve his chastity uncontaminated among such a people as the Jews were, in that most corrupt age, he should consider it a greater miracle than if John had come safe out of the kettle of boiling oil. But on the Reverend Abbot's sentiment, perhaps many will remark with Lampe quod pronunciatum tamen nimis audax est. It is rather too bold to pronounce such an opinion. Nevertheless, such a termination of life would be so much in accordance with the standard mode of dispatching an apostle, that they would never have taken him out of the oil kettle, except for the necessity of sending him to Patmos, and dragging him on through multitudes of odd adventures yet to come. So we might then have had the satisfaction of winding up his story, in the literal and happy application of the words of a certain venerable poetical formula for the conclusion of a nursery tale, which here makes not only rhyme but reason. His banishment. This fable of his journey to Rome is by all its propagators connected with the well-authorized incident of his banishment to Patmos. This event, given on the high evidence of the revelation which bears his name, is by all the best and most ancient authorities, referred to the period of the reign of Domitian. The precise year is as much beyond any means of investigation, as most other exact dates in his and all the other apostles' history. From the terms in which the ancient writers commemorate the event, it is known, with tolerable certainty, to have occurred towards the close of the reign of Domitian, though none of the early fathers specify the year. The first who pretend to fix the date, refer it to the 14th year of that emperor, and the most critical among the moderns fix it as late, and some even in the 15th or last year of his reign. Since that persecution of the Christians, during which John seems to have been banished, may be fairly presumed, from the known circumstances as recorded in history, to have been the last great series of tyrannical acts committed by this remarkably wicked monarch. It certainly appears, from distinct assertions in the credible records of ecclesiastical history, that there was a great persecution begun about this time by Domitian, against the Christians. But there is no reasonable doubt that the extent and vindictiveness of it has been very much overrated, in the rage among the later fathers, for multiplying the sufferings of the early Christians far beyond the truth. The first Christian writers who allude to this persecution very particularly, specify its character as far less aggravated than that of Nero, of which they declare it to have been but a shadow, and the persecutor himself but a mere fraction of Nero in cruelty. There is not a single authenticated instance of any persons having suffered death in this persecution. All the creditable historians who describe it, most particularly demonstrate that the whole range of punishments inflicted on the subjects of it, was confined to banishment merely. Another reason for supposing that this attack on the Christians was very moderate in its character, is the important negative fact, that not one heathen historian makes the slightest mention of any trouble with the new sect during that bloody reign. Although such repeated, vivid accounts are given of the dreadful persecution waged by Nero, as related above, in the life of Peter. It is reasonable to suppose, therefore, that there were no great cruelties practiced on them, but that many of them, who had become obnoxious to the tyrant and his minions, were quietly put out of the way, that they might occasion no more trouble, being sent from Rome and some of the principal cities, into banishment, along with many others whose removal was considered desirable by the rulers of Rome or the provinces. So that the Christians, suffering with many others, and some of high rank and character, a punishment of no very cruel nature, were not distinguished by common narrators, from the general mass of the banished, but were noticed more particularly by the writers of their own order, who thus specified circumstances that otherwise would not have been made known. Among those driven out from Ephesus at this time, John was included, probably on no special accusation otherwise than that of being prominent as the last survivor of the original founders, among these members of the new faith, who by their pure lives were a constant reproach to the open vices of the proud heathen around them, and by their refusal to conform to idolatrous observances, exposed themselves to the charge of nonconformity to the established religion of the state, an offense of the highest order even among the Romans, whose tolerance of new religions was at length limited by the requisition, that no doctrine whatever should be allowed to aim directly at the overthrow of the settled order of things. When, therefore, it began to be apprehended that the religion of Jesus would, in its progress, overcome the securities of the ancient worship of the Olympian gods, those who felt their interests immediately connected with the system of idolatry, in their alarmed zeal for its support, made use of the worst specimens of imperial tyranny to check the advancing evil. Patmos. The place chosen for his banishment was a dreary desert island in the Aegean Sea, called Patmos. It is situated among that cluster of islands, called the Sporades, about 20 miles from the Asian coast, and 30 or 40 southwest of Ephesus. It is at this day known by the observation of travelers, to be a most remarkably desolate place, showing hardly anything but bare rocks, on which a few poor inhabitants make but a wretched subsistence. In this insulated desert the aged apostle was doomed to pass the lonely months, far away from the enjoyments of Christian communion and social intercourse, so dear to him, as the last earthly consolation of his life. Yet to him, his residence at Ephesus was but a place of exile. Far away were the scenes of his youth and the graves of his fathers. The shore whereon he loved to dwell, the lake on whose waters he had so often sported or labored in the freshness of early years, were still the same as ever, and others now labored there, as he had done ere he was called to a higher work. But the homes of his childhood knew him no more forever, and rejoiced now in the light of the countenances of strangers, or lay in blackening desolation beneath the brand of a wasting invasion. The waters and the mountains were there still, they are there now, but that which to him constituted all their reality was gone then, as utterly as now. The ardent friends, the dear brother, the faithful father, the fondly ambitious and loving mother who made up his little world of life, and joy, and hope, where were they? All were gone. Even his own former self was gone too, and the joys, the hopes, the thoughts, the views of those early days, were buried as deeply as the friends of his youth, and far more irrevocably than they. Cut off thus utterly from all that once excited the earthly and merely human emotions within him, the whole world was alike a desert or a home, according as he found in it communion with God, and work for his remaining energies in the cause of Christ. Wherever he went, he bore about with him his resources of enjoyment. His home was within himself, the friends of his youth and manhood were still before him in the ever-fresh images of their glorious examples. The brother of his heart was near him always, and nearest now, when the persecutions of imperial tyranny seemed to draw him towards a sympathetic participation in the pains and the glories of that bloody death. The Lord of his life, the author of his hopes, the guide of his youth, the cherisher of his spirit, was over and around him ever, with the consolations of his promised presence with him always, even to the end of the world. The Apocalypse. The revelation of John the Divine opens with a moving and splendid view of these circumstances. Being, as it is recorded, in the isle that is called Patmos, for preaching the word of God, and for bearing witness of Jesus Christ, he was in his lonely banishment, one Lord's day, sitting wrapped in a holy spiritual contemplation. When he heard behind him a great voice, as of a trumpet, which broke upon his startled ear with a most solemnly grand annunciation of the presence of one whose being was the source and end of all things. As the amazed apostle turned to see the person from whom came such portentous words, there met his eye a vision so dazzling, yet appalling in its beauty and splendor, amid the bare, dark rocks around, that he fell to the earth without life, and lay motionless until the heavenly being, whose awful glories had so overwhelmed him, recalled him to his most vivid energies, by the touch of his life-giving hand. In the lightning splendors of that countenance, far outshining the glories of Sinai, reflected from the face of Moses, the trembling eye of the apostolic seer recognized the lineaments of one whom he had known in other days, and upon whose bosom he had hung in the warm affection of youth. Even the eye which now flashed such rays, he knew to be that which had once been turned on him in the aspect of familiar love, nor did its glance now bear a strange or forbidding expression. The trumpet tones of the voice, which of old, on Hermon, roused him from the stupor into which he fell at the sight of the foretaste of these very glories, now recalled him to life in the same encouraging words, "Be not afraid." The crucified and ascended Jesus, living, though once dead, now called on his beloved apostle to record the revelations which should soon burst upon his eyes and ears, that the churches that had lately been under his immediate attention, might learn the approach of events which most nearly concerned the advance of their faith. First, therefore, addressing an epistolary charge to each of the 7 churches, he called them to a severe account for their various errors, and gave to each such consolations and promises as were suited to its peculiar circumstances. Then dropping these individualizing exhortations, he leaves all the details of the past, and the minutiae of the state of the 7 churches, for a glance over the events of coming ages, and the revolutions of empires and of worlds. The full explanation of the scenes which follow, is altogether beyond the range of a mere apostolic historian, and would require such ability in learning in the writer such a length of time for their application to this matter, and such an expanse of paper for their full expression, as are altogether out of the question in this case. Some few points in this remarkable writing, however, fall within the proper notice of the apostle's biographer, and some questions on the scope of the apocalypse itself, as well as on the history of it, as a part of the sacred canon, will therefore be here discussed. The minute history of the apostolic writings, the discussion of their particular scope and tenor, and the evidences of their inspiration and authenticity are topics which fall for the most part under a distinct and independent department of Christian theology, the common details of which are alone sufficient to fill many volumes, and are of course altogether beyond the compass of a work, whose main object is limited to a merely historical branch of religious knowledge. Still, such inquiries into these deeper points, as truly concern the personal history of the apostles, are proper subjects of attention, even here. The life of no literary or scientific man is complete, which does not give such an account of his writings as will show under what circumstances, with what design, for what persons, and at what time, they were written. But a minute criticism of their style, or illustrations of their meaning, or a detail of all the objections which have been made to them, might fairly be pronounced improper intrusions upon the course of the narrative. With the danger of such an extension of these investigations in view, this work here takes up those points in the history of John's writings that seem to fall under the general rule in making up a personal and literary biography. In the case of this particular writing, moreover, the difficulties of an enlarged discussion are so numerous and complicated, as to offer an especial reason to the apostolic historian for avoiding the almost endless details of questions that have agitated the greatest minds in Christendom for the last 400 years. And the decision of the most learned and sagacious of modern critics pronounces the Apocalypse of John to be the most difficult and doubtful book of the New Testament. The points proper for inquiry in connection with a history of the life of John may be best arranged in the form of questions with their answers severally following. Did the Apostle John write the Apocalypse? Many will doubtless feel disposed to question the propriety of thus bringing out, in a popular book, inquiries which have hitherto, by a sort of common consent, been confined to learned works, and wholly excluded from such as are intended to convey religious knowledge to ordinary readers. The principle has been sometimes distinctly specified and maintained, that some established truths in exegetically theology must needs be always kept among the arcana of religious knowledge, for the eyes and ears of the learned few, to whom it is given to know these mysteries. But that to them that are without, they are ever to remain unknown. This principle is often acted on by the theologians of Germany and England, so that a distinct line seems to be drawn between an exoteric and an esoteric doctrine, a public and a private belief, the latter being the literal truth, while the former is such a view of things as suits the common religious prejudices of the mass of hearers and readers. But such is not the free spirit of true Protestantism, nor is any deceitful doctrine of accommodation accordant with the open, single-minded honesty of apostolic teachings. Taking from the persons who are the subjects of this history, something of their simple freedom of word and action, for the reader's benefit, several questions will be boldly asked, and as boldly answered, on the authorship, the scope, and character of the Apocalypse. And first, on the present personal question in hand, a spirit of tolerant regard for opinions discordant with those of some readers, perhaps may be best learned by observing into what uncertainties the minds of the greatest and most devout of theologians, and of the mighty founders of the Protestant faith, have been led on this very point. The Great Michaelis, Introduction to the New Testament, Volume 4. C. 33. Section 1, apologizes for his own doubts on the Apocalypse, justifying himself by the similar uncertainty of the immortal Luther. And the remarks of Michaelis upon the character of the persons to whom Luther thus boldly published his doubts, will be abundantly sufficient to justify the discussion of such darkly deep matters, to the readers of the Lives of the Apostles. Not only Martin Luther as here quoted by Michaelis, but the other great reformers of that age, John Calvin and Ulrich Zwingli, boldly expressed their doubts on this book, which more modern speculators have made so miraculously accordant with antipapal notions. Their learned contemporary, Erasmus, also, and the critical Joseph Scaliger, with other great names of past ages, have contributed their doubts, to add a new mark of suspicion to the Apocalypse. As it is not improbable that this cautious method of proceeding will give offense to some of my readers, I must plead in my behalf the example of Luther, who thought and acted precisely in the same manner. His sentiments on this subject are delivered, not in an occasional dissertation on the Apocalypse, but in the preface to his German translation of it, a translation designed not merely for the learned, but for the illiterate, and even for children. In the preface prefixed to that edition, which was printed in 1522, he expressed himself in very strong terms. In this preface he says, "In this book of the Revelation of St. John, I leave it to every person to judge for himself, I will bind no man to my opinion, I say only what I feel. Not one thing only fails in this book, so that I hold it neither for apostolical, nor prophetical. First and chiefly, the apostles do not prophesy in visions, but in clear and plain words, as St. Peter, St. Paul, and Christ in the Gospel do. It is moreover the apostles' duty to speak of Christ and his actions in a simple way, not in figures and visions. Also no prophet of the Old Testament, much less of the New, has so treated throughout his whole book of nothing but visions, so that I put it almost in the same rank with the fourth book of Esdras. And cannot any way find that it was dictated by the Holy Ghost. Lastly, let every one think of it what his own spirit suggests. My spirit can make nothing out of this book. And I have reason enough not to esteem it highly, since Christ is not taught in it, which an apostle is above all things bound to do, as he says, Acts I. Ye are my witnesses. Therefore I abide by the books which teach Christ clearly and purely. But in that which he printed in 1534, he used milder and less decisive expressions. In the preface to this later edition, he divides prophecies into three classes, the third of which contains visions, without explanations of them. And of these he says, as long as a prophecy remains unexplained and has no determinate interpretation, it is a hidden silent prophecy, and is destitute of the advantages which it ought to afford to Christians. This has hitherto happened to the Apocalypse, for though many have made the attempt, no one to the present day has brought anything certain out of it, but several have made incoherent stuff out of their own brain. On account of these uncertain interpretations, and hidden senses, we have hitherto left it to itself, especially since some of the ancient fathers believe that it was not written by the apostle, as is related in Lib 3. Church History. In this uncertainty we, for our part, still let it remain, but do not prevent others from taking it to be the work of St. John the Apostle, if they choose. And because I should be glad to see a certain interpretation of it, I will afford to other and higher spirits occasion to reflect. Still however, he declared he was not convinced that the Apocalypse was canonical, and recommended the interpretation of it to those who were more enlightened than himself. If Luther then, the author of our Reformation, thought and acted in this manner, and the divines of the last 2 centuries still continued, without the charge of heresy, to print Luther's preface to the Apocalypse in the editions of the German Bible of which they had the superintendence, surely no one of the present age ought to censure a writer for the avowal of similar doubts. Should it be objected that what was excusable in Luther would be inexcusable in a modern divine, since more light has been thrown on the subject than there had been in the 16th century, I would ask in what this light consists. If it consists in newly discovered testimonies of the ancients, they are rather unfavorable to the cause, for the canon of the Syrian Church, which was not known in Europe when Luther wrote, decides against it. On the other hand, if this light consists in a more clear and determinate explanation of the prophecies contained in the Apocalypse, which later commentators have been able to make out, by the aid of history, I would venture to appeal to a synod of the latest and most zealous interpreters of it, such as Vitringa, Lang, Opren, Human, and Bengal, names which are free from all suspicion. And I have not the least doubt, that at every interpretation which I pronounced unsatisfactory, I should have at least 3 voices out of the 5 in my favor. At all events they would never be unanimous against me, in the places where I declared that I was unable to perceive the new light, which is supposed to have been thrown on the subject since the time of Luther. I admit that Luther uses 2 harsh expressions, where he speaks of the Epistle of St. James, though in a preface not designed for Christians of every denomination, but his opinion of the Apocalypse is delivered in terms of the utmost diffidence, which are well worthy of imitation. And this is so much the more laudable, as the Apocalypse is a book, which Luther's opposition to the Church of Rome must have rendered highly acceptable to him, unless he had thought impartially, and had refused to sacrifice his own doubts to polemical considerations. To pretend to decide with certainty on a point, which Martin Luther boldly denied, and which John David Michaelis modestly doubted, implies neither superior knowledge of the truth, nor a more holy reverence for it, but rather marks a mere presumptuous self-confidence, and an ignorant bigotry, arising from the prejudices of education. Yet from the deep researches of the latter of these writers, and of other exegetically theologians since, much may be drawn to support the view taken in the text of this Life of John, which is accordant with the common notion of its authorship. The quotation just given, however, is valuable as inculcating the propriety of hesitation and moderation in pronouncing upon results. The testimony of the Fathers, on the authenticity of the Apocalypse as a work of John, the Apostle, may be very briefly alluded to here. The full details of this important evidence may be found by the scholar in J.D. Michaelis's Introduction to the New Testament, Volume 4. C. 33. Section 2. Hugg's Introduction to the New Testament, Volume 2. Section 176. Lardner's Credibility of Gospel History, Supplement, Chapter 22. Fabricii Bibliotheca Graeca. Harles's 4-2. Edition with Keels, Quinoles, Gurlitz, and Haynes Notes, Volume 4. Pages 786-795, corresponding to Volume 3. Pages 146-149, of the first edition. Lampe, Prolegomena to a Johannine Theology. Justin Martyr, d. 140, is the first who mentions this book. He says, a man among us, named John, one of the apostles of Christ, has, in a revelation which was made to him, prophesied, and Melito, A.D. 177. Is quoted by Eusebius and by Jerome, as having written a treatise on the revelation. He was bishop of Sardis, one of the 7 churches, and his testimony would be therefore highly valuable, if it were certain whether he wrote for or against the authenticity of the work. Probably he was for it, since he calls it, the Apocalypse of John, in the title of his treatise, and the silence of Eusebius about the opinion of Melito may fairly be construed as showing that he did not write against it. Irenaeus, d. 178, who in his younger days was acquainted with Polycarp, the disciple and personal friend of John, often quotes this book as, the Revelation of John, the disciple of the Lord. And in another place, he says, it was seen not long ago, almost in our own age, at the end of the reign of Domitian. This is the most direct and valuable kind of testimony which the writings of the Fathers can furnish on any point in apostolic history. For Irenaeus here speaks from personal knowledge, and, as will be hereafter shown, throws great light on the darkest passage in the Apocalypse, by what he had heard from those persons who had seen John himself, face to face, and who heard these things from his own lips. Theophilus of Antioch, d. 181, Clemens of Alexandria, d. 194, Tertullian of Carthage, d. 200, Apollonius of Ephesus, d. 211, Hippolytus of Italy, d. 220, Origen of Alexandria and Caesarea, d. 230, all received and quoted it as a work of John the Apostle, and some testify very fully as to the character of the evidence of its authenticity, received from their predecessors and from the contemporaries of John. But from about the middle of the 3rd century, it fell under great suspicion of being the production of some person different from the Apostle John. Having been quoted by Cerinthus and his disciples, a set of Gnostical heretics, in the 1st century, in support of their views, it was, by some of their opponents, pronounced to be a fabrication of Cerinthus himself. At this later period, however, it suffered a much more general condemnation, but though denied by some to be an apostolic work, it was still almost universally granted to be inspired. Dionysius of Alexandria, d. 250, in a book against the millenarians, who rested their notions upon the millennial passages of this revelation, has endeavored to make the Apocalypse useless to them in support of their heresy. This he has done by referring to the authority of some of his predecessors, who rejected it on account of its maintaining Cerinthian doctrines. This objection, however, has been ably refuted by modern writers, especially by Michaelis and Hug, both of whom distinctly show that there are many passages in the Revelation, so perfectly opposite to the doctrines of Cerinthus, that he could never have written the book, although he may have been willing to quote from it such passages as accorded with his notions about a sensual millennium, as he could in this way meet those who did take the book for an inspired writing. Dionysius himself, however, does not pretend to adopt this view of the authorship of it, but rather thinks that it was the work of John the Presbyter, who lived in Ephesus in the age of John the Apostle, and had probably been confounded with him by the early fathers. This John is certainly spoken of by Papias, d. 120, who knew personally both him and the Apostle, but Papias has left nothing on the Apocalypse, as the work of either of them. The substance of the whole argument of Dionysius is very elaborately given and reviewed, by both Michaelis and Hug. After this bold attack, the apostolic character of the work seems to have received much injury among most of the Eastern Fathers, and was generally rejected by both the Syrian and Greek churches, having no place in their New Testament canon. Eusebius, d. 315, who gives the first list of the writings of the New Testament, that is known, divides all books which had ever been offered as apostolical, into three classes: the universally acknowledged, mu omicron lambda omicron gamma omicron upsilon mu epsilon nu alpha homologumena, the disputed alpha nu tau iota lambda epsilon gamma omicron mu epsilon nu alpha antilogomena, and the spurious, nu omicron theta alpha notha. In the first class, he puts all now received into the New Testament, except the Epistle to the Hebrews, the Epistles of James and Jude, the second of Peter, the second and third of John, and the Revelation. These exceptions he puts into the second, or disputed class, along with sundry writings now universally considered apocryphal. Eusebius says also, it is likely that the Revelation was seen by John the Presbyter, if not by John the Apostle. Cyril of Jerusalem, d. 348, in his Catalogue of the Scriptures, does not allow this a place. Epiphanius of Salamis, in Cyprus, d. 368, though himself receiving it as of apostolic origin, acknowledged that others in his time rejected it. The Council of Laodicea, d. 363, sitting in the seat of one of the seven churches, did not give the Revelation a place among the sacred writings of the New Testament, though their list includes all others now received. Gregory, of Nazianzus, in Cappadocia, d. 370, gives a catalogue of the canonical scriptures, but excludes the Revelation. Amphilochius, of Iconium, in Lycaonia, d. 370, in mentioning the canonical scriptures, says, the Revelation of John is approved by some, but many say it is spurious. The scriptural canon of the Syrian churches rejects it, even as given by Ebed Yezu, in 1285. Nor was it in the ancient Syriac version completed during the 1st century, but the reason for this may be, that the Revelation was not then promulgated. Jerome of Rome, d. 396, receives it, as do all the Latin fathers. But he says, the Greek churches reject it. Chrysostom, d. 398, never quotes it, and is not supposed to have received it. Augustine, of Africa, d. 395, receives it, but says that it was not received by all in his time. Theodoret, d. 423, of Syria, and all the ecclesiastics of that country, reject it also. The result of all this evidence is, as will be observed by glancing over the dates of the fathers quoted, that, until the year 250, no writer can be found who scrupled to receive the Apocalypse as the genuine work of John the Apostle. That the further back the fathers are, the more explicit and satisfactory is their testimony in its favor, and that the fullest of all, is that of Irenaeus, who had his information from Polycarp, the most intimate and beloved disciple of John himself. Now, where the evidence is not of the ordinary cumulative character, growing weighty, like a snowball, the farther it travels from its original starting place, but as here, is strongest at the source, it may justly be pronounced highly valuable. And an eminent exception to the usual character of such historical proofs, which, as has been plentifully shown already in this book, are too apt to come but and first, as the investigator travels from the last to the first. It will be observed also, by a glance at the places where these fathers flourished, that all those who rejected the Apocalypse belonged to the eastern section of the churches, including both the Greeks and the Syrians, while the western churches, both the Europeans and Latino-Africans, adopted the Apocalypse as an apostolic writing. This is not so fortunate a concurrence as that of the dates, since the Easterns certainly had better means of investigating such a point than the Westerns. A reason may be suggested for this, in the circumstance, that the Cerinthians and other heretics, who were the occasion of the first rejection of the Apocalypse, annoyed only the Eastern churches, and thus originated the mischief only among them. Lampe, Michaelis and others, indeed, quote Caius of Rome, as a solitary exception to this geographical distribution of the difficulty, but Paulus and Hug have shown that the passage in Caius, to which they refer, has been misapprehended. As the scholar may see by a reference to Hug's Introduction to the New Testament, Volume 2, pages 647-650, Waite's translation, pages 593-596, original. There is something in Jerome too, which implies that some of the Latins, in his time, were beginning to follow the Greek fashion of rejecting this book, but he scouts this new notion, and says he shall stick to the old standard canon. The internal evidence is also so minutely protracted in its character, that only a bare allusion to it can be here permitted, and reference to higher and deeper sources of information, on such an exegetically point, may be made for the benefit of the scholar. Lampe, Wolf, Michaelis, Mill, Eichhorn and others, quoted by Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, Volume 4. Page 795, Note 46. Hug and his English translator, Dr. Waite, are also full on this point. This evidence consists for the most part in a comparison of passages in this book with similar ones in the other writings of John, more especially his Gospel. Wettstein, in particular, has brought together many such parallelisms, some of which are so striking in the peculiar expressions of John, and yet so merely accidental in their character, as to afford most satisfactory evidence to the nicest critics of the identity of authorship. A table of these coincidences is given from Wettstein, by Waite, Hug's translator, page 636, note. Yet on this very point the style, the most serious objection to the Apocalypse, as a work of the author of John's Gospel, has always been founded. The rude, wild, thundering sublimity of the vision of Patmos, presenting such a striking contrast with the soft, love-teaching, and beseeching style of the Gospel and the Epistles of John. But such objectors have forgotten or overlooked the immense difference between the circumstances under which these works were suggested and composed. Their period, their scene, their subject, their object, were all widely removed from each other, and a thoughtful examination will show, that writings of such widely various scope and tendency could not well have less striking differences than those observable between this and the other writings of John. In such a change of circumstances, the structure of sentences, the choice of words, and the figures of speech, could hardly be expected to show the slightest similarity between works, thus different in design, though by the same author. But in the minuter peculiarities of language, certain favorite expressions of the author, particular associations of words, such as a forger could never hit upon in that uninventive age, certain personal views and sentiments on trifling points, occasionally modifying the verbal forms of ideas with ease, and a multitude of other characteristics, making up that collection of abstractions which is called an author's style, all quite beyond the reach of an imitator, but presenting the most valuable and honest tests to the laborious critic, constitute a series of proofs in this case, which none can fully appreciate but the investigators and students themselves. 2. With what design was the Apocalypse written? There is no part of the Bible which has been the subject of so much perversion, or on which the minds of the great mass of Christian readers have been suffered to fall into such gross errors, as the Apocalypse. This is the opinion of all the great exegetically theologians of this age, who have examined the scope of the work most attentively. And from the time of Martin Luther till this moment, the opinions of the learned have for the most part been totally different from those which have made up the popular sentiment, none or few caring to give the world the benefit of the simple truth, which might be ill received by those who loved darkness rather than light. And those who knew the truth, have generally preferred to keep the quiet enjoyment of it to themselves. This certainly is much to be regretted. For in consequence of this culpable negligence of the duty of making religious knowledge available for the good of the whole, this particular apostolic writing has been the occasion of the most miserable and scandalous delusions among the majority even of the more intelligent order of Bible readers, delusions, which, affecting no point whatever in creeds and confessions of faith, those bulwarks of sects, have been suffered to rage and spread their debasing error, without subjecting those who thus indulged their foolish fancies to the terrors of ecclesiastical censure. The revelation of John has, accordingly, for the last century or two, been made a licensed subject for the indulgence of idle fancies, and used as a grand storehouse for every filthy dreamer to draw upon. For the scriptural prophetical supports of his particular notions of the signs of the times, and for the warrant of his special denunciations of divine wrath and coming ruin against any system that might happen to be particularly abominable in his religious eyes. Thus, a most baseless delusion has been long suffered to pervade the minds of common readers, respecting the general scope of the Apocalypse, perverting the latter parts of it into a prophecy of the rise, triumph and downfall of the Romish papal tyranny. While in respect to the minor details, every schemer has been left to satisfy himself, as his private fancy or sectarian zeal might direct him. Now, not only is all this ranting trash directly opposed to the clear, natural and simple explanations, given by those very persons among the earliest Christian writers, who had John's own private personal testimony as to his real meaning. In the dark passages which have in modern times been made the subject of such idle, fanciful interpretations. But they are so palpably inconsistent both with the general scope and the minute details of the writing itself, that even without the support of this most incontrovertible evidence of the earliest Christian antiquity, the falsehood of the idea of any anti-papal prophecy can be most triumphantly and unanswerably settled. And this has been repeatedly done, in every variety of manner, by the learned labors of all the sagest of the orthodox theologians of Germany, Holland, France and England, for the last 300 years. A most absurd notion seems to be prevalent, that the idea of a rational historical interpretation of the Apocalypse, is one of the wicked results of that most horrible of abstract monsters, German neology. And the dreadful name of Eichhorn is straightway referred to, as the source of this common-sense view. But Eichhorn and all those of the modern German schools of theology, who have taken up this notion, so far from originating the view or aspiring to claim it as their invention, were but quietly following the standard authorities which had been steadily accumulating on this point for 1600 years. And instead of being the result of neology or of anything new, it was as old as the time of Irenaeus. The testimony of all the early writers on this point, is uniform and explicit. And they all, without a solitary exception, explain the great mass of the bold expressions in it, about coming ruin on the enemies of the pure faith of Christ, as a distinct, direct prophecy of the downfall of imperial Rome, as the great heathen foe of the saints. There was among them no very minute account of the manner in which the poetical details of the prophecy was to be fulfilled. But the general meaning of the whole was considered to be so marked, dated, and individualized, that to have denied this manifest interpretation in their presence must have seemed an absurdity not less than to have denied the authentic history of past ages. Not all, nor most of the Christian fathers however, have noticed the design and character of the Apocalypse, even among those of the Western churches. While the skepticism of the Greek and Syrian fathers, after the 3rd century, about the authenticity of the work, has deprived the world of the great advantage which their superior acquaintance with the original language of the writing, with its peculiarly Oriental style, allusions and quotations, would have enabled them to afford in a faithful interpretation of the predictions. From the very first, however, there were difficulties among the different sects, about the allegorical and literal interpretations of the expressions which referred to the final triumph of the followers of Christ. Some interpreting those passages as describing an actual personal reign of Christ on earth, and a real worldly triumph of his followers, during 1,000 years, all which was to happen shortly. And from this notion of a chiliasm, or a millennium, arose a peculiar sect of heretics, famous in early ecclesiastical history, during the 2 first centuries, under the name of chiliasts or millenarians. The Greek or the Latin appellative being used, according as the persons thus designated or those designating them, were of Eastern or Western stock. Cerinthus and his followers so far improved this worldly view of the subject, as to inculcate the notion that the faithful, during that triumph, were to be further rewarded, by the full fruition of all bodily and sensual pleasures. And particularly that the whole 1,000 years were to be passed in nuptial enjoyments. But these foolish vagaries soon passed away, nor did they, even in the times when they prevailed, affect the standard interpretation of the general historical relations of the prophecy. Millenarians replaced with millenarians. It was not until a late age of modern times, that anyone pretended to apply the denunciations of ruin, with which the apocalypse abounds, to any object but heathen, imperial Rome. Or to the pagan system generally, as personified or concentrated in the existence of that city. During the Middle Ages, the Franciscans, an order of monks, fell under the displeasure of the papal power. And being visited with the censures of the head of the Romish Church, retorted, by denouncing him as an antichrist, and directly set all their wits to work to annoy him in various ways, by tongue and pen. In the course of this furious controversy, some of them turned their attention to the prophecies respecting Rome, which were found in the Apocalypse, then received as an inspired book by all the adherents of the Church of Rome. And searching into the denunciations of ruin on the Babylon of the 7 hills, immediately saw by what a slight perversion of expressions, they could apply all this dreadful language to their great foe. This they did accordingly, with all the spite which had suggested it, and in consequence of this beginning, the Apocalypse thenceforward became the great storehouse of scriptural abuse of the Pope, to all who happened to quarrel with him. This continued the fashion, down to the time of the Reformation. But the bold Luther and his coadjutors, scorned the thought of a scurrilous aid, drawn from such a source, and with a noble honesty not only refused to adopt this construction, but even did much to throw suspicion on the character of the book itself. Luther, however, had not the genius suited to minute historical and critical observations. And his condemnation of it therefore, though showing his own honest confidence in his mighty cause, to be too high to allow him to use a dishonest aid, yet does not affect the results to which a more deliberate examination has led those who were as honest as he, and much better critics. This, however, was the state in which the early reformers left the interpretation of the Apocalypse. But in later times, a set of spitefully zealous Protestants, headed by Napier, Mead, and Bishop Newton, took up the revelation of John, as a complete anticipative history of the triumphs, the cruelties and the coming ruin of the papal tyranny. These were followed by a servile herd of commentators and sermonizers, who went on with all the elaborate details of this interpretation, even to the precise meaning of the teeth and tails of the prophetical locusts. These views were occasionally varied by others tracing the whole history of the world in these few chapters, and finding the conquests of the Huns, the Saracens, the Turks, and all delineated with most amazing particularity. But while these idle fancies were amusing the heads of men, who showed more sense in other things, the great current of biblical knowledge had been flowing on very uniformly in the old course of rational interpretation. And the genius of modern criticism had already been doing much to perfect the explanation of passages on which the wisdom of the fathers had never pretended to throw light. Of all critics who ever took up the Apocalypse in a rational way, none ever saw so clearly its real force and application as Hugo Grotius. And to him belongs the praise of having been the first of the moderns to apprehend and expose the truth of this sublimest of apostolic records. This mighty champion of Protestant evangelical theology, with that genius which was so resplendent in all his illustrations of divine things as well as of human law, distinctly pointed out the 3 grand divisions of the prophetical plan of the work. The visions as far as to the end of the 11th chapter, describe the affairs of the Jews, then, as far as to the end of the 20th chapter, the affairs of the Romans, and thence to the end, the most flourishing state of the Christian Church. Later theologians, following the great plan of explanation thus marked out, have still farther perfected it, and penetrated still deeper into the mysteries of the whole. They have shown that the two cities, Rome and Jerusalem, whose fate constitutes the most considerable portions of the Apocalypse, are mentioned only as the seats of two religions whose fall is foretold. And that the third city, the New Jerusalem, whose triumphant heavenly building is described in the end, after the downfall of the former two, is the religion of Christ. Of these three cities, the first is called Sodom. But it is easy to see that this name of sin and ruin is only used to designate another devoted by the wrath of God to a similar destruction. Indeed, the sacred writer himself explains that this is only a metaphorical or spiritual use of the term which is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt. And to set its locality beyond all possibility of doubt, it is furthermore described as the city, where also our Lord was crucified. It is also called the Holy City, and in it was the temple. Within, have been slain two faithful witnesses of Jesus Christ. These are the two Jameses, the great apostolic protomartyrs. James the son of Zebedee, killed by Herod Agrippa, and James the brother of our Lord, the son of Alphaeus, killed by order of the high priest, in the reign of Nero, as described in the lives of those apostles. The ruin of the city is therefore sealed. The second described, is called Babylon, but that Chaldean city had fallen to the dust of its plain, centuries before. And this city, on the other hand, stood on 7 hills, and it was, at the moment when the apostle wrote, the seat of the kingdoms of the earth, the capital of the nations of the world. Expressions which distinctly mark it to be imperial Rome. The 7 angels pour out the 7 vials of wrath on this Babylon, and the awful ruin of this mighty city is completed. To give repetition and variety to this grand view of the downfall of these two dominant religions, and to present these grand objects of the Apocalypse in new relations to futurity, which could not be fully expressed under the original figures of the cities which were the capital seats of each, they are each again presented under the poetical image of a female, whose actions and features describe the fate of these two systems and their upholders. First, immediately after the account of the city which is called Sodom, a female is described as appearing in the heavens, in a most peculiar array of glory, clothed in the sun's rays, with the moon beneath her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. This woman, thus splendidly arrayed, and exalted to the skies, represents the ancient covenant, crowned with all the old and holy honors of the 12 tribes of Israel. A huge red dragon, the image under which Daniel anciently represented idolatry, rises in the heavens, sweeping away the third part of the stars, and characterized by 7 heads and 10 horns. Thus identified with a subsequent metaphor representing imperial Rome winky face. He rages to devour the offspring to which the woman is about to give existence. The child is born destined to rule all nations with a rod of iron and is caught up to the throne of God, while the mother flees from the rage of the dragon into the wilderness, where she is to wander for ages, till the time decreed by God for her return. Thus, when from the ancient covenant had sprung forth the new revelation of truth in Jesus, it was driven by the rage of heathenism from its seat of glory, to wander in loneliness, unheeded save by God, till the far distant day of its blissful reunion with its heavenly offspring, which is, under the favor of God, advancing to a firm and lasting dominion over the nations. Even in her retirement, she is followed by the persecutions of the dragon, now cast down from higher glories, but his fury is lost. She is protected by the earth, sheltered by the Parthian Empire winky face. Yet the dragon still persecutes those of her children who believe in Christ, and are yet within his power, Jews and Christians persecuted in Rome, by Nero and Domitian. Again, after the punishment and destruction of imperial Babylon have been described, a second female appears, not in heaven, like the first, but in an earthly wilderness, splendidly attired, but not with the heavenly glories of the sun, moon and stars. Purple and scarlet robes are her covering, marking an imperial honor, and gold, silver, and all earthly gems adorn her, showing only worldly greatness. In her hand is the golden cup of sins and abominations, and she is designated beyond all possibility of mistake, by the words, Mystery, Babylon the Great. This refers to the fact, that Rome had another name which was kept a profound secret, known only to the priests, and on the preservation of which religious mystery the fortunes of the empire were supposed to depend. The second name also identifies her with the city before described as Babylon. She sits on a scarlet beast, with 7 heads and 10 horns. The former are afterwards minutely explained, by the apostle himself, in the same chapter, as the 7 hills on which she sits. They are also 7 kings, that is, it would seem, 7 periods of empire, of which 5 are past, 1 now is, and 1 brief one is yet to come, and the bloody beast itself, the religion of heathenism, is another. The 10 horns are the 10 kings or sovereigns who never received any lasting dominion, but merely held the sway one after another, a brief hour, with the beast, or spirit of heathenism. These, in short, are the 10 emperors of Rome before the days of the Apocalypse: Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, Nero, Galba, Otho, Vitellius, Vespasian and Titus. These had all reigned, each his hour, giving his power to the support of heathenism, and thus warring against the faith of the true believers. Still, though reigning over the imperial city, they shall hate her, and make her desolate. Strip her of her costly attire, and burn her with fire. How well expressed here the tyranny, of the worst of the Caesars, plundering the state, banishing the citizens, and, in the case of Nero, burning her with fire. Who can mistake the gorgeously awful picture? It is heathen, imperial Rome, desolating and desolated, at that moment suffering under the tyrannic sway of him whom the apostle cannot yet number with the gloomy 10, that have passed away to the tomb of ages gone. It is the mystic Babylon, drunk with the blood of the faithful witnesses of Christ, and triumphing in the agonies of his saints, butchered to make a Roman holiday. No wonder that the amazement of the apostolic seer should deepen into horror, and heighten to indignation. Through her tyranny his brethren had been slaughtered, or driven out from among men, like beasts. And by that same tyranny he himself was now doomed to a lonely exile from friends and apostolic duties, on that wild heap of barren rocks. Well might he burst out in prophetic denunciation of her ruin, and rejoice in the awful doom, which the angels of God sung over her. And listen exultingly to the final wail over her distant fall, rolling up from futurity, in the coming day of the Gothic and Hunnish ravagers, when she should be, the desolater desolate, the victor overthrown. As there are 3 mystically named cities, Sodom, Babylon, and the New Jerusalem, so there are 3 metaphoric females, the star-crowned woman in heaven, the bloody harlot on the beast in the wilderness, and the bride, the Lamb's wife. A peculiar fate befalls each of the 3 pairs. The spiritual Sodom falls under a temporary ruin, trodden under foot by the Gentiles, 42 mystic months. And the star-crowned daughter of Zion wanders desolate in the wilderness of the world, for 1260 days, till the hand of her God shall restore her to grace and glory. The great Babylon of the 7 hills, falls under a doom of far darker, and of irrevocable desolation. Like the dashing roar of the sinking rock thrown into the sea, she is thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. And such too, is the doom of the fierce scarlet rider of the beast. Rejoice over her, O heaven! And ye holy apostles and prophets! For God has avenged you on her. But beyond all this awful ruin appears a vision of contrasting, splendid beauty. The first 2 acts already past. The third shall close the drama with the day, time's noblest offspring is the last. The shouts of vindictive triumph over the dreadful downfall of the bloody city, now soften and sweeten into the songs of joy and praise, while the New Jerusalem, the Church of God and Christ, comes down from the heavens in a solemn, glorious mass of living splendor, to bless the earth with its holy presence. In this last great scene, also, there is a female, the third of the mystic series, not like her of the 12 stars, now wandering like a widow disconsolate, in the wilderness. Not like her of the jeweled, scarlet and purple robes, cast down from her lofty seat, like an abandoned harlot, now desolate in ashes, from which her smoke rises up forever and ever. But it is one, all holy, happy, pure, coming down stainless from the throne of God, a bride, crowned with the glory of God, adorned for her husband, the one slain from the foundation of the world. He through the opening heavens, too, has come forth before her, the word of God, the faithful and the true, known by his bloody vesture, stained, not in the gore of slaughtered victims, but in the pure blood poured forth by himself, for the world. From its foundation. Yet now he rode forth on his white horse, as a warrior king, dealing judgment upon the world with the sword of wrath, with the scepter of iron. Behind him rode the armies of heaven, the hallowed hosts of the chosen of God, like their leader, on white horses, but not like him, in crimson vesture, their garments are white and clean. By a miracle of purification, they are washed and made white in blood. This mighty leader, with these bright armies, now returns from the conquests to which he rode forth from heaven so gloriously. The kings and the hosts of the earth have arrayed themselves in vain against him. The mighty imperial monster, in all the vastness of his wide dominion, the false prophets of heathenism, combining their vile deceptions with his power, are vanquished, crushed with all their miserable slaves. Whose flesh now fills and fattens the eagles, the vultures, and the ravens. The spirit of heathenism is crushed, the dragon, the monster of idolatry, is chained, and sunk into the bottomless pit, yet not forever. After a course of ages, a mystic 1,000 years, he slowly rises, and winding with serpent cunning among the nations, he deceives them again. Till at last, lifting his head over the world, he gathers each idolatrous and barbarous host together, from the whole breadth of the earth, encompassing and assaulting the camp of the saints. But while they hope for the ruin of the faithful, fire comes down from God, and devours them. The accusing deceiver, the genius of idolatry and superstition, is at last seized and bound again, but not for a mere temporary imprisonment. With the spirit of deception and imposture, he is cast into a sea of fire, where both are held in unchanging torment, day and night, forever. But one last, awful scene remains. And that is one, that in sublimity, and vastness, and overwhelming horror, as far outgoes the highest effort of any genius of human poetry, as the boundless expanse of the sky excels the mightiest work of man. A great white throne is fixed, and one sits on it, from whose face heaven and earth flee away, and no place is found for them. The dead, small and great, stand before God. They are judged and doomed, as they rise from the sea and from the land, from Hades, and from every place of death. Over all, rises the new heaven and the new earth, to which now comes down the city of God, the church of Christ, into which the victorious, the redeemed, and the faithful enter. The conqueror and his armies march into the bridal city of the 12 jeweled gates, on whose 12 foundation stones are written the names of the mighty founders, the 12 apostles of the slain one. The glories of that last, heavenly, and truly eternal city, are told, and the mighty course of prophecy ceases. The 3 great series of events are announced, the endless triumphs of the faithful are achieved. 3. What is the style of the Apocalypse? This inquiry refers to the language, spirit and rhetorical structure of the writing, to its rank as an effort of composition, and to its peculiarities as expressive of the personal character and feelings of its inspired writer. The previous inquiry has been answered in such a way as to illustrate the points involved in the present one. And a recapitulation of the simple results of that inquiry, will best present the facts necessary for a satisfactory reply to some points of this. First, the Apocalypse is a prophecy, in the common understanding of the term. But is not limited, as in the ordinary sense of that word, to a mere declaration of futurity. It embraces in its plan the events of the past, and with a glance like that of the eternal, sweeps over that which has been and that which is to be, as though both were now. And in its solemn course through ages, past, present, and future, it bears the record of faithful history, as well as of glorious prophecy. Second, the Apocalypse is poetry, in the highest and justest sense of the word. All prophecy is poetry. The sublimity of such thoughts cannot be expressed in the plain unbroken detail of a prose narrative. And even when the events of past history are combined in one harmonious series with wide views of the future, they too rise from the dull unpictured record of a mere narrator, and share in the elevation of the mighty whole. The spirit of the writer, replete, not with mere particulars, but with vivid images, seeks language that paints, thoughts that breathe, and words that burn. And thus the writing that flows forth is poetry, the imaginative expression of deep, high feeling swelling where the occasion moves the writer, into the energy of passion, whether dark or holy. The character of the Apocalypse, as affected by the passionate feelings of the writer, is also a point which has been illustrated by foregoing historical statements of his situation and condition at the time of the revelation. He was the victim of an unjust and cruel sentence, deprived of all the sweet earthly solaces of his advanced age, and left on a desert rock, useless to the cause of Christ and beyond even the knowledge of its progress. The mournful sound of sweeping winds and dashing waves, alone broke the dreary silence of his loneliness, and awaking sensations only of a melancholy order, sent back his thoughts into the sadder remembrances of the past. And called up also many of the sterner emotions against those who had been the occasions of the past and present calamities which grieved him. The very outset is in such a tone as these circumstances would naturally inspire. A deep, holy indignation breaks forth in the solemn annunciation of himself, as their brother and companion in tribulation. Sadness is the prominent sentiment expressed in all the addresses to the churches. And in the prelude to the great Apocalypse, while the ceremonies of opening the book which contains it are going on, the strong predominant emotion of the writer is again betrayed in the vision of the souls of them that were slain for the word of God, and for the testimony which they bore. And the solemnly mournful cry which they send up to him for whom they died, expresses the deep and bitter feeling of the writer towards the murderers. How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth? The apostle was thinking of the martyrs of Jerusalem and Rome, of those who fell under the persecutions of the high priests, of Agrippa, and of Nero. And when the 7 seals are broken, and the true revelation, of which this ceremony was only a poetical prelude, actually begins, the first great view presents the bloody scenes of that once holy city, which now, by its cruelties against the cause which is to him as his life, by the remorseless murder of those who are near and dear to him, has lost all its ancient dominion over the affections and the hopes of the last apostle and all the followers of Christ. Again the mournful tragedies of earlier apostolic days pass before him. Again he sees his noble brother bearing his bold witness of Jesus, and with him that other apostle, who in works and fate as much resembled the first, as in name. Their blood pouring out on the earth, rises to heaven, but not sooner than their spirits, whence their loud witness calls down woeful ruin on the blood-defiled city of the temple. And when that ruin falls, no regret checks the exulting tone of the thanksgiving. All that made those places holy and dear, is gone, God dwells there no more. The temple of God is opened in heaven, and there is seen in his temple the ark of his covenant, and all heaven swells the jubilee over the destruction of Jerusalem. And after this, when the apostle's view moved forward from the past to the future, and his eye rested on the crimes and the destiny of heathen Rome, the bitter remembrance of her cruelties towards his brethren, lifted his soul to high indignation. And he burst forth on her in the inspired wrath of a son of thunder. Every burning word he spoke, full of rage, and full of grief. Rome shall perish, write that word, in the blood that she has spilt. Rome shall perish, fall abhorred, deep in ruin as in guilt. In respect to the learning displayed in the Apocalypse, some most remarkable facts are observable. Apart from the very copious matters borrowed from the canonical writings of the Old Testament, from Isaiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, and other prophets, from which, as any reader can see, some of the most splendid imagery has been taken almost verbatim. It is undeniable, that John has drawn very largely from a famous apocryphal Hebrew writing, called the Book of Enoch, which Jude has also quoted in his epistle. And in his life it will be more fully described. The vision of 7 stars, explained to be angels of the pair of balances in the hand of the horseman, after the opening of the 3rd seal, the river and tree of life, the souls under the altar, crying for vengeance. The angel measuring the city, the 1,000 years of peace and holiness, are all found vividly expressed in that ancient book, and had manifestly been made familiar to John by reading. In other ancient apocryphal books, are noticed some other striking and literal coincidences with the Apocalypse. The early rabbinical writings are also rich in such parallel passages. The name of the conqueror, which no one knows but himself, the rainbow stretched around the throne of God, the fiery scepter, the 7 angels, the sapphire throne, the cherubic 4 beasts, 6-winged, and crying Holy, Holy, Lord God of hosts, the crowns of gold on the heads of the saints, which they cast before the throne, the book with 7 seals, the souls under the altar, the silence in heaven, the Abaddon, the child caught up to God, Satan. As the accuser of the saints, day and night before God, the angel of the waters, the hail of great weight, the second death, the new heaven and earth, the 12-gated city of precious stones, and Rome, under the name of Great Babylon, are all found in the old Jewish writings, in such distinctness as to make it palpable that John was deeply learned in Hebrew literature, both sacred and traditional. Yet all these are but the forms of expression, not of thought. The apostle used them, because long, constant familiarity with the writings in which such imagery abounded, made these sentences the most natural and ready vehicles of inspired emotions. The tame and often tedious details of those old human inventions had no influence in molding the grand conceptions of the glorious revelation. This had a deeper, a higher, a holier source, in the spirit of eternal truth, the mighty suggestions of the time-oversweeping spirit of prophecy, the same that moved the fiery lips of those denouncers of the ancient Babylon, whose writings also had been deeply known to him by years of study, and had furnished also a share of consecrated expressions. That spirit he had caught during his long Eastern residence in the very scene of their prophecy and its awful fulfillment. If this notion of his dwelling for a time with Peter in Babylon is well founded, as it has been above narrated, it is at once suggested also, that in that Chaldean city then the capital seat of all Hebrew learning, and for ages the fount of light to the votaries of Judaism, he had, during the years of his stay, been led to the deep study in the vast knowledge of that amazing range of Talmudical and Kabbalistical learning, which is displayed in every part of the Apocalypse. But how different all these resources in knowledge, from the mighty production that seemed to flow from them. How far are even the sublimest conceptions of the ancient prophets, in their unconnected bursts and fragments of inspiration, from the harmonious plan, the comprehensive range, and the faultless dramatic unity, or rather triunity, of this most perfect of historical views, and of poetical conceptions. All these coincidences, with a vast number of other learned references, highly illustrative of the character of the Apocalypse, as enriched with Oriental imagery, may be found in Waite's very copious notes on Hugg's introduction. There are many things in this view of the Apocalypse which will occasion surprise to many readers, but to none who are familiar with the views of the standard Orthodox writers on this department of biblical literature. The view taken in the text of this work, corresponds in its grand outlines, to the high authorities there named, though in the minute details, it follows none exactly. Some interpretations of particular passages are found nowhere else. But these occasional peculiarities cannot affect the general character of the view. And it will certainly be found accordant with that universally received among the biblical scholars of Germany and England, belonging to the Romish, the Lutheran, the Anglican, and Wesleyan churches. The authority most closely followed, is Dr. Hugg, Roman Catholic professor of theology in an Austrian university, further explained by his translator, Dr. D.G. Waite, of the Church of England, more distinguished in biblical and Oriental literature, probably, than any other of the numerous learned living divines of that church. These views are also found in the commentary of that splendid Orientalist, Dr. Adam Clarke, a work which, fortunately for the world, is fast taking the place of the numerous lumbering, prosing quartos that have too long met the mind of the common Bible reader with mere masses of dogmatic theology. Where he needs the help of simple, clear interpretation and illustration, which has been drawn by the truly learned, from a minute knowledge of the language and critical history of the sacred writings. This noble work, as far as I know, is the first which took the honest ground of the ancient interpretation of the Apocalypse, with common readers, and constitutes a noble monument to the praise of the good and learned man, who first threw light for such readers on the most sublime book in the sacred canon, and among all the writings ever penned by man. A book which ignorant visionaries had too long been suffered to overcloud and perplex for those who need the guidance of the learned in the interpretation of the many things hard to be understood, in the volume of truth. The first book of a popular character, ever issued from the American press, Explaining the Apocalypse According to the Standard Mode, is a treatise on the millennium, by the learned Professor Bush, of the New York University, in which he adopts the grand outlines of the plan above detailed, though I have not had the opportunity of ascertaining how it is, in the minor details. In reference to the tone assumed in some passages of the statement in the text, perhaps it may be thought that more freedom has been used in characterizing opposite views, than is accordant with the principles of moderation and hesitation, proposed in comment upon Luther and Michaelis. But where, in the denunciation of popular error, a reference to the motive of the inculcators of it would serve to expose most readily its nature, such a freedom of pen has been fearlessly adopted. And severity of language on these occasions is justified by the consideration of the character of the delusion which is to be overthrown. The statements too, which are the occasion and the support of these condemnations of vulgar notions, are drawn not from the mere conceptions of the writer of this book, but from the unanswerable authorities of the great standards of biblical interpretation. The opportunity of research on this point has been too limited to allow anything like an enumeration of all the great names who support this view. But references enough have already been made, to show that an irresistible weight of orthodox sentiment has decided in favor of these views as above given. Some of the minute details, particularly those not authorized by learned men, who have already so nearly perfected the standard view, may fall under the censure of the critical, as fanciful, like those so freely condemned before. But they were written down because it seemed that there was, in those cases, a wonderfully minute correspondence between these passages and events in the life of John, not commonly noticed. The greater part of this view, however, may be found almost verbatim in Waite's translation of Hugg's introduction. The most satisfactory evidence of the meaning of the great mystery of the Apocalypse, is in the true interpretation of, the number of the beast, the mystic 666. In the Greek and Oriental languages, the letters are used to represent numbers, and thence arose in mystic writings a mode of representing a name by any number, which would be made up by adding together the numbers for which its letters stood. And so any number thus mystically given may be resolved into a name, by taking any word whose letters when added together will make up that sum. Now the word Latinus, lambda alpha tau epsilon iota nu omicron, meaning the Latin or Roman Empire, for the names are synonymous, is made up of Greek letters representing the numbers whose sum is 666. Thus lambda 30, alpha 1, tau 300, epsilon 5, iota 10, nu 50, omicron 70, 200 all which, added up, make just 666. What confirms this view is, that Irenaeus says, John himself told those who saw him face to face, that this was what he meant by the number. And Irenaeus assures us that he himself heard this from the personal acquaintances of John. See Waite's note. Translation of Hugg's Introduction to 626-629, note. His last residence in Ephesus. The date of John's return from Patmos is capable of more exact proof than any other point in the chronology of his later years. The death of Domitian, who fell at last under the daggers of his own previous friends, now driven to this measure by their danger from his murderous tyranny, happened in the 16th of his own reign, d. 96. On the happy consummation of this desirable revolution, Cocceius Nerva, who had himself suffered banishment under the suspicious tyranny of Domitian, was now recalled from his exile, to the throne of the Caesars. And mindful of his own late calamity, he commenced his just and blameless reign by an auspicious act of clemency, restoring to their country and home all who had been banished by the late emperor. Among these, John was doubtless included. For the decree was so comprehensive that he could hardly have been excluded from the benefit of its provisions. And to give this view the strongest confirmation, it is specified by the heathen historians of Rome, that this senatorial decree of general recall did not except even those who had been found guilty of religious offenses. Christian writers also, of a respectable antiquity, state distinctly that the Apostle John was recalled from Patmos by this decree of Nerva. Some of the early ecclesiastical historians, indeed, have pretended that this persecution against the Christians was suspended by Domitian himself, on some occasion of repentance. But critical examination and a comparison of higher authorities, both sacred and profane, have disproved the notion. The data above mentioned, therefore, fix the return of John from banishment, in the first year of Nerva, which, according to the most approved chronology, corresponds with A.D. 96. This date is useful also, in affording ground for a reasonable conjecture respecting the comparative age of John. He could not have been near as old as Jesus Christ, since the attainment of the age of 96 must imply an extreme of infirmity necessarily accompanying it, unless a miracle of most unparalleled character is supposed. And no one can venture to require belief in a pretended miracle, of which no sacred record bears testimony. If he was, on his return from Patmos, as well as during his residence there, able to produce writings of such power and such clear expression, as those which are generally attributed to these periods, it seems reasonable to suppose that he was many years younger than Jesus Christ. The common Christian era, also, fixing the birth of Christ some years too late, this circumstance will require a still larger subtraction from this number, for the age of John. Consummation replaced with consummation. His Gospel. The united testimony of early writers who allude to this matter, is that John wrote his Gospel, long after the completion and circulation of the writings of the three first evangelists. Some early testimony on the subject dates from the end of the 2nd century, and specifies that John, observing that in the other Gospels, those things were copiously related which concern the humanity of Christ, wrote a spiritual Gospel. At the earnest solicitations of his friends and disciples, to explain in more full detail, the divinity of Christ. This account is certainly accordant with what is observable of the structure and tendency of this Gospel. But much earlier testimony than this, distinctly declares that John's design in writing, was to attack certain heresies on the same point specified in the former statement. The Nicolaitans and the followers of Cerinthus, in particular, who were both Gnostical sects, are mentioned as having become obnoxious to the purity of the truth. By inculcating notions which directly attacked the true divinity and real messiahship of Jesus. The earliest heresy that is known to have arisen in the Christian churches, is that of the Gnostics, who, though divided among themselves by some minor distinctions, yet all agreed in certain grand errors, against which this Gospel appears to have been particularly directed. The great system of mystical philosophy from which all these errors sprung, did not derive its origin from Christianity, but existed in the East long before the time of Christ. Yet after the wide diffusion of his doctrines, many who had been previously imbued with this Oriental mysticism, became converts to the new faith. But not rightly apprehending the simplicity of the faith which they had partially adopted, they soon began to contaminate its purity by the addition of strange doctrines, drawn from their philosophy, which were totally inconsistent with the great revelations made by Christ to his apostles. The prime suggestion of the mischief, and one, alas, which has not at this moment ceased to distract the churches of Christ, was a set of speculations, introduced to account for the origin and existence of evil in the world, which seemed to them inconsistent with the perfect work of an all-wise and benevolent being. Overleaping all those minor grounds of dispute which are now occupying the attention of modern controversialists, they attacked the very basis of religious truth, and adopted the notion that the world was not created by the supreme God himself, but by a being of inferior rank, called by them the Demiurgus, whom they considered deficient in benevolence and in wisdom, and as thus being the occasion of the evil so manifest in the works of his hands. This Demiurgus they considered identical with the God of the Jews, as revealed in the Old Testament. Between him and the supreme deity, they placed an order of beings, to which they assigned the names of the only begotten, the Word, the Light, the Life, and among these superior beings, was Christ, a distinct existence from Jesus, whom they declared a mere man, the Son of Mary, but acquiring a divine character by being united at his baptism to the divinity, Christ, who departed from him at his death. Most of the Gnostics utterly rejected the law of Moses, but Cerinthus is said to have respected some parts of it. A full account of the prominent characteristics of the Gnostical system may be found in Mosheim's Ecclesiastical History, illustrated by valuable annotations in Dr. Murdoch's translation of that work. The scholar will also find an elaborate account of this, with other Oriental mysticisms, in Bozaber's Histoire de Manichae et du Manichaisme. J. D. Michaelis, in his Introduction to the New Testament, Volume 3. C. 2. Section 5, is also copious on these tenets, in his account of John's Gospel. He refers also to Walsh's History of Heretics. Hugg's introduction also gives a very full account of the peculiarities of Cerinthus, as connected with the scope of this Gospel. Introduction Volume 2. Sections 49-53, of the original, sections 48-52, Waite's translation. In connection with John's living at Ephesus, a story became afterwards current about his meeting him on one occasion and openly expressing a personal abhorrence of him. Irenaeus, Against Heresies, 3. C. 4. p. 140, states from Polycarp, that John once going into a bath at Ephesus, discovered Cerinthus, the heretic, there. And leaping out of the bath he hastened away, saying he was afraid lest the building should fall on him, and crush him along with the heretic. Conyers Middleton, in his miscellaneous works, has attacked this story, in a treatise upon this express point. This is in the edition of his works in 4 or 5 volumes, quarto, but I cannot quote the volume, because it is not now at hand. Lardner also discusses it. Volume 1, page 325, Volume 2. Page 555, 4-2. Edition. There can be no better human authority on any subject connected with the life of John, than that of Irenaeus of Lyons, d. 160, who had in his youth lived in Asia, where he was personally acquainted with Polycarp, the disciple and intimate friend of John, the Apostle. His words are, John, the disciple of the Lord, wishing by the publication of his gospel to remove that error which had been sown among men, by Cerinthus, and much earlier, by those called Nicolaitans, who are a fragment of science, or the Gnosis. Falsely so called. And that he might both confound them, and convince them that there is but one God, who made all things by his word, and not, as they say, one who was the Creator, and another who was the Father of our Lord. Heresies, Lib 3. C. 11. In another passage he says, as John the disciple of the Lord confirms, saying, But these are written that you may believe that Jesus is the Son of God, and that believing, you may have eternal life in his name. Guarding against these blasphemous notions, which divide the Lord, as far as they can, by saying that he was made of 2 different substances. Heresies, Lib 3. C. 16. Michaelis, in his Introduction on John, discusses this passage, and illustrates its true application. It appears well established by respectable historical testimony, that Cerinthus was contemporary with John at Ephesus, and that he had already made alarming progress in the diffusion of these and other peculiar errors. During the life of the Apostle, John therefore, now in the decline of life, on the verge of the grave, would wish to bear his inspired testimony against the advancing heresy. And the occasion, scope, and object of his gospel are very clearly illustrated by a reference to these circumstances. The peculiar use of terms, more particularly in the first part, terms which have caused so much perplexity and controversy among those who knew nothing about the peculiar technical significations of these mystical phrases. As they were limited by the philosophical application of them in the system of the Gnostics, is thus shown in a historical light, highly valuable in preventing a misinterpretation among common readers. This view of the great design of John's Gospel will be found to coincide exactly with the results of a minute examination of almost all parts of it, and gives new force to many passages, by revealing the particular error at which they were aimed. The details of these coincidences cannot be given here, but have been most satisfactorily traced out, at great length, by the labors of the great modern exegetically theologians, who have occupied volumes with the elucidation of these points. The whole Gospel indeed, is not so absorbed in the unity of this plan, as to neglect occasions for supplying general historical deficiencies in the narratives of the preceding evangelists. An account is thus given of 2 journeys to Jerusalem, of which no mention had ever been made in former records, while hardly any notice whatever is taken of the incidents of the wanderings in Galilee, which occupy so large a portion of former narratives except so far as they are connected with those instructions of Christ which accord with the great object of this Gospel. The scene of the great part of John's narrative is laid in Judea, more particularly in and about Jerusalem, and on the parting instructions given by Christ to his disciples, just before his crucifixion, he is very full. Yet, even in those, he seizes hold mainly of those things which fall most directly within the scope of his work. But throughout the whole, the grand object is seen to be, the presentation of Jesus as the Messiah, the Son of the living, eternal God, containing within himself the life, the light, the only begotten, the Word, and all the personified excellences, to which the Gnostics had, in their mystic idealism, given a separate existence. It thus differs from all the former Gospels, in the circumstance, that its great object and its general character is not historical, but dogmatical, not universal in its direction and tendency, but aimed at the establishment of particular doctrines, and the subversion of particular errors. Another class of sectaries, against whose errors John wrote in this Gospel, were the Sabians, or disciples of John the Baptist. For some of those who had followed him during his preaching, did not afterwards turn to the greater teacher and prophet, whom he pointed out as the one of whom he was the forerunner. And these disciples of the great baptizer, after his death, taking the pure doctrines which he taught, as a basis, made up a peculiar religious system. By large additions from the same Oriental mysteries from which the Gnostics had drawn their remarkable principles. They acknowledged Jesus Christ as a being of high order, and designate him in their religious books as the disciple of life. While John the Baptist, himself somewhat inferior, is called the apostle of light, and is said to have received his peculiar glorified transfiguration, from a body of flesh to a body of light, from Jesus at the time of his baptism in the Jordan. And yet is represented as distinguished from the disciple of life, by possessing this peculiar attribute of light. This mystical error is distinctly characterized in the first chapter of this Gospel, and is there met by the direct assertions, that in Jesus Christ, the Word, and the God, was not only life, but that the life itself was the light of men. And that John the Baptist was not the light, but was only sent to bear witness of the light. And again, with all the tautological earnestness of an old man, the aged writer repeats the assertion that this was the true light, which enlightens every man that comes into the world. Against these same sectaries, the greater part of the first chapter is directed distinctly, and the whole tendency of the work throughout, is in a marked manner opposed to their views. With them too, John had had a local connection, by his residence in Ephesus, where, as it is distinctly specified in the Acts of the Apostles, Paul had found the peculiar disciples of John the Baptist long before, on his first visit to that city, and had successfully preached to some of them, the religion of Christ, which before was a strange and new thing to them. The whole tendency and scope of this Gospel, indeed, as directed against these two prominent classes of heretics, both Gnostics and Sabians, are fully and distinctly summed up in the conclusion of the 20th chapter. These things are written, that ye might believe that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of God, and that in believing on him, ye might have life through his name. As to the place where this Gospel was written, there is a very decided difference of opinion among high authorities, both ancient and modern, some affirming it to have been composed in Patmos, during his exile, and others in Ephesus, before or after his banishment. The best authority, however, seems to decide in favor of Ephesus, as the place, and this view seems to be most generally adopted in modern times. Even those who suppose it to have been written in Patmos, however, grant that it was first given to the Christian world in Ephesus, the weight of early authority being very decided on this latter point. This distinction between the place of composition and the place of publication, is certainly very reasonable on some accounts, and is supported by ancient authorities of dubious date. But there are important objections to the idea of the composition of both this and the Apocalypse, in the same place, during about 1 year, which was the period of his exile. There seem to be many things in the style of the Gospel which would show it to be a work written at a different period, and under different circumstances from the Apocalypse. And some biblical critics, of high standing, have thought that the Gospel bore marks in its style, which characterized it as a production of a much older man than the author of the energetic, and almost furious denunciations of the Apocalypse must have been. In this case, where ancient authority is so little decisive, it is but fair to leave the point to be determined by evidence thus connected with the date, and drawn from the internal character of the composition itself, a sort of evidence on which the latest moderns are far more capable of deciding than the most ancient, and the sagest of the fathers. The date itself is of course inseparably connected with the determination of the place, and like that, must be pronounced very uncertain. The greatest probability about both these points is, that it was written at Ephesus, after his return from Patmos, for the idea of its being produced before his banishment, during his first residence in Asia, has long ago been exploded. Nor is there any late writer of authority on these points, who pretends to support this unfounded notion. His first epistle. All that has been said on the character and the objects of the gospel, may be exactly applied to this very similar production. So completely does it resemble John's gospel, in style, language, doctrines and tendencies, that even a superficial reader might be ready to pronounce, on a common examination, that they were written in the same circumstances and with the same object. This has been the conclusion at which the most learned critics have arrived, after a full investigation of the peculiarities of both, throughout, and the standard opinion now is, that they were both written at the same time and for the same persons. Some reasons have been given by high critical authority, for supposing that they were both written at Patmos, and sent together to Ephesus, the epistle serving as a preface, dedication, and accompaniment of the gospel to those for whom it was intended, and commending the prominent points in it to their particular attention. This beautiful and satisfactory view of the object and occasion of the epistle, may certainly be adopted with great propriety and justice. But in regard to the places of its composition and direction, a different view is much more probable, as well as more consistent with the notion, already presented above, of the date and place of the gospel. It is very reasonable to suppose that the epistle was written some years after John's return to Ephesus, that it was intended, along with the gospel, for the churches of Asia generally, to whom John hoped to make an apostolic pastoral visit shortly, to confirm them in the faith, as he announces in the conclusion. There is not a single circumstance in gospel or epistle, which should lead any one to believe that they were directed to Ephesus in particular. On the contrary, the total absence of anything like a personal or local direction to the epistle, shows the justice of its common title, that it is a general epistle, a circular, in short, to all the churches under his special apostolic supervision, for whose particular dangers, errors and necessities, he had written the gospel just sent forth, and to whom he now minutely commended that work, in the very opening words of his letter. Referring as palpably and undeniably to his gospel, as any words can express. Of that which was from the beginning, of the word, which I have heard, which I have seen with my eyes, which I have looked upon, which my hands have handled of the word of life, and particularizing with all the minute verbosity of old age, his exact knowledge of the facts which he gives in his gospel, assuring them thus of the accuracy of his descriptions. The question concerns his reputation for fidelity as a historian. And it is easy to see therefore, why he should labor thus to impress on his readers his important personal advantages for knowing exactly all the facts he treats of, and all the doctrines which he gives at such length in the discourses of Christ. Again and again he says, I write, and I have written, recapitulating the sum of the doctrines which he has designed to inculcate. And he particularizes still farther that he has written to all classes and ages, from the oldest to the youngest, intending his gospel for the benefit of all. I have written to you, fathers, unto you, young men, unto you, little children, and what else can this imply, than a dedication of the work concerning the word, to all stations and ages, to the whole of the Christian communities, to whom he commits and recommends his writings. As he writes, to the fathers, because they know him who was from the beginning, in the same way, to the young men, because they are constant, and the word of God dwells in them. And that the doctrine they have received may remain unchangeable in them, and, on account of those who would seduce them. He recapitulates all the leading doctrines of his gospel, the Messiahship, and the divinity of Jesus, his unity, and identity with the divine abstractions of the Gnostic theology. Here too, he inculcates and renewedly urges the great feeling of Christian brotherly love, which so decidedly characterizes the discourses of Jesus, as reported in his gospel. So perfect was the connection of origin and design, between the Gospel and this accompanying letter, that they were anciently placed together, the epistle immediately following the Gospel. As is indubitably proved by certain marks in ancient manuscripts. It was mentioned, in connection with a former part of John's life, that this epistle is quoted by Augustine and others, under the title of the Epistle to the Parthians. It seems very probable that this may have been also addressed to those churches in the East, about Babylon, which had certainly suffered much under the attacks of these same mystical heretics. It is explained, however, by some, that this was an accidental corruption in the copying of the Greek. The second epistle was quoted by Clemens Alexandrinus, under the title of, The Epistle to the Virgins, Pyro Omicron Pi Alpha Rho Theta Epsilon Nu Omicron Upsilon, which, as some of the modern critics say, must have been accidentally changed to Pi Alpha Rho Theta Omicron Upsilon, by dropping some of the syllables. And afterwards transferred to the first. As more appropriate, a perfectly unauthorized conjecture, and directly in the face of all rules of criticism. The second and third epistles. These are both evidently private letters from John to two of his intimate personal friends, of whose circumstances nothing whatever being known, except what is therein contained. The notice of these brief writings must necessarily be brief also. They are both honorably referred to, as entertainers of the servants of Jesus Christ as they travel from place to place, and seem to have been residents in some of the Asian cities within John's apostolic circuit. And probably received him kindly and reverently into their houses on his tours of duty. And them he was about to visit again shortly. The second epistle is directed to a Christian female, who, being designated by the very honorable title of Lady, was evidently a person of rank. And from the remark towards the conclusion, about the proper objects of her hospitality, it is plain that she must have been also a person of some property. Mention is made of her children as also objects of warm affection to the aged apostle. And as no other member of her family is noticed, it is reasonable to conclude that she was a widow. The contents of this short letter are a mere transcript, almost verbatim, of some important points in the first, inculcating Christian love, and watchfulness against deceivers, no doubt the Gnostical heretics, the Cerinthians and Nicolaitans. He apologizes for the shortness of the letter, by saying that he hopes shortly to visit her, and ends by communicating the affectionate greetings of her sister's children, then residents in Ephesus, or whatever city was then the home of John. The third epistle is directed to Gaius, that is, Caius, a Roman name, whose hospitality is commemorated with great particularity and gratitude in behalf of Christian strangers, probably preachers, traveling in his region. Another person, named Diotrephes, a Greek by name, and probably one of the partisans of Cerinthus, is mentioned as maintaining a very different character, who, so far from receiving the ministers of the gospel sent by the apostle, had even excluded from Christian fellowship those who did exercise this hospitality to the messengers of the apostle. John speaks threateningly of him, and closes with the same apology for the shortness of the letter, as in the former. There are several persons, named Gaius, or Caius, mentioned in apostolic history. But there is no reason to suppose that any of them was identified with this man. For these lucid views of the objects of all these epistles, I am mainly indebted to Hugg's introduction, to whom belongs the merit of expressing them in this distinctness. Though others before him have not been far from apprehending their simple force. Michaelis, for instance, is very satisfactory, and much more full on some points. In respect to the place whence they were written, Hugg appears to be wholly in the wrong, in referring them to Patmos, just before John's return. Not the least glimmer of a reason appears, why all the writings of John should be huddled together in his exile. I can make nothing whatever of the learned commentators' reason about the deficiency of pen, ink and paper, mentioned in Epistle 2. 12, and 3. 13, as showing that John must still have been in that miserable place, Patmos. The idea seems to require a great perversion of simple words, which do not seem to be capable of any other sense than that adopted in the above account. The traditions of his life in Ephesus. To this period of his life, are referred those stories of his miracles and actions, with which the ancient fictitious apostolic narratives are so crowded, John being the subject of more ancient traditions than any other apostle. Some of those are so respectable and reasonable in their character, as to deserve a place here, although none of them are of such antiquity as to deserve any confidence, on points where fiction has often been so busy. The first which follows, is altogether the most ancient of all apostolic stories, which are not in the New Testament. And even if it is a work of fiction, it has such merits as a mere tale, that it would be injustice to the readers of this book, not to give them the whole story, from the most ancient and best authorized record. It is related that John, after returning from banishment, was often called to the neighboring churches to organize them, or to heal divisions, and to ordain elders. On one occasion, after ordaining a bishop, he committed to his particular care and instruction a fine young man, whom he saw in the congregation, charging the bishop, before the whole church, to be faithful to him. The bishop accordingly took the young man into his house, watched over him, and instructed him, and at length baptized him. After this, viewing the young man as a confirmed Christian, the bishop relaxed his watchfulness, and allowed the youth greater liberties. He soon got into bad company, in which his talents made him conspicuous, and proceeding from one step to another, he finally became the leader of a band of robbers. In this state of things, John came to visit the church, and presently called upon the bishop to bring forward his charge. The bishop replied that he was dead to God, and was now in the mountains, a captain of banditti. John ordered a horse to be brought immediately to the church door, and a guide to attend him, and mounting, he rode full speed in search of the gang. He soon fell in with some of them, who seized him, to be carried to their headquarters. John told them that this was just what he wanted, for he came on purpose to see their captain. As they drew near, the captain stood ready to receive them, but on seeing John, he drew back, and began to make off. John pursued with all the speed his aged limbs would permit, crying out, "My son, why do you run from your own father, who is unarmed and aged? Pity me, my son, and do not fear. There is yet hope of your life. I will intercede for you. And, if necessary, will cheerfully suffer death for you, as the Lord did for us. Stop, believe what I say, Christ hath sent me." The young man stopped, looked on the ground, and then throwing down his arms, came trembling, and with sobs and tears, begged for pardon. The apostle assured him of the forgiveness of Christ. And conducting him back to the church, there fasted and prayed with him, and at length procured his absolution. Another story, far less probable, is related in the ancient martyrologies, and by the counterfeit Abdias. Craton, a philosopher, to make a display of contempt for riches, had persuaded two wealthy young men, his followers, to invest all their property in two very costly pearls. And then, in the presence of a multitude, to break them, and pound them to dust. John happening to pass by, at the close of the transaction, censured this destruction of property, which might better have been given in alms to the poor. Craton told him, if he thought so, he might miraculously restore the dust to solid pearls again, and have them for charitable purposes. The apostle gathered up the particles, and holding them in his hand, prayed fervently, that they might become solid pearls, and when the people said, "Amen," it took place. By this miracle, Craton, and all his followers, were converted to Christianity, and the two young men took back the pearls, sold them, and then distributed the avails in charity. Influenced by this example, two other young men of distinction, Atticus and Eugenius, sold their estates, and distributed the avails among the poor. For a time, they followed the apostle, and possessed the power of working miracles. But, one day, being at Pergamus, and seeing some well-dressed young men, glittering in their costly array, they began to regret that they had sold all their property, and deprived themselves of the means of making a figure in the world. John read in their countenances and behavior the state of their minds, and after drawing from them an avowal of their regret, he bid them bring him each a bundle of straight rods, and a parcel of smooth stones from the sea-shore. They did so, and the apostle, after converting the rods into gold, and the stones into pearls, bid them take them, and sell them, and redeem their alienated estates, if they chose. At the same time, he plainly warned them, that the consequence would be the eternal loss of their souls. While he continued his long and pungent discourse, a funeral procession came along. John now prayed, and raised the dead man to life. The resuscitated person began to describe the invisible world, and so graphically painted to Atticus and Eugenius the greatness of their loss, that they were melted into contrition. The apostle ordered them to do penance 30 days till the golden rods should become wood, and the pearls become stones. They did so, and were afterwards very distinguished saints. Another story, of about equal merit, is told by the same authority. While John continued his successful ministry at Ephesus, the idolaters there, in a tumult, dragged him to the temple of Diana, and insisted on his sacrificing to the idol. He warned all to come out of the temple, and then, by prayer, caused it to fall to the ground, and become a heap of ruins. Then, addressing the pagans on the spot, he converted 12,000 of them in one day. But Aristodemus, the pagan high priest, could not be convinced, till John had drunken poison without harm, by which 2 malefactors were killed instantly, and also raised the malefactors to life. This resuscitation he rendered the more convincing to Aristodemus, by making him the instrument of it. The apostle pulled off his tunic, and gave it to Aristodemus. "And what is this for?" said the high priest. "To cure you of your infidelity," was the reply. "But how is your tunic to cure me of infidelity?" "Go," said the apostle, "and spread it upon the dead bodies, and say, The apostle of our Lord Jesus Christ hath sent me to resuscitate you, in his name, that all may know, that life and death are the servants of Jesus Christ, my Lord." By this miracle the high priest was fully convinced, and afterwards convinced the proconsul. Both of them were baptized, and persecution, from that time, ceased. They also built the church dedicated to St. John, at Ephesus. For this series of fables I am indebted again to the kindness of Dr. Murdoch, in whose manuscript lectures they are so well translated from the original romances, as to make it unnecessary for me to repeat the labor of making a new version from the Latin. The sight of the results of abler efforts directly before me, offers a temptation to exonerate myself from a tedious and unsatisfactory effort, which is too great to be resisted. While researches into historical truth have a much more urgent claim for time and exertion. The only one of all these fables that occurs in the writings of the Fathers, is the first, which may be pronounced a tolerably respectable and ancient story. It is narrated by Clemens Alexandrinus, about a.d. 200. The story is copied from Clemens Alexandrinus by Eusebius, from whom we receive it, the original work of Clemens being now lost. Chrysostom also gives an abridgment of the tale. I. Parines ad Theodosius, Anastasia Sinida, Simeon Metaphrastes, Nicephorus Callistus, the Pseudo-Abdias, and the whole herd of monkish liars, give the story almost verbatim from Clemens. For it is so full in his account as to need no embellishment to make it a good story. Indeed, its completeness in all these interesting details, is one of the most suspicious circumstances about it. In short, it is almost too good a story to be true. Those who wish to see all the evidence for and against its authenticity, may find it thoroughly examined in Lampe's Prolegomena to a Johannine Theology, I.V. 410. It is, on the whole, the best authorized of all the stories about the apostles, which are given by the Fathers, and may reasonably be considered to have been true in the essential parts, though the minute details of the conversations, and are probably embellishments worked in by Clemens Alexandrinus, or his informants. The rest of these stories are, most unquestionably, all unmitigated falsehoods. Nor does any body pretend to find the slightest authority for a solitary particular of them. They are found nowhere but in the novels of the Pseudo-Abdias, and the Martyrologies. Abdii Babylonii Episcopi et Apostolorum Discipuli de Historia, Lib v. St. John. His death. Respecting the close of his life, all antiquity is agreed that it was not terminated by martyrdom, nor by any violent death whatever, but by a calm and peaceful departure in the course of nature, at a very great age. The precise number of years to which he attained cannot be known, because no writer who lived within 500 years of his time has pretended to specify his exact age. It is merely mentioned on very respectable ancient authority, that he survived to the beginning of the reign of Trajan. This noblest of the successors of Julius, began his splendid reign in A.D. 98, according to the most approved chronology. So that if John did not outlive even the first year of Trajan, his death is brought very near the close of the 1st century. And from what has been reasonably conjectured about his age, compared with that of his Lord, it may be supposed that he attained upwards of 80 years, a supposition which agrees well enough with the statement of some of the Fathers. That he died worn out with old age. Jerome has a great deal to say also, about the age of John at the time when he was called, arguing that he must have been a mere boy at the time, because tradition asserts that he lived till the reign of Trajan. Lampe very justly objects, however, that this proof amounts to nothing, if we accept another common tradition, that he lived to the age of 100 years. Which, if we count back a century from the reign of Trajan, would require him to have attained mature age at the time of the call. Neither tradition, however, is worth much. Our old friend Baronius, too, comes in to enlighten the investigation of John's age, by what he considers indubitable evidence. He says that John was in his 22nd year when he was called, and passing 3 years with Christ, must have been 25 years old at the time of the crucifixion. Because, says the sagacious Baronius, he was then initiated into the priesthood. An assertion which Lampe with indignant surprise stigmatizes as showing remarkable boldness, insignis audacia, because it contains 2 very gross errors, first in pretending that John was ever made a priest, sacerdos. And secondly in confounding the age required of the Levites with that of the priests when initiated. For Baronius's argument resting wholly on the very strange and unfounded notion, that John was made a priest, is furthermore supported on the idea that the prescribed age for entering the priesthood was 25 years. But in reality, the age thus required was 30 years, so that if the other part of this idle story was true, this would be enough to overthrow the conclusion. Lampe also alludes to the absurd idea of the painters, in representing John as a young man, even while writing his gospel, while in reality all writers agree that that work was written by him in his old age. This idea of his perpetual youth, once led into a blunder some foolish Benedictine monks, who found in Constantinople an antique agate intaglio, representing a young man with a cornucopia, and an eagle, and with a figure of victory placing a crown on his head. This struck their monkish fancies at once, as an unquestionable portrait of John, sent to their hands by a miraculous preservation. Examination, however, has shown it to be a representation of the apotheosis of Germanicus. But even here, the monkish inventors have found room for new fables. And though the great weight of all ancient testimony deprives them of the opportunity to enter into the horrible details of a bloody and agonizing death, they cannot refuse themselves the pleasure of some tedious absurdities. About the manner of his death and burial, which are barely worth a partial sketch, to show how determined the apostolic novelists are to follow their heroes to the very last, with the glories of a fancifully miraculous departure. The circumstances of his death are described in the martyrologies, and by Abdias, in this manner. He had a vision acquainting him with his approaching exit, 5 days before it happened. On a Lord's Day morning, he went to the great church at Ephesus, bearing his name, and there performed public worship as usual, at daybreak. About the middle of the forenoon, he ordered a deacon, and some grave diggers, with their tools, to accompany him to the burying ground. He then set them to digging his grave, while he, after ordering the multitude to depart, spent the time in prayer. He once looked into the grave, and bid them dig it deeper. When it was finished, he took off his outer garment, and spread it in the grave. Then, standing over it, he made a speech to those present, which is not worth repeating, then gave thanks to God for the arrival of the time of his release, and placing himself in the grave, and wrapping himself up, he instantly expired. The grave was filled up, and afterwards miracles took place at it, and a kind of manna issued from it, which possessed great virtues. There is no need, however, of such fables, to crown with the false honors of a vain prodigy, the calmly glorious end of the last of the apostles. It is enough for the Christian to know, that, with the long, bright course of almost a century behind him, and with the mighty works of his later years around him, John closed the solemn apostolic drama. Bearing with him in his late departure the last light of inspiration, and the last personal testimony of Jesus, which is the spirit of prophecy. Blessed in his works thus following him, he died in the Lord, and now rests from his labors on the breast of that loved friend, who cherished so tenderly the youthful son of thunder. On the bosom of his Redeemer and his Lord. The bosom of his Father and his God. Philip. In all the three gospel lists, this apostle is placed fifth in order, the variations in the arrangements of the preceding making no difference in his position. In the first chapter of Acts, however, a different arrangement is made of his name, as will be hereafter mentioned. The mere mention of his name on the list, is all the notice taken of him by either of the three first evangelists, and it is only in the Gospel of John, that the slightest additional circumstance can be learned about him. From this authority it is ascertained that he was of Bethsaida, the city of Andrew and Peter, and probably also the home or frequent visiting place of the sons of Zebedee, by the younger of whom he is so particularly commemorated. Immediately after the narration of the introduction of Andrew, John and Peter, to Jesus, in the first chapter of this Gospel, it is said that Jesus next proceeded from Bethabara into Galilee, and there finds Philip. But the particular place is not mentioned, though Bethsaida being immediately after mentioned as his home, very probably was the place of the meeting. Andrew and Peter, on their return home, had doubtless had no small talk among their acquaintances, about the wonderful person announced as the Messiah, to whom they had been introduced. And had thus satisfied themselves that he was really the divine character he was said to be. Philip too, must have heard of him in this way, before he saw him, so that when Jesus met him, he was prepared at once to receive the call which Jesus immediately gave him, "Follow me." From the circumstance that he was the first person who was summoned by Jesus, in this particular formula of invitation to the discipleship, some writers have, not without reason, claimed for Philip the name and honors of the protoclete, or first called. Though Andrew has commonly been considered as best entitled to this dignity, from his being the first mentioned by name, as actually becoming acquainted with Jesus. Philip was so devoutly engaged, at once, in the cause of his new master, that he, like Andrew, immediately sought out others to share the blessings of the discipleship. And soon after meeting one of his friends, Nathanael, he expressed the ardor of his faith in his new teacher, by the words in which he invited him to join in this honorable fellowship. "We have found him of whom Moses, in the law, and all the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph." The result of this application will be related in the life of the person most immediately concerned. After this, no notice whatever is taken of Philip except where incidental remarks made by him in the conversations of Jesus, are recorded by John. Thus, at the feeding of the 5,000, upon Jesus's asking whether they had the means of procuring food for the multitude, Philip answered, that 200 pence would not buy enough for them, that every one might take a little. Thus showing himself not at all prepared by his previous faith in Jesus, for the great miracle which was about to happen. Though Jesus had asked the question, as John says, with the actual design of trying the extent of his confidence in him. He is afterwards mentioned in the last conversations of Jesus, as saying to him, "Show us the Father, and it sufficeth us," here too, betraying also a most unfortunate deficiency, both of faith and knowledge. And implying also a vain desire to gratify his eyes with still more miraculous displays of the divine power of his Master. Though, even in this respect, he probably was no worse off than all the rest of the disciples, before the resurrection of Jesus. Protoclete that Hammond claims this peculiar honor for Philip, with great zeal. See his notes on John I, 43. Of his apostleship not one word is recorded in the New Testament, for he is nowhere mentioned in the Acts, except as being one of the apostles assembled in the upper chamber after the ascension. Nor do the epistles contain the slightest allusion to him. Some of the most ancient authorities among the Fathers, however, are distinct in their mention of some circumstances of his later life. But all these accounts are involved in total discredit, by the fact that they make him identical with Philip the deacon, whose active and zealous labors in Samaria, and along the coast of Palestine, from Gaza, through Ashdod to Caesarea, his home, are minutely related in the Acts, and have been already alluded to, in that part of the life of Peter which is connected with these incidents. It has always been supposed, with much reason, in modern times, that the offices of an apostle and a deacon were so totally distinct and different, that they could never both be borne by one and the same person. But the fathers, even the very ancient ones, seem to have had not the slightest idea of any such incompatibility. And therefore uniformly speak of Philip the apostle, as the same person with Philip, one of the 7 deacons, who is mentioned by Luke, in the Acts of the Apostles, as having lived at Caesarea, in Palestine, with his daughters, who were virgins and prophetesses. Testimony more distinct than this, can nowhere be found, among all the fathers, on any point whatever, and very little that is more ancient. Yet how does it accord with the notions of those who revere these very fathers as almost immaculate in truth, and in all intellectual, as well as moral excellence? What is the evidence of these boasted fathers worth, on any point in controversy about apostolic church government, or doctrine, or criticism, if the modern notion of the incompatibility of the 2 offices of apostle and deacon is correct? The testimony of the fathers on this point, is simply this. Eusebius, Church History, 3:31, quotes Polycrates, Bishop of Ephesus, who, in his letter to Victor, Bishop of Rome, written a.d. 195, or 196, makes mention of Philip in these exact words: Philip, who was one of the 12 apostles, died in Hierapolis, in Phrygia Winkyface. And so did 2 of his daughters, who had grown old in virginity. And another of his daughters, after having passed her life under the influence of the Holy Spirit, was buried at Ephesus. This certainly is a most perfect identification of Philip the apostle with Philip the deacon. For it is this latter person who is particularly mentioned in Acts 21:8-9, as having 4 daughters who did prophesy. He is there especially designated as Philip the evangelist, one of the 7, while Polycrates expressly declares that this same person was one of the 12. Eusebius also, in the preceding chapter, quotes Clemens Alexandrinus as mentioning Philip among those apostles who were married, because he is mentioned as having had daughters. And Clemens even adds that these were afterwards married, which directly contradicts the previous statement of Polycrates, that 3 of them died virgins, in old age. Yet Eusebius quotes all this stuff, with approbation. Papias, d. 140, Bishop of Hierapolis, the very place of the death and burial of Philip, is represented by Eusebius as having been well acquainted with the daughters of Philip, mentioned in Acts, as the virgin prophetesses. Papias says that he himself heard these ladies say that their father once raised a dead person to life, in their time. But it deserves notice, that Papias, the very best authority on this subject, is nowhere quoted as calling this Philip an apostle, though Eusebius, on his own authority, gives this name to the Philip of whom Papias speaks. It is therefore reasonable to conclude, that this blunder, betraying such a want of familiarity with the New Testament history, originated after the time of Papias, whose intimate acquaintance with Philip's family would have enabled him to say at once, that this was the deacon, and not the apostle. Though it is not probable that he was any less deplorably ignorant of the Scriptures than most of the fathers were. Now what can be said of the testimony of the fathers on points where they cannot refer either to their own personal observation, or to informants who have seen and heard what they testify? The only way in which they can be shielded from the reproach of a gross blunder and a disgraceful ignorance of the New Testament, is, that they were right in identifying these 2 Philips. And that modern theologians are wrong in making the distinction. On this dilemma I will not pretend to decide. For though so little reverence for the judgment and information of the fathers has been shown in this book, there does seem to me to be some reason for hesitation on this point, where the fathers ought to have been as well informed as any body. They must have known surely, whether, according to the notions of those primitive ages of Christianity, there was any incompatibility between the apostleship and the deaconship. If their testimony is worth anything on such points, it ought to weigh so much on this, as to cause a doubt whether they are not right, and the moderns wrong. However, barely suggesting this query, without attempting a decision, as Luther says, I will afford to other and higher spirits occasion to reflect. This is all the satisfaction that the brief records of the inspired or uninspired historians of Christianity can give the inquirer, on the life of this apostle. So unequal were the labors of the first ministers of Christ, and their claims for notice. Philip, no doubt, served the purpose for which he was called, faithfully. But in these brief sketches, there are no traces of any genius of a high character, that could distinguish him above the thousands that are forgotten, but whose labors, like those of the minutest animals in a molehill, contribute an indispensable portion to the completion of the mass, in whose mighty structure all their individual efforts are swallowed up forever. And though the ancient Polycrates may have blundered grievously, in respect to the apostle's personal identity, his hope of the glorious resurrection of those whom he supposed to have died in Asia will doubtless be equally well rewarded, if, to the amazement of the fathers, the apostle Philip should rise at last from the dust of Babylon, or the ashes of Jerusalem, while his namesake, the evangelist, shall burst from his tomb in Hierapolis. For, as Polycrates truly says, in Asia, some great lights have gone down, which shall rise again on that day of the Lord's approach, when he shall come from the heavens in glory, and shall raise up all his saints. Philip, one of the 12 apostles, who sleeps at Hierapolis, with his venerable virgin daughters, John, who lay in the bosom of the Lord, and who is laid at Ephesus, Polycarp, at Smyrna, Thrasea, at Eumenia, Sagaris, at Laodicea, Papirius and Melito, at Sardis all await the visitation of the Lord from the heavens, in which he shall raise them from the dead. Nathanael, Bartholomew. His name and call. In respect to this apostle, there occurs a primary question about his name, which is given so differently in different sacred authorities, as to induce a strong suspicion that the two names refer to two totally distinct persons. The reasons for applying the two words, Nathanael and Bartholomew, to the same person, are the circumstances that none of the 3 first evangelists mention any person named Nathanael, and that John never mentions the name Bartholomew. That Bartholomew and Nathanael are each mentioned on these different authorities, among the chosen disciples of Jesus, that Bartholomew is mentioned by the 3 first evangelists, on all the lists, directly after Philip, who is by John represented as his intimate friend, and that Bartholomew is not an individual name, but a word showing parentage merely, the first syllable being often prefixed to Syriac names, for this purpose. And Bartholomew means the son of Tholomew, or Ptolemy, just as Bar-Jonah means the son of Jonah, nor was the former any more in reality the personal, individual name of Nathanael, than the latter was of Peter. But some circumstance may have occurred to make it, in this instance, often take the place of the true individual name. A few very brief notices are given of this apostle by John, who alone alludes to him, otherwise than by a bare mention on the list. It is mentioned in his Gospel that Nathanael was of Cana, in Galilee, a town which stood about halfway between Lake Gennesaret and the Mediterranean Sea. But the circumstances of his call seem to show that he was then with Philip, probably at or near Bethsaida. Philip, after being summoned by Jesus to the discipleship, immediately sought to bring his friend Nathanael into an enjoyment of the honors of a personal intercourse with Jesus, and invited him to become a follower of the Messiah, foretold by Moses and the prophets, who had now appeared, as Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph. On hearing of that mean place, as the home of the promised King of Israel, Nathanael, with great scorn, replied, in inquiry, "Can any good thing come out of Nazareth?" To this sneering question, Philip answered by the simple proposition, "Come and see," wisely judging that no argument could answer his friend's prejudice so well as an actual observation of the character and aspect of the Nazarene himself. Nathanael, accordingly, persuaded by the earnestness of his friend, came along with him, perhaps, partly to gratify him, but, no doubt, with his curiosity somewhat moved to know what could have thus brought Philip into this devout regard for a citizen of that dirty little town. And he therefore readily accompanied him to see what sort of prophet could come out of Nazareth. The words with which Jesus greeted Nathanael, even before he had been personally introduced, or was prepared for any salutation, are the most exalted testimonial of his character that could be conceived, and show at once his very eminent qualifications for the high honors of the apostleship. When Jesus saw Nathanael coming to him, he said, "Behold a true son of Israel, in whom is no guile. Manifesting at once a confidential and intimate knowledge of his whole character, in thus pronouncing with such ready decision, this high and uncommon tribute of praise upon him, as soon as he appeared before him. Nathanael, quite surprised at this remarkable compliment from one whom he had never seen until that moment, and whom he supposed to be equally ignorant of him, replied with the inquiry, "Whence knowest thou me?" Jesus answered, "Before Philip called thee, when thou wast under the fig tree, I saw thee." The fig trees of Palestine, presenting a wide, leafy cover, and a delightful shade, were often used in the warm season as places of retirement, either in company, for conversation, or in solitude, for meditation and prayer. As is shown in numerous passages of the rabbinical writings. And it was, doubtless, in one of these occupations that Nathanael was engaged, removed, as he supposed, from all observation, at the time to which Jesus referred. But the eye that could pierce the stormy shades of night on the boisterous waves of Galilee, and that could search the hearts of all men, could also penetrate the thick, leafy veil of the fig tree. And observe the most secret actions of this guileless Israelite, when he supposed the whole world to be shut out, and gave himself to the undisguised enjoyment of his thoughts, feelings, and actions, without restraint. Nathanael, struck with sudden but absolute conviction, at this amazing display of knowledge, gave up all his proud scruples against the despised Nazarene, and adoringly exclaimed, "Rabbi! Thou art the Son of God, thou art the King of Israel." Jesus, recognizing with pleasure the ready faith of this pure-minded disciple, replied, "Because I said unto thee, I saw thee under the fig tree, believest thou? Thou shalt see yet greater things than these." Then turning to Philip as well as to Nathanael, he says to them both, "I solemnly assure you, hereafter ye shall see heaven open, and the angels of God ascending and descending upon the Son of Man." On the day but one after this occurrence, as John records, Jesus was in Cana of Galilee, the residence of Nathanael, and was present at a wedding which took place there. From the circumstance that the mother of Jesus was there also, it would seem likely that it was the marriage of some of their family friends. Otherwise the conjecture might seem allowable, that the presence of Jesus and his disciples on this occasion, was in some way connected with the introduction of Nathanael to Jesus. And that this new disciple may have been some way concerned in this interesting event. The manner in which the occurrence is announced, it being next specified, that 2 days after the occurrences recorded in the end of the first chapter, Jesus was present at a marriage in Cana of Galilee, would seem to imply very fairly that Jesus had been in some other place immediately before. And it is probable therefore, that he accompanied Nathanael home from Bethsaida, or whatever place was the scene of his calling to the discipleship, along with Philip. The terms of the statement are not, however, absolutely incompatible with the idea of this first introduction of these two disciples to Jesus, in Cana itself, which may have been the part of Galilee into which Jesus is said to have gone forth after leaving Bethabara. Although, the reasons above given make it probable that Bethsaida was the scene. After this first incident, no mention whatever is made of Nathanael, either under his proper name, or his paternal appellation, except that when the 12 were sent forth in pairs, he was sent with his friend Philip. That those who had been summoned to the work together, might now go forth laboring together in this high commission. One solitary incident is also commemorated by John, in which this apostle was concerned, namely, the meeting on the lake of Gennesaret, after the resurrection, where his name is mentioned among those who went out on the fishing excursion with Peter. His friend Philip is not there mentioned, but may have been one of the 2 disciples, who are included without their names being given. From this trifling circumstance, some have concluded that Nathanael was a fisherman by trade, as well as the other 4 who are mentioned with him. And certainly the conjecture is reasonable, and not improbable, except from the circumstance, that his residence was at Cana, which is commonly understood to have been an inland town, and too far from the water for any of its inhabitants to follow fishing as a business. Other idle conjectures about his occupation and rank might be multiplied from most anciently and venerably foolish authorities. But let the dust of ages sleep on the prosy guesses of the Gregories, of Chrysostom, Augustine, and their reverential copyists in modern times. There is too much need of room in this book, for the detail and discussion of truth, to allow paper to be wasted on baseless conjectures or impudent falsehoods. His apostleship. There is a dim relic of a story, of quite ancient date, that after the dispersion of the apostles, he went to Arabia, and preached there till his death. This is highly probable, because it is well known that many of the Jews, more particularly after the destruction of Jerusalem, settled along the eastern coasts of the Red Sea, where they were continued for centuries. Nothing can be more reasonable than to suppose that after the wasting fury of invasion had desolated the city and the land of their fathers, many of the Christian Jews too, went forth to seek a new home in the peaceful regions of Arabia Felix. And that with them also went forth this true Israelite without guile, to devote the rest of his life to apostolic labors, in that distant country, where those of his wandering brethren, who had believed in Christ, would so much need the support and counsel of one of the divinely commissioned ministers of the gospel. Those Israelites too, who still continued unbelievers, would present objects of importance, in the view of the apostle. All the visible glories of the ancient covenant had departed. And in that distant land, with so little of the chilling influence of the dogmatical teachers of the law around them, they would be the more readily led to the just appreciation of a spiritual faith, and a simple creed. All the testimony which antiquity affords on this point, is simply this. Eusebius, Church History, v. 10, says, in giving the life of Pantaenus of Alexandria, who lived about d. 180, that this enterprising Christian philosopher penetrated, in his researches and travels, as far as to the inhabitants of India. It has been shown by Tillemont, Assmann and Michaelis, that this term, in this connection, means Arabia Felix, one part of whose inhabitants were called Indians, by the Hebrews, the Syrians, and the early ecclesiastical historians. Eusebius relates that Pantaenus there found the Gospel of Matthew, in Hebrew, and that the tradition among these people was, that Bartholomew, one of the 12 apostles, had formerly preached there, and left this Gospel among them. This tradition being only 100 years old when Pantaenus heard it, ranks among those of rather respectable character. The tradition certainly appears authentic, and is a very interesting and valuable fragment of early Christian history, giving a trace of the progress of the gospel, which otherwise would never have been recognized. Besides the satisfaction of such a reasonable story about an apostle of whom the inspired narrative records so little, although he is represented in such an interesting light, by the account of his introduction to Jesus. Here he learned the meaning of the solemn prophecy with which Jesus crowned that noble profession of faith. Here he saw, no doubt, yet greater tokens of the power of Christ, than in the deep knowledge of hidden things then displayed. And here, resting at last from his labors, he departed to the full view of the glories there foretold, to see heaven opened, and the angels of God ascending and descending upon the Son of Man. Matthew. His rank and name. In his own Gospel, Matthew is not ranked immediately after the preceding apostle, but numbers himself 8th on the list, and after his associate, Thomas, but all the other lists agree in giving this apostle a place immediately after Nathanael. The testimony of others in regard to his rank has therefore been adopted, in preference to his own, which was evidently influenced by a too modest estimation of himself. In connection with this apostle, as in other instances, there is a serious question about his name and individual identity, arising from the different appellations under which he is mentioned in different parts of the sacred record. In his own Gospel, he is referred to by no other name than his common one. But by Mark and Luke, the circumstances of his call are narrated, with the details almost precisely similar to those recorded of the same occurrence by himself, and yet the person thus called, in the same form of words used in summoning the other apostles, is named Levi, the son of Alphaeus. Though Mark and Luke record Matthew by his common name among the 12, in the list of names. Some have thought that the circumstance of their mentioning Matthew in this manner, without referring at all to his identity with the person named Levi, proves that they too had no idea that the former name was applied to the same person as the latter, and on the contrary, were detailing the call of some other disciple, perhaps Jude, who also is called by the similar name, Lebbaeus, and is known to have been the son of Alphaeus. This view is not improbable, and is so well supported by coinciding circumstances, as to throw great uncertainty over the whole matter. Though not entirely to set aside the probabilities arising from the almost perfect similarity between Matthew's call, as related by himself, and the call of Levi, the son of Alphaeus, as given in the other Gospels. On the question of Matthew's identity with Levi, Michaelis is full. Introduction, 3. 4, 1. Fabricius, Bibliotheca Graeca, 4. 7. 2, discusses the question quite at length, and his annotators give abundance of references to authors, in detail, in addition, to those mentioned by himself, in the text. His call. The circumstances of his call, as narrated by himself, are represented as occurring at or near Capernaum. Jesus, passing out of the city, saw a man named Matthew, sitting at the receipt of custom, and he said to him, "Follow me." And he arose, and followed him. This account shows Matthew's occupation, which is also known from the title of the tax gatherer, annexed to his name, in his own list of the apostles. This was an occupation which, though unquestionably a source of great profit to those employed in it, and consequently as much sought after as such offices are in these days, and in this country, was always connected with a great deal of popular odium, from the relation in which they stood to the people, in this profitable business. The class of collectors to which Matthew belonged, in particular, being the mere toll-gatherers, sitting to collect the money, penny by penny, from the unwilling people, whose national pride was every moment wounded by the degrading foreign exactions of the Romans, suffered under a peculiar ignominy, and were supposed to have renounced all patriotism and honor, in stooping, for the base purposes of pecuniary gain, to act as instruments of such a galling form of servitude, and were therefore visited with a universal popular hatred and scorn. A class of men thus deprived of all character for honor and delicacy of feeling, would naturally grow hardened, beyond all sense of shame. And this added to the usual official impudence which characterizes all mean persons, holding a place which gives them the power to annoy others. The despised publicans would generally repay this spite, on every occasion, which could enable them to be vexatious to those who came in contact with them. Yet out of this hated class, Jesus did not disdain to take at least one, perhaps more, of those whom he chose for the express purpose of building up a pure faith, and of evangelizing the world. No doubt, before the occasion of this call, Matthew had been a frequent hearer of the words of truth which fell from the divinely eloquent lips of the Redeemer. Words that had not been without a purifying and exalting effect on the heart of the publican, though long so degraded by daily and hourly familiarity with meanness and vice. And so weaned was his soul from the love of the gainful pursuit to which he had been devoted, that at the first call from Jesus, he arose from the place of toll-gathering, and followed his summoner, to a duty for which his previous occupation had but poorly prepared him. With such satisfaction did he renounce his old vocation, for the discipleship of the Nazarene, that he made it a great occasion of rejoicing, and celebrated the day as a festival, calling in all his old friends as well as his new ones, to share in the hospitable entertainment which he spread for all who could join with him in the social circle. Nor did the Holy Redeemer despise the rough and indiscriminate company to which the grateful joy of Matthew had invited him. But rejoicing in an opportunity to do good to a class of people so seldom brought under the means of grace, he unhesitatingly sat down to the entertainment with his disciples, Savior and sinners, toll-gatherers and apostles, all thronging in one motley group, around the festive board. What a sight was this for the eyes of the proud Pharisees who were spitefully watching the conduct of the man who had lately taken upon himself the exalted character of a teacher, and a reformer of the law. Passing into the house with the throng who entered at the open doors of the hospitable Matthew, they saw the much glorified prophet of Nazareth, sitting at the social table along with a parcel of low custom-house collectors, toll-gatherers, tide-waiters and cheats, one of whose honorable fraternity he had just adopted into the goodly fellowship of his disciples, and was now eating and drinking with these outcast villains, without repelling the familiar merriment even of the lowest of them. At this spectacle, so degrading to such a dignity as they considered most becoming in one who aspired to be a teacher of morals and religion, the scribes and Pharisees sneeringly asked the disciples of Jesus, "Why eateth your master with tax-gatherers and sinners?" Jesus, hearing the malicious inquiry, answered it in such a tone of irony as best suited its impertinence. They that are whole, need not a physician, but they that are sick. But go ye and learn what this means. I will have mercy, rather than sacrifice, for I am not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. His Gospel. After the history of his call, not one circumstance is related respecting him either in the Gospels, the Acts, or the Epistles. In his own Gospel, he makes not the slightest allusion to anything either said or done by himself. Nor does his name anywhere occur except in the apostolic lists. Even the Fathers are silent as to any other important circumstances of his life, and it is only in the noble record which he has left of the life of Christ, in the Gospel which bears his name, that any monument of his actions and character can now be found. Yet this solitary remaining effort of his genius is of such importance in the history of revealed religion, that hardly the most eminent of the apostles is so often brought to mind, as the evangelist, whose clear, simple, but impressive testimony to the words and deeds of his Lord, now stands at the head of the sacred canon. On the history of this portion of the Christian Scriptures, the testimony of the Fathers, from very early times, is very decided in maintaining the fact, that it was written in the vernacular language of Palestine. The very earliest testimony on this point, dating within 75 years of the time of Matthew himself, expressly declares that Matthew wrote his Gospel in the Hebrew language, and that each one interpreted it for himself as he could. It is also said on somewhat early authority, that he wrote his Gospel when about to depart from Palestine, that those whom he left behind him might have an authentic record of the facts in the life of Christ. So that by these and a great number of other testimonies, uniformly to the same effect, the point seems well established that Matthew wrote in Hebrew. And that what is now extant as his Gospel, is only a translation into Greek, made in some later age, by some person unknown. In what language did Matthew write his Gospel? In mentioning the Hebrew as the original language of the Gospel of Matthew, it should be noticed, that the dialect spoken by the Jews of the time of Christ and his apostles, was by no means the language in which the Old Testament was written, and which is commonly meant by this name at present. The true ancient Hebrew had long before become a dead language, as truly so as it is now, and as much unknown to the mass of the people, as the Latin is in Italy, or the Anglo-Saxon in England. Yet the language was still called the Hebrew, as appears from several passages in the New Testament, where the Hebrew is spoken of as the vernacular language of the Jews of Palestine. It seems proper therefore, to designate the later Hebrew by the same name which is applied to it by those who spoke it, and this is still among modern writers the term used for it. But of late, some, especially Hugg and his commentator, Waite, have introduced the name Aramaic, as a distinctive title of this dialect, deriving this term from Aram, the original name of Syria, and the regions around. In all which was spoken in the time of Christ, this or a similar dialect. This term however, is quite unnecessary. And I therefore prefer to use here the common name, as above limited, because it is the one used in the New Testament, and is the one in familiar use, not only with common readers, but, as far as I know, with the majority of biblical critics. Though the evidence that Matthew wrote his Gospel in Hebrew, is apparently of the most uniform, weighty and decisive character, there have been many among the learned, within the 3 last centuries, who have denied it, and have brought the best of their learning and ability to prove that the Greek Gospel of Matthew, which is now in the New Testament, is the original production of his pen. And so skillfully has this modern view been maintained, that this has already been made one of the most doubtful questions in the history of the canon. In Germany more particularly, but not entirely, this notion has, during the last century, been strongly supported by many who do not like the idea, that we are in possession only of a translation of this most important record of sacred history, and that the original is now lost forever. Those who have more particularly distinguished themselves on this side of the controversy, are Mayes, Schroeder, Mash and Hugg, but the great majority of critics still support the old view. The earliest evidence for the Hebrew original of Matthew's Gospel, is Papias of Hierapolis, as early as A.D. 140, not long after the times of the Apostles, and acquainted with many who knew them personally. Eusebius, Church History, 3. 39, quotes the words of Papias, of which the original is now lost, which are exactly translated here. Matthew therefore wrote the divine words in the Hebrew language, and every one translated them as he could. By which it appears that in the time of Papias there was no universally acknowledged translation of Matthew's Gospel, but that every one was still left to his own private discretion, in giving the meaning in Greek from the original Hebrew. The value of Papias's testimony on any point connected with the history of the apostles, may be best learned from his own simple and honest account of his opportunities and efforts to inquire into their history. As recorded by Eusebius in a former part of the same chapter. If any person who had ever been acquainted with the elders, came into my company, I inquired of them the words of the elders, what Andrew and Peter said. What Thomas, and James, and John, and Matthew, and the other disciples of the Lord used to say. All this shows an inquiring, zealous mind, faithful in particulars, and ready in improving opportunities for acquiring historical knowledge. Yet because in another part of the works of Eusebius, he is characterized as rather enthusiastic, and very weak in judgment, more particularly in respect to doctrines, some moderns have attempted to set aside his testimony as worth nothing on this simple historical point, the decision of which, from the direct personal witness of those who had seen Matthew and read his original Gospel, needed no more judgment than for a man to remember his own name. The argument offered to discredit Papias, is this: he believed in a bodily reign of the Messiah on the earth, during the whole period of the millennium, and for this and some similar errors, is pronounced by Eusebius, a man of very weak judgment. Pi alpha nu upsilon sigma mu iota kappa rho omicron tau omicron nu omicron upsilon nu. Therefore, he could not have known in what language Matthew wrote. The objection certainly is worth something against a man who made such errors as Papias, in questions where any nice discrimination is necessary, but in a simple effort of a ready memory. He is as good a witness as though he had the discrimination of a modern skeptical critic. In Michaelis's Introduction to the New Testament, Volume 3. c. 4. Section 4, is a full discussion of Papias's character and testimony, and the objections to them. The second witness is Irenaeus, A.D. 160, who, however, coupling his testimony with a demonstrated falsehood, destroys the value which might be otherwise put upon a statement so ancient as his. His words are quoted by Eusebius, Church History, v. 8. Matthew published among the Hebrews his Gospel, written in their own language, tau iota delta iota alpha upsilon tau omega nu delta iota alpha lambda epsilon kappa tau, while Peter and Paul were preaching Christ at Rome, and laying the foundations of the church. This latter circumstance is no great help to the story, after what has been proved on this point in the notes on Peter's life, but the critics do not pretend to attack it on this ground. They urge against it, that as Irenaeus had a great regard for Papias, and took some facts on his word, he probably took this also from him, with no other authority, a guess, which only wants proof, to make it a very tolerable argument. Let Irenaeus go for what he is worth, there are enough without him. The third witness is Pantaenus of Alexandria, already quoted in the note on Nathanael's life, p. As having found this Hebrew Gospel still in use, in that language, among the Jews of Arabia Felix, towards the end of the 2nd century. The fourth witness is Origen, d. 230, whose words on this point are preserved only in a quotation made by Eusebius, Church History, 6. 25, who thus gives them from Origen's commentary on Matthew. As I have learned by tradition concerning the four Gospels, which alone are received without dispute by the Church of God under heaven, the first was written by Matthew, once a tax-gatherer, afterwards an apostle of Jesus Christ, who published it for the benefit of the Jewish converts, having composed it in the Hebrew language, and the term, tradition, pi alpha rho alpha delta omicron sigma iota, here evidently means something more than floating, unauthorized information, coming merely by vague hearsay. For to this source only he refers all his knowledge of the fact, that the Gospel was written by Matthew, so that, in fact, we have as good authority in this place, for believing that Matthew wrote in Hebrew, as we have that he wrote at all. The other circumstances specified, also show clearly, that he did not derive all his information on this point from Papias, as some have urged. Because this account gives facts which that earlier father did not mention, as that it was written first, and that it was intended for the benefit of the Jewish converts. Later authorities, such as Athanasius, Cyril of Jerusalem, Epiphanius, Gregory of Nazianzus, and others, might be quoted in detail, to the same effect, but this general statement is sufficient for this place. The scholar of course, will refer to the works on critical theology for detailed abstracts of these, as well as the former writers. Michaelis is very full, both in extracts and discussions. Hug also gives a minute account of the evidence, with the view of refuting it. The testimony of Jerome, A.D. 395, is however, so full and explicit, and so valuable from his character as a Hebrew scholar, that it may well be esteemed of higher importance to the question, than that of some earlier writers. His words are, Matthew composed his Gospel in Hebrew letters and words, but it is not very well known who afterwards translated it. Moreover, the very Hebrew original itself is preserved even to this day, in the library at Caesarea, which the martyr Pamphilus most industriously collected. I also had the opportunity of copying, de scribendi, this book by means of the Nazareans in Beroia, a city of Syria, who used this book. Jerome de Scriptoribus Ecclesiasticis. Vita Matthew. Another passage from the same author is valuable testimony to the same purpose. Matthew wrote his Gospel in the Hebrew language, principally for the sake of those Jews who believed in Jesus. Now these testimonies, though coming from an authority so late, are of the highest value when his means of learning the truth are considered. By his own statement it appears that he had actually seen and examined the original Hebrew Gospel of Matthew, or what was considered to be such, as preserved in the valuable collections of Pamphilus, at a place within the region for which it was first written. It has been urged that Jerome confounded the Gospel according to the Hebrews, an apocryphal book, with the true original of Matthew. But this is disproved, from the circumstance that Jerome himself translated this apocryphal Gospel from the Hebrew into Latin, while he says that the translator of Matthew was unknown. Pamphilius replaced with Pamphilus. In addition to these authorities from the Fathers, may be quoted the statements appended to the ancient Syriac and Arabic versions, which distinctly declare that Matthew wrote in Hebrew. This was also the opinion of all the learned Syrians. The great argument with which all this evidence is met, besides discrediting the witnesses, is that Matthew ought to have written in Greek, and therefore did. Matthias Gries Scribery Debuit. Schubert. Dis. Section 24. This sounds very strangely. That, without any direct ancient testimony to support the assertion, but a great number of distinct assertions against it from the very earliest fathers, moderns should now pronounce themselves better judges of what Matthew ought to do than those who were so near to his time, and were so well acquainted with his design, and all the circumstances under which it was executed. Yet, strangely as it sounds, an argument of even this presumptuous aspect, demands the most respectful consideration, more especially from those who have had frequent occasion, on other points, to notice the very contemptible character of the testimony of the Fathers. It should be noticed however, that, in this case, the argument does not rest on a mere floating tradition, like many other mooted points in early Christian history, but in most of the witnesses, is referred to direct personal knowledge of the facts. And, in some cases, to actual inspection of the original. It is proper to notice the reasons for thinking that Matthew ought to have written in Greek, which have influenced such minds as those of Erasmus, Beza, Ittig, Lusden, Spanheim, Leclerc, Semler, Hug and others. And which have had a decisive weight with such wonderfully deep Hebrew scholars, as Wagenseil, Lightfoot, John Henry Michaelis, and Rieland. The amount of the argument is, mainly, that the Greek was then so widely and commonly spoken even in Palestine, as to be the most desirable language for the evangelist to use in preserving for the benefit of his own countrymen the record of the life of Christ. The particulars of the highly elaborate and learned arguments, on which this assertion has been rested, have filled volumes, nor can even an abstract be allowed here. But a simple reference to common facts will do something to show to common readers, the prominent objections to the notion of a Greek original. It is perfectly agreed that the Hebrew was the ordinary language spoken by Christ, in his teachings, and in all his usual intercourse with the people around him. That this language was that in which the Jews also commonly wrote and read at that time, as far as they were able to do either, in any language, is equally plain. In spite of all that Grecian and Roman conquests could do, the Jews were still a distinct and peculiar people. Nor is there any reason whatever to suppose that they were any less so in language, than they were in dress, manners, and general character. He, therefore, who desired to write anything for the benefit of the Jews, as a nation, would ensure it altogether the best attention from them, if it came in a form most accordant with their national feelings. They would naturally be the first persons whose salvation would be an object to the apostolic writers, as to the apostolic preachers, and the feelings of the writer himself, being in some degree influenced by love of his own countrymen. He would aim first at the direct spiritual benefit of those who were his kindred according to the flesh. Among all the historical writings of the New Testament, that there should be not one originally composed in the language of the people among whom the Savior arose, with whom he lived, talked and labored, and for whom he died, would be very strange. The fact that a gospel in the Hebrew language was considered absolutely indispensable for the benefit of the Jewish inhabitants of Palestine is rendered perfectly incontestable by the circumstance that those apocryphal gospels which were in common use among the heretical denominations of that region, were all in Hebrew. And the common argument, that the Hebrew gospel spoken of by the fathers was translated into Hebrew from Matthew's Greek, is itself an evidence that it was absolutely indispensable that the Jews should be addressed in writing in that language alone. The objection, that the Hebrew original of Matthew was lost so soon, is easily answered by the fact, that the Jews were, in the course of the few first centuries, driven out of the land of their fathers so completely as to destroy the occasion for any such gospel in their language. For wherever they went, they soon made the dialect of the country in which they lived, their only medium of communication, written or spoken. Fabricius may be advantageously consulted by the scholar for a condensed view of the question of the original language of Matthew's Gospel, and his references to authorities, ancient and modern, are numerous and valuable. Besides those appended by his editors, the most complete argument ever made out in defense of a Greek original, is that by Hug, in his introduction, whose history of the progress of Grecian influence and language in Syria and Palestine is both interesting and valuable on its own account, though made the inefficient instrument of supporting an error. He is very ably met by his English translator, Waite, in the introduction to the first volume. A very strong defense of a Greek original of Matthew is also found in a little quarto pamphlet, containing a thesis of a Göttingen student, on taking his degree in theology, in 1810. Dis. Crit. Exeg. Inserm. Mat and K. Oct. Frid. Ghoul. Schubert. 2. What were the materials of Matthew's Gospel? This point has been made the subject of more discussion and speculation, within the last 50 years, among the critical and exegetically theologians of Europe, than any other subject connected with the New Testament. Those who wish to see the interesting details of the modes of explaining the coincidences between the three first evangelists, may find much on this subject in Michaelis's Introduction to the New Testament. And especially in the translation by Bishop Marsh, who, in his notes on Volume 3 of Michaelis, has, after a very full discussion of all previous views of the origin of the Gospels, gone on to build one of the most ingenious speculations on this point that was ever conceived on any subject, but which, in its very complicated structure, will present a most insuperable objection to its adoption by the vast majority of even his critical readers. And accordingly, though he has received universal praise for the great learning and ingenuity displayed in its formation, he has found few supporters, perhaps none. His views are fully examined and fairly discussed, by the anonymous English translator of Dr. F. Schleiermacher's commentary on Luke, in an introductory history of all the German speculations on this subject with which he has prefaced that work. The historical sketch there given of the progress of opinion on the sources and materials of the three first Gospels, is probably the most complete account of the whole matter that is accessible in English. and displays a very minute acquaintance with the German theologians. Hug is also very full on this subject, and also discusses the views of Marsh and Michaelis. Hug's translator, Dr. Waite, has given, in an introduction to the first volume, a very interesting account of these critical controversies, and has large references to many German writers not referred to by his author. Berthold and Bolton, in particular, are amply quoted and disputed by Waite. Bloomfield also, in the prefaces to the first and second volumes of his critical annotations on the New Testament, gives much on the subject that can hardly be found anywhere else by a mere English reader. Large references might be made to the works of the original German writers. But it would require a very protracted statement, and would be useless to nearly all readers, because those to whom these rare and deep treasures of sacred knowledge are accessible, are doubtless better able to give an account of them than I am. It may be worth while to mention, however, that of all those statements of the facts on this subject with which I am acquainted, none gives a more satisfactory view, than a little Latin monograph, in a quarto of 80 pages, written by H.W. Halfeld, a Göttingen theological student, and a pupil of Eichhorn, for whose views he has a great partiality, for the royal premium. Its title is, Commentatio de origine quatuor evangeliorum, edita eorum canonica auctoritate. Göttingen, 1796. The Bibliotheca Graeca of Fabricius, Harles's edition with notes, contains, in the chapters on the Gospels, very rich references to the learned authors on these points. Lardner, in his History of the Apostles and Evangelists, takes a learned view of the question, whether either of the three evangelists had seen the other's writings. This he gives after the lives of all four of the evangelists, and it may be referred to for a very full abstract of all the old opinions upon the question. Few of these points have any claim for a discussion in this book, but some things may very properly be alluded to, in the lives of the other evangelists, where a reference to their resemblances and common sources will be essential to the completeness of the narrative. 3. At what time did Matthew write his Gospel? This is a question on which the records of antiquity afford no light that can be trusted, and it is therefore left to be settled entirely by internal evidence. There are indeed ancient stories, that he wrote it 9 years after the Ascension, that he wrote it 15 years after that event, that he wrote it while Peter and Paul were preaching at Rome or when he was about leaving Palestine, and all which are about equally valuable. The results of the examinations of modern writers, who have labored to ascertain the date, have been exceedingly various, and only probabilities can be stated on this most interesting point of gospel history. The most probable conjecture on this point is one based on the character of certain passages in Christ's prophecy of the destruction of Jerusalem, which by their vividness in the evangelist's record may be fairly presumed to have been written down when the crisis in Jewish affairs was highest, and most interesting, and when the perilous condition of the innocent Christians must have been a matter of the deepest solicitude to the apostles, so much as to deserve a particular provision, by a written testimony of the impending ruin. A reference made also to a certain historical fact in Christ's prophecy, which is known on the testimony of Josephus, the Jewish historian, to have happened about this time, affords another important ground for fixing the date. This is the murder of Zechariah, the son of Berechiah, whom the Jews slew between the temple and the altar. He relates that the ferocious banditti, who had possessed themselves of the strong places of the city, tyrannized over the wretched inhabitants, executing the most bloody murders daily, among them, and killing, upon the most unfounded accusations, the noblest citizens. Among those thus sacrificed by these bloody tyrants, Josephus very minutely narrates the murder of Zechariah, the son of Baruch, or Baruchus, a man of one of the first families, and of great wealth. His independence of character and freedom of speech, denouncing the base tyranny under which the city groaned, soon made him an object of mortal hatred to the military rulers. And his wealth also constituted an important incitement to his destruction. He was therefore seized, and on the baseless charge of plotting to betray the city into the hands of Vespasian and the Romans, was brought to a trial before a tribunal constituted by themselves, from the elders of the people, in the temple, which they had profaned by making it their stronghold. The righteous Zechariah, knowing that his doom was irrevocably sealed, determined not to lay aside his freedom of speech, even in this desperate pass. And when brought by his iniquitous accusers before the elders who constituted the tribunal, in all the eloquent energy of despair, after refuting the idle accusations against him, in few words, he turned upon his accusers in just indignation, and burst out into the most bitter denunciations of their wickedness and cruelty, mingling with these complaints, lamentations over the desolate and miserable condition of his ruined country. The ferocious zealots, excited to madness by his dauntless spirit of resistance, instantly drew their swords, and threateningly called out to the judges to condemn him at once. But even the instruments of their power were too much moved by the heroic innocence of the prisoner to consent to this unjust doom, and, in spite of these threats, acquitted him at once. The zealots then burst out, at once, into fury against the judges, and rushed upon them to punish their temerity, in declaring themselves willing to die with him, rather than unjustly pronounce sentence upon him. Two of the fiercest of the ruffians, seizing Zachariah, slew him in the middle of the temple, insulting his last agonies, and immediately hurled his warm corpse over the terrace of the temple, into the depths of the valley below. This was, most evidently, the horrible murder, to which Jesus referred in his prophecy. Performed thus, just on the eve of the last, utter ruin of the temple and the city, it is the only act that could be characterized as the crowning iniquity of all the blood unrighteously shed, from the earliest time downwards. It has sometimes been supposed by those ignorant of this remarkable event, that the Zachariah here referred to, was Zachariah, son of Jehoiada, who in the reign of Joash, king of Judah, was stoned by the people, at the command of the king, in the outer court of the temple. But there are several circumstances connected with that event, which render it impossible to interpret the words of Jesus as referring merely to that, although some of the coincidences are truly amazing. That Zachariah was the son of Jehoiada, this was the son of Baruch or Berechiah. That Zachariah was slain in the outer court, this was slain, in the midst of the temple, that is, between the temple and the altar. Besides, Jesus evidently speaks of this Zachariah as a person yet to come. Behold, I send to you prophets, and wise men, and writers, and some of them you shall kill and crucify, and some of them you shall scourge and persecute. That upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zachariah, the son of Berechiah, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar. All these things shall come upon this generation. It is true that here, the writer, in recording the prophecy, now referring to its fulfillment, turns to the Jews, charging it upon them as a crime already past, when he writes, though not at the time when the Savior spoke. And it is therefore, by a bold change of tense, that he represents Jesus speaking of a future event, as past. But the whole point of the discourse plainly refers to future crimes, as well as to future punishment. The multitude who heard him, indeed, no doubt considered him as pointing, in this particular mention of names, only to a past event. And notwithstanding the difference of minor circumstances, probably interpreted his words as referring to the Zechariah mentioned in 2 Chronicles, who was stoned for his open rebukes of the sins of king and people. A conclusion moreover, justified by the previous words of Jesus. He had just been denouncing upon them the sin of their fathers, as the murderers of the prophets, whose tombs they were now so ostentatiously building. And if this wonderful accomplishment of his latter words had not taken place, it might reasonably be supposed, that he spoke of these future crimes only to show that their conduct would soon justify his imputation to them of their fathers' guilt. That they would, during that same generation, murder similar persons, sent to them on similar divine errands, and thus become sharers in the crime of their fathers, who slew Zachariah, the son of Jehoiada, in the outer temple. But here now is the testimony of the impartial Josephus, a Jew, himself a contemporary learner of all these events, and an eyewitness of some of them, who, without any bias in favor of Christ, but rather some prejudice against him. In this case too, without the knowledge of any such prophecy spoken or recorded, gives a clear, definite statement of the outrageous murder of Zachariah, the son of Baruch or Berechiah, who, as he says, exactly, was slain in the middle of the temple, that is, halfway, between the temple courts and the altar. He mentions it too, as the last bloody murder of a righteous man, for proclaiming the guilt of the wicked people, and it therefore very exactly corresponds to the idea of the crime, which was, to fill up the measure of their iniquities. This event, thus proved to be the accomplishment of the prophecy of Jesus, and being shown moreover, to have been expressed in this peculiar form, with a reference to the recent occurrence of the murder alluded to, is therefore a most valuable means of ascertaining the date of this gospel. Josephus dates the murder of Zechariah in the month of October, in the 13th year of the reign of Nero, which corresponds to A.D. 66. The Apostle Matthew then, must have written after this time. And it must be settled by other passages, how long after, he recorded the prophecy. The passage containing the prophecy of the death of Zechariah, is in Matthew 23:35, and that of the abomination of desolation, is in 24:15. Remove duplicated word, the. This interesting event is recorded by Josephus, History of Jewish War, 4. v. 4, Winky Face. And is one of the numerous instances which show the vast benefit which the Christian student of the New Testament may derive from the interesting and exact accounts of this Jewish historian. Another remarkable passage occurring in the prophecy of Jesus to his disciples, respecting the ruin of the temple, recorded by Matthew immediately after the discourse to the multitude, just given, affords reasonable ground for ascertaining this point in the history of this gospel. When Jesus was solemnly forewarning Peter, Andrew, James and John, of the utter ruin of the temple and city, he mentioned to them, at their request, certain signs, by which they might know the near approach of the coming judgment upon their country, and might thus escape the ruin to which the guilty were doomed. After many sad predictions of personal suffering, which must befall them in his service, he distinctly announced to them a particular event, by the occurrence of which they might know that the end was come, and might then, at the warning, flee from the danger to a place of safety. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, whoso readeth, let him understand, then let them that are in Judea flee to the mountains. This parenthetical expression is evidently thrown in by Matthew, as a warning to his readers, of an event which it behoved them to notice, as the token of a danger which they must escape. The expression was entirely local and occasional, in its character, and could never have been made a part of the discourse by Jesus. But the writer himself, directing his thoughts at that moment to the circumstances of the time, called the attention of his Christian countrymen to the warning of Jesus, as something which they must understand and act upon immediately. The inquiry then arises as to the meaning of the expression used by Jesus in his prophecy. The abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, as standing in the holy place, unquestionably refers to the horrible violation of the sanctity of the holy places of the temple, by the banditti, styling themselves zealots for their country, who, taking possession of the sanctuary, called in the savage Idumeans, a heathen people, who not only profaned the temple, by their unholy presence, but defiled it with various excesses, committing there a horrible massacre, and flooding its pavements with blood. This was the abomination to which both Daniel and Matthew referred, and which the latter had in mind when he mentioned it to his brethren to whom he wrote, as the sign which they in reading should understand, and upon the warning, flee to the mountains. These horrible polluting excesses are the only events recorded in the history of the times, which can with such certainty and justice be pronounced the sad omens, to which Jesus and his evangelist referred. They are known to have occurred just before the death of Zechariah, and therefore also show this gospel to have been written after the date above fixed for that event. That it must have been written before the last siege of Jerusalem, is furthermore manifest from the fact, that, in order to have the effect of a warning, it must have been sent to those in danger before the avenues of escape from danger were closed up, as they certainly were after Titus had fully encompassed Jerusalem with his armies, and after the ferocious Jewish tyrants had made it certain death for any one to attempt to pass from Jerusalem to the Roman camp. To have answered the purpose for which it was intended, then, it must have been written at some period between the murder of Zechariah, which was in the winter of the year 66, and the march of Titus from Galilee to Jerusalem, before which place he pitched his camp in the month of March, in A.D. 70. The precise point of time in these 3 years it is impossible to fix, but it was, very probably, within a short time after the commission of the bloody crimes to which he refers, perhaps in the beginning of the year 67. This view of these passages and the circumstances to which they refer, with all the arguments which support the inferences drawn from them, may be found in Hugg's Introduction, Volume 2. Section 4. He dates Matthew's Gospel much later than most writers do, it being commonly supposed to have been written in the year 41, or in the year 61. Michaelis makes an attempt to reconcile these conjectures, by supposing that it was written in Hebrew by Matthew, in A.D. 41, and translated in 61. But this is a mere guess, for which he does not pretend to assign a reason, and only says that he can see no impropriety in supposing so. Introduction, 3. 4, 1, 2. Eichhorn suggests, that a reason for concluding that Matthew wrote his Gospel a long time after the events which he relates, is implied in the expression used in chapter 27. 8 and 28. 15. It is so called, to this day, it is commonly reported, to this day, are expressions which, to any reader, convey the idea of many years intervening between the incidents and the time of their narration. In 27. 15, also, the explanation which he gives of the custom of releasing a prisoner to the Jews on the feast day, implies that the custom had been so long out of date, as to be probably forgotten by most of his readers. Unless their memories were refreshed by this distinct explanation. 4. With what special design was this Gospel written? The circumstances of the times, as alluded to under the last inquiry, afford much light on the immediate object which Matthew had in view, in writing his Gospel. It is true, that common readers of the Bible seldom think of it as anything else than a mere complete revelation made to all men, to lead them in the way of truth and salvation. And few are prepared for an inquiry which shall take each portion of the Scriptures by itself, and follow it through all its individual history, to the very source, searching even into the immediate and temporary purpose of the inspired writers. Indeed, very many never think or know, that the historical portions of the New Testament were written with any other design than to furnish to believers in Christ, through all ages, in all countries, a complete and distinct narrative of the events of the history of the foundation of their religion. But such a notion is perfectly discordant, not only with the reasonable results of an accurate examination of these writings, in all their parts, but with the uniform and decided testimony of all the fathers of the Christian Church, who may be safely taken as important and trusty witnesses of the notions prevalent in their times, about the scope and original design of the apostolic records. And though, as to the minute particulars of the history of the sacred canon, their testimony is worth little, yet on the general question, whether the apostles wrote with only a universal reference, or also with some special design connected with their own age and times, the fathers are as good authority as any writers that ever lived could be, on the opinions generally prevalent in their own day. In this particular case, however, very little reference can be made to external historical evidence, on the scope of Matthew's Gospel, because very few notices indeed, are found, of its immediate object, among the works of the early writers. But a view of the circumstances of the times, before referred to, will illustrate many things connected with the plan of the work, and show a peculiar force in many passages, that would otherwise be little appreciated. It appears on the unimpeachable testimony of the historians of those very times, of Josephus, who was a Jew, and of Tacitus and Suetonius, who were Romans, that both before and during the civil disturbances that ended in the destruction of Jerusalem, there was a general impression among the Jews, that their long-foretold Savior and national restorer, the Messiah King, would soon appear, and in the power of God, lead them on to a certain triumph over the seemingly invincible hosts, which even the boundless strength of Rome could send against them. In the expectation of the establishment of his glorious dominion, under which Israel should more than renew the honors and the power of David and Solomon, they, without fear of the appalling consequences of their temerity, entered upon the hopeless struggle for independence. And according to the testimony of the above-mentioned historians, this prevalent notion did much, not only to incite them to the contest, but also to sustain their resolution under the awful calamities which followed. The revolt thus fully begun, drew the whole nation together into a perfect union of feeling and interest, all sharing in the popular fanaticism, became Jews again, whereby the Christian faith must have lost not a few of its professors. In these circumstances, and while such notions were prevalent, Matthew wrote his sketch of the life, teachings and miracles of Jesus. And throughout the whole of his narrative makes constant references, where the connection can suggest, to such passages in the ancient holy books of the Hebrews, as were commonly supposed to describe the character and destiny of the Messiah. Tracing out in all these lineaments of ancient prophecy, the complete picture of the restorer of Israel, he thus proved, by a comparison with the actual life of Jesus of Nazareth, that this was the person, whose course throughout had been predicted by the ancient prophets. In this way, he directly attacked the groundless hopes, which the fanatical rebels had excited, showing, as he did, that he for whom they looked as the deliverer of Israel from bondage, had already come, and devoted his life to the disenthrallment and salvation of his people from their sins. A distinct and satisfactory proof, carried on through a chain of historical evidence to this effect, would answer the purpose as fully as the written truth could do, of overthrowing the baseless imposition with which the impudent zealots were beguiling the hopes of a credulous people, and leading them on, willingly deceived, to their utter ruin. In this book, containing a clear prediction of the destruction of the temple and holy city, and of the whole religious and civil organization of the Jewish nation, many would find the revealed truth, making them wise in the way of salvation, though for a time, all efforts might seem in vain. For the literal fulfillment of these solemn prophecies thus previously recorded, afterwards ensuing, the truth of the doctrines of a spiritual faith connected with these words of prediction would be strongly impressed on those whom the consummation of their country's ruin should lead to a consideration of the errors in which they had been long led astray. These prophecies promised, too, that after all these schemes of worldly triumph for the name and race of Israel, had sadly terminated in the utter, irretrievable ruin of temple and city, and when the cessation of festivals and the taking away of the daily sacrifice, had left the Jew so few material and formal objects, to hang his faith and hopes on, the wandering ones should turn to the pure spiritual truths, which would prove the best consolation in their hopeless condition, and own, in vast numbers, the name and faith of him, whose sorrowful life and sad death were but too mournful a type of the coming woes of those who rejected him. Acknowledging the despised and crucified Nazarene as the true prophet and the long-foretold Messiah King of afflicted Judah, the heartbroken, wandering sons of Israel should join themselves to that oft-preached heavenly kingdom of virtue and truth, whose only entrance was through repentance and humility. Hence those numerous quotations from the prophets, and from the Psalms, which are so abundant in Matthew, and by which even a common reader is able to distinguish the peculiar, definite object that this writer has in view to show to the Jews, by a minute detail, and a frequent comparison, that the actions of Jesus, even in the most trifling incidents, corresponded with those passages of the ancient scriptures, which foreshadowed the Messiah. In this particular, his gospel is clearly distinguished from the others, which are for the most part deficient in this distinct unity of design. And where they refer to the grand object of representing Jesus as the Messiah, the Son of God, they do it in other modes, which show that it was for more general purposes, and directed to the conversion of Gentiles rather than Jews. This is the case with John, who plainly makes this an essential object in his grand scheme. But he combines the establishment of this great truth, with the more immediate occasions of subverting error and checking the progress of heretical opinions that aim to detract from the divine prerogatives of Jesus. But John deals very little in those pointed and apt references to the testimony of the Hebrew Scriptures, which so distinguish the writings of Matthew. He evidently apprehends that those to whom he writes, will be less affected by appeals of that kind, than by proofs drawn from his actions and discourses, and by the testimony of the great, the good, and the inspired among those who saw and heard him. The work of Matthew was, on the other hand, plainly designed to bring to the faith of Jesus, those who were already fully and correctly instructed in all that related to the divinely exalted character of the Messiah, and only needed proof that the person proposed to them as the Redeemer thus foretold, was in all particulars such as the unerring word of ancient prophecy required. Besides this object of converting the unbelieving Jews, its tendency was also manifestly to strengthen and preserve those who were already professors of the faith of Jesus. And such, through all ages, has been its mighty scope, enlightening the nations with the clearest historical testimony ever borne to the whole life and actions of Jesus Christ, and rejoicing the millions of the faithful with the plainest record of the events that secured their salvation. Beyond the history of this gospel, the Fathers have hardly given the least account, either fanciful or real, of the succeeding life of Matthew. A fragment of tradition, of no very ancient date, specifies that he wrote his gospel when he was about to leave Palestine to go to other lands, but neither the region nor the period is mentioned. Probably, at the time of the destruction of Jerusalem, he followed the eastward course of the Jewish Christians, but beyond this, even conjecture is lost. But where all historical grounds fail, monkish invention comes in with its tedious details of fabulous nonsense. And in this case, as in others already alluded to, the writings of the monks of the 14th century, produce long accounts of Matthew's labors in Ethiopia, where he is carried through a long series of fabled miracles, to the usual crowning glory of martyrdom. Ethiopia. The earliest testimony on this point by any ecclesiastical history, is that of Socrates, a.d. 425, a Greek writer, who says only, that, when the apostles divided the heathen world, by lot, among themselves, to Matthew was allotted Ethiopia. This is commonly supposed to mean Nubia, or the country directly south of Egypt. The other fathers of the 5th and following centuries, generally assign him the same country, but it is quite uncertain what region is designated by this name. Ethiopia was a name applied by the Greeks to such a variety of regions, that it is quite in vain to define the particular one meant, without more information about the locality. But no such idle inventions can add anything to the interest which this apostolic writer has secured for himself by his noble Christian record. Not even an authentic history of miracles and martyrdom, could increase his enduring greatness. The tax-gatherer of Galilee has left a monument, on which cluster the combined honors of a literary and a holy fame, a monument which ensures him a wider, more lasting, and far higher glory than the noblest achievements of the Grecian or the Latin writers, in his or any age could acquire for them. Not Herodotus nor Livy, not Demosthenes nor Cicero, not Homer or Virgil, can find a reader to whom the despised Matthew's simple work is not familiar. Nor did the highest hope or the proudest conception of the brilliant Horace, when exulting in the extent and durability of his fame, equal the boundless and eternal range of Matthew's honors. What would Horace have said, if he had been told that among the most despised of these superstitious and barbarian Jews, whom his own writings show to have been proverbially scorned, would arise one, within 30 or 40 years, who, degraded by his avocation, even below his own countrymen's standard of respectability, would, by a simple record in humble prose, in an uncultivated and soon forgotten dialect, complete a monument more enduring than brass, more lofty than the pyramids, outlasting all the storms of revolution and of disaster, all the course of ages and the flight of time. Yet such was the result of the unpretending effort of Matthew, and it is not the least among the miracles of the religion whose foundation he commemorated and secured, that such a wonder in fame should have been achieved by it. Achievements replaced with achievements. Thomas, Didymus. The second name of this apostle is only the Greek translation of the former, which is the Syriac and Hebrew word for a twin brother, from which, therefore, one important circumstance may be safely inferred about the birth of Thomas. Though unfortunately, beyond this, antiquity bears no record whatever of his circumstances previous to his admission into the apostolic fraternity. Nor is the authentic history of the apostles much more satisfactory in respect to subsequent parts of Thomas's history. A very few brief but striking incidents, in which he was particularly engaged, are specified by John alone, who seems to have been disposed to supply, by his gospel, some characteristic account of several of the apostles, who had been noticed only by name, in the writings of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Those in particular who receive this peculiar notice from him, are Andrew, Philip, Nathanael, Thomas, and John himself, of all whom, as well as of Peter, are thus learned some interesting matters, which, though apparently so trivial, do much towards giving a distinct impression of some of the leading traits in their characters. Among those facts thus preserved respecting Thomas, however, there is not one which gives any account of his parentage, rank in life, or previous occupation, nor do any other authentic sources bring any more facts to view on these points. The only conclusion presented even by conjecture, about his early history, is, that he was a publican, like Matthew, a notion which is found in some of the Fathers, grounded, no doubt, altogether on the circumstance, that in all the Gospel lists he is paired with Matthew, as though there were some close connection between them. This is only a conjecture, and one with even a more insignificant basis than most trifling speculations of this sort, and therefore deserving no regard whatever. Of the 3 incidents commemorated by John, 2 at least, are such as to present Thomas in a light by no means advantageous to his character as a ready and zealous believer in Jesus. But on both these occasions he is represented as expressing opinions which prove him to have been very slow, not only in believing, but in comprehending spiritual truths. The first incident is that mentioned by John in his account of the death of Lazarus, where he describes the effect produced on the disciples by the news of the decease of their friend, and by the declaration made at the same time by Jesus of his intention to go into Judea again, in spite of all the mortal dangers to which he was there exposed by the hatred of the Jews, who, enraged at his open declarations of his divine character and origin, were determined to punish with death one who advanced claims which they pronounced absolutely blasphemous. This mortal hatred they had so openly expressed, that Jesus himself had thought it best to retire a while from that region, and to avoid exposing himself to the fatal effects of such malice, until the other great duties of his earthly mission had been executed, so as to enable him, at last, to proceed to the bloody fulfillment of his mighty task, with the assurance that he had finished the work which his Father gave him to do. But in spite of the pressing remonstrances of his disciples, Jesus expressed his firm resolution to go, in the face of all mortal dangers, into Judea, there to complete the divine work which he had only begun. Thomas, finding his master determined to rush into the danger, which, by once retreating from it for a time, he had acknowledged to be imminent, resolved not to let him go on, alone. And turning to his fellow disciples, said, "Let us also go, that we may die with him." The proposal, thus decidedly made, shows a noble resolution in Thomas, to share all the fortunes of him to whom he had joined himself, and presents his character in a far more favorable light than the other passages in which his conduct is commemorated. While the rest were fearfully expostulating on the peril of the journey, he boldly proposed to his companions to follow unhesitatingly the footsteps of their master, whithersoever he might go, thus evincing a spirit of far more exalted devotion to the cause. The view here taken differs from the common interpretation of the passage, but it is the view which has seemed best supported by the whole tenor of the context, as may be decided by a reference to the passage in its place, John 11:16. The evidence on both views cannot be better presented than in Bloomfield's note on this passage, which is here extracted entire. Here again the commentators differ in opinion. Some, as Grotius, Poole, Hammond, Whitby, and others, apply the alpha tau omicron upsilon to Lazarus, and take it as equivalent to, "Let us go and die together with him." But it is objected by Maldonati and Lampe, that Lazarus was already dead, and die like him they could not, because a violent death was the one in Thomas's contemplation. But these arguments seem inconclusive. It may with more justice be objected that the sense seems scarcely natural. I prefer, with many ancient and modern interpreters, to refer the alpha tau omicron upsilon to Jesus, "Let us go and die with him." Maldonati and Doddridge regard the words as indicative of the most affectionate attachment to our Lord's person. But this is going into the other extreme. It seems prudent to hold a middle course, with Calvin, Tarnovius, Lyser, Bucer, Lampe, and, as it should appear, Tittman. Thomas could not dismiss the idea of the imminent danger to which both Jesus and they would be exposed, by going into Judea. And, with characteristic bluntness, and some portion of ill humor, though with substantial attachment to his master's person, he exclaims, "Since our master will expose himself to such imminent, and, as it seems, unnecessary danger, let us accompany him, if it be only to share his fate. Thus there is no occasion, with Markland and Forster, apud Bowyer, to read the words interrogatively. Bloomfield's Annotations, Volume 3. Page 426, 427. In John's minute account of the parting discourses of Christ at the Last Supper, it is mentioned, that Jesus, after speaking of his departure, as very near, in order to comfort his disciples, told them, he was going to prepare a place for them in his Father's house, where were many mansions. Assuring them of his speedy return to bring them to these mansions of rest, he said to them, Whither I go ye know, and the way ye know. But so lost, for the time, were all these words of instruction and counsel, that not one of his followers seems to have rightly apprehended the force of this remark. And Thomas was probably only expressing the general doubt, when he replied to Jesus, in much perplexity at the language, Lord, we know not whither thou goest, and how can we know the way? Jesus replied, I am the way, the truth, and the life, no man comes to the Father but by me. But equally vain was this new illustration of the truth. The remark which Philip next made, begging that they might have their curiosity gratified by a sight of the Father, shows how idly they were all still dreaming of a worldly, tangible and visible kingdom. And how uniformly they perverted all the plain declarations of Jesus, to a correspondence with their own preconceived, deep-rooted notions. Nor was this miserable error removed, till the descent of that Spirit of truth, which their long-suffering and ever-watchful Lord invoked, to teach their still darkened souls the things which they would not now see, and to bring to their remembrance all which they now so little heeded. The remaining incident respecting this apostle, which is recorded by John, further illustrates the state of mind in which each new revelation of the divine power and character of Jesus found his disciples. None of them expected his resurrection. None would really believe it, until they had seen him with their own eyes. Thomas therefore showed no remarkable skepticism, when, hearing from the others, that one evening, when he was not present, Jesus had actually appeared alive among them, he declared his absolute unbelief, protesting that far from suffering himself to be as lightly deceived as they had been, he would give no credit to any evidence but that of the most unquestionable character, that of seeing and touching those bloody marks which would characterize, beyond all possibility of mistake, the crucified body of Jesus. Except I shall see in his hands the print of the nails, and put my finger into the print of the nails, and thrust my hand into his side, I will not believe. After 8 days, the disciples were again assembled, and on this occasion Thomas was with them. While they were sitting, as usual, with doors closed for fear of the Jews, Jesus again, in the same sudden and mysterious manner as before, appeared all at once in the midst, with his solemn salutation, Peace be with you. Turning at once to the unbelieving disciple, whose amazed eyes now for the first time fell on the body of his risen Lord, he said to him, Thomas, put thy finger here, and see my hands, and put thy hand here, and thrust it into my side. And be not faithless, but believing. The stubbornly skeptical disciple was melted at the sight of these mournful tokens of his Redeemer's dying agonies, and in a burst of new exalted devotion, he exclaimed, My Lord and my God. The pierced hands and side showed beyond all question the body of his Lord, and the spirit that could, of itself, from such a death, return to perfect life, could be nothing else than God. The reply of Jesus to this expression of faith and devotion, contained a deep reproach to this slow-believing disciple, who would take no evidence whatever of the accomplishment of his Master's dying words, except the sight of every tangible thing that could identify his person. Thomas, because thou hast seen me, thou hast believed, blessed are they, who though not seeing, yet believe. Put thy finger here. This phrase seems to express the graphic force of the original, much more justly than the common translation. The adverb of place, delta epsilon, gives the idea of the very place where the wounds had been made, and brings to the reader's mind the attitude and gesture of Jesus, with great distinctness. The adverb, here, refers to the print of the nails. And Jesus holds out his hand to Thomas, as he says these words, telling him to put his finger into the wound. Not seeing, yet believe. This is the form of expression best justified by the indefiniteness of the Greek aorists, whose very name implies this unlimitedness in respect to time. The limitation to the past, implied in the common translation, is by no means required by the original, but it is left so vague, that the action may be referred to the present and the future also. Beyond this, the writings of the New Testament give not the least account of Thomas, and his subsequent history can only be uncertainly traced in the dim and dark stories of tradition, or in the contradictory records of the Fathers. Different accounts state that he preached the gospel in Parthia, Media, Persia, Ethiopia, and at last, India. A great range of territories is thus spread out before the investigator, but the traces of the apostles' course and labors are both few and doubtful. Those of the Fathers who mention his journeys into these countries, give no particulars whatever of his labors, and all that is now believed respecting these things, is derived from other, and perhaps still more uncertain sources. India is constantly asserted by the Fathers, from the beginning of the 3rd century, to have very early received the gospel, and this apostle is named as the person through whom this evangelization was effected. But this evidence alone would be entitled to very little consideration, except from the circumstance, that from an early period, to this day, there has existed in India, a large body of Christians, who give themselves the name of St. Thomas's Christians, of whose antiquity proofs are found in the testimony, both of very ancient and very modern travelers. They still retain many traditions of the person whom they claim as their founder, of his place of landing, the towns he visited, the churches he planted, his places of residence and his retreats for private devotion. The very spot of his martyrdom, and his grave. A tradition, however, floating down unwritten for 15 centuries, cannot be received as very good evidence, and the more minute such stories are in particulars, the more suspicious they are in their character for truth. But in respect to the substance of this, it may well be said, that it is by no means improbable, and is in the highest degree consistent with the views, already taken, in former parts of this work, of the eastward course of the apostles after the destruction of Jerusalem. The great body of them, taking refuge at Babylon, within the limits of the great Parthian Empire, the more adventurous might follow the commercial routes still farther eastward, to the mild and generally peaceful nations of distant India, whose character for civilization and partial refinement was such as to present many facilities for the introduction and wide diffusion of the gospel among them. These views, in connection with the great amount of respectable evidence from various other sources, make the whole outline of the story of Thomas's labors in India very possible, and even highly probable. The earliest evidence among the Fathers that has ever been quoted on this point, is that of Pantaenus, of Alexandria, whose visit to what was then called India, has been mentioned above, page, winky face. But as has there been observed, the investigations of Michaelis and others, have made it probable that Arabia Felix was the country there intended by that name. The first distinct mention made of any eastward movement of Thomas, that can be found, is by Origen, who is quoted by Eusebius, Church History, 3:1, as testifying, that when the apostles separated to go into all the world, and preach the gospel, Parthia was assigned to Thomas, and Origen is represented as appealing to the common tradition, for the proof of this particular fact. Jerome speaks of Thomas, as preaching the gospel in Media and Persia. In another passage he specifies India, as his field, and in this he is followed by most of the later writers Ambrose, Nicephorus, Baronius, Natalis, and Chrysostom. Oration on the 12 Apostles, says that Thomas preached the gospel in Ethiopia. As the geography of all these good fathers seems to have been somewhat confused, all these accounts may be considered very consistent with each other. Media and Persia were both in the Parthian Empire, and all very distant countries, east and south, were, by the Greeks, vaguely denominated India and Ethiopia, just as all the northern unknown regions were generally called Scythia. Removed duplicate as Natalis Alexander, Church History, 4. p. 32, sums up all these accounts by saying, that Thomas preached the gospel to the Parthians, Medes, Persians, Brahmins, Indians, and the other neighboring nations, subject to the empire of the Parthians. He quotes as his authorities, besides the above-mentioned fathers, Sophronius, d. 390, Gregory Nazianzen, d. 370, Ambrose, 370, Gaudentius, d. 387. The author of the imperfect work on Matthew, d. 560, says, that Thomas found in his travels, the three Magi, who adored the infant Jesus, and having baptized them, associated them with him, in his apostolic labors. Theodoret, d. 423, Gaudentius, Asterius, d. 320, and others, declare Thomas to have died by martyrdom. Sophronius, 390, testifies that Thomas died at Kalamina, in India. This Kalamina is now called Malapur, and in commemoration of a tradition, preserved, as we are told, on the spot, to this effect, the Portuguese, when they set up their dominion in India, gave it the name of the city of St. Thomas. The story reported by the Portuguese travelers and historians is, that there was a tradition current among the people of the place, that Thomas was there martyred, by being thrust through with a lance. Natalie's Alexander, Church History, Volume 4. Pages 32, 33. A new weight of testimony has been added to all this, by the statements of Dr. Claudius Buchanan, who, in modern times, has traced out all these traditions on the spot referred to, and has given a very full account of the Christians of St. Thomas, in his Christian Researches in India. On this evidence may be founded a rational belief, though not an absolute certainty, that Thomas actually did preach the gospel in distant eastern countries, and there met with such success as to leave the lasting tokens of his labors. To preserve through a course of ages, in united glory, his own name and that of his Master. In obedience to his last earthly command, he went to teach nations unknown to Caesar, proclaiming to them the message of divine love, solitary, and unsupported, save by the presence of him, who had promised to be with him always, even to the end of the world. James, the Little, the son of Alphaeus. His name. It will be observed, no doubt, by all readers, that the most important inquiry suggested in the outset of the most of these apostolic biographies, is about the name and personal identification of the individual subject of each life. This difficulty is connected with peculiarities of those ancient times and half-refined nations, that may not, perhaps, be very readily appreciated by those who have been accustomed only to the definite nomenclature of families and individuals, which is universally adopted among civilized nations at the present day. With all the refined nations of European race, the last part of a person's name marks his family, and is supposed to have been borne by his father, and by his ancestors, from the time when family names were first adopted. The former part of his name, with equal definiteness, marks the individual, and generally remains fixed from the time when he first received his name. Whenever any change takes place in any part of his appellation, it is generally done in such a formal and permanent mode, as never to make any occasion for confusion in respect to the individual, among those concerned with him. But no such decisive limitation of names to persons, prevailed among even the most refined nations of the apostolic age. The name given to a child at birth, indeed, was very uniformly retained through life. But as to the other parts of his appellation, it was taken, according to circumstances, chance or caprice, from the common name of his father, from some personal peculiarity, from his business, from his general character, or from some particular incident in his life. The name thus acquired, to distinguish him from others bearing his former name, was used either in connection with that, or without. And sometimes two or more such distinctive appellations belonged to the same man, all or any of which were used together with the former, or separate from it, without any definite rule of application. To those acquainted with the individual so variously named, and contemporary with him, no confusion was made by this multiplicity of words. And when anything was recorded respecting him, it was done with the perfect assurance, that all who then knew him, would find no difficulty in respect to his personal identity, however he might be mentioned. But in later ages, when the personal knowledge of all these individual distinctions has been entirely lost, great difficulties necessarily arise on these points, difficulties which, after tasking historical and philological criticism to the highest efforts, in order to settle the facts, are, for the most part, left in absolute uncertainty. Thus, in respect to the 12 apostles, it will be noticed, that this confusion of names throws great doubt over many important questions. Among some of them, too, these difficulties are partly owing to other causes. Their names were originally given to them, in the peculiar language of Palestine. And in the extension of their labors and fame, to people of different languages, of a very opposite character, their names were forced to undergo new distortions, by being variously translated, or changed in termination. And many of the original Hebrew sounds, in consequence of being altogether unpronounceable by Greeks and Romans, were variously exchanged for softer and smoother ones, which, in their dissimilar forms, would lose almost all perceptible traces of identity with each other, or with the original word. Replace word omitted from text, from. These difficulties are in no case quite so prominent and serious as in regard to the apostle who is the subject of this particular biography. Bearing the same name with the elder son of Zebedee, he was of course necessarily designated by some additional title, to distinguish him from the other great apostle James. This title was not always the same, nor was it uniform in its principle of selection. On all the apostolic lists, he is designated by a reference to the name of his father, as is the first James. As the person first mentioned by this name is called James, the son of Zebedee, the second is called James, the son of Alphaeus. Nor is there, in the enumeration of the apostles by Matthew, Mark or Luke, any reference to another distinctive appellation of this James. But in one passage of Mark's account of the crucifixion, it is mentioned, that among the women present, was Mary the mother of James the Little, and of Joses. In what sense this word little is applied, whether of age, size, or dignity, it is utterly impossible to ascertain at this day. For the original word is known to have been applied to persons, in every one of these senses, even in the New Testament. But, however this may be, a serious question arises, whether this James the Little was actually the same person as the James, called, on the apostolic lists, the son of Alphaeus. In the corresponding passage in John's Gospel, this same Mary is called Mary the wife of Clopas, and by Matthew and Mark, the same James is mentioned as the brother of Joses, Judah, and Simon. In the apostolic lists given by Luke, both in his Gospel, and in the Acts of the Apostles, Judah is also called the brother of James, and in his brief general epistle, the same apostle calls himself the brother of James. In the beginning of the epistle to the Galatians, Paul, describing his own reception at Jerusalem, calls him James, the brother of our Lord. And by Matthew and Mark, he, with his brothers, Joses, Judah and Simon, is also called the brother of Jesus. From all these seemingly opposite and irreconcilable statements, arise three inquiries, which can, it is believed, be so answered, as to attribute to the subject of this article every one of the circumstances connected with James. In these different stories, James, the little. This adjective is here applied to him in the positive degree, because it is so in the original Greek, iota alpha kappa omega beta omicron mu iota kappa rho omicron, Mark 15:40, and this expression too, is in accordance with English forms of expression. The comparative form, James, the less, seems to have originated in the Latin Vulgate, Jacobus Minor, which may be well enough in that language. But in English, there is no reason why the original word should not be literally and faithfully expressed. The Greek original of Mark, calls him, James, the little, which implies simply, that he was a little man. Whether little in size, or age, or dignity, every one is left to guess for himself. But it is more accordant with usage, in respect to such nicknames, in those times, to suppose that he was a short man, and was thus named to distinguish him from the son of Zebedee, who was probably taller. The term thus applied by Mark, would be understood by all to whom he wrote, and implied no disparagement to his mental eminence. But the term applied, in the sense of a smaller dignity, is so slighting to the character of James, who to the last day of his life, maintained, according to both Christian and Jewish history, the most exalted fame for religion and intellectual worth, that it must have struck all who heard it thus used, as a term altogether unjust to his true eminence. His weight of character in the councils of the apostles, soon after the ascension, and the manner in which he is alluded to in the accounts of his death, make it very improbable that he was younger than the other James. First, was James the son of Alphaeus the same person as James the son of Clopas? The main argument for the identification of these names rests upon the similarity of the consonants in the original Hebrew word which represents them both, and which, according to the fancy of a writer, might be represented in Greek either by the letters of Alphaeus or of Clopas. This proof, of course, can be fully appreciated only by those who are familiar with the power of the letters of the Oriental languages, and know the variety of modes in which they are frequently given in the Greek and other European languages. The convertibility of certain harsh sounds of the dialects of southwestern Asia into either hard consonants or smooth vowel utterances is sufficiently well known to biblical scholars to make the change here supposed appear perfectly probable and natural to them. It will be observed by common readers that all the consonants in the two words are exactly the same, except that Clopas has a hard C, or K, in the beginning, and that Alphaeus has the letter P aspirated by an H, following it. Now, both of these differences can, by a reference to the original Hebrew word, be shown to be only the results of the different modes of expressing the same Hebrew letters. And the words thus expressed may, by the established rules of etymology, be referred to the same Oriental root. These two names, then, Alphaeus and Clopas, may be safely assigned to the same person. And Mary the wife of Clopas and the mother of James the Little, and of Joses, was, no doubt, the mother of him who is called James the son of Alphaeus. Clopas and Alphaeus. It should be noticed, that in the common translation of the New Testament, the former of these two words is very unjustifiably expressed by Cleophas, whereas the original, John 19:25, is simply Kapalando Omega Pi Alpha, Clopas. This is a totally different name from Cleopa, Luke 24:18, Kapalambda Epsilon Omicron Pi Alpha, which is probably Greek in its origin, and abridged from Cleopater, Kapalambda Epsilon Omicron Pi Alpha Tau Rho Omicron, just as Antipas from Antipater, and many other similar instances, in which the Hellenizing Jews abridged the terminations of Greek and Roman words to suit the genius of the Hebrew tongue. But Clopas, being very differently spelt in the Greek, must be traced to another source. And the circumstances which connect it with the name Alphaeus, suggesting that, like that, it might have a Hebrew origin, directs the inquirer to the original form of that word. The Hebrew, halpha, may be taken as the word from which both are derived, each being such an expression of the original, as the different writers might choose for its fair representation. The first letter in the word, hath, has in Hebrew two entirely distinct sounds, one a strong guttural H, and the other a deeply aspirated KH. These are represented in Arabic by two different letters, but in Hebrew, a single character is used to designate both. Consequently the names which contain this letter, may be represented in Greek and other languages, by two different letters, according as they were pronounced. And where the original word which contained it, was sounded differently, by different persons, under different circumstances, varying its pronunciation with the times and the fashion, even in the same word, it would be differently expressed in Greek. Any person familiar with the peculiar changes made in those Old Testament names which are quoted in the New, will easily apprehend the possibility of such a variation in this. Thus, in Stephen's speech, Acts 7, Haran is called Charan. And other changes of the same sort occur in the same chapter. The name Anna, Luke 2:36, is the same with Hannah, 1 Samuel I:2, which in the Hebrew has this same strongly aspirated H, that begins the word in question, and the same too, which in Acts 7:2-4, is changed into the strong Greek CH. While all its harshness is lost, and the whole aspiration removed, in Anna. These instances, taken out of many similar ones, may justify to common readers, the seemingly great change of letters in the beginning of Alphaeus and Clopas. The other changes of vowels are of no account, since in the Oriental languages particularly, these are not fixed parts of the word, but mere modes of uttering the consonants, and vary throughout the verbs and nouns. In almost every inflection these parts of speech undergo. These therefore, are not considered radical or essential parts of the word, and are never taken into consideration in tracing a word from one language to another, the consonants being the fixed parts on which etymology depends. The change also from the aspirate ph to the smooth mute p is also so very common in the Oriental languages, and even in the Greek, that it need not be regarded in identifying the word. Taking into consideration then, the striking and perfect affinities of the two words, and adding to these the great body of presumptive proofs, drawn from the other circumstances that show or suggest the identity of persons, and noticing moreover the circumstance, that while Matthew, Mark, and Luke speak of Alphaeus, they never speak of Clopas, and that John, who alone uses the name Clopas, never mentions Alphaeus, it seems very reasonable to adopt the conclusion that the last evangelist means the same person as the former. Second, was James the son of Alphaeus the same person as James, the brother of our Lord? An affirmative answer to this question seems to be required by the fact that Mary the wife of Clopas is named as the mother of James and Joses. And elsewhere, James and Joses, and Judah and Simon, are called the brothers of Jesus. It should be understood that the word brother is used in the scriptures often to imply a relationship much less close than that of the children of the same father and mother. Cousins are called brothers in more cases than one, and the Oriental mode of maintaining family relationship closely through several generations made it very common to consider those who were the children of brothers as being themselves brothers. And to those familiar with this extension of the term, it would not necessarily imply anything more. In the case alluded to, all those to whom the narratives and other statements containing the expression, James the brother of our Lord, were first addressed, being well acquainted with the precise nature of this relationship, would find no difficulty whatever in such a use of words. The nature of his relationship to Jesus seems to have been that of cousin, whether by the father's side or mother's, is very doubtful. By John indeed, Mary the wife of Clopas is called the sister of the mother of Jesus. But it will seem reasonable enough to suppose, since two sisters, daughters of the same parents, could hardly bear the same name, that Mary the mother of James must have been only the sister-in-law of the mother of Jesus. Either the wife of her brother, or the sister of her husband. Or, in perfect conformity with this use of the term sister, she may have been only a cousin or some such relation. The third question which has been originated from these various statements, whether James, the brother of Jesus and the author of the epistle, was an apostle, must, of course, be answered in the affirmative. If the two former points have been correctly settled. All the opinions on these points are fully given and discussed by Michaelis, in his introduction to the Epistle of James. He states 5 different suppositions which have been advanced respecting the relationship borne to Jesus by those who are in the New Testament called his brothers. 1. That they were the sons of Joseph, by a former wife. 2. That they were the sons of Joseph, by Mary the mother of Jesus. 3. That they were the sons of Joseph by the widow of a brother, to whom he was obliged to raise up children according to the laws of Moses. 4. That this deceased brother of Joseph, to whom the laws required him to raise up issue, was Alphaeus. 5. That they were brothers of Christ, not in the strict sense of the word, but in a more lax sense, namely, in that of cousin, or relation in general, agreeably to the usage of this word in the Hebrew language. Genesis 14. 16, 13. 8, 29. 12, 15. 2 Samuel 19. 13, Numbers 8. 26, 16. 10, Nehemiah 3. 1. This opinion which has been here adopted, was first advanced by Jerome, and has been very generally received since his time. Though the first of the 5 was supported by the most ancient of the fathers. Michaelis very clearly refutes all, except the first and the 5th, between which he does not decide. Mentioning, however, that though he had been early taught to respect the latter, as the right one, he had since become more favorable to the first. The earliest statement made concerning these relations of Jesus, is by John, who, in giving an account of the visit made by Jesus to Jerusalem, at the Feast of the Tabernacles, mentions, that the brethren of Jesus did not believe in him, but, in a rather sneering tone, urged him to go up to the feast, and display himself, that the disciples who had formerly there followed him, might have an opportunity to confirm their faith by the sight of some new miracle done by him. Speaking to him in a very decidedly commanding tone, they said, "Depart hence, and go into Judea, that thy disciples also may see the works that thou doest. For there is no man that does anything in secret, while he himself seeks to be widely known. If thou do these things, show thyself to the world." The whole tenor of this speech shows a spirit certainly very far from a just appreciation of the character of their divine brother. And the base, sordid motives, which they impute to him as ruling principles of action, were little less than insults to the pure, high spirit, which lifted him so far above their comprehension. The reply which Jesus made to their taunting address, contained a decided rebuke of their presumption in thus attacking his motives. "My time is not yet come, but yours is always ready. The world cannot hate you, but me it hates, because I testify of it that its works are evil. Go ye up to this feast, but I am not going yet, for my time is not yet fully come." They might always go where mere inclination directed them, nor was there any occasion to refer to any higher object. But a mighty scheme was connected with his movements, to which he directed every action. In his great work, he had already exposed himself to the hatred of the wicked, and his movements were now checked by a regard to the proper time for exposing himself to it, and when that time should come, he would unhesitatingly meet the results. By a passage in Mark's Gospel, it appears also, that at the first beginning of the ministry of Jesus, his relations generally were so little prepared for a full revelation of the character and destiny of him with whom they had long lived so familiarly as a brother and an intimate, that they viewed with the most disagreeable surprise and astonishment, his remarkable proceedings, in going from place to place with his disciples, neglecting the business to which he had been educated, and deserting his family friends, preaching to vast throngs of wondering people, and performing strange works of kindness to those who seemed to have no sort of claim on his attention. Distressed at these strange actions, they could form no conclusion about his conduct that seemed so reasonable and charitable, as that he was beside himself, and needed to be confined, to prevent him from doing mischief to himself and others, by his seemingly extravagant and distracted conduct. And they came out to lay hold on him, for they said, "He is beside himself." With this very purpose, as it seems, his brothers and family relations had come to urge and persuade him back to their home if possible, and stood without, utterly unable to get near him, on account of the throngs of hearers and beholders that had beset him. They were therefore obliged to send him word, begging him to stop his discourse and come out to them, because they wanted to see him. The request was therefore passed along from mouth to mouth, in the crowd, till at last those who sat next to Jesus communicated the message to him, "Behold, thy mother and thy brethren stand without, desiring to speak with thee." Jesus, fully apprehending the nature of the business on which their ill-discerning regard had brought them thither, only suspended the train of his discourse to make such a remark as would impress all with the just idea of the value which he set upon earthly affections, which were liable to operate as hindrances to him in the great work to which he had been devoted, and to convince them how much higher and stronger was the place in his affections held by those who had joined themselves to him for life and for death, to promote the cause of God, and to do with him the will of his Father in heaven. In the striking language of inquiry, he said, "Who is my mother or my brethren?" Then looking with an expression of deep affection around, on those who sat near him, he said, "Behold my mother and my brethren. For whosoever shall do the will of God, the same is my brother, and my sister and mother." It appears by this remark, as well as by another passage, that he had not only brothers, but sisters, who lived at Nazareth at that time, and were well known as his relations. No mention however is anywhere made of his father, so that it would appear that Joseph was now dead. This remarkable faithlessness on the part of the brothers of Jesus, may be thought to present an insuperable difficulty in the way of the supposition that any of them could have been numbered with the apostles. But great as seems to have been their error, it hardly exceeded many that were made by his most select followers, even to the time of his ascension. All the apostles may be considered to have been in a great measure unbelievers, until the descent of the Holy Spirit, for until that time, on no occasion did one of them manifest a true faith in the words of Jesus. times almost without number, did he declare to them that he should rise from the dead. But notwithstanding this assertion was so often made to them in the most distinct and solemn manner, not one of them put the slightest confidence in his words, or believed that he would ever appear to them again after his crucifixion. Not even the story of his resurrection, repeatedly and solemnly attested by the women and others, could overcome their faithlessness. So that when the risen Lord, whose words they had so little heeded, came into their presence, moved with a just and holy anger, he upbraided them with their unbelief and hardness of heart. Because they believed not those who had seen him after he was risen. So that his brothers at this early period, cannot be considered any worse off than the rest of those who knew and loved him best. And if any are disposed to oppose the view that his brethren were apostles, by quoting the words of John, that neither did his brethren believe in him, a triumphant retort may be found in the fact, that neither did his apostles believe in him. There were, however, other brothers of Jesus, besides those who were apostles. By Matthew and Mark is also mentioned Hoseas, who is nowhere mentioned as an apostle, and there may have been others still, whose names are not given. For, in the account given, in the first chapter of Acts, it is recorded that, besides all the 11 apostles, there were also assembled in the upper room, Mary the mother of Jesus, and his brethren. It is very likely, that Jesus may have had several other cousins, who followed his fortunes, though they were not considered by him, qualified to rank among his chosen apostles. But a very prominent objection to the notion that they were the children of his mother, with whom they are mentioned in such close connection is, that when Jesus was on the cross, he commended her to the care of John, his beloved disciple, as though she were destitute of any immediate natural protector. And certainly, if she had at that time several sons living, who were full-grown, she could not have needed to be entrusted thus to the kindness of one who claimed no relationship whatever to her. But would, of course, have been secure of a home, and a comfortable support, so long as her sons could have worked for her. These also may have been those brethren who did not believe in him, and who considered him beside himself, though there seems no good reason to accept any of those who are mentioned by Matthew and Mark, as his brethren, James, Judah, Hoseas and Simon. Beyond these allusions to him, in connection with others, the Gospels take no notice whatever of this apostle, and it is only in the Acts of the Apostles, and some of the epistles of Paul, that he is mentioned with any great distinctness. In all those passages in the apostolic writings where he is referred to, he is presented as a person of high standing and great importance. And his opinions are given in such a manner as to convey the impression that they had great weight in the regulation of the apostolic doings. This is particularly evident in the only passage of the Acts of the Apostles where his words are given, which is in the account of the consultation at Jerusalem about the great question of communion between the circumcised and uncircumcised. On this occasion, James is mentioned in such a way as to make it evident that he was considered the most prominent among those who were zealous for the preservation of the Mosaic forms, and to have been by all such regarded in the light of a leader, since his decision seems to have been esteemed by them as a sort of law. And the perfect acquiescence of even the most troublesome in the course which he recommended, is a proof of his predominant influence. The tone and style of the address itself, also imply that the speaker thought he had good reason to believe that others were looking to him in particular, for the decision which should regulate their opinions on this doubtful question. After Simon Peter, as the great chief of the apostles, had first expressed his opinion on the question under discussion, and had referred to his own inspired divine revelations of the will of God in respect to the Gentiles, Paul and Barnabas next gave a full account of their operations, and of the signs and wonders with which God had followed their labors. After the full exposition made by Paul and Barnabas, of all their conduct, James arose to make his reply in behalf of the close adherents of Mosaic forms, and said, "Men and brethren, listen to me. Simeon has set forth in what manner God did first condescend to take from the heathen a people for his name. And with this, all the words of the prophets harmonize, as it is written, after these things I will turn back, and will rebuild the fallen tabernacle of David. I will both rebuild its ruins and erect it again, in order that the rest of mankind may seek out the Lord, together with all the heathen who are called by my name, saith the Lord who made all things. Well known to God are all his works from eternity. So I think that we ought not to make trouble for those who have turned from the heathen, to God. But that we should direct them to refrain from things that have been offered unto idols, and from fornication, and from what has been strangled, and from blood. For Moses has, from ancient generations, in these cities, those who make him known, his law being read every Sabbath day. This opinion, formed and delivered in a truly Christian spirit of compromise, seems to have had the effect of a permanent decision. And the great leader of the rigid Judaizers, having thus renounced all opposition to the adoption of the converted heathen into full and open Christian communion, though without the seals of the Mosaic covenant. All those who had originated this vexatious question, ceased their attempts to distract the harmony of the apostles. And the united opinions of the great apostolic chief, who had first opened the gates of Christ's kingdom to the heathen, and of the eminent defender of Mosaic forms, so silenced all discussion, that thenceforth these opinions, thus fully expressed, became the common law of the Christian churches, throughout the world, in all ages. This address of James, Acts 15. 13:21.